We'll see what trouble we can get into. Let's call Peter Moon, and we'll start from here. Okay, got this going. Ooh, fuck, how do I forget that every goddamn time? Yes, oh, that thing is so loud, especially with the new mic. Okay, so I've got a new mic, everything should be fine, and Peter's with us, and we're starting the show with the Peter Moon hours, and there we are. We're at least starting today's show like that. I might make a thing of this, at least until Michelle Carmela Saldana wants to come back from her writing project or whatever. And dear Peter, it's been one hell of a ride. At any rate, catch us up on what's been going on with you. Oh, thank you. Bless you. Appreciate that. Yes, I hope it does. I mean, it should. With the not only that, it's also the new modem, everything else. It's the modem, of course, is actually a backward step. This is actually a far more primitive modem than my father had, because my father was considered a diamond customer for Comcast. But it does its job, and it is what it is, and I'll explain that whole adventure when we get to it. In the meantime, we'll start with Peter, and then I can ease my way back into this world. I know a lot of people told me they missed the show. I do want people to, yeah, yeah. Yes, I do want people to know that, like the show, I really didn't miss it myself. But again, we'll tell people what I did during the downtime that I was provided, and we'll get to all that organically. But definitely, we'll start with Peter. Definitely, it'll just be easier that way. I'm still spacey. Today was a busy day, and it'll still be busy the next few days in terms of repercussions and aftermath of everything that I was trying to get done, and I have to catch up and kind of make up for lost time. So I will be conducting an interview with our lovely Christine Joanna Hart on Saturday. So that'll be Saturday at 4 a.m. in the morning, my time, and high noon in England, her time. That being said, exciting times ahead while I catch up on all that's been going on, and so getting a lot of messages. They always start coming in as soon as I start the show. So let's turn it over to Peter while I kind of get my head together. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes. Mhm. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh shit! People are saying they can't hear Peter. How is this possible? Oh my God! So no sound from Peter. PBR on tap. Okay, so let's Okay, so they're saying no sound from Peter. So let's, before you get on the train, man, repeat what you said. This is so that shows us. Yeah. Well, basically, I could tell you what you said. Just that. Yeah. It's so let's take a look. I don't know what we can do. What is it we can do? The It's so what we can do is let me check here if there's okay, what was it that was done last time with our man Mr. Okay, it could be because now this isn't supposed to happen because everybody I was speaking to on this it came out fine, but then again we never broadcast it before. It's the OBS. So it's the OBS. So let's do this. It's the OBS. What I'm going to try and do is put this microphone down and I'm going to hit the little gear button. All right, and oh God, what are we supposed to do? Properties, advanced audio properties. So Jesus Christ. Let's yeah. What was it that Brendan Zogit would do? He taught me to hit the gear button, and then let's take a look at properties or advanced audio properties. Properties. Okay, yeah, so that doesn't show much. All right, let's try the advanced audio properties. So this is the problem then. This is the first time I've tried to produce with the new microphone and it might not be recognized by the computer. So let me see now, desktop, but this computer does recognize it. The OBS does not recognize it. We published and we got that down and we assumed everything would be fine and and so just another day in hell. Just another day in fucking hell. And I don't want to go to monologue, so we're going to see if we can contact Brendan Zogit. And what I'm going to do is try and call him. The person who is also technically savvy, we will bring him online right now. Let's bring on, he's trying to talk to us through the real Ian West. So we'll try and contact both of them, and that will help us with the. Here we are, and let me see. We got him. Add him. And then I'll try and add Brendan Zogit. Okay. Let me see. Brendan Zogit. Here we are, and let's hope we get both of them, or otherwise this is going to be impossible. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Did you get all the text I just sent you?
Yeah, yes. Whining and crying and moaning and Douglas doesn't love me anymore. No, it's just awful. Okay, so let's share screen.
No. I gave you the password. If you want to live stream, go for it.
What?
I gave you my password.
Dude, we're live streaming now.
Oh! Has it been 2 weeks?
Dude, just lay off the fucking meth. I need you to take a look at this technical issue on OBS. Online broadcasting service is not interpreting our how do I get out of here? Cancel, right? So look, okay, online broadcasting software is it's not recognizing my new mic. So it's something to do with this audio here. This gear takes us to properties and advanced audio properties. What do I look at to try and get the OBS to recognize my mic? I'm sharing it. Yes. Take your time. We are live. Yes, I am. Yes, it is. I'm sharing screen. Yes, truly. Okay. Wait. No. Oh, okay. So if he calls me back, and I answer that, I'll try and merge it into this call. We'll see if that works. Oh my god. This is it's like, oh, the Real Tech Geek. Maybe that goober is here as well. Let's see if we can get him here. Maybe. Real Tech. Here we are. Hit the button. Press the ad. Okay. And Other than that, I'll try the thing with the phone. Turn the cell phone on, which also, like my internet, is slow. And, of course, slow internet in San Francisco is faster than anywhere else in the world, but it's still slow, comparatively speaking. And just to pass the time, I guess I might as well go into, like, what the whole week's been like, just nonstop. It's just activities that are overwhelming. And I had to do them, had to do what I couldn't do otherwise, because normally when I get time off, it's due to a holiday. I take time off, and then I spend time taking advantage of the holiday to access blood, and and that's at the estates. And then I don't have time much after that to do anything else. So it's literally a matter of survival. And let's see now. Somebody came on. He joined. He's back. So, Ian, I'm sharing screen now. Do you see it, or do I need to try and share it again? Ian, unmute. Ian, you're with us. Unmute. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Yes. So what's going on is the desktop audio, the band. Obviously something is going on where the OBS does not recognize the new microphone. That's what I presume. So I turn on the gear. Where do I go? Properties or advanced audio properties? Yes? Unhide all. Okay. That didn't do shit. Go, yeah, cogwheel. Okay. Properties. Okay, let's go to properties.
Yeah, we're gonna try to do. Okay, device. Click that thing on device. Let me see your options.
Okay, device. It's
to the right. I'm sorry. To the right. To the right of default. Those arrows that go up and down. Click that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're gonna see what options you got.
Okay, so here we are. Speakers, Yeti stereo microphone. That one. Click that, right? Because it's on default.
That.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that your microphone, right?
Yes.
There you go. You got it.
Now I press OK, right?
Yes. Do that. Yeah. Confirm it. Yeah.
Okay. And at this point now. Okay. So now, Peter, say something, and I bet people can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I bet everybody can hear you now. Okay, because the band is moving. If you're taking a look at the screen, you'll notice the band is moving. That almost certainly means everybody can hear you. So people, we need confirmation. Everybody let us know that you can hear Peter.
I can. It does say, so we need confirmation. I can see my, when I talk, that top lights are flashing.
Yes. Okay, so Ian West, you've managed to redeem yourself at least a little bit.
Look, Doug, that clip that you claimed that got you that strike, I uploaded it to my channel, and it's taking it. It's not putting down, so somebody bitched about it.
And you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, Peter.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, and let's see if the people can hear you. We will go over to
Vivian says we hear you all. Okay, great.
Oh, good.
Okay. Thank you, Ian.
Yes.
Not a problem.
So Ian,
right.
I might call you later tonight. Okay.
Call me later. I got big news. Bye.
I'm sure. Bye. Take care.
I hope it's not controversial news. Anyway, I was going to start off with this dream I had. I was mentioning that I've been taking melatonin before I go to bed at night, which will definitely facilitate your dreaming. But I found myself in a very deep dream where I was dialoguing with some Hebrew scholars. And these Hebrew scholars were modern scholars, much like the type I've encountered in airports or on planes when I'm flying.
Mm-hmm.
And I talk to them. I will, if I'm sitting next to one or at one, I will engage them in conversation that's Kabbalistic in nature, and they appreciate it. They understand. They have their own understandings.
Yeah.
And this one was rather deep, and this guy was showing a very keen interest in my interest. It was like a very it was unusual.
Right.
And you were in the background. You
Oh.
were there. Really.
Oh.
You were just there, like, you know, supporting me, or was supporting each other, but it was like you were the influence here. So then there was some question that came up, and it became a little bit arched or a little bit intense for a second. He said something, and I said, "What about the Helazon? What about, about the Helazon?" Yeah. And then, he like perked up, and then something about the cuttlefish. And then I looked inside this kitchen, and it was their kitchen, and they had nothing but cuttlefish to eat. They were preparing cuttlefish to eat, and it looked really gross. I don't know what I don't know if it's edible. I don't know if it's poisonous. I don't know. I think it is poisonous. I mean, when you turn it into arsenic for the gas chambers, it is. But I don't know if it's just poisonous to eat as a fish.
Understood.
And I said, man, they're all eating cuttlefish, and it was gross. It was not only gross, culinary speaking, but it was like I said, well, it was a symbolized. Now, I've since read that Steven Spielberg is a big organizer of Jewish people.
Of course.
And I can't believe for a minute that he's an honest Jew in terms of being a loyal or devout Jew.
Right. No, religiously or spiritually, right?
Well, yeah, I'm talking about he's probably, I would assume, in league with cuttlefish.
Yes, that's right. Cthulhu.
Yeah, I mean, and then so I wonder how many, so what this dream tells me is this is a very sensitive issue, and we don't need to, I guess what you'd say, emphasize it more than we already have. In terms of the politics,
right?
It's more in terms of the abstract politics, not in terms of the. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So that was my dream. It was interesting. Is the cuttlefish poisonous? Is cuttlefish toxic to humans? Low levels of mercury compared to other marine animals. Toxic effects to the body are caused by mercury. If consumed in high quantities, it poisons the kidneys and nervous system. It is also a neurotoxin that can damage the brain and cause mental retardation. Ooh. Yes, it's safe for humans and other animals to consume. So it contains a highly toxic unidentified compound as lethal as the venom of fellow cephalopod, the blue-ringed octopus. Mm-hmm. So I guess it's edible. I would imagine the Japanese probably have a dish with cuttlefish. Wouldn't you think?
Of course. Well, many different kinds. It depends on what kind they are.
Yeah. But anyway, and of course, this wasn't about, my dream wasn't about cuisine, although that was featured. It was like all in the kitchen. Mm-hmm. In other words, they're preparing cuttlefish. Mm-hmm. And this is what they have to bring to the table. So that was my dream. Mm-hmm. And what I would be very curious about, and I don't necessarily expect you to give me an answer here.
Understood.
But when I look into the abstractions of what we've been talking about, not only with the Helazon and the cuttlefish and the Judaic apocalypse, but with the Chichewa.
Right.
And then we go, I think of the silk trade route.
Yes.
The silk trade route, of course, so much of what was traded on the silk trade route, as you have described, was the Tekelet blue.
Yes.
For the royal tribes that were along the Silk Route.
Yes.
Now, I know the Silk Route had different branches to it. I believe it must have gone through India, but it also went through northern China and Mongolia.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it was the trade route. It was the trade route. It was the it was the center of civilization.
Yes.
It was the grid. It was what the energy flowed along.
Yes.
So you have to wonder about Judaic wisdom and how it promulgated, where it originally came from, because the Jews of Gerona in Spain, which is technically Catalonia in southeast Spain, they believe that they're the originators of Gerona. But those Jews are hidden Jews.
Right.
They'll be Christian on the outside because it was very politically correct to not be a Jew.
Right. And
to hide your authenticity.
Yes.
But otherwise, you would be killed.
Yes.
Or persecuted at best. So you could say that certain aspects of Judaic wisdom are ancient.
Yes.
And even the tree of life itself, it depends how you semantically divide it, whether it began with the Jews or with what they called Jews or Hebrews.
Mm-hmm.
I heard on the radio today, or perhaps it was yesterday, minister saying that the Jews didn't really become the Jews until Mount Sinai, when they all gave witness to this miracle of, I don't know if it was the burning bush, but it was a miracle in Sinai, which they all witnessed God, Moses coming down from the mountain or whatever, and it was like that's what made them a tribe of Hebrews. Now that's not actually true, because Moses was a Hebrew before that.
Right.
And he recognized himself as a Hebrew. But anyway, he was saying that this is what really made the Jews Jews. And because they all witnessed it, he had such an illogical argument. Of course, illogical arguments are fine because they say it's not logic that counts, it's faith. So what the hell is logic?
I mean, that's the ultimate contrapuntal. Yes, that in the end, if it's all faith, the logic, of course, is no longer the preemptive, the prerogative.
Logic is the tool of the devil.
Yeah, it can be, or perceived as such. Certainly in times of extreme reactionary behavior, the masses then turn towards assaulting the logician. The logician is viewed like a magician. By the way, I did put I'm going to enter into your message box. This is the hyperlink. So the hyperlink will let people access us immediately. Thank you.
Preemptive, the prerogative.
Yeah, and that's fine. Excellent. That will help people connect through his direct Facebook timeline, and just glad we got that out there. Earlier, Peter Moon, when people could not hear him, was talking about how when I was taken down for hate speech. By the way, I don't know if I should have, when I forwarded the letter from YouTube to Peter Moon, I should have, and I may yet do this, we can do this later privately, I can go through that with him and show him the link, which actually gives the details. The letter itself seemed quite innocuous, but if you actually open up the link which provides the details, YouTube pretty much admits that they're completely capricious, that they can ban anybody anytime they want for anything. It's pretty much what it says, and that if they knock you out like 3 times in a row, that you're terminated permanently. This sort of thing. I mean, it's not. It's not like a slap on the wrist. It's what I was trying to explain to Peter. Unfortunately, I didn't take the time to show him just how dire it can be. But, we'll get into like that later organically if it arises again at all. In the meantime, we'll go back to Peter and the subject that he was on, because it's important. And it is something, of course, that that people may remember us discussing more heavily about a few months ago. But Peter says that it may not be, no need to beat it to death politically. But at the same time, when it arises organically, it deserves to be spoken of. We want to be careful,
I'm
of course.
saying there's certain sensitive,
Yeah,
sensitive issues. Otherwise, because if you cross that line and offend the sensitivity button, it's not. We're not dealing with logic. We're dealing with reaction.
That's right. And I do want to emphasize that two things. One of them is the YouTube uses the term protected people, which I find absolutely bizarre. It's like protected, like a protected species. What does that mean?
I think that refers to Jewish people
in general. That's
they
what
are very protected, and they understand. You know, ever since the whatever you call it, the recovery of World War II.
Yes.
They've been hyper vigilant.
Yes.
Because they have motivation to be hyper vigilant. It gave them a motivation to be hyper vigilant to the point of let's not make any possibility of such happening again.
Right.
Any circumstances. And it can even be used to justify almost anything, because and the more you bring it up, the more, I'm not saying you, the more they bring it up,
yes,
the more impact it has. Just using the Goebbels philosophy of keep putting it out there.
It's true.
And these commercials of raising monies for Holocaust survivors and that we see, it's like, boy, if they survive this long, they get pretty good.
Well, we do. Yeah. We'll probably want to drop the subject right there, though I cannot resist saying, yes, when I brought up the term protected people, everyone pretty much reached the same conclusion that I showed that too. Though I do want to point out that the part in particular that really probably got the episode knocked off was the long AI, the deepfake AI generated image of Joe Biden, where they took footage of Joe Biden and somebody did a voiceover using an AI mockery of his voice, where they simply had him coming down on transgendered and transsexual peoples. And so he was going on this long transphobic diatribe that was like watching a train wreck, because you're seeing this image of somebody who obviously is not saying this. And so I made the mistake at that time. Like I said, I was very spacey and not really fully decompressed. And so when I just finally shut it down, told Ian to shut it down, it was too late. It was actually the quote unquote transphobic issue that was probably the main hitting point. But then when they went through it all, and there were several just remarks all the way through by different people that could be taken in the most negative sense by somebody who was willing to look at it that way. Or that's if a human being even looked at it. It might have been reviewed by an AI, or honestly. And they just caught all the trigger words, circumcision and, every other thing that they caught, and just said, this is a hate fest, and rejected my appeal. So that gave me forced leave, and I had to do everything that I could to take advantage of that, to basically get constructive things done. But it wasn't easy. It was not an easy time. It was extraordinarily stressful. But back to Peter, and we'll go on to other topics the way Peter normally handles them, of course, in a very neutral and in a very neutral tone. And we all hope for the best.
Well, yes, and it can get very interesting and instructive. Now, anyway, what I was talking about with the Silk Road, well, there, of course, the Jews were the main, one of the main traders, probably the main traders of the silk, especially if they had the Techelet blue. They would have been the preeminent traders, because this was considered so valuable.
Yes.
And then you have this influence of Judaism going into China, going into Japan, going into India, or we can even argue that it came out of India. You know, there's arguments that Brahman and Abraham are the same phonetics. Shiva, Yeshiva, there's all these word associations coming from India. And Sanskrit, which is tied to Greek. You know, everything in life becomes, recirculates.
Yes.
It recycles. So there's a lot of lost history, and we have what's recorded as history. And I guess this minister was saying, you know, people agree on this. There's so many people agreeing on this that it has to be true. How can it not be true if everybody's agreeing on it? People agree. Everybody agreed to vote for Joe Biden. Okay, or at least half the people did. You know what? So it's like agreement is only agreement. Doesn't mean it's true. People agree on all sorts of stupid things. So, in any case, when we get to the politics of Tibet and Judaism in more recent times, and we get an influence of communism in Judaism, which basically just blasts Tibet out of the woods, out of the water. And your keyboard's pretty loud.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and so you have, after World War II, you have communist China going in and cleaning out Tibet, getting rid of every religious thing they can. That's an esoteric war. That's your Raiders of the Lost Ark theme. Only it's not Hitler going after the Ark of the Covenant. It's the communists going after, you know, the basically the swastika, the impetus of the swastika. And if I were to intuit, that would be your Herodian component, your Cthulhu component, going to attack Tibet because Tibet had certain magical properties. Yet Tibet is also loaded with its own problems into and of itself. So it's like you've got, and then you have the Chocho influence, but the Chocho's aligned with Cthulhu.
Yes.
So it's like it becomes very murky as to who's on what side. And it's, as I say, communism was very much allied with Jewishness.
Yes.
Communism in China, and they had, you know, communist people on board. And of course, we know that the Marines were communists, helping all that.
Yes.
In China. So you have this, you know, the Cho just seem kind of like innocent bystanders until they're like super activated in the Vietnam War.
Yes.
And it's just like these are like loose ends. They'll come forward. Yes. They'll come forward. In my mind, when I wrote about the flying tigers in the Spandau Mystery book that I wrote, I said this is very loaded. Well, you know, I've got the answers to the flying tigers that's in the book, The Roswell Deception, which people should read if they haven't. Yes. The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. It's an excellent precursor to reading the book that we're working on, which is coming along fine. I've been working hard on the chapter on the Chichewa, and you'll be, you know, have a prime understanding of it if and when you read this book, because it just gives a summary understanding, and it's an understanding you're not going to get. It'll have certain scholastic references in it, because you're not going to be able to go to Harvard or Yale or UC Berkeley, and you might find something in Berkeley in some anthropological, you know, archive somewhere, or some obscure thing.
True.
But you're, or some obscure professor somewhere, but you're basically not going to find anything.
Yes.
And and this book will put you in a place where you be armed to find something. But as Douglas even states in the book, it's from what he said on in his transmissions, that you shouldn't be studying this thing. Yeah. It's not good for your soul.
Thank you.
But it's good to be aware of them.
Yes.
And maybe more of them will come out of the woodwork as they're exposed and come out of the woodwork. Maybe they'll be competing with the phantom clowns that show up from time to time.
You might have to explain that. There are some people out there who might not understand that.
Well, there are phantom. I learned about this many years ago from a guy who said that these phantom clowns appear from time to time, and they don't seem to harm anybody. They always appear with kids, and they have a very sinister ambiance, but they never really do anything. It's more by insinuation.
Yeah.
But nothing happens. Nevertheless, and then they even made the news in the last year. They were on the news, the phantom clowns. So, they're getting more publicity. Although then they go away. It's just like this ridiculous prank that gets played on society.
Right.
It's really not very funny.
That's right.
It's more weird than funny.
Yes.
So that's what phantom clowns are. So, in terms of the show, I did some supplementary research.
Wonderful.
That Douglas has actually already talked about pretty extensively in the past, perhaps not recently. And one of the things in the book, or in what he said, is that the Cho were brought over with the refugees from Southeast Asia after the Vietnam War.
Yes.
And the reason they brought over these refugees from Southeast Asia, I'm not even talking about Cambodia. I'm even talking about Vietnam. I'm talking about from Laos and other. But one of the main people brought over were the Hmong people, H-M-O-N-G, Hmong people, the Hmong people.
Yes.
And Douglas has said they were one of the main food sources of the Cho.
Yes.
And now, this is going to sound absurd to some people because it's just unbelievable. And I'm going to refer you to an article in the Atlantic magazine written in 2011. Now, keep in mind, Dr. Shelley Adler, who initially studied the Cho, the Chichewa, or not the Chichewa, I'd say the deaths. She studied the deaths of the Hmong people as an anthropologist and doctor. She now has a PhD. It took her 25 years to put all this together.
Yeah.
Although she helped get them back to their indigenous ways to protect them. But now, so I'm going to read an article to you. And it says, "The Dark Side of the Placebo Effect, when intense belief kills," by Alexis Madrigal. September 14, 2011, The Atlantic. And it says, and this is about the Hmong people. While people of all cultures experience sleep paralysis in similar ways, the specific form and intensity it takes varies from one group to the next. Now, precursor to this article is the fact that Douglas's father learned from his time in Southeast Asia that the Chichewa were known to be able to go in, and if they couldn't exact payment or tribute from a tribe, their sorcerer would go in through the dream state and kill their chief.
Yes. And
this is how they would get paid. So this is how powerful they were. But keep in mind, they're using the sleep state to kill.
Yes.
Now, this is the article. They died in their sleep, one by one, thousands of miles from home. Their median age was 33. All but one, 116 of the 117 were healthy men, immigrants from Southeast Asia. You could count the time most people had spent on American soil in just months. At the peak of the deaths in the early 1980s, the death rate from this mysterious problem among the Hmong ethnic group was equivalent to the top 5 natural causes of death for other American men in their age group. Something was killing Hmong men in their sleep, and no one could figure out what it was. There was no obvious cause of death. None of them had been sick physically. The men weren't clustered all that tightly geographically speaking. They were united by dislocation from Laos and a shared culture, but little else. Even House would have been stumped. House is a detective from TV.
Ah.
As if you're supposed to know this.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's an odd reference.
Everybody watches House. I've never watched House,
Thank you.
but I heard about him.
I never did.
No, House is the detective, yeah. Doctors gave the problem a name, the kind that reeks of defeat, a dragon label on the edge of the known medical world. Sudden, unexpected nocturnal death syndrome, abbreviated as SUNDS, SUNS. It didn't do much in terms of diagnosis or treatment, but it was easier to track the periodic conferences dedicated to understanding the problem. 25 years later, Shelley Adler's new book pieces together what happened, drawing on interviews with the Hmong population and analyzing the extant scientific literature. Her book title is Sleep Paralysis, Nightmares, Nocebos, and the Mind-Body Connection, is a mind-bending exploration of how what you believe interacts with how your body works. Adler, a professor at the University of California, San Francisco, comes to a stunning conclusion. In a sense, the Hmong were killed by their beliefs in the spirit world. Even if the mechanisms of their deaths were like an obscure genetic cardiac arrhythmia that is prevalent in Southeast Asia. In 1986, the Hmong deaths had slowed, but remained a striking epidemiological fact. Adler was a graduate student at UCLA studying traditional belief narratives at the time. She'd been researching what she called nocturnal pressing spirit attacks, or what scientific literature called sleep paralysis. Fascinatingly, sleep paralysis is known to just about all cultures, and it is almost always associated with nocturnal evil. In Indonesia, it's called Dijuntan. Pressed on, meaning pressed on.
Yeah.
And I gotta stop right here. Pressed on. When in Stuart Swerdlow's book, Montauk, The Alien Connection,
right,
Stuart talks about something coming through him when Preston is working on him, like a spirit or a demon coming through him, and he refers to Preston as pressed on.
Interesting.
Pressed on. Pressed on. You have to wonder about the influence of the Cho. And, he would be, because he's so Judaic, it'd be interesting to talk to him about the Hilazon.
Right.
He might know things. He might know a hell of a lot about it. Yeah, it's an interesting. I never really thought about that. He's been very silent in my world. His books haven't been selling.
Interesting.
Like they used to.
Right.
I don't know what's going on. I haven't checked his website. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, in Indonesia, it's called Dijuntan, pressed on. In China, pardon my pronunciation, it's Biguia.
Right. You're doing pretty good. That's
fine. Like Bagua. That sounds like Bagua.
Yeah.
Which is 8 directions.
Yeah. It also sounds somewhat like Bhagwan, which was the name of the cult guru leader for the Rajneeshis.
That's right.
Yeah.
And what this means in China is held by a ghost.
Yes.
So it's like you've got, you're handcuffed by a ghost. The Hungarians know it as Bozokani Nyomas, which is pressure. Boy, I should remember to take that out. I hope to see my Hungarian shaman friend. I got to do a healing on her.
Okay.
She's not been well, but she knows Hungarian. I wonder if she knows that word. In fact, maybe she's suffering from it. In Newfoundland, the spirit that comes is called the Old Hag, and the experience of sleep paralysis, agrog, hag-ridden. The Dutch name, now this is very much like a succubus, in that, hag-ridden, succubus, whatever. The Dutch name comes closest to what English speakers know. They call the presence nachtmerrie, the nightmare. The mare in question comes from German mar or Old Norse mara, which denoted a generally female supernatural being who, in Adler's words, lays on people's chests, suffocating them. The etymology of mare isn't clear, but the term is a fruit of the Indo-European language tree, likely from moros, death, mare, drive out, or mar, to pound, bruise, crush. What I will state right here with this pressure on the chest, maybe I'll read it, but my dream in Romania in 2019, before I entered Choclavina Cave into the wet cave, it was at the same time I was getting news of that I was being, I guess what you call, targeted in Hollywood for this show that I did. They were leaving out David Anderson. I learned that it was going to be and they put Michio Kaku on to lie about what I said. But and I got attacked in my sleep that night. And there was, I didn't mention it in the newsletter, but it was this Asian woman pressed on my chest, like trying to get crimes out of me. But it was definitely on the chest.
That's incredible. So it goes to show that this was coordinated, that this was truly a coordinated assault. These things do happen in coordination. So you were attacked in the occult sense, as well as essentially a character assassinated, where your work was being dismissed. The work of David Anderson was being dismissed, and the person who was the character assassin is, of course, this individual who has taken on what we would call the main, M-E-I-N, the main, or the persona of this all-wise kind of figure, this vizier figure that acts as an advisor to kings and presidents, that kind of mystique that he's accumulated around himself. The heir to Carl Sagan, quote unquote, is what they have constantly sold him as in the past, referring here to Michio Kaku. The interesting thing about our dear friend Justin White, shout out unto he, was that Justin White, when he was in Laos, he basically suffered from an attack very similar, where the Cho female, it looked feminine, definitely a female shape, and the exaggerated Asian face, exaggerated Asian features to the point of being frightening, pressed herself upon his chest, was choking the life out of him until he gathered superhumanly and desperately all of his energies and threw her off of himself, as if he were fighting underwater with that kind of gelatinous, moving through quicksand kind of feeling that one gets in those situations. And so his, of course, was a very intense experience. With the Cho, while she was doing what she was doing to him, essentially it was a Cho because he had ridden home with a Cho who had offered him a speedboat ride for a fee, which they dominated the speedboats on the rivers in Laos, the Cho mafia. And so when he took that ride, and he was carrying home books about Aquino that he got from some weird white guy who was like a former CIA guy who had settled down in Laos and opened a bookstore there. So when he was reading about Aquino, then went to sleep and this happened, the Cho upon his chest was gesturing with her head towards the Aquino book on his desk, while essentially crushing the life out of him. So all of this gave him an inextricable link between the Cho and a kino. So back to your experiences.
Well, yeah, carrying the books was not a good idea. Kino books, it's going to attract the Cho energetically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what at first had happened, I was in a bar looking for my best friend who had not passed away at that point. I was looking for him, and then I guess somebody came to the door. I was outside the door. I went out the back door, and there was this Asian guy who wanted my wallet. He was reaching for my wallet. And I said,
My God.
what the hell with you? And I got rid of him. And then this woman came
How did you do that?
I don't remember. He just, he wasn't going to get my wallet. That wasn't so challenging.
Okay.
But then the woman, she was like physically on me. And then when she couldn't get me, she just kept asking for my crimes. I said, there's nothing here. And then it was because that's where they get you when they get you.
Yeah.
Because if you have a criminal record and whatnot, that was very much when my book first came out. I could feel all sorts of scrutinous eyes looking for, criminal behavior on my part.
Yes.
Because what must this? This is somebody we can't control. Well, who the hell is this person?
Yeah.
But in any case, when she couldn't get me, they put some younger guy on me, and he was stabbing me with a knife. I think it was an artist's knife, the Zacto blade, and I turned around and stabbed it on him. And it damaged him. It didn't seem to bother him. I think he took something bigger, if I recall, and then I put it back on him, and it didn't do enough damage. And then I just take him outside and threw him over the bushes, threw him out of the yard, and then he was gone. That was it. He was done. So that was, me fighting it off. Yeah. And I figured at the time it had a lot of Asian ambiance to it because of the qigong, but now I see the Asian is more to do with the Cho.
Yes.
And I was being attacked in Hollywood, and it's just and I got very sick. I was very sick at the same time.
Right.
Very, very sick.
Right.
And dysentery.
Ugh.
And the only thing I could attribute it to physically was that earlier that day I'd had an incredible meal, natural Romanian meal by my friends and in Constanza near the Black Sea. And I don't know, the food, I don't think there was anything wrong with the food. It was delicious. And then I bought some oranges on the way back. Mm-hmm. Oranges could have done it. Because I don't know that they did. But I was also under attack.
Yeah.
And then at that time I stumbled to the tent, which is the big food tent. It was like 4 a.m. It was even dicey for me to walk across the gangplank from the boat where I was sleeping, because I was just so out of it.
Right.
And I got there. I had my iPad, and I contacted my friend in Hollywood who told me. That's when he told me. He hadn't gotten through to me the whole trip, and he's sitting there at 4. It's 4 a.m. in the morning my time. It must have been about 6 or 7 o'clock his time in L.A. And he's like telling me, hey man, the producer has left the job. He says, don't write to me anymore. The producer said, he's just gone. He says, something's wrong here. The show didn't really do anything. It wasn't that well watched.
Right.
And it wasn't actually harmful. It was just, they were just lying.
Right.
Lying. Be that as it may, I had to recover. And I recovered a few days there, and then we went into Bucharest where I covered a few more days, and then we went up. I was still recovering, when I went in the cave. I was not in good shape, but I did the trip, and it was a great spiritual experience, I suppose you could call it. It was like, wow, going into that cave 5 hours, a mile into the cave, in spite of my physical not wanting to go.
Didn't you physically rally in the cave, kind of feel better?
No, it was an experience of a lifetime. But, and like say, let me put it this way. I was in that wetsuit I was 5 hours in the cave in the wetsuit.
Yeah.
It was at least an hour before getting in there, because we walked up this stupid waterfall, which was like 45 minutes to get in before we got in the cave, and which was unnecessary. And I put the wetsuit on there. So it's like I was in that wetsuit for 6 hours and I didn't have to go to the bathroom once, which was like, whereas I'd been always, you know, and I was taking some medication for sphincter retention, so that, you know, my friend got me some medication. It was just over-the-counter stuff.
Yeah.
To reduce having to go to the bathroom. So, but I didn't have to pee or anything. And you're thirsty, so I always could have used a drinking cup. So what you do, there's natural water in there, so you cup your hands and drink.
Yeah.
But it's not very fun.
Right.
Because you're having to cup your hands. If you had a drinking cup, it would be fun. You'd just be taking the running water.
Right.
In the cave.
Right.
That was the one thing. But I'm drinking up a storm, well, as much as I can, and never had to pee. I don't even remember peeing when I got outside. And I do remember ripping off my wetsuit when we got back to the camp. It was quite it was quite an event. But after that, it was like, wow. It was like I'd really accomplished something.
Was the wetsuit saturated in sweat, or was it just...
No, wetsuit just comes in, it just breathes, takes the water in, and your body temperature feeds it back, and and you become warm. You're the cave's 55 degrees, but you're never cold. You're not thinking about being cold. And even when you step outside and then you walk back, and I mean, it is a summer night, and it was maybe a little bit chilly, but I didn't feel cold. I would have had a jacket on, but I didn't feel cold. And then you just take a shower, and I really regretted that they made this nice spaghetti dinner for us. It was like midnight, and I couldn't eat it. I didn't want to eat. I would have eaten. I wanted to eat it, but I said no. I got to watch my intake. I was still monitoring my intake. I really wanted to eat it. It looked delicious.
Wow. Hate it when you miss out on something like that because of illness. I know how it feels. Yeah, my father felt the same way a few times. Yes.
Yeah, it's just like I said, judiciously said, no, I'm not going to eat it. But so be it. It was a great experience, and it was overcoming. And then it was the following night that I had. There were two dreams after that. Then the dream after that. I was brought into the Queen's chamber by Queen Elizabeth.
Right.
Queen Elizabeth first, she brought me into her chamber, which was symbolic of the pyramid and the opening of the heart. And then the following night, it was the oriflame of the thing when I'm like Indiana Jones holding up this staff, and then this lightning goes like in the Indiana Jones movie to where the Well of the Souls is and where the Ark of the Covenant is buried. And then I find out the next morning, even without telling him, that he's telling me that there's this flame, oriflame that comes out of the ground. Right. When I'm just mentioning the gold in the area, I don't mention my dream, and he's telling me basically what was in my dream. So that's the stuff that comes out of the ground there, and oriflame of like a golden ray of light that just comes up from the ground into the sky, and it's quite well known. But I then later I met somebody who actually saw it. So it's just that was what I was connecting to, the indigenous spirit of the land. Now there's always going to be guardians on the way of anything. But so when we get back to Tibet, and Tibet is the roof of the world, and when Radu Sinamar writes about all the incredible things that Romania is known for and so on and so forth, he always mentions, Tibet always had its own independent existence. It never succumbed to the Ice Age because it's so high. It had its own culture. It retained its own culture, as did Romania. So he always references Tibet in that context, and that there is a connection between the two areas. Of course, what it would be is the Shambhala connection, the inner earth connection. And I would say that what's interesting with my own experiences is that my experiences in Romania are independent of Radu's.
Right.
They complement. There's a little bit of complementary in that the area I go to is within the context of what he calls the Valley of the Golden Thrones, which is where all this gold is. And he has his own specific references or experiences that he relays. Not so much his own experiences occur in that area. He talks about what happened there. They're not his experiences. If he did have experiences in those areas, it's not that. His experiences are more in southern or in different parts of Transylvania, but it's underneath the earth. So on and so forth. So I'm interested in the geopolitics of China, Tibet, after World War II, as it concerns the Cho. That's just a point of interest. I don't know how important it is to our book, but I'll get back to this very interesting article here. I will continue with it.
Yes.
It says, results like these seem improbable or anti-reason or something. But Adler's book is an attack on the, oh, come on, form of art. Oh, come on, all these people dying. Across cultures, nightmare visits play out in very similar ways. Victims experience the strange feeling of being awake. While they have a realistic perception of their environment, they can't move. Worse, they feel an overwhelming fear and dread, accompanied by chest pressure and difficulty breathing. Scientists have a pretty good grasp of how all this happens. The paralysis, the feeling of pressure on the chest, all that is explained quite nicely within the scientific models of sleep. During sleep paralysis, a person experiences an out-of-sequence REM state. In REM sleep, we dream and our minds shut off the physical control of the body. We're supposed to be temporarily paralyzed, but we are not supposed to be conscious in REM sleep. Yet that is precisely what happens during sleep paralysis. It is a mix of brain states that are normally held separate. And then there is the weird stuff, the old hag part, the nightmare. People who have an experience of sleep paralysis tend to feel something horrible. An evil being is near them. I just knew this presence was there, an ominous presence. Not only could I not see it, but I could not defend myself. I couldn't do anything, one victim told Adler. This feeling is consistent across cultures, even if it goes by different names and presents through the culture one knows.
Mm-hmm.
I experienced sleep paralysis twice in college. I can vouch for the sheer terror that attends the experience. I felt an evil presence to my left. I can't tell you what was evil about it or how I knew it was so nasty, but I did. As the experience progressed, it came closer. It didn't feel like my life was at risk. That was, in fact, too small. It felt like the presence was after something else, probably what you'd call my soul or my being, even though intellectually I'm a straight materialist. I woke up more scared than I've ever been in my life. Overwhelming fear, overwhelming dread, overwhelming fear and dread. When I read about sleep paralysis, I immediately identified that presence, which remained just to the left of my visual field, as the old hag. But there is a big difference between sleep paralysis, which impacts a substantial percentage of the global population at least once, and what the Hmong immigrants experienced in the 1980s. The old hag was terrifying but harmless. Whatever happened in the night to the Hmong killed them. Adler studied the Hmong and their relationship to what they call Sog Twam. Sog Twam. This is TSOG space TSUAM for years and years.
And by the way, just so people know, that these various languages in the Cambodian or Laotian dialects are very similar to Celtic in the sense that the way they're spelled is nowhere near how they're pronounced. I know that the Cambodians, what they call the DAB or TSOG, in other words, DAB space TSOG, Dab Sog, is how you would think it would be pronounced. It's really pronounced Da Cho. And that is probably how what you're spelling out is pronounced. Da Cho.
Yeah, because that makes sense. TSOG.
Yeah.
Tacho.
Yeah.
Tacho.
Yeah. The death god.
Tacho.
Yeah.
Chum.
Yeah.
Chacho.
So,
Chacho. Chum.
yeah.
It's like Chacho.
Yeah.
It's obvious whether the word's pronounced like Chichoa or not. It is.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Thank you.
So she's that's obvious. Whether and Douglas is telling me that the pronunciation is virtually very similar.
Yes.
It is very similar. Adler studied the Hmong in the relationship to what they call the Chichuam for years and years. That research forms the core of her book. Adler went out into the field. She collected dozens of experiences of sleep paralysis among the Hmong, both from her own interviews and other researchers. One 49-year-old Adler interviewed provided this typical experience. Quote, I remember a few months after I came here, I was asleep. I turned out the light and everything, but I kind of think, and then all of a sudden, I felt that I cannot move. I just feel it, but I don't see anything. Then I tried to move my hand, but I cannot move my hand. I keep trying, but I cannot move myself. I know it's a chogchwam. I am so scared, I can hardly breathe. I think, who will help? What if I die? She brought her background in exploring traditional belief systems to bear on attacks like the one above. She found that the nighttime attacks were part of a matrix of beliefs held by both animist and Christian Hmong. A powerful folklore had been built up around Chogchwam that included both causes and cures for the attacks. When the Hmong don't worship properly, and this is Adler talking, I believe, she says, quote, it is Adler. Quote, when the Hmong don't worship properly, do not perform a religious ritual properly, or forget to sacrifice or whatever, then the ancestor spirits or the village spirits do not want to guard them, one man explained to Adler. It's not her, it's him. That's why the evil spirit is able to come and get them. And for a lot of reasons, the Hmong in the late 70s and early 80s were not able to worship properly. The ethnic group fought a guerrilla war against the government of Laos with U.S. backing during the Vietnam War. When the Laotian communists won, many Hmong struck out for America to avoid reprisals. The U.S. government decided to scatter the Hmong randomly across the U.S. to 53 different cities, breaking up the immigration patterns we generally see. In short order, the Hmong organized and made a secondary migration to California, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. The immigrants ran into all kinds of problems making their way in the states. Highland Laos, where farming and hunting were the norm, were not Minneapolis, St. Paul, or Fresno. Unemployment was obscenely high, and the sense of community that many had enjoyed in the old country was gone. Some Hmong felt that they had not properly honored the memories of their ancestors, which was a known risk factor among the Hmong for being visited by the Swagslom. Once the nightmare visitations began, a shaman was often needed to set things right. And in the scattered communities of Hmong across the country, they might not have access to the right person. Without access to traditional rituals, shamans, and geographies, the Hmong were unable to provide themselves psychic protection from the spirits of their sleep. Now, what I want to say here, interject, is that in Asia, and Douglas honors this so much, the ancestor worship, the respect of the ancestors is so important because they are protecting the people.
Yes.
And in America, it doesn't work this way. It doesn't really work this way, especially in my generation, when people were so much at odds with their ancestors.
Yes.
With the generation gap we had, and rebelling against the old ways. And so much of the people of my parents' generation were losers in the most spiritual sense.
Yes.
Not all of them, but so many people were just, they had no, what can I say? They had no spirituality. They just lost it.
Yeah.
And this was the culture that Marjorie Cameron talked about they were up against in wealthy Pasadena during the days of Jack Parsons. It was all very stuffy,
Right.
Christian phoniness and all that sort of thing. But so the ancestor is protecting people, and your ancestors can still protect you, even
Yes.
if they're there, whether you realize it or not. They're part of the genetic factors that
you have access to if you'll only respect them, honor them, and in a very real sense, pray to them. Not necessarily worship them as you would the Christ figure or God, but pray to them for help. Go on.
So this is the psychic protection in the sleep that the Hmong needed and drew upon. Drawing on all this evidence, Adler makes the provocative claim that the Laotian immigrants of the 1980s were in some sense killed by their powerful cultural belief in night spirits. It was not a simple process. Well, it's nice of her to say that. The belief in the night spirits is one thing.
Well, she's trying to preserve her professional reputation. I'm certain that she knows better with everything that she's seen and done for that population base, and that in order to continue helping them, she has to tread two worlds, their world and the world of the skeptical West, where she has to reframe everything in terms of, well, you see, this is cultural beliefs that are so strong, so profound, that they can impact the physical health. And
it's a psychological state of mind, and rather than the spirit.
Yeah.
And I mean the spirits of the Chuang that killed them.
Well,
and
yeah,
I mean that's obviously if you're and belief, spiritual belief, spirit psychology is the study of the spirit.
Yes.
So it's like, yeah, but we understand this.
Yeah.
So she says, this is a quote, her quote, "It is my contention that in the context of severe and ongoing stress related to cultural disruption and national resettlement, exacerbated by intense feeling of powerlessness about existence in the United States, and from the perspective of a belief system in which evil spirits have the power to kill men who do not fulfill their religious obligations," Adler writes, "the solitary Hmong man confronted by the numinous terror of the nightmare and aware of its murderous intent can die of suns."
Yes.
Well, there it's said in a very academically correct. In other words, they were being killed by evil spirits.
Yes. Yes. And go on. Go on.
Where did it come from? It's obvious right here, and Douglas is explaining it. Her argument amounts to a stirring and chilling case for the power of the nocebo, the flip side to the placebo effect. While placebo studies have grown in importance, the nocebo effect has not been studied well in scientific literature, in part because of the ethical issues involved in deliberately doing something that might harm people. Limited studies suggest that it is real and it is powerful. For example, doctors have found that patients made to feel anxious need larger amounts of opiates after surgery than other people. They found that pretending to expose people who say they are sensitive to electromagnetic radiation to cell phone signals can give them debilitating headaches. Even patients' level of side effects from arthritis medication seem determined by those patients' beliefs about those medicines. Logically speaking, if the evidence shows the upside of belief, why wouldn't we believe in the downside too? And why wouldn't we believe that the intensity of the downside would vary with the intensity of the belief, even if those beliefs were about something unscientific like spirits or astrology? So they go on. That's basically the article. She goes talking about nocebo's effects. But here we have an academic article basically stating what Douglas has told us.
Thank you.
About the Cho killing and these people being a food source for the Cho.
Yes, and it's presented so that the white European descended or westernized reader can accept it. And the tragedy here is that one thing that it does is it completely avoids the reality of an ethnic group, which is persecuting other ethnic groups at the behest of a government which brought them over. Now, for instance, one of the things you read that I should have jumped on immediately, but everyone recall back to what Peter Moon was saying about right after the Vietnam War, the U.S. government brings these people over, and unlike any other migration, does not allow them to ethnically enclave, intentionally scatters them, isolates them, so that they can be hunted down, basically separate and destroy, hunted down and destroyed piecemeal. Just literally separates them as food for the Cho, who, of course, traveling the astral, can travel effectively anywhere in the United States and hit these people where they're herded. And so they were herded into these urban entrapments where they were just prey. Fish in a barrel for the Cho, and then the Cho began to feast upon them. So Dr. Cheryl Adler, you can bet your bottom dollar, is well aware of all of this, knows it inside out, and has to represent it simply so that people can be aware of the situation. But thereby provides all of the circumstantial evidence that is needed to support everything that I've been saying. So it's something that is, what she's doing is extraordinarily important, and of course it needs to be referenced, but at the same time it needs to be referenced in context, so that people understand what she's doing to protect herself professionally. And people, you have no idea, especially for medical doctors, which is basically what she is. She's actually a medical anthropologist. So she's
still very active. She's still very active.
Yeah, thank goodness. Of course she has to be. So she's a MD. She's obviously an MD, along with having a degree in anthropology. And you have no idea just how I had to see an MD today. So I was following up on something that I'm not going to go into too much detail about. I'm going to be conducting that interview with Christine Joanna Hart on Saturday. Hopefully most of the physical injury is healed by then. I heal pretty quickly because of the nanoplasma, my vampiroid background. There was an assassination attempt, and so I do want people to understand that they've been hitting us from every direction. Obviously, the interview that I held recently created a violent response in every way imaginable, including reports to YouTube, etc. The thing that I want to bring up about that is that when I saw the doctor, this was a very uncomfortable interview. He's the Chinese doctor that I've taken on to replace the Japanese doctor that I did not have luck with trying to get on some social programs, and for whatever strange reason, this was extraordinarily unusual. He asked myself about the reasons for parting with the other doctor. This is something your average MD, it's very unusual. It's kind of like a situation, not parallel at all, but it was unusual in the sense like I had a situation when my lungs started collapsing. And there was this woman named Dr. Doof dash something. She had a hyphenated surname. Took the name of her husband and kept her own in a hyphenated name. And all I remember is the doof because I could think of doofus, which is how I perceived her. And she was this shell-shocked. There's no other word for it. I kept wondering why I was so frightened of this woman, why she scared me to death. And then I realized that she had a 1,000-yard stare. And this is what scared me to death, because I realized this woman was not in her right mind and should not be on the job at all. And in those days, they were working the students, just the medical doctor students, days and days, like some kind of horrible, stupid, macho endurance test to see if the doctors would approve of their performance under pressure. And it's the stupidest way to test somebody, and all you do is kill patients, which is what they were doing, literally. And I would have been one of them, if not for multiple factors, such as the nanoplasma, etc. But my vampiroid bloodline, etc. Any other person would have died. I mean, I've relayed my experience to other medical professionals who have said just that, that you should not be alive. And no one ever said, I don't believe you. But it's at the point where when they hear what they hear from me, they say, how are you even alive? It doesn't make sense that you're alive. Like it is an unbelievable situation to them. So when it comes to this MD, there was this same kind of disconnect here. It would, just as with that doof who had the 1,000-yard stare, one thing she did that was incredibly bizarre before she almost killed me, in the most horrible way imaginable, sending me home without stitching up my chest tube sites. And I got infected to the point where I swelled up like a whale that's like a beached whale or a whale at sea where the body bloats.
This was a long time ago, right?
It was the 90s. Yeah, late 90s. And before she did that, she sat down and she was asking me what I was doing at UCSF. That, you could be getting treated at San Francisco General Hospital. Why are you here? This was absolutely bizarre because it is nothing that impacts her. She gets paid. She gets paid if I'm committing total medical fraud. She will still get paid. Why I'm there instead of at San Francisco General is none of her business. Literally none of her business, but beyond that, it's literally against professional ethics for her to sit down and even ask. So she's violating the patient's rights by doing that. But what she was displaying was her hostility towards me. The fact that subconsciously, truly, she wanted me dead, wanted me out of that environment. And so she's definitely, this is kind of like the experience I had today. And this is a doctor that I'm stuck with now. I can't just keep switching doctors. But he's like asking me why I parted with the other doctor. It's something he doesn't need to know. He doesn't need to know that. But it was a question that was asked. And it was absolutely bizarre. So I had to deal with that. Deal with trying to express my desire to get on certain social programs to help myself out. It wasn't a hostile encounter or anything but it left me with, it was just very strange and it was uncomfortable. So I do want people to know that the other thing he brought up, which segues us back to Dr. Cheryl Adler, he brought up several things that were more or less, he over-explained, something that he took me as a normal patient. Which is understandable. He doesn't know me. I did hand him a copy of the Roswell Deception because, of course, he's Chinese. I wanted him to know, hey, I want you to know who your patient is. And I think it's very important that that's established because it separates me from other patients. It makes me stand out. It's very important to do that. People have no idea how important it is to do that. So when you might think I would stand out anyway for any number of other factors, but no, that at least I'm hoping they appreciate that I'm acting on behalf of the culture, the Asian culture, and trying to get them to appreciate the risks I've taken, the threats to my life that I'm constantly facing because of it, in the hopes that they'll return the favor and try to help me out with trying to get on social programs. Well, that didn't work. It's just basically, well, he's saying that he's got the medical reputation to protect, and he signed off on a number of pharmaceutical drugs, which is important because these drugs are considered contraband. One of them being the codeine, the other being the Sudafed, which is used to make methamphetamines with. So when he signs off on a large number of the Sudafed like that, basically that's theoretically enough to produce some meth with in a small amount, but it's something where a risk is being taken. So obviously that's appreciated. But then he went into concerning, of course, the drug, the codeine, the opiate, and pointing out that there's a tremendous opiate crisis going on, and we really have to monitor this. And I understand that comparatively speaking, your use is very mild. I mean, dude, I'm getting 15 pills a month. 15 pills a month. I'd be taking one every other day if I had a normal sleeping pattern. As it is, I am up for 2 days and asleep for 2 days. And I'm taking them literally only basically maybe twice a week, if that. It's like, but this sense of over caution, the sense of like, the understand that a medical license can be lost over this, or signing one of these forms. I mean, at this point, the doctor is basically saying they're opting out. It's literally the doctor is no longer there. It's like what can they do? Okay,
medicate. Too dangerous to medicate.
Yeah. And even he said that, yes, we might be being overcaught, and it's like, dude. It's nobody's performing any audit. It's like, of course, I'm not expressing this to him. I just have to say thank you for your professional explanation. I have to like roll with it, and hopefully things will smooth out from there. I pointed out my familiarity with the other doctors so that he would understand that I wasn't like a stranger to these doctors. I pointed out when I was describing to him reasons that I separated from the Japanese doctor, I said, oh yeah, well, he seemed very dismissive of my trying to get on the social program, and I said, I pointed out later, well, he was under a lot of stress. He was having a baby at the time, and then I pointed out later with the gay doctor I was working with for years, I says, yeah, I was working with him. He's the one who put me on the codeine just before he left. It wasn't that long ago. It was just before he left because he had a baby of his own. Of course, when I heard that, to tell you the truth, from the nurse case manager, who I was really hoping to get a new nurse case manager, but no, it's the same one because it's the same station. She was the one telling me it would be impossible to find another doctor in this same station on the same floor because they were all taken up. But lo and behold, when I went in, I found the other doctor. So it's kind of like, why is she there? It's like, so it's like there's nobody's doing anything. But I pointed out, of course, when she told me, oh yeah, that other doctor, because I wanted to refer to him for when I was having the problems with the other doctor, the Japanese doctor. I said, well, if we go back to the gay doctor, oh well, he left now. He had this baby, and now he's left with his, he and his other, the first thought that came to my mind was this, this kind of, but I pointed that out to the doctor. Yeah, he put me on the codeine just before he had his baby. So I'm giving him the message that I knew the lives that these people were leading, so he would get the message that it's not just like I was, a patient to these people. I knew what was going on with them. So at any rate, having to do all that, it's just, we didn't need to go there. We shouldn't have needed to go there. That's not what it should have been about. But at any rate, it is what it is. So I'm going to try and work with these people as best as I can. The paratransit or the taxi voucher forms should still be able to go through. That would probably involve more of the psychiatrist than him. So I got the referral from the psychiatrist for him for that. Honestly, I haven't been going back to the psychiatrist since my former psychiatrist, Dr. June Allison Hay, the psychologist, really, left the floor. So we'll see what happens with that. The psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, I still see, of course, different from June Allison Hay, who was the psychologist. So it was, she left the floor. So it was like after that, there was no point. The other young Asian American lady who replaced her was just untenable. And literally, I didn't feel that I could relate my criminal activities with her from the past because she might be of the type of personality that would report them. I mean, you have to really intuit the counselors you're working with. Are they going to tolerate some of the factors of your stress, or are they actually going to be a stress factor themselves? And so it's, the situation that I'm in with that. So for those who, of course, are writing me in the email about the assassination attempt, look, my gang brother Beaver was with me. We had the shopping spree from hell because we had to stock up on supplies. Through the grace of my listeners, I had money enough to do a shopping run, get the microphone, get a number of other things I should have gotten months and months ago. The supply of German mineral water that I've been trying to get forever from Trader Joe's. I used the food stamps on that. So my food stamp card kicked in. I was able to turn in at the office of the Department of Health and Human Services. I was able to turn in my rental increase letter. So hopefully they will factor that in and raise the food stamps a bit. But because I had a bunch of proration on the food stamps from back when they were giving COVID aid money, it was enough for a good start where I could actually stock up on Coke and the mineral water. That's basically what I spent it on. And the liquid Coke, just so people know. But there are homeless encampments throughout that area between the Department of Human Services, which is right across the street from Costco. We had to wait 2 hours before the food stamps would kick in. It was a venture of itself at the Department of Health and Human Services, but they were profoundly helpful. Went in to see an Asian girl that I started speaking Chinese to, but she didn't speak any Chinese. She wouldn't tell me what she spoke, which I thought was odd. It was like, oh, I don't speak Chinese. So, okay, I'm going to presume she was probably Vietnamese, but I don't understand why she was reticent about saying that. Like, she could have just said, I speak Vietnamese. But no, she decided to keep that to herself. And but anyhow, she got a young black guy to approve the food stamp card, because when I tried to do the automated service to basically open up my food stamp card, activate it, get a PIN number on it, it said your birthday is not in the system, when I know damn well it's in the system. When I told Brendan Zogit about this, Brendan Zogit related, yeah, when I tried to get my food stamp card activated, my birthday was not in the system, and I had to go down there personally to activate it with a photo ID. And he said his sister had basically lost her Social Security card, and his sister basically went to get a replacement. And this was when the state that she was born in informed her, you don't exist. They said, you don't have a birth certificate. You don't have anything. You don't exist, and we're going to call the State Department to have you deported to wherever it was you must have come from. And so she had to go get her mother, and then they had to go back to the hospital and get witnesses, all this stuff from like when she was a child, from like 40, 50 years ago. Now, the point of all this goes back to my own military records. In the case of our man Brendan Zogit and his sister, what Peter Moon may not know of or may not remember was that just like when my mother died, and a very strange nurse was in the building, who I was told, I said, who's that nurse? She's dressed like she's in a costume. The old nurse outfits, the old nurse uniforms they used to wear with a cape. And white cape, the white hat. Those are only Halloween costumes now. No nurses wear them anymore. And she was dressed like that. And they said, oh, she's a nurse on exchange, loan from Taiwan. And that was when, of course, my mother was murdered, or slain is the term they use for vampires. And there's this whole mystery about all that. And when it came to Brendan Zogit, when he was born, a candy striper was in the area. Now, candy stripers don't exist anymore. Candy stripers were what they used to have as nurse interns. They were like volunteer Girl Scouts who decided, I'm interested in becoming a nurse. So they would volunteer their services, and they would hang out at hospitals, and nurses would use them to do all the scut work. And they called them candy stripers, and it became a famous porno film. There's a famous porno film.
Donald Trump was a candy striper, a male candy striper.
That is so weird.
They have the Trump Hospital in Jamaica, Queens. Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay. That's just like finding out George Bush Jr. was a male cheerleader, which is actually true. And when I was first told that, I didn't believe it. I found out later it was absolutely true. But with so there was this strange girl. Now, Brendan didn't know about this because he was just being born. But he and his sister both were being born. And then what happened was there was a quote-unquote candy striper in the building, which, by the way, Brendan Zogit's mother is a nurse. For those of you who don't know, Brendan Zogit's mother is a nurse. And his mother brought up the fact, I haven't seen a candy striper in years. And, candy stripers, of course, at that point, Brendan's very young compared to me, didn't exist. But there's this girl was in the hospital, quote-unquote, a candy striper. And then what happened was somehow he was almost taken out of the hospital, and another baby was put in his place. And another baby was handed to his mother, who they said, this is your baby. And she said, that's not my baby. And they said, of course it's your baby. She said, no. And she fought it. And then they found him like in a trash bin or something like that. They found him in a clothing laundry hamper, or maybe that's where his sister was. One of them was in a laundry hamper. One of them was in a trash bin. Obviously a pickup site where somebody was going to abduct them both. And so the hospital at that time, bear in mind, even though candy stripers had been gone, DNA testing was just coming in, and it was astronomically expensive. It's something governments paid for. And the hospital had to pay for a DNA test. So we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars they had to spend at that time to get them DNA tested to match them to the mother. And they said, yes, these are indeed your children. This is how seriously they took it, because this was an attempted abduction of two children. So Brendan Zogit and his sister were both targets of an attempted, obviously deep state, satanic abduction attempt. Abortive, just by luck. And somehow that candy striper was obviously involved. And what happened was that later on, his sister loses I remember now, was her birth certificate. She misplaced her birth certificate. So when she went to the state, they said, well, you never had a birth certificate. You're not an American citizen. There's no records of you whatsoever. And she says, look, I have a driver's license. Look, I have a passport. And they said, none of that matches to our records. We don't believe you're an American, and we're going to have the State Department deport you to wherever you come from. And that's when she had to get her mother and everything. In other words, they totally scrubbed her records. So not only did they try to abduct them at birth, they totally scrubbed her records as if she didn't exist. That would have, of course, that obviously meant that they intended to abduct her later, because those records didn't accumulate other than the birth certificate until later in life. She obviously had them on file because that's how she got her passport. That's how she got her driver's license. So at some point when they digitized, somebody took all her records and did not digitize them. Not only did not digitize them, incinerated or totally absconded with the hard files. And so if that can happen to an ordinary civilian, you can imagine what they do with military records like mine, where the system is even more incompetent and corrupt. So understand this. If anybody tells you they were in the military, we have some wonderful young lady who's been very supportive, who's given me very supportive comments on my past episodes. And she mentions, I might bring up her name later because she entered these publicly, but she mentioned, of course, that she was working in the park system at the Vietnam Memorial Wall, and some jackoff comes up and says, I'm a Vietnam vet, and winds up seducing her and impregnating her. Then it says, I'm still active duty military, and then somehow vanishes or something. I did not really give them the respect they deserve. I haven't had the time. I'll read them later, but ladies, remember this. And men, anybody, male or female, says they were in the military, they're almost certainly lying. And any records can be produced just to play that they were. And anybody who basically was in the military, you want to avoid them anyway, like the plague. There's nothing good will ever come of it. There's nothing good from these people. You have to assume the worst. Every once in a while, there's some guy like my dad, my legal father, the man who raised and guided me. It's like an innocent man who wound up in prison. But aside from those extraordinary exceptions, there is you're basically dating a baby raping Satanist, the kind of people who were involved in trying to abduct Brendan Zogit and his sister, and the kind of people who were involved in so much else that we've been confronted with. And so then what happened lately with what we won't go into, Peter and I right now, but what happened lately with this kind of controversy that was going on over something that the audience doesn't need to know about right now. There was the other attack that happened. Beaver and I, what we figured out was that they were probably listening to my cell phone exchanges with him when we were planning the shopping trip. So when we planned the supply run, obviously they heard everything from the cell phone, knew what we were going to hit, and there's homeless encampments in front of all of these major shopping centers, and they're seething with activity. And so you have to go through them to access these various sites, these facilities. So as we were walking through the homeless camp is when we were attacked. Now, when we took them down, and I'm not going to give any more details than this, the first thing Beaver did instinctively was riff the bodies for ID, whatever might give trace or hint as to the source of these assassins. Nothing. So these people could pass as homeless. And homeless people die on the streets all the time. They kill each other all the time. So we vacated the area. No more details need to be known than that. And won't be given, no matter how hard people press. Certainly not for the foreseeable future. Hopefully my own injuries, well, they're healing pretty quickly. Hopefully they'll be gone by the time I conduct my interview with Christine Joanna Hart. But it was bad. This was just another violent attack, and it shows that the interview I conducted recently that I've just uploaded on my channel, this is how we tested we could upload, that is certainly the cause of what happened. It's because things have been going on ever since. The ban, and I'll share with Peter some private details about that, and we'll see if we can puzzle something else out about it. Other than that, I'll give it back to Peter for now. And so Peter, it's been, aside from all that, the other things I've been trying to take care of. Oh, the modem, the Comcast. Oh my God, young guy named Derek, technician. I had to work with the automated system to get to him. And the automated system is uncannily intelligent. Or there's a person behind it and they're just using an automated voice, which is, I tend to believe is probably more the case. And so when it came to the what we were dealing with there, this individual, I've had to go through the automated system, had to say what I need. And the automated system was about to hang up on me because I'm saying I need a representative agent. And their average representative agent doesn't know anything about the technology. And I said, I'm trying to install a new modem. I'm telling the automated intelligence system this, and then it says, oh, you download this app. I mean, this is all so much bullshit. And I said, no, I don't download the app. Give me to a representative agent. Finally, I'm going to hang up now. No, representative agent. Then it turned me over to a technician, actual technician, who spoke American executive English, no less. And so this young guy, Derek, helps me. Now, the point is that I've got this Wi-Fi that the modem has to connect to. So he had to, and I don't know how he did it or what he did, but he had to restructure the Wi-Fi so that the modem would be recognized by Google. Because if I couldn't get it recognized by Facebook, Google, which owns YouTube, so that means YouTube as well as the Google search engine. If I couldn't get recognized by the Facebook, the YouTube, the Google, and other services, I was as good as dead electronically. I mean, it all would have ended there, and there would have been nothing they could do. So he had to, and I don't know what he did. He went in and he had to jack the Wi-Fi to get it to recognize me. And there was always the magic telephone pole, as we call it, the telephone pole across the street. That was always an issue. And probably why it's so easy to interfere with the show is because I never realized this, because I do cable with everything. Everything's locked in with cables. But yet for all these years, I really began to hit home when I'm working with this guy, Derek. The computer has never been physically connected to the modem. It's all been by Wi-Fi to the modem. And for that reason, it can be clipped just like that by the telephone pole across the street, which they work on ceaselessly. So Brendan's talking about later on just somehow connecting the computer physically to the modem. There was probably no point in the past, because in the beginning, I was working with computers that were so old they had a processor the size of a peanut. Probably the modem couldn't even accept them. So it's that's probably how it all started. Was in the old days, people were just giving me reject computers. Well, Brendan and I will try and figure that out later. But there you go. I mean, it's just endless. It's just endless. Back to Peter. Oh my God.
What I had to go to the restroom for a second.
Sure.
Did I miss the assassination attempt?
If you did, don't worry about it. We'll talk about it privately later. No need with regaling the audience twice. I guess you did. Yeah.
In 2 sentences, what was it?
It was basically what we concluded. Beaver and I concluded when we were planning our supply run and talking to each other about the places we had to hit. Bed Bath & Beyond, of course, just got closed through bankruptcy. Costco across the street from the Department of Human Services. All of these areas, these facilities, are surrounded by just sedentary caravans that have put down their roots of homeless tent cities. And it was out of that we were attacked. And when we put them down, Beaver instinctively did what he would do, which is riff the bodies for any ID, any hint as to who their employers might be, who sent them. They weren't going to talk at that point. Now, it's important to emphasize they had nothing, and that homeless people die on the streets all the time. They kill each other on the streets all the time. We were out of there. That's all I'm going to say about it. And that was it in a nutshell. Gory details can be saved for later, but I'm still bearing the injuries. Now, my hair grows out very fast, understand, so yeah, I was at the beginning of last week, and I still had the short hair. That's the photo you see right after the attack is on tonight's embedded thumbnail. That's the thumbnail that's embedded in live stream. Was right after the attack. I had to have a smoke. Then Beaver, of course, had to crack that it's just like sex for me, and that was uncalled for. And then as my hair grew out, and then we dyed it over the week. Then what happened was I'm wearing an eye patch for the promotional banner for tonight's show, and it was just healing. The bruise was gone by the time of that photograph. Hair was longer. I'm sorry.
No, that was YouTube coming on. It was just.
Okay. Yeah, I do want to know. People can see the blood on my hair as well. I did have a head wound, so I do want people to know. This is why I saw the doctor. So I won the lottery by getting to see the doctor on today, because it's very difficult for them to make appointments. But then when I'm seeing him. Here I am seeing him, and, he's looking at my skull and saying, I don't see nothing. Oh, I mean, he sees some of the physical results, and he says it all seems benign, and just like but then I'm dealing with an MD talking about I'm worried about a head injury, and he's looking at some of the physical results in my eye and around my eye and shit. And he's like asking me what. Then he sees fit to ask me, why did you leave your other doctor? You see the surrealism in this. It's just odd. It's just my whole world's like this.
It's outrageous.
Thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, it's like Alice in Wonderland.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
So it's good that you survived. This is just another day in San Francisco, because you hear of these attacks all the time in San Francisco.
Well, but of course you understand that that's the excellent cover for this kind of attempt.
Yeah, of course. It makes it, socially acceptable to attack somebody in San Francisco.
Thank you. Yes, that's basically what it comes down to. It's true. It's true, sadly. So everyone, do be careful. San Francisco is one of the most dangerous cities in the world. And it's definitely... that's why I felt bitter about, Judith Agard. I took her just out of necessity. She wanted to visit places like the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, and I took her through places we couldn't help but go through, some of these tent city areas, and I'm carrying like shopping supplies and everything. And she never felt threatened at any one point, thanks to my accompanying her. All that gets forgotten in all this petty shit about I cheated on her with Lena Shea, that sort of thing, just looking for fault instead of other things that could be remembered. People disappoint me. They really do.
Well, women, it's very common for women to want to feel oh so special. Yeah. And when they're not the only one, it delivers quite a blow to their inner world. Yes. And it's just the way it is. I guess they feel like they're nothing, and sometimes relationships get over it, sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
But
yes.
Anyway,
thank you.
Well, so be it. If I was a woman and wanted to date you, I wouldn't go in anticipating you to be like any other relationship that I'd ever had.
Thank you.
And I wouldn't expect from you what I might expect from, I was the prom queen dating the football captain. It's just like people have their expectations. And I will tell you this, one of my heroes when it comes to a broken marriage was my friend Joy, whose husband was addicted to cocaine. And they got counseling. And what resolved it was each one wasn't getting their needs met. So through the counseling, they determined and found each other's needs and addressed those, and the marriage was repaired. He got off the cocaine, and to the best of my knowledge, they've been happily ever after for 25 years.
Wow, incredible.
Best of my knowledge. So it's like, but it was all about getting each other's needs met. And when you have needs that aren't being met, it doesn't work. So be it. So be it for that. Now, to go beyond, Bed Bath and Beyond. We're going to go into Bed Bath and Beyond, And Bed Bath & Beyond is owned by a man named Leslie Wexner.
Wow.
He's the founder of it, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Bed Bath. I mean, he owned in Victoria's Secret, Bed Bath & Beyond. Oh, sorry, I mean, billionaire. Now, there is, for those of you who like conspiracy, I would recommend you look at a woman's website. She's got a good name for the web. Whitney Webb, W-E-B-B, Whitney Webb. She wrote a book. It says upcoming book. I think it might be out now. One Nation Under Blackmail. Examines an obscure media profile of Leslie Wexner, Jeffrey Epstein's mentor, from the 1980s that contains disconcerting revelations about Wexner's personality and his inner world. Now, Wexner is Jewish, right, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. But it says that he was Epstein's mentor. And Whitney Webb says that all of this attention that's been placed on, what was the attention placed on a week to 10 days ago? It was on something about, God, I forget what it was being placed on. It wasn't the Ukraine. It wasn't Hunter Biden. It was some nonsensical something to. I forget what they were putting the attention on, but it was to take attention off of the Epstein stuff. It's even been said that Rupert Murdoch canned Tucker Carlson, who was very popular. They canned him because he was starting to go into the Epstein stuff, which Murdoch is connected to. So it's like they don't care about the money. They do and they don't. So basically, she said there were 4 billionaires that they were taking your attention off of by, I forget what they were, putting the attention on a couple weeks ago. What story? It wasn't the Hunter Biden issue. It wasn't the debt ceiling. It was something stupid. It's taking the attention off the billionaires. Okay, so 1985, and this is Jeffrey Epstein's mentor. 1985 was the year that Leslie Wexner became a billionaire. It was also that year that the chairman of, quote, The Limited, now known as L Brands, began to build up his public persona. This effort to rebrand himself began with a series of fawning media profiles. The main outlets that participated in Wexner's first main personal PR campaign were written by prominent New York City-based outlets like New York Magazine and the New York Times. When those people are backing you, you know that you've got serious connections. The New York Magazine profile, which was the cover story for its August 5th, 1985 issue, was entitled, quote, "The Bachelor Billionaire on Pins and Needles with Leslie Wexner," unquote. Though filled with photos of a middle-aged Wexner grinning and embracing friends, as well as lavish praise for his business dealings and his tender and gentle personality, one of the main themes of the article revolves around what is apparently a spiritual affliction or mental illness of Wexner's, depending on the reader's own spiritual persuasion. The New York Magazine, now keep in mind, he's allowing this to be profiling. He's opening up about who he really is. The New York Magazine profile, I said this. The New York Magazine article opens as follows. Quote, "On the morning Leslie Wexner became a billionaire, he woke up worried. But this was not unusual. He always wakes up worried because of his debuk.
Interesting. A Yiddishism.
What? A Yiddishism.
Yeah.
D-Y-B-B-U-K, a debuk. He wakes up worried because of his debuk, which pokes and prods and gives him the itchiness of the soul that he calls spilkies in Yiddish. Sometimes he runs away from it on the roads of Columbus, meaning Ohio, or drives away from it in one of his Porsches. or flies from it in one of his planes. But then it is back with his first coffee, his first meeting, nudging at him, unquote. One may interpret this use of spilkies, literally pins or spikes in Yiddish, and often used to describe nervous energy, impatience, or anxiety, as Wexler merely personifying his anxiety. However, his decision to use the word dibuk, which he does throughout the article, is quite significant. Also notable is how Wexner goes on to describe this apparent entity throughout the article and his intimate relationship with it.
Huh.
As defined by Encyclopedia Britannica, a dibuk is a Jewish folklore term for a disembodied human spirit that, because of former sins, wanders restlessly until it finds a haven in the body of a living person.
That's right.
This is what L. Ron Hubbard called body fatin.
Interesting. There was actually a horror film by that title, The Dibuk, which was kind of like a Jewish exorcist film. So he's basically saying he's possessed.
No kidding, yeah. Unlike spirits that have yet to move on but possess positive qualities, such as the Megid or Ibur, the dibuk is almost always considered to be malicious, which leads it to be translated in English as demon. This was also the case in his New York Magazine profile on Wexner. The author of that article, Julie Baumgold, describes Leslie Wexner's dibuk as, quote, the demon that always wakes up in the morning with Wexner and tweaks and pulls at him, unquote. Wexner could have easily chosen to frame the entity as a righteous spirit, a Megid, or as his righteous ancestors, Ibur, guiding his life and business decisions, especially for the purpose of an interview that would be read widely throughout the country. Instead, Wexner chose this particular term, which says a lot for a man who has since used his billions to shape both mainstream Jewish identity and leadership in both the U.S. and Israel for decades. As the article continues, it states that Wexner has been with the dibuk since he was a boy, and that his father had recognized it and referred to it as the churning. Per Wexner, the dibuk causes him to feel molten and constantly pricked by spiritual pins and needles. It apparently left him at some point as a young man, only to return in 1977 when he was 40, half frozen during an ill-fated trip up a mountain near his vacation home in Vail, Colorado. This specific trip is when Wexner said he both rejoined with his childhood dibuk and decided to change his life. He told New York Magazine that his dibuk makes him wander from house to house, wanting more and more and swallowing companies larger than his own. In other words, it compels him to accumulate more money and more power with no end in sight. Wexner later describes the dibuk as an integral part of his genius. Wexner further describes his dibuk as keeping him out of balance, emotionally stunted, as a part of him, the precious, treasured boy son, part lagging behind.
Well, I mean,
lagging behind.
He's like what the Chinese and Japanese would call a hungry ghost. Go on.
This is consistent with other definitions of the term in Jewish media, including a feature piece published in the Jewish Chronicle. That article first defines the term as a demon that clings to a person's soul, and then states that the Hebrew verb from which the word dibuk is derived is also used to describe the cleaving of a pious soul to God. The two states are mirror images of each other. Per Wexner's word choice and his characterization of what he perceives as an entity dwelling within him, the entity, the dibuk, is dominant while his actual self and soul lags behind and is stunted, causing him to identify more with the entity than with himself. This is also reflected in the concluding paragraph of the New York Magazine article. Quote, Les Wexner picks up his heavy black case and flies off in his Challenger with his dibuk sitting next to him, taunting and poking him with impatience, that little demon he really loves. The dibuk turns his face. What does he look like? Me, says Leslie Wexner, unquote. Outside of this spiritual discussion, it can also be surmised from the above that there is a strong possibility that Wexner suffers from some sort of mental disorder that causes him to exhibit two distinct personalities which continuously battle within him. What is astounding is that he describes this apparent affliction to a prominent media outlet with pride, and the author of the piece weaves Wexner's demon throughout a piece that seeks to praise his business acumen above all else. Now, to me, this is a demon, not overtaking the man, but bragging about overtaking the man.
Yes.
This is a demon bragging.
Or the man bragging about having a demon, but like you say, at that point, he's probably just an empty shell, and it's the demon doing the talking. Yes.
Yeah, it's the demon is in charge. Yet, perhaps the most troubling aspect of Wexner's experience with his book, whether real or imagined, is the fact that Wexner, in the years before and after his article was published, has had a massive impact on Jewish communities in the U.S. and beyond through his philanthropy, in quotes, philanthropy. Some of those philanthropic efforts, like the Wexler Foundation, saw Wexner mold generations of Jewish leaders through Wexner Foundation programs, while others, such as the Mega Group, see organized crime links. Leslie Wexner joined by several other like-minded billionaires, many of which also boast considerable organized crime connections, in an effort to shape the relationship of the American Jewish community as well as the U.S. government within the state of Israel. With the state of Israel. So it's like what this is saying, that crime is all involved in the Jewish community and with these mega billionaires, and that Jeffrey Epstein was, kind of their workhorse.
Right.
And this would explain why he was rubbed out and why they don't look further into it. Yeah. Now, Wexner was interviewed because he was obviously associated with Epstein. They interviewed him to a certain extent. Of course, he denied all accountability. You can probably find those on YouTube. But here is the demon saying, this is kind of like Cho-Cho Chocolate saying, ha, ha, ha.
Yes.
And Whitney Webb, she dug this stuff up. I mean, it's out there. She's, I believe she hides out in the Andes in Peru. She's not there for.
Holy shit.
Yeah. For a man of such influence in the Jewish community, why has there been essentially no questions raised as to Wexner's role in directing the affairs of that ethno-religious community, given that he has openly claimed to be guided by a book? This is particularly odd when one considers that Wexner has come under increased scrutiny in recent years after his protege and closest associate for decades, Jeffrey Epstein, was both outed as both a pedophile and serial sex trafficker. Did Wexner's book draw him to Epstein and prompt him to financially support his horrific crimes against minors? And this is from Whitney Webb's book. So, Whitney Webb, she's unlimitedhangout.com is her website. So I thought this would be very interesting to read. I intended to read it anyway, but when you mentioned Bed Bath & Beyond,
yes,
wow, this is these are a bunch of chos. I chose the right article to read. Yeah, it's and this guy, as I say, he owns Victoria's Secret. He he just, when he was interviewed after the Epstein thing, he just seemed so portrayed himself as just beleaguered. Donating. I think Jeffrey Epstein was his personal manager of his money.
Wow. Holy shit.
Who was managing who? You see,
yeah. There you go. I mean, and someone could argue these people are all possessed by demons, but we don't want to give them an excuse. These are naturally evil people. Demons may be involved, but it's not like by the way, when I say naturally evil people, I mean individually, not trying to paint an ethnos there.
Well, this is what my friend Marianne used to say. She used to say, these people drop beads. They tell you who they are.
Yeah.
So expect that from people. They tell you who they are. And this is a classic case of him admitting who he is. Mm-hmm. And, he's probably put up the funds for Cho Chocolate. I mean, he certainly had. That would be small potatoes for him.
Indeed. Indeed, it would be like some kind of indulgence, a cherry on top of so much else. But just as you say, it's a taunt. It's basically a taunt in the face of ignorance of people just being ignorant of other cultures and then being fed something, to use a pun. So that's how things like this happen. It's incredible to me. But yeah, I think that what Peter read in terms of the earlier academic article and this now, understand the supernatural is very much a part of our lives. The struggle is always there. It's quite real. And honestly, I would love to think of a future that honestly, a lot of people would argue against this because they would say it would lead to witch hunts like what happened at Salem. But one has to walk in balance. But I really think it would be a much better future if the law began to recognize the reality of occult attacks and began to acknowledge that on a quantum level, magic works. That would be a start towards really seeking justice in many cases. But beyond that,
it turns everything into a theological hodgepodge.
That would be the danger.
And then we have a lack of separation of church and state. You know, and then it gets into other muddy waters. I mean, but police do acknowledge it.
Yes.
They acknowledge it, but it's a special unit that deals with that stuff.
And it was there certainly would have been much more manifest pursuit of it if it had not been for Aquino and his 1st Earth Battalion and at that time Lieutenant Colonel James Channon going all over the place getting the occult crimes segment of law enforcement manuals ripped out, getting the law enforcement to retreat from investigating occult crimes.
They were taking it seriously just enough to get themselves in trouble.
Yeah.
To make them fools out of themselves and the whole subject.
Yeah.
So that's and this is the problem with with people. The problem is with people, not the institutions. It's the people in the institutions.
Yes.
It's like here you've got people who hate Scientology screaming, "There are no BTs! There are no BTs!" Well, here's one right here. It's being talked about by Atlantic or whatever it's called, Atlantic Monthly, and by the demon himself, who's a billionaire. He had more money than Hubbard ever did.
Wow.
And it's just that his what he's doing is much more socially acceptable. His business. So it's like, this is gratuitous evil that's perpetrated. It's and of course, Whitney Webb is she goes after facts. She understands the spiritual, existential, but she doesn't go there. She says, "I'm trying to get normies to understand this." Normies. That's sort of a pejorative word for people who want to see the facts. They want to see the facts. And of course, when you show them the facts, they don't want the facts.
It's so true. Yes, but what we found.
The fact.
Yeah. I was just gonna say we found that out through that. MUFON, Mutual UFO Network ambush when we were there, and you told them you're getting disclosure right now. Those idiots are. After all the discussion, they were still stuck And the one guy who seemed open was still stuck. Oh my God, saying, "Oh yeah, you know the military, they got no sense of humor. They don't know what a sense of humor is." I mean, he's portraying them as almost like Vulcans or these hyperlogical people when they're just a bunch of corrupt people who are taking advantage of the public's ignorance of what they do. So there you go.
It's yeah. So people, as you say, people can read the Roswell deception, and I want to, Douglas wasn't on the air for three
episodes, essentially.
So please remember to donate to him.
Thank you.
DouglasDietrich.com. Upper right-hand corner is the yellow button. Click on that, and you can donate, even if it's $3 to $5 to $10 to $7. If you can do more, fine. Because he lost out there being gone for a while, so he did have some successful shopping endeavors. But please do help him if you can.
Yes.
And also buy his book, The Roswell Deception.
Thank you.
All of this will help.
Absolutely.
Help tremendously. And we've made a lot of headway here. One of my friends was commenting on how much progress we've made since we've been working together, just in terms of listening to the dialogue. Wow. And how we're moving in a definitive direction here. And as they say, I'm still finishing the chapter on the Chocho.
Right.
And it's actually, I put it all down, and then I started like editing it. And it's a beautiful process of editing it. You say, oh God, I got to put this, I got to ask Douglas about that, which I did, and put that in there, and it grows, and it grows into a very informative narrative.
Yes.
To where people are, and there's one friend who I thought she was looking for Cho, and she found Cho Chocolate. No, because I was writing to her about the Cho on Instagram, it showed up on her Instagram feed, Cho Chocolate.
Interesting.
Eating it all. Yeah. She said, "What the hell is this?" Cho Chocolate, because we were talking Cho.
Yeah.
I was talking Cho to her.
Yeah.
And, and it's like shows up. This is how
in her face. Yes.
How all of this stuff works.
Yes.
It's
uncanny.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's uncanny, and a lot of this has to do with just believe me, they're not really artificial intelligences. They're just expert systems, but they're listening. If you're talking or exchanging text, that stuff gets absorbed, and then they reflect it back on you. It's like a demon all its own. It's like its own form of egregore. They don't call it the Ethernet for nothing.
Well, it's also, it's one of the positive things of the information revolution is that synchronicity is when you're pooling things together. Like attracts like. And just like, say, if you go into a community, like that likes to do when people would immigrate to New York, Jews would attract themselves to Jewish communities. The Lower East Side of New York. Italians had Little Italy. Polish people get together. I mean, people like the Hmong people. They come to their own communities.
Yeah.
So it's like attracts like. So this is a common thing in the real world. And when you're on the computer, you look at certain things, and certain things are fed back to you.
Yes.
And I find it very helpful at times, even with stuff I'm looking for, because, that's what I need. I'm talking about, for house renovations or something that I'm looking for, a piece of furniture.
Right.
It's very helpful. So there is a positive side to it. And this is why people, who study too much UFOs, this one particular person I'm noticing is posting way too much.
Wow.
He's all he's going to do is stir up trouble.
Yes.
He's going to stir up trouble. He's too active. And I don't see that it's for any particular product that he's selling, which makes it all the more, I guess, dubious. Not that he's trying to do anything bad.
Understood.
But it's just like, okay.
Well, it's like with Ian West, right? He's not trying to do anything bad, but he's just dredging through all this dark web shit. And, it ends up impacting the communications environment.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, what is the thirst for information?
Yes. And
I'm going to share some very good information for you, with the audience.
Wonderful.
And this barely registered on my YouTube feed or whatever it was. Don't think I can find it. But this has to do with physical body, has to do with youthening, and of course it has to do with Qigong. I can find it in a second. Let me just let me see here. I'll have it in a moment. Let me see here. It has, as I said, it has to do with fascia. And fascia is your connective tissue. And fascia... okay, where is this? Fascia and, it's in, I have it. It's by I believe he's a professor. He should be if he's not, from UCSF. Tensegrity. The role, here it is. The role of fascia, F-A-S-C-I-A, in movement and function. Fascia, or connective tissue, helps muscles communicate. See how to keep this important part of your body supple to improve it. Fascia is your connective tissue. And this is a big teaching in Qigong. And all martial arts tend to call it sinew strength. But they do, like, you have a tendon sheath, which is like, and he was explaining, like, in the more modern version of the Terminator movie, it sort of looks like a liquid body that he's wrapped in.
Yeah.
And this is your fascia. And this particular YouTube, he goes into it and explaining how, see, what makes you arthritic is when your fascia is not getting lubricated enough. And you have this synotic fluid and other fluids that just flow in there. They flow. So you have to be hydrated. And the more fluid you are, the less arthritic you are. So you want to get fluid into this, which means you hydrate. You hydrate through drinking proper hydration. Now, there's many studies on how to hydrate. Most of it's commercial. We're taught to squeeze lemon into water, warm temperature, room temperature water, and drink it first thing. And then the key thing, you can look at all the stuff they talk about and all the exercises they tell you. The key thing is to do what I do every morning, what my teacher taught me, but I'm going to do it more, is the joint manipulation, manipulating your joints. You drink the water in the morning with the lemon, and you start manipulating your joints when you're in bed for 15 minutes. You want to do it an hour a day, and you're just moving your joints and moving them. It takes effort. You're getting the fluids to move through the body. I do more things than that. What I'm saying is it's so excellent. The squeezing of the towel that I do every day. It's And I can look at now this stuff he gives, and he's working with athletes in the Bay Area, and even elsewhere than the Bay Area. And he's got another professor who gets up there and talks. He's talking about cutting edge stuff. He also explained something to me. He explained it to me, explained in the video, which I never understood the logic of, and that's cupping. Now he has specific cupping techniques, which I'm going to use when I have to get some cups. But cupping is, when you put the cup on the body, like he was showing Mike Phelps or Mark Phelps, whatever his name is, the swimmer, right. And he cups himself, and you're because the body contracts, the muscles contract, the whole arm contracts when you do a curl or whatever. But when you cup, you stretch, you pull out the muscle, and you allow the fluid to come in between it. You're promoting fluidity. You want fluid into the joints. And the more fluid you get into the joints, it starts with the hydration and then with the movement. So the cupping is sort of a frontier application that they're doing to get the fluid into those specific areas where you can move. And of course, he explains that where your pain is really not the source of it. That's the referred pain. You want to get, because the whole fascial movement, like say with a pitcher's throwing arm, he gets a sore arm, it's the whole body. It even shows the whole connection, the whole connection, the whole whipping of the whole body. It's not just the arm. It's not just the whatever the motion is. It's all tied. So you have to get all of your fascia working in sync to be able to do this. And of course, I do a marked degree of this for somebody my age by going out and playing football. And the thing is, it's challenging because, okay, I made it to 70 and I can play halfway decently and, made some good plays on Sunday, but that's not enough. I've got to keep improving. And these guys don't have to go out and significantly improve themselves from week to week. They don't, because they're young. We have one guy who really was not playing well for the longest time. It was really getting bad.
Wow.
And he then went in the league. He loves to block. He's playing high level of competition. I think he dropped out because it was getting too much. It was getting too violent or whatever. And he can't take it. It's just that we don't want to. And so he came back with us, and he's playing at a much higher level. Now he's playing good again because he was playing around stiffer competition. And, so he comes back and he's better, but he's young. So like what I've realized, what this guy's teaching in the video is your muscles are also connected to your neural system, your basically your brain, and your brain tells you what not to do because it doesn't want you to get hurt. And this is what happened with me when I was 6 months into Qigong and my fast twitch muscle fibers came back. And I could run like when I was 30 instead of 57 or whatever I was at the time. And then I played so hard, I threw my back out. And I've never regained them because my body is afraid. I'm not afraid. My body's afraid. And now those are the neural pathways that I can now do other Qigong techniques to affect my mind and scan through my mind and say, you know what? I can do it. I just have to measure myself. I have to be responsible for what I'm doing. I can get back to that. So it's like programming yourself through the neural aspects. Anybody can watch this video. I want to watch it again. Anybody can watch it and get tremendous benefit from it. I can get even more benefit because I know specific applications and also specific applications that explain how high-level martial arts works. Because I know how high-level martial arts works doesn't mean I can apply them, but it means I know how they work. That's the first step to applying them. Like I could watch my teacher doing stuff, and this goes back to what we call hidden force. Hidden force is like, okay, I see exactly what he's doing to outmaneuver this person.
Right.
And I could see it because I studied and I learned. Of course, yeah, I can apply that too, because it's just moving the body in a certain way. When it gets into the mysterious force, and see, this is what he doesn't talk about, and he's not going to talk about it because it's mysterious. He shouldn't talk about it. But when you get all this stuff working in all the neural pathways, and you get all the fascia in sync, there is a etheric component. Because in Qigong you have obvious force, you have hidden force, and then there's the mysterious force. The mysterious force is etheric, and so much of it involves the mind. There's also, the physical body and the fluidic body. We were taught the fluidic body, okay, everybody be aware right now of their fluidic body. Feel the fluids. You feel your blood in your fingers. You feel the blood, and you can feel the blood in your body, or the other fluids. It's not just blood, the lymph, the fluids that go through it. And then there's the etheric side of your body as well. So you can do all these different things. It's a matter of focus. But what I would say is the hard practical applications of Qigong, when you're doing the exercises, there will be a spiritual or etheric benefit. So when you're doing this work, and so much of the work I did initially was just purely rawly physical, and much of it is to this day. But it's also movement and getting. So this is a good video. The role of fascia in movement and function. It says University of California Television, UCTV, and this is, of course, the University of California at San Francisco is one of the most obscure universities of the University of California system. Yeah, it's obscure. It's like when I applied to go to, the ones you applied to were, if you didn't want to go to Davis where we lived, you go to Berkeley, Santa Cruz, or maybe Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara was a party school. I got accepted there. Berkeley and Santa Cruz were harder to get in. Santa Cruz was the hardest to get into. It was also a party school, but it didn't give you grades. It gave you satisfactory or unsatisfactory. It was considered very progressive, and it was the most liberal and the most creative. And I think it really blossomed with the Silicon Valley Revolution. Right. Berkeley was the most academic, I suppose. Yeah. Most prestigiously academic at that time, probably still is. And tucked away, and UCLA, of course, was UCLA, but mostly known for its sports. But UCSF, University of California, San Francisco, was small. It was tucked away in a park somewhere. It was tucked away, I think, and you just never. The University of San Francisco is a Catholic school where Bill Russell went to. Yeah. It's not University of California at San Francisco. San Francisco State had much more cachet than University of California at San Francisco. San Francisco State. And University of California, San Francisco was just hidden, and they had very limited curriculum. It was limited. Now, apparently it's expanded somewhat. I don't know. I haven't kept, the update on that university. It's bigger than it was.
Yeah, I mean, I'm far more familiar with the USF, the University of San Francisco, than the other one you're mentioning, because I actually went there for a while, believe it or not. Their ROTC program, which I've explained before in the past, we don't need to go into that now. That was a bizarre little, shall we say, adventure that I partook in after the Marine Corps. But that was so I could get an officer's training on my resume, as suggested by people that I knew. Yeah, it's fascinating what you're sharing with us about, as you say, this kind of hidden gem in academia.
Well, yeah, and then about cupping. And see, now the Chinese have used cupping, and the cupping they've used for a long time. And I've had cupping done, or moxibustion. Mm-hmm. But see, the whole idea is to create space into open up those connective layers, and he goes into them and getting the fluid in there. It's just like when you stretch out your joints, you're not really trying to stretch the joints, you're trying to get the fluid in there. You're not trying to stretch the ligaments so much or the tendons. You're really trying to get and I do specialized exercises every day to do this, and I do a series of them. I've done them extensively. And the reason I do them is my teacher said, if you wanted to where I am, this is the fastest way to go. And I did these exercises. They're called flexing, and I did them I worked up to hundreds and hundreds of flexes. You have to work up to it slowly, and there's two different ways you do it: Wudon and Nadon. And then it took me 3 years to do this.
Wow.
And now I do 100 a day of a different type, but there's a specific way to do it. And the one problem I encountered in doing it was I stiffened up a little too much. And I should have been doing much more movement, because I stopped my joint manipulation because he says, do it an hour a day for a year. And I did it, circle walking with the joint manipulation. And then I stopped, and boy, did I pay for it.
Yeah, you feel it. Yes.
Well, no, I paid for it with my sacrum going out. Yeah. And when he was on his deathbed, I couldn't see him anymore. And when I went to his funeral, I was cooked. I had to be in ice. I had to put ice on my back to drive to Brooklyn, and I had I went and bought a whole, what do you call it? One of these things, styrofoam things for picnics. I put all this. I went to the
the cooler,
ice in there with my ice pack. So that when I got out of the funeral or the memorial service, I had this ice that I can put on my back to be able to drive home.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
If I was going to be there, I stood up for the whole service. I couldn't sit down.
Oh my God! So the cooler had saved your ass. Oh my God!
Oh yeah, literally. And it was very important that I was there. I'm so glad I was there. And then when that was like mid-December, and then I saw my friend who did a holistic healing. She says, don't get the surgery, because I was going to get a cortisone shot in my back, and then they canceled my insurance because I was turning 65. They said, you're now on Medicare. Your insurance is done. And I said, I'm not 65 yet. That's in a couple of weeks. They said, too bad.
Whoa!
She didn't say it like that, but she says, by the way, she says, you don't want this procedure. I had it and it doesn't work. She says, I worked for 2 weeks and I still feel the pain down there from the shot. She says, you don't want it.
Wow.
So I said, okay. So I called up my chiropractor. It was his birthday. I said, can I come see you? He says, yeah. And he cracked me, made me feel better. I went back for several more cracks. And then I realized I needed to do the circle walking. I could never stop it.
Right.
So I did it aggressively, and I'd say I started doing it for 20 minutes a day. I do it for at least a half an hour a day. And I just do it. I'm not going to do it. And I also do some more other things that, I can't explain them here, but I work on this every day to where my back is a joy to wake up to, and this is not normal. It's like most people have lower back pain. It doesn't have to be, but the key is movement. And even like say when I was in Scientology, I would and my back was not good, we would do boxing at night. The pounding up and down, moving up and down, moving up and down was the best thing in the world, movement. Mm-hmm. Now, there are, swimming, movement. Yeah, we do that, movement. Yeah, athletics has kind of saved me from being worse than I was, but the Qigong is even better. So it's like, this is just very educational. The role of fascia in movement and function. And there's so much one can learn about. And there are plenty of YouTube stuff on fascia. Tom Myers talks a lot about it. He talks about yoga and fascia. But there's something about being able to grasp all of it. And what I was going to say is, when you do the physical thing, there's a spiritual or etheric benefit. And one time, my teacher was talking in front of the class about how his teacher had made him take a bag of rice that was probably very small. It was not much bigger than if you made an O with your hand. And he says, okay, now, he says, take that bag of rice and, while it's in the bag, and use your thumb and your forefinger to turn it into dust. So he'd squeeze the rice until it was dust. Yeah. I've never tried it. I don't know what that's like, if you can squeeze rice into dust.
You can. Obviously it takes a lot of your chi power. Yes.
Yeah, well, I said, why did he have you do that? And he says, come here, I'll show you. And he comes over and he goes to my shoulder blade and he starts rubbing my shoulder blade scapula with his thumb. And he's just going, I go, oh, wow. It felt so good. And he says, see, that's why. And then when I talk about it on the phone to somebody, I could start feeling the chi back there. It was like he put chi into my shoulder blade.
Yeah.
And he said, this is how. It's like you do the work. So if you do even squeezing the towel, and there's more aggressive ways to strengthen your hands, which they like to call iron palm. And iron palm is very dangerous because you can end up with these big bloated hands. And this is like, and you'll see Marines going in. You probably did this training when you're hitting into stones or into sand or into rocks in the buckets. You see the Marines doing this. This is a form of iron palm. What we do is steel palm. And steel palm is the difference between steel and iron is steel is refined. You're refining it. So iron is just rough, tough, and crude. Steel is when you refine it so you're getting your hands to be like steel instead of like iron.
Yes.
And it takes it's a lot of work. I've done, and I would do the work. Actually, I go out and do a light work where you're actually kind of letting your hand hit in a certain way against a towel, not against raw rock. And the hands feel like, but then I do that before I play football, and you don't tend to ever drop the ball when you do that. The hand just grabs it naturally. So that's a physical thing. You'll play the piano better. You'll play a guitar better. You'll grab a bat in baseball better. You'll shoot a basketball better. Whatever your ability is, it'll be better. So it's like, but let's say you're a Reiki practitioner or a hands-on healer or even a chiropractor. As a chiropractor, you can be much more sensitive because the chiropractors can they get you right. Sometimes they have a hard time, and sometimes that's because of you, and sometimes that's because of them. It's like so, and then with say a a hands-on healer, your hands are just electrically charged, and to do that much better. So that was, as I say, I just discovered this particular tape this morning and watched it, and was, and I guess what you'd say, and he also says that the older you are, the more you have to work. But that's not a bad thing, because it's like brushing your teeth. It makes you enjoy
hygiene.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you get into the workout, you can enjoy it even more. And I would recommend people that really want to get into this read my book, The White Bat, where I have some Qigong exercises in there. And they're not exclusively towards the mental, but they're more towards that because it's a book we're reading. And they're very foundational and important. I have to get to do my Qigong class. I'm going to have to do this. And we should also do some courses at some point, Douglas.
Oh, okay.
Revenue generating courses that we could do with you.
Oh, okay.
But one step at a time. I've got so many projects to do, many of which are coming along fine. And then I have the Dream Workshop coming up in Transylvania. I'm not happy that people have not responded to my emails in the way I would like them to. Mm-hmm. So consequently, I haven't been sending them anything because they don't respond back. Oh. So I do get some feedback from, a couple. But in fact, I think my friend in Puerto Rico owes me a dream, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting.
But in any case, I have to understand now how I'm going to have to indoctrinate these people at some point on the Chichewa.
Yes.
Because these are the dream blockers.
Yes.
And we have, when in psychotronics, when I still used to go to those meetings, Preston showed us some videos. I think one movie was Scanners.
Interesting.
Yes.
And what did you make of that film?
It's been a long time. What was very curious about the dream was it had to do, the names Cameron kept coming up, or Kimberly or Cameron, and that, and another movie was Dreamscape.
Yes.
And Dreamscape they redid.
Yes.
I never watched it. And Preston said Dreamscape was a project that was done in New Jersey, probably in the Ong's Hat area, with Duncan.
Okay.
And trying to manipulate people through the dream state. This is a keynote taking Chichewa and putting it into the super soldier or the, whatever, the psychonaut.
Yeah.
This is what Dreamscape would have been. Now, what was very curious about Dreamscape is that it was released, the video, when it came out on video, it was released by EMI Thorne, the company that did the Philadelphia Experiment video.
Interesting.
And they also released one, The Time Travelers.
Right.
And that was curious to me. And but it was all about the dream, controlling people through the dream. And that now I'm realizing, with hindsight, was Chichewa technology.
Yes, or technique.
Scanners was, I think they were blowing people up, blowing their heads up, if I'm not mistaken.
That was one of the spectacular visual effects that they conveyed, but they were kind of like controlling people through the television sets, getting them to lose track of reality, I believe. Or they might have been about psychics who were doing that. I'd have to review it. I'd have to review it again.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
But Preston showed us that, and he talked about that, Dreamscape and dreams were a factor. And dreams are focused at this so much of what's occurred to me in Romania since the beginning is in the dream state.
Yes.
So it's like it behooves me to inform people about this stuff, and people are going to be dreaming. Everybody's up for an experience, and I know JoJo wants to see the Sphinx.
Mm-hmm.
She's her and her friend. They want to see it, so we're going to go to the Sphinx first. That's sort of an independent trip, which I've arranged to make.
Excellent.
With excellent accommodations. All we got to do is get there. Mm-hmm. Everybody's going to get there, and that'll be a lot of adventure. Mm-hmm. A lot of adventure. But so anyway, how do the Cho fit into this? They are the, I guess what you would say, the challenge
we all face.
Yeah, and it's like there's plenty of life without the Cho. But as they say, dreams are what stand between us and the past and the future.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
On the TV here, I don't know what it is. It's on TNT. It seems to be a retrospective of Hulk Hogan. And it's showing him before he was all muscled up. He was still muscled, but I mean, before he got ridiculous.
Yes, steroided. Steroided.
And this guy really made a tremendous career out of bodybuilding and acting outrageous. And I really can't, he's now involved with a Scientologist.
Is he really?
Yeah. And but from what I've read, it's hard to say, but he seems like he's been through a lot of heartbreak and misery.
Yes, that too. Yeah. But go
ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say he got some help from unexpected places at times when he was suing what was it again? I forgot what the gossip rag was, but they had outed Peter Thiel as being gay, and Peter Thiel wanted his revenge. So when Hulk Hogan was in a legal battle with them, Peter Thiel came in and backed him up and destroyed the magazine. I mean, they won the lawsuit to the point where the magazine had to, disband, essentially.
What did Peter Thiel have to do with Hulk Hogan?
It was nothing really. He had nothing personally to do with him at all. It was simply that I'm trying to remember Peter
Thiel. So
Thiel.
you think the magazine is it the magazine that outed Peter Thiel?
That's correct. That's correct.
Oh, so he got his revenge by going by backing up Hulk Hogan to go after the magazine.
Yes.
Okay,
that's correct.
Yeah. I didn't know Peter Thiel was gay. I know that he was very involved with UFOs and stuff, and stuff that was considered to be very off.
Oh, God, he named his security company Palantir, which is the dark sphere of Sauron in the dark sphere that Sauron is using to entrap souls. Palantir is the name of his security company he created that contracted under the Trump administration with the ICE, the Immigrations and Customs Enforcements, and helped to create the so-called counterterrorism program for the Southwest Asia, the Middle East, centered on the House of Saud. But yeah, it was the, here we are, the most expensive comment in internet history by Gawker. And how Peter Thiel and Hulk Hogan broke Gawker. So all you need to do is look up Peter Thiel, Hulk Hogan. If you look up those two names together, you'll find out everything you need to know. But basically, it's like I said, Gawker exposed Peter Thiel as being gay. By the way, I'm surprised you're surprised that he's gay. You're probably not surprised. You probably just didn't know.
I've really never read anything about him. I used to hear his name. Yeah. And it was always never in a positive sense.
Yeah, no, he
was very much,
he's bad,
quote unquote, the head of the UFO phenomena.
He's bad news. He's bad news. And so there's another article that says it all. See how Peter Thiel destroyed Gawker with Hulk Hogan. So yeah, it's basically because they outed him. Then he got his revenge through Hulk Hogan. So it's there. You have that. It's like March 17th. Today, 7th anniversary of the Peter Thiel Hulk Hogan.
That's probably why they're showing the Hulkster on the TV right now, and he's like, part of him is very affable. There was also a crazy part of him that put this guy on ABC News. I think his name, I forget the guy's name, and he's done a lot of stupid things in my opinion. But this commentator was basically telling Hulk Hogan that wrestling was fake. And, in other words, and Hulk Hogan got him in a headlock.
I said, how fake does that feel?
and this guy bled. He actually had to go to the doctor.
Oh, my fucking God.
He sued Hulk Hogan successfully.
Oh, my God.
And Hulk Hogan was like, I mean, it was like, with this guy, I think, as stupid as Hulk Hogan was for, abusing him, I think this guy was stupider,
right, for
baiting him,
right,
and insulting his profession. You don't insult somebody who, he's just like, I think his name is von Stossel. I don't know what his name is, but I mean, I've seen him. He always kind of takes this. Kind of got a lot of, he feels very snotty nosed. Right. I don't know. But anyway, he got his comeuppance from Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
And I think Hulk Hogan still got the upper hand on him.
Right.
Yeah. You can go cry for your money. But Hulk Hogan is somebody who reached a position in life where he traffics with everything. Mm-hmm. He can communicate to anybody practically. Right. He's a household word. Right. He is more famous than any wrestler. Yeah. I think in the history of wrestling, they had when I was a kid, they had Freddie Blassie. He was the most famous. Mm-hmm. But now he's like, this is now modern media, mm-hmm. and he's just. But he does not seem to have a happy life. I really can't judge that. It's just from what you hear.
Yeah.
And then they did him this reality show, which I never watched, but it seemed to completely ruin his life.
Holy shit.
Which I think it would, it would be horrible to have your life unreal. And he's having problems with his family, with his wife, and it destroyed his marriage.
Oh my God.
Because look, somebody's already got issues going on. When the media gets involved, it exacerbates. It's like, okay, do we need to make it public? Mm-hmm. So, whatever. In other words, he's complicated. I suppose he's an interesting character.
Yes.
But it's all media. It's all media. It's all show.
Yes.
You don't know what the real person is.
Yeah.
You have no idea what the real person is, and there's probably not a lot of room for the real person.
Yes.
Because, and then people start living off of the celebrity, and I think one of the biggest dangers of becoming rich and famous is now you're in parasite territory.
Yeah.
You could see why L. Ron Hubbard would come up with a cosmology of parasites, because he was living off of other people and they were living off of him.
Yes.
I mean, that's how life is. A shark has a remora.
Yes. Yes.
The shark, and and this is all sorts of animals have parasites, and there's just a lot of, I guess, what you call symbiotic relationships. So,
well, some of them aren't symbiotic. That would mean both parties are benefiting. You might say that with sharks and remora, but other cases.
But it's parasite. Yeah, it's and then, as I say, that's like one of the biggest liabilities of being rich and famous, because try and find somebody who loves you for your self rather than your money or your fame. That can be very tough, because it just can. I once read a story of Willie Mays, the great baseball player in San Francisco, bringing his wife in and introducing her to the manager and the players, and they just looked like they all knew that this woman didn't want him. She just wanted him for his money.
Jesus, they
knew.
So sad.
Yeah. And I think later the manager said that he went and helped Willie invest in some apartments to look after him because he said that, he knew he was going to get screwed.
Right.
By his wife. I think it was after he got divorced.
Oh my God.
So it's like, man. So it's nice to be, I guess, humble and simple.
Yeah. It has its advantages. Yes.
Yeah, but your life is not simple.
Yes, I've got the worst of all worlds. It's just that's why I need your help, people. Look, a lot of people have been helping. I'm gonna try and give them credit. Don't let me forget you, JP. I'll try not to forget. He sent me money specifically towards the microphone. So wonderful guy. He's the guy who wrote the.
I know who JP is. Thank you, JP.
Yeah, great, and thanks to Dennis Marshall, who sent something last month, and I'll try and remember these people, and of course Clarice Claudette. There's never thanking her enough. God bless her and keep her. So many. So I'll try and get around to them later, and always remember that I can never thank any of you enough. But certainly need your help more towards the last 2 weeks of this month to make certain I make rent at the end of the month. And certainly thanks to your generosity, your grace, we were able to conduct that supply run where we were able to take advantage of that Beaver's card where I could use the food stamps to buy things I needed, like the liquid Coca-Cola and the Gerolsteiner water, the German mineral water, which I've been trying to get forever. The new heater for my water, the new heat thermos from Japan, because the old one I was putting the sink water in, and that destroyed it. In other words, rendered it just gross because of all of the industrial effluvia that was coming out of the sink. So I just want people to understand I don't have potable water at home. I'm reliant on bottled water. And of course, definitely need to get the right kind. Brendan Zogic convinced me that the Gerolsteiner, even though it's carbonated, and I didn't prefer the carbonated, that was how they maintain all the minerals in it. So it's probably the most mineralized water there is. Probably a lot of people, their systems can't take it. But got that, and definitely I plan on putting that in the new water thermos. Been playing these things for years, literally years. Finally got around to doing them over the time that I was on forced absence. So I do want people to understand this. The forced absence, again, so people understand the synchronicity of this, why it was a good thing. Whoever was the source of it, which obviously was the enemy, thanks, suckers. I mean, it basically, the thing that I would never have gotten done, that I had to get done, but couldn't get done, was to switch from my dead father's Comcast account for Xfinity services, the internet services, to my own account so I could get on the Affordable Connectivity program. And so because I always was involved during the holidays with drinking blood to sustain myself, because these are the opportunities my son uses to bring me to the estates to access the blood boys. then of course I'm not going to be doing anything pretty much else. I take advantage of that time to party, social obligations. A lot of these holidays involve my gang brothers from the past, if they're Asian holidays as well. And I switch among these worlds, walk between these worlds, and there's no time to get anything done. And the rest of the time, I'm conducting the show, basically 2 days on, 2 days off, doing an all-nighter, up 2 days and then sleeping for 2 days. So the only free days I have are just Fridays and Saturdays, really, practically. Tuesdays are open, but they're inconvenient. But so to get something done like of this enormity, because for people who just don't get it, I don't see how you can't get it, but changing this kind of modem, you're not changing your IP address, but it's still, in my case, because it was on Wi-Fi, I might as well have been. None of the services recognized my new modem. At that point, it was like, so it's the same as if my IP address had changed. So then this was something that took hours and hours for this Comcast technician, Derek, to work with, but he did it. So understand that I had to get through to him. You see, I needed time off to do this because we had to wait for the modem to come. We didn't know this was even how it was going to work. When you're working with something like Comcast, you have to take a week off to do this because this is the equivalent of working with a government. These people are enormous. They work like a government works. Somebody might tell you it should happen this way. It's not going to happen that way. You'll find out as it goes along. Something else will be done. The first few ladies I was dealing with were telling me, that an engineer would come to bring the modem. Then they mailed it to me directly instead. And when they did that, the first time it came, I didn't get it because the UPS driver was an idiot and just rang the bell once. I didn't even know if the bell had actually rung. When I went to look out the door, he was there, but he was in his truck, and I thought he was delivering something to my neighbors who get much more deliveries than I do. And then I, was told later it was, oh, you tried to deliver, but, and so that was asinine. And then when it did come the next day, I woke up at just the right time. The woman told me, oh, your delivery tracking your number won't come until the 6 p.m. This was UPS telling me this. But they came hours earlier, and I happened to wake up, just suddenly feel very awake. And then they rang the doorbell, a young guy, and I got it. And then once I got it, I had to make certain I got a good night's sleep that night, just to make certain the next day I knew was going to be hell on earth. And it was. I had to unplug everything from my father's far more advanced modem. And of course, I was talking to both Peter Moon and Beaver separately about, he was called the Diamond customer after 22 years of being their client, even though he was dead for the majority of that time. And yet they were charging him far more than they charged me. And Beaver was making the joke, yeah, it's like your bio daddy Adolf Hitler did to all those victims. They were crushing his ashes down with compressurized, technique to turn him into a diamond. That's why they called him a diamond client and shit. So it's something like that. But he had a much more fancy modem. At any rate, once we got this new primitive modem in, then we had to hook that. It's just a nightmare. It was a nightmare. And there were repercussions from that we had even today. So, yeah. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
And before I go, because it's time for me to go, but I have a question. I think the audience will find this very interesting.
Yeah.
When you consume the blood,
yeah.
Like when you go and what does it feel like? Like what do you get a rush from? What does it, give us some vicarious something to relate to about what you experience when you consume the blood.
Well, it's the satisfaction you would get from a full meal. I mean, here's an example of something that would stand out. When Peter Moon had me write a paragraph for him on Ban Bok Jiao, which is the human ganglia paste that Michael Aquino had served myself on a salad When I related this to Brendan Zogid, I sent him a copy of that paragraph because, you know, he's a militant vegan and meat nauseates him anyway. You can imagine how he felt about that. He's like asking, how could you take any food from that guy? Like, couldn't you, like, wouldn't you, like, I'm like, dude, you know, I'm working with this guy for so long. You get calloused and numbed. It's kind of like when I'm with Ian West and then he throws up some stupid shit off the dark web and you just, like, are thinking and you're numb. You've been active all day and then they pull this. And it's basically his sick way, just so people understand this. This was Aquino's sick way of showing me that I had been accepted into the in crowd. This was a rite of passage. To him, this is like his sick expression of love. That he cares. That he's recognizing me as one of the elite. Typically, for any human consumer of this cannibalistic repast, you experience these extraordinarily intense and vivid dreams of orgiastic cannibal feasts that you're partaking in. Now, not being fully human, I didn't get the sex part. Yeah, I just dreamed that night I was eating people, which is extraordinarily unusual for me. I hope you would understand. I hope you would assume. It's because, of course, people are food to me, but not in that sense. It was all the more odd. When Aquino questioned me about it specifically, I was shocked. And then he went into the whole explanation of the background of all this shit. So understand that this is, of course, a food. There is a kind of a high. It's not, try not to equate it with something like drugs. There is this temptation to equate it with a drug rush. But think of something rather more like a very satisfying meal. And then you have to, again, understand the situation and the conditions. Now, my mother was half vampire. I'm only a quarter. So her pursuit of blood had a different element to it that I simply cannot necessarily live up to voluntarily. And her element was the hunt. So there is the adrenaline rush. There is the high, the hunt, the combat that could ensue in terms of potential resistance that she seldom encountered, of course, almost overwhelmingly her victims being men, very different from myself. Understand that in terms of men being food for me, as opposed to women being something that I would see in a more sensual or caring nature, my mother didn't necessarily have that kind of dividing line. So when it came to in other words, men who obviously she had sex with in the past, not necessarily her victims, but she's had sex with men. But when it came to victims, I'm certain that she very seldom had sex with them. I would probably bet even money that there was hardly ever a case where that happened. It was mostly they were simply lured on the promise of sex and then essentially killed, taken down. And I've explained the whole context of this before of how she quote unquote got away with it. Understand that the overwhelming majority of the men that she attacked were criminals. Literally very, most of the time, we're not talking simply criminals by profession, as in, say, a person who's engaging in underworld activity as a living. I'm talking about actual fugitive criminals who are hiding from the law and therefore, when found dead, their deaths are not investigated in the same sense that someone else's death would be, I assure you. So this is why her intensive interest in criminology, which she essentially guided me into so that I could follow that route if needed. just by a extraordinary set of circumstances, I do not need it. So there's not that adrenaline rush with the hunt for myself. Maybe someday that will be of necessity, and I will have to resort to that if something happens. But for the moment, I have a regular source, and understand that the presentation of the meal is so important. For me, not being someone like my mother, an apex predator, for me, it very much counts how the meal appears. So obviously, if you eat food, you want it to look good. You want it to be presented to you on a plate in an appetizing manner. That means everything to me. So understand that these young boys will garnish themselves. They put on their makeup, their glitter, etc. And all of that is the garnish that makes the meal so much more tenable. So there's a sensory aspect to it, but it's not sensual necessarily in the sexual sense. It just is what it is. But it's like, it's definitely something that leads to a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment that is best described as having a very satisfying meal. So there's a kind of a high that one gets with eating a steak or a tuna, sashimi. I'm thinking in the Japanese cuisine, of course, the raw tuna, etc. This is that buzz that people get with that kind of rich food. It's extraordinarily rich. And so this kind of rich food high or buzz, sense of satisfaction, fulfillment, and peace that one gets with that is the best way I can describe it at the moment. And I think that's the way to describe it. And of course, it does mean a lot to me that the boys volunteer themselves. So it's not I don't have to go through this necessarily this hunt thing that my mother was so much a part of my mother's life. And it's in that sense I'm just always in awe of her. Understand she's light years beyond what I am in terms of the kind of person that the kind of creature, if you will, that a human being could never be. So when it comes to that different level of speciation, the thing to remember is that I simply have found myself in a kind of privileged position, like a lion is in a zoo, where meat is brought to him. It's better than that because it's live food. So when it comes to the sense, now the boys get something out of it. My saliva, aside from being, as I described to Peter Moon recently, antiseptic, it's also it provides a sense of euphoria to them. They do describe that. So they do seem to get a bit of a high from my saliva entering their bloodstream, which is exactly what happens normally with a vampire anyway. This is what enthralls the victim. That's what leaves the victim essentially tolerating the blood being drained. The euphoria is stimulated in their, the DMT is basically injected into their system via the saliva as a delivery mechanism. And this is why when I was on antidepressants to prove that they were bad for me because they bloated me so terribly into what I feel was unrecognizable, the psychiatrist, Dr. Tao Tran, presented that as the rationalization for putting me on an extraordinary hypnotherapy program, which otherwise would never have been approved by insurance. The reality is that most people who can never stop taking the antidepressants because their body no longer produces serotonin after being on it for several years. And don't ever do this. When you're on it, you have to wean off. You have to do this under a doctor's supervision. You have to do it very slowly, and you have to have a doctor monitor you as your body adapts to lower and lower doses of serotonin. I just stopped. And I could do that because my body produces serotonin. This is what I essentially emit through my saliva. So I never really had a shortage of it, which is why the antidepressants bloated me so horribly and terribly. Was it was contraindicative with my body's natural production of that element anyway. So this is one of the reasons why the enemy's attempts to constantly break down my morale, though of course it all wears anyone down. You never see me become incredibly depressed, as you would see some people expect to become under such a siege, a relentless chronic siege. And also why something like the Vox Arca does not completely destroy me with the diagnostics I run on it every once in a while. So it's the my body producing a level of serotonin most people simply don't have. So all that being said,
I have a question.
Sure.
And I thank you first off for giving a very interesting answer to my question. But one thing that you alluded to that I didn't quite get. I was under the impression that when you got blood from the blood boys, that it would be through a, like as if they were donating blood, putting it into a tube, and then you were drinking it.
Oh my God, no!
Actually sucking it out of them.
Oh yes, through the shoulders. The shoulders,
I
not.
Didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Well, now you do. Yeah.
So how is the wound opened? Do you do it? Is it open? It's not. You're not opening it with your teeth, are you?
No. Vampires have always done it historically with blades. In the old days, it would be obsidian. It's probably the only tool vampires have ever really produced. Would be an obsidian blade, and then later on, of course, it would change to a razor. My mother preferred a straight razor, a barber's razor. And in my case, I mean, of course, she's not caring about closing. But in my case, I'll use a much more smaller razor blade. Not, of course, one of these multi-blades that I would use to shave my face, but more of a straight blade. And just do a cut that can easily be closed, and in an emergency, if we had to, suture it. I've never had that except once or twice where that had to be done. But it's basically, you just make a little cut, make certain that it's bleeding enough where you can salivate it, which expedites the flow. And then you just sup it from there. I don't prefer the term suck.
Okay, but there'd be another question.
Sure.
So when, say, when whether it be Sugar Daddy or whoever gets blood from these boys, are they doing it that way too?
Oh God, no! It's transfusions.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, okay, all right, that's what I thought.
Yeah, definitely. So this is why, to explain something else, I've said this before, but it bears retelling. Understand, first off, of course, my own saliva produces an anticoagulant, just like my mother's did. So they don't coagulate up on you, which, by the way, if any of you try to do it, please don't ever do this. Just don't do it. But if you were to try to do it, if you were trying to do what I do, you couldn't do it because the body would instantly start to coagulate. The blood would start to coagulate, and your saliva could do nothing to stop that other than make a mess. But in my case, I keep my lips around the open wound, which is why the smaller the better. And then the blood does not coagulate because of my saliva being antiseptic and anticoagulant, and also providing a euphoriac, delivering a euphoriac, the DMT, while I'm taking the blood. Theoretically, I could do that till they died. I, however, can't drink that much. My mother could. Her stomach would swell like a camel hump, and she could retain enough to keep her alive for quite a while without hunting again. Just by doing that, people would think she was pregnant. So she was mistaken for pregnant quite often. So in terms of someone like the people like Peter Thiel, who became infamous for blood boys, and is the only reason the world knows about them. He's really the only public context. The fact remains that his class takes it intravenously, But this is the effect, see, because I take it straight and I digest it, I do not get certain traits that these boys have, such as their gayness. Now, any scientist will tell you this is all bullshit, but these are the same assholes who will tell you that parabiosis, which is the rejuvenative effects of blood on a normal human being, blood from another human being on a normal human being, if it's the same blood type, is rejuvenating when it comes from a younger, healthier person. It's that simple. All of the elite does this. They take blood transfusions from blood drives held at young sources like high schools or Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts who donate. They take advantage of these things. When it comes to the effect it has on them, like a organ transplant, and this is how the Soviets, in their studies of vampirism, and even before they studied vampirism, the studies of Bodanov was the first blood transfusion expert in the Soviet Union. They considered blood a liquid organ. So when you're getting a blood transfusion, this is a liquid organ transplant. And just like if you get an organ transplant, it's going to change you. You're going to pick up traits from the organ donor. You pick up traits from the people you get your blood from. And so the blood boys, being overwhelmingly gay, for reasons that these are abandoned children rejected by their families, for that very reason, that's the easiest resource. The men who use them become increasingly gay. So this is why so many of the elites are increasingly homosexualized. Peter Thiel may not have started out gay, though I have my doubts about that. He probably always was, but he certainly became gay with enough blood transfusions from enough young blood boys. This is what happens. That doesn't happen to me because I digest the blood. I'm breaking everything down as a nutrient. I'm not taking it in intravenously, straight, like they are. I'm taking it straight in one sense, but I'm taking it not straight in another. They're getting it straight. And they get all the attributes, and they become increasingly gay over the years. What I have picked up is a lot of the social comfort zone around gayness. So when I talked to Beaver, we called him up to arrange for this shopping survey, and then he started bitching about something he saw on TV. I don't watch TV anymore. I get everything off of YouTube, so I don't see what he sees, which are like these local regional government-sponsored commercials, like San Francisco had one, and he was complaining about how appalled he was by it. He said, I turn it on in the morning, and there's this commercial, starts off, good sex, and shows some bizarre thing that crawled up from under a rock. You know, you lift up a rock and something crawls out from under it. Yeah, this thing says, good sex, come on down. And they're talking about, I said, what are you talking about? And he said, oh, it's some place where people can go and feel like they're part of a community and not being outcast as, you know, for being for what they are, a weirdo. And I'm like thinking, Jesus Christ, I haven't talked to him in so long. I realize how shocked I am by his attitude towards these alternative lifestyles, obviously, because I'm in completely different environments. When he starts saying something, when I was asking, do you remember what this place was? Because I was just, the fact that they had a San Francisco city and county government ad for some place where people could go, and he's like saying, yeah, you know, because I was trying to tell him how provincial he was. This was the term I used instead of bigoted. I said, you know, God, I realize at times like this how provincial you are. And of course he just laughed, but then he's like saying, look, I was just shocked. All right, you know, they're talking about bringing dildos and shit, and I like, you know, I never got out of him exactly. I'd have to look up the commercial. He said look up, you know, different hashtags I'd have to find, but it's just the fact that you know, I've gotten so used to this that when I come across one of the old gangsters who's super straight and just to a degree, we'll say, intolerant, that's how impacted I am. I'm impacted by the environment. Environmentally, I've grown so accepting of this behavior as the norm that I'm shocked by other people who are shocked by it. So there you go.
But I have another question for you. When this way of taking blood with the blood boys was entered, you had to introduce it to them.
Yes.
So there must have been, I mean, that must have been a little bit awkward to.
No, my son made it easy. Oh God, no, my son made it easy because I was doing it with after she had her sexual affirmation surgery and became my son and wanted me to recognize her as a boy, and the way to do this was through partaking of his blood at this point, and I did acquiesce to that. And he still has a very mystical perspective that he'll also be vampirized to a degree by my doing this, kind of like a rite of passage for him. He introduced it to all the blood boys, and they just went for it immediately. They all volunteered.
Okay.
Yeah, have done so ever since. Yeah.
Very unique circumstances. Very unique that it all worked out for you the way it did.
Yes.
Because I don't think you thought it would work out this way when you first got involved with your son, or when you purchased her at the time.
No, never would have dreamed of it. Not in a million years.
So serendipitous.
Yes.
For what? Yeah, I get it. I mean, and thank you, because it helps us all understand
Thank you.
Your situation a little bit better, because it is very unique, and it helps, I guess, everybody understand you better. It's because a lot of people don't even, to piece the whole story together is people just don't have time. It's challenging. So thank you very much for sharing that. It's interesting.
Thank you.
And thank you to the Blood Boys, if any of them are listening.
Yes.
For helping Douglas. We have an important mission to do.
Yes.
And we won't judge the uniqueness of the lifestyle. As they say, this is, Beaver grew up in San Francisco, where anything goes.
Nevertheless, he grew up as part of the ultra-conservative Cantonese-speaking Chinese community, which, of course, has a tremendous disdain for alternative lifestyles in general. It's strangely enough, of course, if you look at any Cantonese or even Mexican action film, they always have some token gay guy as usually a kind of jester figure. And Beaver's cousin, Douglas, ironically named Douglas, became that figure. He became openly gay, which of course terrorized the rest of the family. They were terrified of the concept, and it took a long while for them to accept that. But of course, you can imagine Beaver has no end of fun with making jokes about myself and his cousin Douglas, etc. It's a natural joke that would evolve, a running joke that developed over the years. Anyhow, love you dearly, Beaver, and you have a great night.
Thank you so much, and remember to donate to Douglas, and you'll get more incredible stories like this. Okay, so good night, everybody, and maybe I'll see you in the morning. Maybe I won't. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Blessed dreams. Take care. Bye for now. And that's GuyBooksUSA.com with Peter Moon. We're going to try and reestablish another call just so I can get my head out of my ass and ultimately deliver a monologue. Obviously, I'll be looking for a break so that I can refresh myself. The lovely lady Nancy Toulouse in Mexico offered a kind of service where she would provide something that I could play to break myself, and I'll discuss that with her, and we'll see what happens. Is all I can say. I kind of find it hard to understand. I guess she has to work some jobs in the daytime as an interpreter or somebody who works with interpretation. Now, I will admit that I am reluctant to call Ian West for a break. I'm afraid to leave him alone. Okay, so we will try, it being 9:32 p.m., let's try Brendan Zogit. See if we can use him as an anchor call for a little bit of time. See if he responds. Oh shit, he's not online. Okay, let's see now. We'll try Amy Comu, see if she responds. Or it looks like our man Mark H is active, as well as Ian West. Like I said, I'm not quite sure about that yet. I'm just, it's honestly, I'm just too frightened to leave him alone. So let's see if we can get somebody on here. Unavailable. So certainly people are welcome to volunteer themselves. I haven't been looking nearly enough inside of the chat room. I should check around and see if people are volunteering. Otherwise, you know what's going to happen. I'm going to get myself in trouble. So let's try and avoid that. Oh, Metaphysics with Ariana. Well, fuck, she's awake. I'll call her. Christ. Okay, there is, Joe Tai. There we are. Joe Tai, you wonderful human being. So, how are you doing?
Not bad. How are you doing?
Fine, fine. Much the better for speaking with you, I assure you. Let's see if we can drag in some other people to keep you company. And, of course, we have Ariana. Let's try her first, since she seems to be awake. It'll be interesting to see if she responds. And, tell us a bit about how you've been, Joe.
Oh, nothing much. I heard Ian West got you in trouble.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
You gotta be careful with what he sends you through the net, because it can be child traffic porn stuff that can get you more.
He's oh god, he's it's all my fault for even bringing him on. It's you know, and I'll just have to have him monitored. Just when he's on, I just got to be very alert, not like I was that day. And of course, it led to what had to happen. And Ariana has joined us, dear lady. She has her camera on. So, honey, you look gorgeous, beautiful. So glad to see you. You're wearing your brights. This is to keep the computer from burning your irises out. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. That's what it is.
Yes. Well, you're looking fine tonight.
Thank you. I was just lying down in my room, and I have to do that a lot because of my back. I'm on disability for my back, so. Yes,
understood. And you know, I don't remember exactly what came about to put your back in that position, to use a pun, but what are you willing to share that?
Yeah. It's called degenerative arthritis and degenerative disc disease. I did go to a chiropractor, though, but it's been a number of years since I've been back. So it's time for me to go back. So that's what qualified me, you could say, for getting disability plus depression. I was going through some stuff.
Yeah, well, quite a bit. I mean, I remember elements of it. When it comes to chiropractors, people have no idea how important they are. The modern doctors are utterly inimical to them. They're probably because they help so much. In general, though there are some cases which doctors always bring up, where, of course, more damage is done than good, but that's in every case with any kind of health situation.
Yeah. I was shocked because, like, the doctors, I went first to the doctors regarding my pain, and they were just the doctor says, "Oh, well, I'll just send you to a surgeon or something." So I was like, "What's going on here?" I go to the surgeon, and he speaks to me for like 2 minutes. I tell him some stuff about my pain, and he's like, "Okay, well, we can schedule an appointment, and we'll open you up and explore and see what's going on."
Incredible.
And then
Incredible.
And I did it, and then I went to a chiropractor, and they said, "Yeah, they took X-rays of my back, and then they showed me what was wrong and with the discs and everything." And the chiropractor said, "Yeah, this is really common. We do this all the time." I said, "Do people actually get well? Because like according to the medical doctors, no, they'd have to fuse my vertebrae together and remove my discs and all this crazy."
Jesus fucking Christ. Just nightmare.
Yeah.
Just nightmarish.
Yeah. The chiropractor's like, "Yeah, we do this all the time." And it was a lady at that moment, and she was like, "Here, let me show you all the different x-rays of just a few." I mean, she showed me like 5 or 10 different people, where you see the slow progression that their back is getting back into place and everything. Mm-hmm. And so there was your proof. Your proof is right there in the x-rays. And she showed me case after case after case. Mm-hmm. And, so yeah, it's really common. It's really common knowledge. And then for the medical doctors to turn around and be like, "Oh, well, let's explore. We'll open you up." And, talk to me for like 2 minutes. Each doctor talked to me 2 minutes. "Oh, we'll open you up. We'll explore and see what's inside there." And, that was all crazy and unnecessary. Oh, and they put me on painkillers, because I really couldn't move. I was in that much pain. So, it was addictive painkillers that didn't work after a while, and you're worse off. The pain is more intense when you become more addicted to the painkiller. Mm-hmm. And so the chiropractor said, "Okay, well, you can keep taking your painkillers and mask the pain." She says, "Or you can stop taking painkillers, and every time you feel pain, just lie down and rest. Give your back a chance to kind of rest, because gravity, gravity is always pulling down on the spine and kind of compressing the vertebrae on the discs, and so this is what happens." And so lo and behold, it took me. It was a bit of a weaning, or not weaning, but it was like withdrawal type situation, getting off of the painkillers. And then after I passed that phase, lo and behold, I'm in pain, and I lie down, and until I don't feel bad anymore, and I can get up and keep going. Oh my goodness, you know what I mean? It's like doctors never told me this.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. I appreciate you sharing that. So what I'm going to do, honey, is I'm going to grab some liquid Coke, refresh myself, be back in a few minutes, and you're well aware of the situation. You can feel free to take advantage of that time to tell people about your channel, and by all means, Joe Tai is with us, so I have not properly introduced the two of you. Joe Tai, this is Ariana, also known as Nancy Toulouse in Mexico, and Nancy, this is Joseph Tai in, you're in New Jersey now, Joe, or where?
Yeah, I'm still in Jersey.
Okay. Yeah, and have you ever had any problems with your back?
Oh yeah, I remember the roof incident, so I went to the chiropractor, and yeah, it helps. I mean, but the older chiropractors don't have the modern machinery that's better, and they're limited in their knowledge on the new ways of doing chiropractor. So,
wow.
So it's nicer to go to the newer, the more experienced ones.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you have this lovely vision of Nancy Toulouse with us tonight, dear Ariana. So, Ariana, while you bless Joe Tai with that visage of yours, why don't you also share with the listeners, we always have new listeners, exactly what it is you do, and or their channel. Oh God, yes, and Ian's already pumping shit into the the text box here. I'm going to let him do that because that shouldn't impact us. Just beware that. Oh, Michelle is with us, oh thank God. So there will be a three-way conversation. This will help immensely. Yes. So, dear Michelle, thank you for jumping back on the call. I saw you came on for a few seconds there and then left. What was that about?
I had 2 calls coming in at the same time.
Oh, okay. Yes, well, you're popular. You know that. And yes,
it's coming in waves.
Yes, so it always does that. When it rains, it pours. So, honey, yeah. we're so glad to have you with us. Before I go refresh myself, I hopefully will be back. Ian says he's threatening to come on in about 30 or 45 minutes. Of course, if I had any iota of sanity, I would never let him on again. He redeemed himself a little bit by helping us with the online broadcasting service, however, the software. So we do owe him that. So if he does come back before I get back, I'm counting on you two ladies, because Joe's just not going to be there for that, to be the adult supervision and make certain that Ian doesn't put anything, and I mean anything up. No, he's not allowed to play anything till I get back, and it'll have to go.
I just logged on to check in because it's been a little while.
Well, I'm hoping you'll stay for a little while. I mean, good. Just stay for a little bit, please.
Well, that was the other phone call. A friend is gonna take me out to do something. So
when?
In about 15, 20 minutes.
So I better take advantage of this time now. So do me a favor, stay here with Ariana and speak with her. And Joe, of course. I'm sorry. What's that, Mish?
I said red like the wind bullseye.
Yeah. Not quite sure I caught the meaning of that, but yeah, yeah. So, kisses to both you ladies, hugs to Joe, and Joe, see if you can provide something for these ladies to bounce off on once in a while. I mean, your sex appeal or whatever you think you have. With that, both of you ladies, I love you both. I'll be back. I'll go mute. Thank you, honey, for the kiss. Kisses back in return. And we'll, I'll be back soon enough. I'll let you know when I'm back. Take care.
How is everybody?
Great. How about you, Michelle?
I've been doing okay.
Oh, you got my message on your thing about the Republicans?
Yes, please send me some research. Research is always welcome on my page. But this is a real thing that has been happening. There's been several trade agreements and treaties that have been trying to put our sovereignty under ICANN and the EWF and World Health for on and off for several decades. So, but again, it doesn't matter. Another president could always switch it up if they wanted to. So.
Yeah, Bobby's son is running. One of the Kennedys was explaining to us about the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats. And the Democrats are pro environmental protection and anti-pollution. I didn't know that until he explained it. So it was very interesting,
Yeah, it just depends on.
And he's an anti-vaxxer too, so.
Yeah, it just depends on how the pendulum swings in a lot of things. Like, it manages to correct itself at some point anyway. So I just put it up there because I wanted to have it up there for my own personal reference of library. I keep my Facebook page.
Well, you said the UN wasn't anything good anyways.
No,
they got their own prostitution rank and.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that is my. If I preach on it, I think I preach on that for sure. So.
How's your back? What do we need to? You got a lot of options down there in Mexico on who can take care of your back?
Well, maybe there are, chiropractors here. They actually have good dentists here. I had some tooth work done 14 years ago in Mexico, it was so much better than this exact same type of tooth work I got in Beverly Hills a year prior. They did a horrible job, and then I come down to Mexico, work on another tooth, the same problem, and they did a stellar job. So it just, you don't know what you're going to get down here, actually, because the medical doctors, when I was living in Mexico 14 years ago, the medical doctors were not the same as the medical doctors in America. So I had a health issue at 14 years ago, and so I got better care, doctor care in America, because I went back to America after spending about 11 months in Mexico 14 years ago, and they were able to help me. Well, I also did alternative healing as well, and that helped me a lot. Yeah,
I mean, Michelle should take advantage of the doctors across the border. I mean, she's having problems.
I wish, but I'm not welcome there.
Oh.
I'm not welcome. My ex-husband's family is part of the government there, and that kind of made me what's that?
A fugitive?
Persona non grata.
Huh?
Persona non grata, so to speak. And how I found out that was the case was there was an organization called Vision for the Kingdom that I'm a board member of, and soon after I was divorced, we were supposed to go to do a Guadalajara to pass out to work at a school for a week or two, and they put me on the list of volunteers, and this organization never had a problem going down before. They were always approved, and passports and all that weren't a big issue. But the whole project got red flagged.
Oh.
So I told the guy that was headed up the project, I said, take me off the list and resubmit it and see what happens. So he took me off the list and resubmitted the list. Didn't change anything else, just took my name off. Everything went through.
Wow. So how do you get to see your kids? Do you get to see your kids?
My kids are grown. One's in their 30, one's 31, and the other one is going to be 28. But no, parent alienation played a big part in my life because I left the mafia. When I left the mafia, that my kid. I mean, I did have time where I spent with my kids, but everybody just made it so difficult and punished my kids for spending time with me, especially as they got older. When they got younger, it was not so much a big deal, but as they got older, they could be even more free thinking and make their own decisions. They got their finances get jumbled up. Other people around them, they had friends, they had employees that they needed to think of. So it's just we keep in touch long distance.
Okay.
I know how they are, or what's going on in their life, but just so they can have a good thriving life, I stay out of their way. And it's like that. That's a common thing with people who have grown up in organized crime, or politics, or even a lot of messy divorces in general deal with that. I forget his name, but one of my Facebook friends just recently finished a book on parent alienation. It's like all the different forms of parent alienation and the strategies on how to work it out and stuff like that. And another friend of mine wrote a book years ago. I love the title of it. It's called How to Get Laid Without Getting Screwed. And and it has to deal with parent alienation.
Okay.
It's mainly for men. So men are having to pay child support for children that aren't theirs, or how not to be a bank account. And there's and how he got the reason why he got a hold of me about that book, I found out about it, was because at that time I was a director of a shelter, and I had the men's home. The majority of my clients were college dropouts because they had been raped at frat parties. And yes, men can get raped. They can get drugged
Yeah,
and raped. And now they were finding themselves having to pay child support for babies that were conceived, in this situation. So they were double victimized.
How did that exorcism go, Michelle?
The one is still ongoing. I have 3 or 4 of them actually going on. But the one stage of the most serious one that I had talked about the last time.
Yeah.
So, like I said, she's back with her family, but she's not completely safe. There's still a lot of issue. I had another one in Pennsylvania, and that one is done.
That's amazing.
That wrapped up. As a matter of fact, that wrapped up tonight. A few hours tonight, we got resolution on that.
Well, that's something to be so grateful for.
Yeah. But the one in Illinois is really, really. I think it's going to take another month or two. It's
So
already been.
are you dealing with some entity that's doing the exorcism for you, or are you just doing it over the phone?
I do a long distance over the phone, and I deal with everybody involved, because that way I can teach them how to keep their health up and keep the situation stable, and then they still have me to fall back on, for however long they need. But there's also another one that I'm doing in Haiti, so that's been going on for a little bit.
That's probably heavy duty, because in Haiti there's a lot of negative energy and stuff.
Yeah, it is pretty, but there are some things that are breaking through, so I'm happy about that.
That's fantastic. Yeah, that's wonderful. Wow.
Yeah, but
to be able to help people, because I would not know how to help a person in that way, on that level. When I say that level, I mean metaphysically speaking, like in other dimensions, like these entities that come from other dimensions. I would not know how to help somebody who was in trouble like that. I mean, I would like to one day. I am striving towards that, learning things like through metaphysics, and I have another source that I like to listen to that
the help that you have. Well, this is like frontline warfare, trench type stuff.
What kind of warfare?
I think yours is more like some of it's preventative, some of it is the restoration of like getting them healed up when they're on triage.
I guess
so they can go back out there. But then the other one is how to help them with their inner psyche of like PTSD, if you will. And that war, that is pretty intense of what goes on in a person's mind. That's how I see you more.
Actually did, I did a talk on PTSD through this particular group called Women for Success. And
helping people to stay integrated in everyday society is, it's a big deal to do that.
Right. Yeah, that would be more what my focus is. And so
that's how
my channel.
That's the realm that I see you doing that you do. So, um,
Yeah, so we all have what we have. We're all unique individuals. We're all creations of God source, and
yeah, it's important because you know how
unique
many people are.
individuals.
Well, I saw a really nice video today about Skid Row, where this one guy was saying everybody thinks that they're drug addicts down there, and he goes, and that's not true. And I was really happy that he said that because there's some bunch of videos and news reels coming out lately that are just that's what they're putting out there, that people are mental and drug addicts. But that's
Yeah,
not necessarily the truth. And even if it's still, this guy said what he said was very compassionate, very accurate. They're broken hearts. They're broken hearts, they're broken minds, they're people who are very stressed and are trying to deal with life. And that's exactly what I've been saying. And that's exactly true. So Ariana, what you're doing is you're helping to heal a lot of that.
yes, that was one thing that is one thing that frustrates me when I see these documentaries about homelessness. They never sit down and just freaking talk to one. Just talk to them, and you'll be amazed. The inner strength that they had, or some sort of strength. I don't know how you would.
He was so beautiful.
Describe
I wanted to
it.
kiss this guy because he was saying, if you see somebody strung out on drugs, chances are they weren't doing drugs until they got there. They need to do the drugs. So because at a week or two in hell, you're going to want to do drugs. They probably never did drugs before, but now they're living in hell. They need drugs to cope. Two, if they're a woman, they're going to do drugs so they can stay up at night and not get raped, and so they can sleep during the day. So because there's more eyes on them, they're going to be less likely to get raped. I was like, thank you for putting, interjecting some more logic into it, because this narrative that's been coming out lately for the past year or so of there's one in particular, this guy who lives in the Palisades or Beverly Hills or whatever. He comes down and he does white underbelly. People in Skid Row. He interviews a lot of people from Skid Row.
So
I watch
yeah,
that a lot.
But I tell you
pardon me?
what, I tell you what, those of us who are, who are very involved down there, and a lot of the citizens down there don't like him. We don't like him because he goes, the judgmental attitude that he has. And,
Oh,
Yeah,
and
no. I've
you
met
know,
somebody like that too. They came from a church,
and he
and
go,
they
oh,
were just
there's
like,
plenty of that too. There's plenty of people that
they
come
wanted
down
to
just, they
preach to the
they
homeless, repent, without even knowing the people.
it's worse than that. They feed people to get a tax write-off. They take photos and they act like everybody's a zoo animal.
Yeah,
They don't even
I've
look at
met
people.
multiple church groups who have gone to help the homeless. You know what I mean? And
So I'll tell
yeah,
you
they'll
this.
give you
I'll
some
tell you this.
food, and then they'll preach at you saying you need to repent, and you
I'll
need
tell
to
you this.
receive Jesus. And they don't even know the people. They don't even know what they've been through. So that's
I'll
really sad.
tell you this quick story, and then I'm gonna get ready to go out to dinner. So so
it's cheaper to eat out, isn't it, Michelle?
yeah, sometimes it is. Yeah. So a couple years ago, this is when I was no, this is back in 2012. So I was doing a lot of training still training across the country, and training in nursing homes, training the police. Um, and I had a lot of programs going on because I was much healthier. And so anyway, I was invited to go to this dinner out in Santa Monica. It was just a small group of people, and they really wanted to understand about homelessness. They wanted to understand about sex exploitation and organized crime. And it was, I just thought it was going to be me talking to like 7 or 8 people. I had no idea. My friend surprised me with a gourmet dinner, talking with these group of people. And he had organized this fundraiser that I did not even know. It was a very sweet surprise. So when I got done with that, I went straight from there to Union Rescue Mission, where I was doing some volunteer work. And on the way, I was walking down the street, and I see cameras, and I see this church crowd, and I see them talking to some drug addicts. And I knew these drug addicts very, very intimately. Most of them were elderly, and they belonged in a nursing home. But of course, they didn't have family. They had nobody to advocate for them to do that. And by now, they were too hooked on drugs for me to advocate for them to get in there. So, but I managed to get a couple nursing home nurses and staff to come help them and monitor them and get them, what basic care we could until they were ready to go off the street. Well, the pastor starts talking about prostitutes, and he turns around and he goes, "Oh, here's one now," looking right at me.
Oh.
On live television, a station that around the world that I had preached on a few years before.
Wow. So it makes you think that sometimes people get involved with homeless people maybe because they're bad.
So, I told him, I said, I don't know, but these good people on this channel, I know, and they know me. Let me tell you about my work. And he goes, "Sister, you don't have to be combative. I'm going to pray for you." I said, "You pray for me, I will hunt you down all the way to your church." I said, "I will know when you're praying for me. I will get up in the middle of the night. Get up in the middle of the night, and I will find you. Just by following your prayers, I will find you. And every judgment that comes on you will come to me, that you try to put on me, is coming to you right now. Prostitutes, what do you know about prostitutes? I happen to know about this channel." And I started calling out all the crap that channel ever did to me, ever did to a bunch of people that I had been counseling and that I knew. And it's TBN. It's an international channel. Everybody, it's well known, and its corruption is pretty well known too. And I just started calling it out, and I said, "Do you know any of these people? Do you know their names? You were trying to pray for them, and they were batting you away. That man right there, you don't even know he is alive or not. I tell you what, he is, but you didn't even care to look. I'll tell you how I know he's alive. You don't even know if he is or not. You guys all, because the guy actually looked like this one guy looked like he was dead, but all of this stuff, I called them out on it. I said, "This is my territory. You didn't ask my permission to pray here." I said, "There's pastors down here that you need to ask our permission. You never cleared it with me."
So there is principality.
Yeah. Oh, I chased them away, and it was on live TV. And you know what? I told the last cameraman, I said, swing around and look at this. Because you know what? My druggies, they came to me. They were standing behind me. All these little elderly drug addicts standing behind me like a little army. And the one guy goes, "She's our mother. She's our pastor. We don't know you. We don't want you. She takes care of us."
Yeah, be careful, the Bible says, of the wolves in sheep's clothing.
And that, you know what? And that the one lady, she said that. She said, "You know what she taught us? She taught us nobody's allowed to pray. Not just everybody's allowed to pray for us. If we don't want you touching us,
Yes. You must be
it's
very
my body.
careful.
Because they were
Yes.
trying. Because the other thing too was some people were trying to cast a demon out of her when she was screaming at them and telling them to leave her alone. It's just she didn't want to be touched. She didn't know who these people were. It was late at night.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
she's a little angry woman. And these strangers come up and start saying, "Oh, in the name of Jesus, can we pray for you?" And then, "Oh, sweet Jesus," and then she's like, "Don't touch me, don't touch me." And they're like, "Oh, in the name of Jesus," and she starts swinging and batting, you know. And I'm like,
listen, they don't listen. Yeah, it's like they'll want to preach at you and lay hands on you, but they don't want to listen to you or know who you are. I mean, that's what I see
how
there.
needed you are. See how needed your type of work is, Ariana. It's very much needed.
Thank you.
There.
Yeah.
Yes. Wonderful.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
Oh, I was going to say with that, I'm going to
before you go, honey, I just want you to know George Knight is with us. I do hope all of you say yes.
Hey,
say hello.
George, I listened to somebody today on a video. I swear it sounded like your voice. And then when I look up and I was like, no, that's not him. But oh my gosh, it was really weird how much your voices sounded alike. But anyway, I love you guys. I miss y'all.
Oh, before you go, Amor Fadi from Mexico says, love to listen to beautiful ladies talk about helping others and healing others. I can relate to broken hearts, mind, etc. Thank you for helping others heal. Listening to you helps me heal as well. And he's got some emojis there for you. So you might want to respond to him before you leave, honey.
Oh, thank
both
you
of
for
you,
that.
of course.
Thank you for that. And I love you all too. And I just love bragging about God. I love, you know, we were born of love. I mean, that's pretty awesome. That Creator is love, and He bore us all out of that. Or he, she, you know, because in God there is no male, female, or anything like that. But anyway, you know what? I have a prayer request for y'all. I need to find a new website platform. Because Weebly has been taken over by Square. It is just no joy in putting my website together. And they're charging. Square has now charged me for something that they're double charging me. And
How
they're
about
giving
Odyssey?
me Odyssey. I don't know it. I'll look for it.
Good.
I love putting my own website together, and it helps me think. But I need it to be a joy to put together too. Is Odyssey a cut and paste?
It's a platform. It's not like a help build your website. Yeah.
I'll look into it. I'll look into it because I did look into Anchor, but I need. It would make my life a lot easier to be able to take care of some of these things that I'm taking care of. Just put a bunch of stuff up on a website and then, you know, tell people, you know, direct them to the website for them to handle certain things. But
okay.
And then I had, you know, the Rearranging Hell and all those other websites, and now Square wants to charge me, and they're putting extreme limits on me. Like, I can only have so many videos up. I can only have so many pictures up, and you know, these are supposed to be it's supposed to be media websites, you know, film websites. You can't have limits on something like that.
Right.
Right. Or I'll look into Odyssey. Thank you for that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's spelled differently, like SEE, and it's orange and white.
It's
with
ODYSEE. Yeah, ODYSEE.com is
and
what
it's
you would.
the icon
Well,
is orange and white.
If
Yeah.
anybody has any more suggestions,
Um,
please.
no.
I don't think I have my.
I mean, the thing to remember about places like that is that you notice I kept totally silent while they brought up Odyssey, is because all my stuff is filed there as a backup, but it's nigh unnavigably retarded. It's very few people can find what's on there, and when they do find what's on there, half the time they can't watch it because it doesn't interface well with whatever search engine they're using. So John Warrington, for instance, had to take my latest censored episode and reload it because people couldn't see it, and there were plenty of people who could, but a lot of people couldn't.
Yeah,
So
I saw that.
yeah, and so.
Well, I have to figure this out, though.
Yeah.
I have to figure this out because it helps me with my writing of the books and the scripts.
Yes.
Plus, it's logging all this information, and it's just would help me. It's helping me get as paperless as possible.
Yeah.
I just need to do it. And I would like to start making a living off of the information that I know.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
I see so many other people doing that. It would be nice if I could.
I mean, that's what I dreamed of for years, and it's never come to pass. But come on, you can try. I shan't discourage you.
Yeah, well, I mean, Douglas, how many years have I been trying to even get my own podcast up?
Yeah. Yes.
For how many podcasters I've been a guest on, each one of you, including yourself, has tried to get me my own show, and some weird thing would always come up.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I love you guys, and thank you for letting me spend some time with you.
We love you too.
Love you, Michelle. Mwah.
Yes.
I'll talk to you sometime when I can.
Please. Well, I'll continue pestering you, so you can count on that.
All right. Love you guys. Bye.
Right.
Well, you wouldn't be a brother
Michelle.
if you did that. Good day. As brothers pester, that
Yes.
don't they?
Yes, they do.
Love you.
Yes. Love you dearly. Bye. Take care, honey. And so that was Michelle Carmela Saldana. We do have George Knight with us, returning from his honeymoon. So he's enjoyed his nuptials. Tell us a bit about what you're willing to share.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. So good to be on with you all. And very nice to speak to you. I've just returned back 2 days ago. So
Well, we're excited to have you back. And were you on the web a few times when you were on your honeymoon, or was that just your memories were coming up? The memories kept coming up that I
Yes, I didn't. Yeah, thank you so much for doing that, Douglas. I only came on Facebook only a couple times. I can ascertain because I don't have the application, but I went on the web browser and I managed to get on only a couple times just to see what's going on. And but no, I wasn't. It was just away from civilization. It was a true remote island paradise. It was wonderful.
That sounds awesome. Ooh.
Yeah.
So tell us
went
where
to
Spain. Go on.
It was Cape Verde. It's a collection of islands. It's the Cape Verde Archipelago. It's across the equator, and it's classed as Southern Africa towards the west, west of Senegal, West Africa. And it was just, amazing. It was, we went to an island called Boa Vista. It was just, it was, gorgeous. Gorgeous.
So nice. So nice.
Yeah, white sands, turquoise ocean. It was just, gorgeous. Yeah, we had a wonderful time. Full week away. So it was lovely. It was a nice time to recollect and to, just enjoy each other's company. So it was just wonderful.
Yeah.
Do you have the kids along with you, or?
No, it was just adults. It was an adults-only resort we went to. Yeah.
Good. And so, just out of curiosity, who took care of the kids? Where'd you park them?
Grandmother. Grandmother did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the grandmother did. Yeah, Nanny did. Yeah, for the week, which was wonderful. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very much appreciated. Yeah, so it was just wonderful just to have a break away. It was lovely. It was a long time coming. We haven't been away for 4 years.
Amazing.
Since prior the birth of our little girl and COVID.
Yes.
Since the inception of COVID. Yeah, so it was just wonderful. No, I'm just so glad to be on with you, Douglas. Yeah, we're looking forward to it, and it's bright and sunny here in England.
Oh, wonderful.
Wow, miracle.
We brought the sun back with us, yeah. But where we were, it only rains. It's in the last 5 years. It's only rained 4 times. Excuse me, 5 times in the last 4 years. Got that the wrong way around. Yeah, so it's just remarkable. It was an eye opener. It was experience. It was an eye opener. Just the population of the whole of Cape Verde was around 500,000 residents, citizens, and so it's a very small collection, but it's one of the most economic in all of Africa because of they rely on tourism. They rely on a lot of people especially from Germany, Europe, from England to visit. So it was very highly populated with tourists. So it was just wonderful.
Yeah,
it was definitely an eye opener and a perspective. Yeah, not seen before. And just like the things like fruit, for example, so much more better than what is in England.
Oh my God!
So much more. Yeah,
I
so
can
much
imagine.
more. Yeah, the flavor, the juiciness, it was just so much more. Yeah, it was just so much more flavorful and potent. Yeah, it was just wonderful. But yeah, no, I will send you over some photographs, Douglas, on Messenger.
Excellent.
Excellent. At some point, maybe later on, or at some point. Yeah, just so you can see
right. And by the way, it sounded, Ariana, as if you had said where, or what was the question you had asked earlier while he was going on?
Regarding the rain, not much rain.
Uh-huh.
What area were you talking about? Was that couldn't have been England, right?
No. He's Cape. Well, when you speak of the Cape Verde archipelago, it does ultimately. It's a territory of Spain's, right? One of them.
It was before. It belonged to the Portuguese for hundreds of years.
Right. Okay.
Yes. No, thank you. Beg your pardon. It belonged to the Portuguese, and it only got its independence in 1975. I was looking at the history of it. Okay. It only gained its history, its sovereignty, and its independence in 1975. Okay. Basically the president got assassinated, and he handed it down to his younger brother. Uh-huh. And I cannot remember the names of the individuals, so people can look this up. And then it declared its independence. And since that point in time, the fiscal income a year, economically, it brings home to the economy 4 billion a year, makes just from tourism alone, because it has no natural resources. So it relies heavily, but it's one of the most developed in terms of bringing in tourism in Africa.
Okay, so that's what you meant, is that, so basically it is at this point, rather than being considered an outpost of Europe, it is now essentially, they've reoriented their identity to essentially an African identity?
Yes, exactly. It was interesting because there was, we actually, the last couple of nights we were there, and then a couple that was next to us at the dinner table, actually said that they go to Barbados or they go to the Caribbean. They've been there, I think, multiple times. But they said, but when you're in the Caribbean, you're in the Caribbean. Whereas when they come to Cape Verde, to any of the islands, whether it's Sal or Boa Vista, they say that you don't realise you're there. There's basically no cultural backup history. Because of the hundreds of years it belonged to the Portuguese, and then the Africans declared its independence only very recently, so there is no history, but they tried to basically revamp it to bring out the African culture into the islands. They've tried to reintroduce it to the islands.
Interesting. Now, this is going to be an incredibly stupid question on my part. Understand, everybody, that of course I took advantage of a few moments to look up Cape Verde Islands and just get some images, just some kind of general. Now, obviously, I knew of them because obviously geography is my passion. Everybody knows my obsession with geopolitics, and I know quite a bit more about many places than other people do. But obviously, someplace like Cape Verde wouldn't necessarily fall within my attention span very much, because it's essentially a beautiful tourist spot as opposed to something that's necessarily of strategic importance in the immediate sense. So it manages to get by as one of those places I know of, but not know much about. So the stupid question would be, do these people look black?
Yes, yes. Every single, what would you call a worker or resident on the island, they are all African ethnicity. They're all from African backgrounds.
Wow.
So they are very black. Yeah.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yes. Yes, they've completely redeemed or consolidated their own identity or basically sovereignty, independence to the islands. They completely regained them from the Portuguese. The Portuguese is their first national language, actually, besides the ones that ever emigrated over. They've tried to incorporate the African culture over to the islands because it was just basically a, what do you want to call it? During the slave triangle for hundreds of years, it was a stopping point from across the Atlantic, because it was the closest point to basically the African continent and the Southern American continent, or around the Southern Hemisphere. So
right, just for our listeners, I'll rephrase that. For our listeners, I'll rephrase that as the triangle trade, which comprised the slaves, rum, and what else was there? Cotton, or what was the other third? There was a third. They called it yeah, go on.
I'm totally guessing. I said sugar. I don't know, though.
Oh, molasses! It was molasses. That's it. Thank you, honey.
Yeah, molasses.
Yes.
Really big.
Yes,
back
molasses. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Molasses and so those three items, they wound up being called the triangle trade, and this was obviously a major stopping point, as our man George said. So please go on, George. This is so educational.
Yeah. So as far as I'm aware, and I never actually asked any of the the native or indigenous people of the islands, the ones that have been there maybe for generations, or the ones that have just emigrated over there for working. Because I believe that the pay is over there. They are on very minimum money, and so but they work incredibly hard across the board, over 12 hours every day, 6 days a week, and then when they have a day off, we got the information that they just sleep. But they have family there. They have children, especially like the chambermaids, the waitresses. They all had families in the village, and then we managed to see the villages, and they're very derelict, incredibly run down. Wow. I mean, I was even, as a telecoms engineer working in the field, I could see their poles are very outdated, and they were just hanging wires. So if there was any lorries coming by, it would take them out. I just realized how run down the whole place was. But where we were staying was very
by the way, that has to be a fire hazard of unspeakable fire hazard. Go on.
These were power line poles as well as telecoms poles. But but where we were staying was very well developed. Well developed.
Right. Ariana, I'm sorry, what were you going to say, honey?
I was going to say, a lot of what you said sounds exactly like where I am, in the sense that, you're walking down the sidewalk, you better watch out for those hanging
electric cables and wires.
They're everywhere.
Oh my God.
It's crazy. Yeah, and then just everything else that you described, I was just like, oh, like Mexico. Oh, like Mexico. Oh, like Mexico. Like, what is it, Cabo or Baja California? There's areas that are for tourism. I've never been to those places, but same thing. The locals, they work in tourism. Yeah, and so reason being, I never been to those places is because they charge. Prices are much higher over there. Here, I'm the only white person. And yes, they'll try to overcharge me, but very often they will give me the local price, which is extremely affordable for me. But if I were to go to a tourist place, everything would be like 5 times more expensive.
Absolutely.
I did try to. I've visited different places in Mexico, and I decided to be where I am here for many reasons, many good reasons why to be here and not elsewhere. But that's all I wanted to say, is that it reminded me of, Mexico. Hey, that sounds like Mexico.
So this does fit a pattern. Yeah, but so go on. Thank you, honey. Thank you for that. And
Thank you.
That is frightening. The idea of hanging electrical wires that you have to watch out for.
Yeah.
So go on.
Yeah, and so we actually that was on the day we did this excursion where we went quad biking, and so we actually got to see a lot of the island. We went to the southern part of the island, very remote, isolated areas. Pockets of isolated areas where you couldn't actually access through just normal conventional just normal vehicles. So you needed either 4x4s, off-road vehicles to actually access them. So we got on quad bikes and we went down the island. We went out for 4 hours and we saw a lot of remote locations. On the way back, we picked up the head chef of our resort where we were staying, and he was just living in a rundown apartment.
Oh my God!
So really, and that was one of the head chefs, and so it just puts things into perspective that they live in, the conditions they were living in. So, but they worked extremely hard and very passionate about their work. So yeah, it was an eye opener. But also, one individual, one little young man who was selling, little just accessories on the beach. Yeah. Like beads and bracelets and necklaces and key rings. Little tourist souvenirs, and he asked me, he goes, can you take me back to England? He asked us where we're from. He goes, can you take me back to England with you?
Oh my God.
And I said, I'm so sorry, I wish I could. Yes. His name was Mustafa, and I said, I wish I could. And it brought tears to my eyes after he left, having a conversation with him. He just, and I said, what beautiful island you live on. Yeah. Where you live. And he was just like, it's beautiful, but it's just the way of life he's not, he's wanting. He wants, a change of life. So,
you might ask him. Everything the way you interacted with him was fine. It was the best way to interact with him. I probably would have been a bit more philosophical about drumming it into his head about how good he has it in some ways, at least.
Exactly. Yeah.
But obviously he's dreaming of basically excitement, or at least the opportunity to quote unquote make something more of himself, probably something like that. Yes. Or there's these dreams that people have, but they're very misleading. They can be very misleading. Yes. And they really just don't understand that these areas that seem to have opportunity are really just horror stories.
I've met, because I speak Spanish fluently and have done so for 30 years, I have met Hispanics. No matter what city I've been in New York City and other cities. I lived in New York. I lived in New York City for 9 years. But at any rate, just meeting the Hispanics that come here, and they're not legal, and it reminds me of Don Quixote de la Mancha, that to dream the impossible dream, because like for a lot of people, they can't cross the border, so they dream the impossible dream to get across the border. And when they finally do get over across the border, they're working really hard and they are getting less than minimum. Yeah. And they work them, oh my gosh, 7 days a week, 10, 12 hours a day, really hard. I saw it once. It was this cake factory, and the lady was like, we've got to work fast. We've got to work fast. No breaks, no lunch, no meals, but the lady was used to it, maybe because from where she came, I don't know. But, and she got a pittance, for all of her hard work. So they come here, they think they're going to have this great dream life. And, I can only imagine that it's not as good. it's not good compared to, like, at least if they're in their country, they're with their families. At least if they're in their country, they're surrounded by people who they're familiar, who they can feel familiar. When you travel like that to another country and trying to make it, often as an illegal, it's hell. It is pure sheer hell. And if they survive it, hopefully they can survive it and get back. I've seen it time and time and time again. There's a lot of evil people in business who are just looking for illegals to work pack mules. Yeah.
Yes, it's horrible.
For minimum wage.
Absolutely horrible.
But I don't think that's necessarily what you saw, certainly on Cape Verde. It's very different because Cape Verde, what's going on is these people are essentially working for other people of their own nationality. So that they're working very hard, but they're not necessarily ruthlessly exploited in what is essentially slave labor.
No, they were very content with their work, their job professions. Yeah, they were very happy to be there. You could tell the ones that were working on the resort were happier compared to other places we went to. They were very appreciative. Yeah. They were. The boy who was on the beach, he was not working for the resort. He was the one that was asking me to please take me back because he was looking for an extravagant work life. That's what he was looking for. He was asking me, could I come back to work with you? And I said, if I had my own business and company, I would happily take you back home and you could work for me. It wasn't like that at all. It was like, I can't bring you back and work. You can't work for the company I work for. You need to be living here to essentially have a background and an identity, because you need a driver license and all that, a residence, and it would have been, you can't do that. But I said, what a wonderful island you live on. I said, the weather is different in the UK to what it is here. I said, so you have that. And so, that was the conversation, but it just I thought, bless him. I did think, but these people do think that the grass is always greener on the other side, and it's always not always like that. If you came here, you'd be working probably triple time.
Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh, God. Well, I just hung up the call, so let me reestablish it. That was what happens sometimes when you're dealing with multiple things at once. And so we'll start with Joe Tai, as we did last time, to be the anchor of the call. So let's call him back to reestablish the call. Can do simultaneously call Ariana if she might establish it. Joe Tai's not necessarily the smartest, the sharpest knife in the drawer. Where the fuck is Ariana? Here we are. And to Louise. Alright, let's call her. Okay, they're all stuck on the call. Okay. So we'll give them a few seconds to realize that they're off the call. Let's see if we can... all right. Let's see. This will do it. Get something on here. Then add everybody onto this. There we are. So,
sorry about that.
No worries. I'm just exploiting you right now so I can use you as the anchor to bring other people back on because they don't realize that I hung up by accident. The complete accident just clicked on the button while I'm just scrolling around trying to take care of other things. And so they don't realize that the other call ended. So this will help anchor them again. And so I'm just glad that you're there and that you are... redeeming yourself bit by bit, but...
no, I should be so ashamed for that clip. Just so ashamed.
Yeah. Oh, don't even get me started.
I'm glad you're back on it. It's been less than 2 weeks. I was kind of worried about that, honestly.
Yeah. It's, so everyone, Ian West is kind enough to act as the anchor for the call. What happened was I hung up by accident just by literally the cursor just went over the red little button there and hung everybody up. It's just such a pain in the ass. Also, I've lost my voice, so I'm just counting on all of you to kind of keep things going till I try and gain it back. This sort of thing happens. I do want to, just slowly get my head out of my... So George Knight, he's probably thinks we're still on the call or something.
Is he back?
He's back.
Was trying to reconnect.
Oh, is he trying to reconnect on this call or the other?
I don't know. He just said that he got off the call, and he said, I'm going to try and reconnect with Douglas.
Oh,
yeah.
He was on the call and he doesn't realize that the call got hung up is basically what's going on. So I'll see if I can get him back.
Oh, thank God.
Hey, your music was on.
Yay.
Yes. Then we'll try Jotai again, see if he responds at all. And that's, if that, it is what it is. So George, what happened was the cursor, while I'm scrolling and dealing with other things, trying to get my head out of my ass, look up some things on the internet to get together a monologue for tonight. What happened was the cursor just literally just traced right over that red button and hung the call up. It's just so irritating, these things that happen. But, you probably missed what I said earlier. I don't know if you caught any of the earlier part of the show, but I was going over what I did during the week of my forced leave, which was to do things I otherwise never could have done. So I do want people to understand. I don't know if you heard any of that, Ariana. Did you?
I was listening in. I do try to listen to the ones that, are in the past and whatnot, just to see what's going on, and just to learn, really. I mean, that's why I tune in.
Oh, wait. I meant for tonight. Did you hear anything from earlier?
Show. I didn't, Douglas. I didn't catch any of it, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay. So basically what I was talking about was that normally, of course, when I do the shows twice a week, they take up basically the week. And I don't have time to really do anything that I had to put off for years and should have done years ago. But what I was thinking of for years was the horror story that would happen if I changed my Comcast account, which I had to do eventually to get on the Affordable Connectivity Program and lower my bills astronomically. The Affordable Connectivity Program will basically give me essentially free internet. So I'd be paying about $5 a month if I get the successful full amount of discount. But
good.
Yeah, between $5 to $15 a month. But that's hopefully that will go through now because I have my own account. I had to change from my dead father's account, and the problem is that to do that, I had to turn in his modem, get the new modem, and then definitely have them reconnect the Wi-Fi to the new modem. So it's the same as if I got a new IP address. It was just a nightmare. And there's no way I could have done that without taking up a week. It took days to do this because they had to, ultimately what they did was delivered the new modem. And then once they got the new modem to me, then I had to call a technician to help me do what I did. And the technician did all the work. And this spared us the need for an engineer to come to my home, one of the technicians to come to my home. And so it was every bit the nightmare I thought it would be. And it took the week to do it, basically. And a lot of phone calls, a lot of coordination, and it's like working with a state within a state. It's a government all its own, Comcast. But the one thing I will say is that as a major corporation, even though they were ripping my poor dead father off forever while he was considered a diamond client, admittedly, he had a much better modem than the one they gave me. So I could see why they were charging him more. But nevertheless, it's all I can say is that in general, for all the years that I've been dealing with all the problems that I had, Comcast has really come through. It's incredible. Comcast is very much a benevolent corporation to me, has been for all these years. So,
good. Yay.
It's And so aside from that, when our man George came on, I was refreshing myself. So what did you catch, George? Was Carmela saying something about she got into a fight with another female street preacher? What the fuck? I missed
evil pastor. An evil pastor.
Evil pastor.
Oh, that was, I did catch a little bit, but not the context. I didn't catch what I could just hear what she was saying. I didn't catch any of the context. And I beg your pardon, my kettle was just boiling back.
He was like so rude. He must have been disguising as a pastor, but he was probably just some narcissist who wanted to point out certain women in the crowd who, of ill repute. And then he, on national or whatever type of TV, he pointed out, he kind of went to her, oh, there's one, just, here she, was just a real asshole. And
so this was a man.
A man, and she was just like, what? You know what I mean? Because, like, she must have been just nearby, or she entered and he saw her. So he just wanted to be somebody very, really obnoxious and pretend that he was a pastor. And then he's just like, oh, let me pray for you.
Well, that does sound funny. I mean, you realize, of course, Carmela does the same thing. It's just that, she considered it an invasion of her territory, basically.
Yeah.
But by the way, before we turn back to George, because of course I do want to hear more about Cape Verde and this wonderful vacation that he had, because God knows we all need one.
Yes.
Ian, thank you. Thank you for helping with the online broadcasting software. We never would have gotten on tonight without him. So he's redeemed himself to some extent. Let me check into the chat. Let's see how live stream is going. And Nothing, who is our friend who has the Antarctica within the Black Sun symbol. He says, hello, George, how are you? And he said, yo, Doug, how do I find you on Skype? I just made a Skype account. Oh, okay. Give me your Skype ID. I can give you mine, and you can send me a Skype friend request. So it's simply Douglas Dietrich 1 is all it is. So here we are. So that's the Skype account right there. You can send me a Skype friend request, see if we catch it on time. And aside from that, I was... I guess Ian didn't answer.
I'm right here. I'm still editing this video about the mirror neurons.
I want you to know I was giving you credit. I hope you heard that. Thank
you.
You're welcome. It's like giving credit to the snake whose toxin was used to produce an anti-venom.
Don't even give me that shit. I uploaded the same fucking video to my website. It's still there. I don't even want to fucking hear it.
It's like, then listen to him. Oh my fucking God. No, anyhow, back on mute. Just back on mute. Thank you.
It sounded like a certain Brooke and...
So, for those of you who didn't hear it, Ariana and George, there was what I consider to be an assassination attempt. Of course, I was with my gang brother Beaver, and we concluded that they were basically tracking us because we were using open cell phones, no secure communications, talking about the supply run that we finally had to do. Through the grace of our listeners, there was enough money to purchase some of the things to take advantage of this time off that I had. Things that I had to get, I had been intending to get forever. The new microphone, as well as a new thermos, the electric heating thermos for my tea water that is from Japan. Yes, you might be familiar with the Zoji Rushi brand. These are very expensive, $220 affairs that it's just you get very spoiled when you use them. You don't want to use anything else. And so there was that. And we were just using the food stamps card that I got, which they call a EBT or Electronic Benefits Transfer Card. So I was using that for the water and the liquid Coca-Cola. We were just doing this. We were figuring out where we had to go, especially since they closed Bed Bath & Beyond. It went bankrupt for any of the supplies I wanted to get, which we couldn't get any of that. It's seasonal, the electric blankets or the like. It would not have been seasonal at Bed Bath & Beyond. They would have had it, but that closed. So we checked some other places and got other stuff that I needed. But when it came to getting all of this, all of these sites in San Francisco are surrounded by seething homeless encampments, just tent cities. And
Wow.
however, we didn't take this to be random violence. We went through one, and two very professional people attacked us, backed up by a number of others who were less professional.
What day was that?
Honey, I can't go into details like this. We killed them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me let you say.
Some of these questions are quite natural. People always ask them, of course. So don't take it wrong. But of course, people have to take into account that you're trying not to bring up incriminating evidence. But as I said, homeless people die all the time in San Francisco, and homeless people kill each other all the time in San Francisco.
Right.
So Beaver, after the incident, went through the procedure of riffing their bodies for any ID to see if there was any hints of where they sourced from, but there was nothing, of course. And but then homeless people wouldn't have anything. But then homeless people wouldn't normally attack en masse. And so the point was that we just left the bodies there. And again, these kinds of fights break out in tent cities all the time. Leaving it at that is enough to leave us free. But when it comes to the results, of course, I was injured. And so I went to see the doctor on Wednesday. So that was today. That was before the show. And so that, of course, took an enormous amount of time. And just between everything, all this, that, and the modem, it was just nonstop busy all week when I wasn't making certain I got a good enough sleep to handle all the crises that I was dealing with. And these are nothing less than crises. They're not just... So this is why it took a week to do what we did. And it definitely was something that could not be done any other way, because if I had normal days off, holidays, then I take advantage of that to feed. So then I go to the estates and, of course, take advantage of the accessibility of the Blood Boys through the rationalization of the celebration of holidays, which, of course, the man who runs the estates, my son's husband, is well aware of, but allows because, of course, in exchange, I provide the tutelage for their history lessons. He has other tutors for their math and other subjects of importance, but I do tutor them in history. I used to, of course, provide him physical security for a period of time under contract, which was how I got to know him, and ultimately how he got to know the young girl who ultimately became my son. Ian dropped off, and now that's puzzling. Did he get angry? Was he offended? I think it was a pretty appropriate. Parallel where I said it's kind of like taking the venom from a steak to produce an antitoxin. In that he helped with getting us back on board with the online broadcasting software, but he didn't seem to take well to that.
You never know when a person's going to get offended about what, because we can all have really high thresholds of, people saying all sorts of outlandish things, but then each person has their moment where they're like, I draw the line here, and you never know. It's different from person to person, huh?
Well, this is what brings us back to what you brought up. Aside from the fact that when Brooke one time told him he looked like he was living in a trailer, then he got all offended and hung up on her, which is funny. But what had happened was when I went to see the doctor and checking up on the injuries I received, then for those of you who don't know, my hair was much shorter at the beginning of the week. It grows out very quickly when I let it grow. And it was its natural color, which everyone knows who's been listening for a while is pure white. And you can see on the photograph Beaver took, embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream, I am bleeding. And literally the blood is matted in my hair. I received a head wound, an open head wound, which I had checked by the MD. He couldn't find anything. And the injuries, of course, are receding and resorbing. Hopefully they'll be gone by the time I do my interview with Christine Joanna Hart this Saturday. And but when I went to see the doctor, the nurses noticed the injuries that are still there, and they gave me a form to fill out, or rather they questioned me with a form that I can't fill out because it was laminated in plastic, but I guess they use this grease marker and they just kind of do over the lamination these check marks for the doctor to check into. They basically started interrogating me about whether or not I was beaten by a lifetime partner. In other words, if I was living with some gay lover who was beating my ass every night or something, and the victim of some kind of domestic violence. So they're going through these questions and they're making certain I respond to them. They weren't going to let it go. They were asking this. And when they get to the part where it was question number 4, psychoverbal abuse, they said, do you have any partner who subjects you to psychoverbal abuse? And the only thing I could think of, the first thing I thought of was Brooke Gibson. And I didn't say anything out loud. It wouldn't make any sense. I just said, yeah, you know, I was telling them, of course, that I have lunatic gang stalkers who, because I'm a public figure, I said I'm what's called a micro celebrity or a micro influencer, and so I have these gang stalkers that it's their lifetime objective is just, you know, constantly assailing me. Okay, so did I hear something?
I'm just saying,
Right. Oh, thank you. That's what that was. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm also getting these signals. I'm getting messages. So, what was this? What did he do? It was like, I can't understand what it says. It's like, Black Frank. Let's see if he says, hold on, my Skype is freezing. This is what I'm trying to send you from Germany. Then I've got Aristides sending myself a photo. Yes. So there you go. He's showing me the film that Ian West showed me, which is also probably one of the things that got me blocked, which is Hitler's Back, in this kind of comedy that was produced by someone from Austria, or he produced a bunch of music videos showing Hitler. And the Austrians, of course, did not take kindly to that and put the guy in jail. So that probably was another strike, you know, among many that piled up from you know who. So that all being said, okay, that gotten out of my system. So back to George, and yes, by all means, I'm going to. Yeah, it says. My Skype name is same as YouTube name. When I type your Skype name, I just see Douglas Dietrich with no number 1. There are 2 Douglas Dietrichs. Did I put a space there? No, that thing put a space. It's. Oh Jesus. Okay. Well, give me your Skype name. What is it? My Skype name is same as YouTube name. It's nothing. Okay, whatever. I'll just look that up. See if I find anything. I'm sure I'll find nothing. But that being said, I'm going to presume, George, that you probably never felt safer than when you were on Cape Verde. Probably never felt any sense of danger at any time, I presume.
No, absolutely, Douglas. And I just want to first respond to you just to say that I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's horrific.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm just glad you're all right. That's so concerning. But yeah, no, I felt very safe where I was, and the flights to and from our honeymoon it went so smoothly and fantastic. There was no worries. Whereas before, Douglas will recollect in the past when we travelled a couple times to Rome and to Mallorca, we had horrible flights home where like the actual electronics on the aircraft malfunctioned, and we had to do an emergency landing in Lyon, France, going back years ago. So yeah, it was awful experience, and that was with British Airways, but we went with a different airline company this time, which we had a wonderful experience, and it was a lot more smoother. But yeah, no, I felt very, very safe. I knew I was isolated away from civilization. So yeah, it was fantastic, Douglas. Thank you for asking that.
No, I think it's profoundly important, and it's obviously what happened was that I think the culture is just unique. It's a very unique culture in Cape Verde and off the coast of Africa, and they've obviously it's unique. It's just one of these places where honestly, I'm certain people would love to retire there. Did you meet any retirees from Portugal or Britain or people who decided?
Yeah, it was a range of all ages. It was very with the age range, from young people to the retired age people. But it was, I could just note, predominantly it was mainly retirees, people who were in their retirement stages of life. And so, yeah, it was just wonderful. It was just an escape, a breakaway from civilization. So it was, it was worth it, and we'll definitely we will go again. Yeah, we will return back. Yeah, it's definitely one of those places you do want to, and it's very, it's not known, so it's on the quiet until one day it will become like another. What do you want to call it? It will have this stigma to it, like the Maldives have, because it's very isolated. You're in the middle of nowhere, but it was just the hospitality, the services you get are just extravagant and far. People always tell you it's their experiences in the Caribbean or in the Maldives. It was far better. You get far more worthy experience in Cape Verde than you would in these other sought after resource places, resorts. So yeah.
Wow. And what is the stigma with I mean, I know of the Maldives Islands just a little bit more, but not too much. I think that's where that idiot, what's his name? Arthur C. Clarke he settled in Sri Lanka, what became Ceylon. I mean, what was Ceylon became Sri Lanka. But the Maldives is certainly like Muslim. It's what's its stigma? People were going there for child prostitutes or something?
It's the status. The stigma is just, I've been to the Maldives, because people go, oh, it costs like thousands, anywhere between 10 to 15,000 pounds.
Good God, why?
Yeah, no, exactly. So people save up for like 10 years just to go there. So because it's just a remote island, but you don't get the same services as you would if you go to Cape Verde.
I was about to say, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, first off, don't take this the wrong way. Anyone out there who is Muslim, please don't take this the wrong way. But for a Christian to go to a Muslim nation, believe me, it's generally, shall we say, it's generally hard. It's generally not going to be an easy interface. So first off, it's Muslim. You're going to have a completely different culture that is very different. Not in the sense that it's very, shall we say, tourist friendly. So it's like even Egypt has these issues, and Egypt is their entire economy is tourism. There's essentially nothing else. So when it comes to the Egyptians, they have had to, as a Muslim nation, adopt, more than any other Muslim nation on earth. And you're still going to have problems. It's just the interaction problems are going to still be there. There's going to be so when it comes to there's got to be some kind. The reason I said child prostitutes, by the way, just so people don't think I'm like Ian West, where this is constantly on my mind, is because that is essentially what Arthur C. Clarke was infamous for, as well as the man who wrote the book Island, which was the man who wrote the book Brave New World, Aldous Huxley. Arthur C. Clarke, all these guys are just basically pedophiles who started writing books. And they just would go to these funky islands like the Maldives and anything in those environs around the Indian Ocean area, which the British had dominated all the way through to Singapore and for years, and go around fucking kids. So it's like the first thing that comes to my mind is, why would anyone go there? That would be the first thing that comes to my mind. So it's like... and so just understand that I'm coming from that context, that this is kind of what these guys were infamous for. But aside from that, you definitely, I can see what George is saying, but it's so puzzling to me. This had to be like some elite thing that developed with the Maldives, where the elite were just kind of like going there to prove that they had the money to go there. It must have been something like that.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
it's just a status. It's just something that people could just say as a status thing to themselves. You know, however, whatever their preference is.
No, that's all.
Yeah,
by the way, is today a day off for you, or what is?
No, I'm back to work. It's my first day back, and sorry, I was trying to do two things at once, so I couldn't respond elaborately. I couldn't respond efficiently enough, so I do apologize. I was trying to I'm talking to two people at once, so it was like my head was all over the place. Just
no worries.
I've now just put it away.
I mean, I hung up the call by accident. Shit, there's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, considering what I did,
it's hard, isn't it?
Then I had to, I had to use Ian to anchor us back, which was, just bizarre in and of itself. But at least he was there for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he was sending me all these weepy. He was sending me all these weepy messages earlier about, I can understand if you want to. I don't know, what was he, separate or something? It was like, this whole Douglas doesn't love me anymore thing. That was, I guess all that changed tone when I compared him to a snake. But yeah,
weepy message. Don't start that shit. That was
then he comes back.
Never come in between a man and his meal.
What was I coming between? Was I coming between you and your crack pipe? Perhaps it was.
Like if you were worried about getting off and not being able to beg for money on YouTube and stuff, I'd walk away.
Oh my god. So at any rate, it's just so how do I say this? Is this refreshing or something like that? It's a mode of interaction that he's developed with Brooke. It actually is funny at times. And of course the problem was I was having too much fun with it. So there's a price to be paid for fun, for everything. So that being said,
I'm going to get you. I'll put it like that.
What?
Whoever reported you, I will get them.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. That's. Well, that brings us back to something funny. that reminds me of something. So basically, what happened was, so I got interviewed by the Bulgarian guys. Milko and Simeon is their actual names, and they even sound kind of like cartoon characters. So this is what happened. Basically, so it was on May 4th. I was interviewed for 6 hours, and on it was on April 4th. April 4th, I was interviewed for 6 hours, and then on May 1st, May Day, I was interviewed for 6 hours. Now they had paid me $1,000, $500 each time for 2 4-hour interviews. So I gave them basically 4 extra hours, essentially, overall, when we consider some of the conversation that went on off the record. They have this show called The Golden Apple, and apparently this is something they do in Bulgaria with this probably online. But this is where it gets, shall we say, very strange. What happened? Now, George Knight, are you there? Just making certain you're still there.
Yes, I am,
Good.
Douglas. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Now, feel free to stay off mute. I'd prefer your interacting if you can with this. So, what happened was that with Milko and Simeon, what they told me from the very beginning was that what they wanted to do was they interviewed Peter Moon for about 2 hours, maybe, or 3 hours, something like that. And they paid him $200, which he was kind enough to turn over to myself. And what happened was that they wanted to animate us. And this is already puzzling, which, you know, already the jokes were coming in, especially from Brooke, about this being kind of like a reanimation of Rick and Morty, or Moose and Rocco, or Ren and Stimpy, or Beavis and Butthead. Just various things that people came up with from Adult Swim or whatnot. And but they also want to add Bulgarian subtitles for obvious reasons. And then they want to resplice everything so that it fits into a narrative which they feel their culture would better understand. And then they said that they want to put it on pay-per-view, which they didn't tell me till the end of the first interview, that like in the middle of the two interviews. So now, for those of you who don't know, correct me if I'm wrong on this. So I think of all of us, Ian would probably be the most familiar. Ian, pay-per-view is pretty expensive shit, isn't it? This is event shit. Pay-per-view is what they put boxing matches on, right?
Yeah. Like normally, if it's like a porn, it's like $5-6, but if it's a fight, it's like 40, 50.
So pay-per-view is a big deal.
Yeah. Just getting content submitted on it and past all the censors and approvals and copyright and shit.
Yeah.
It's a bitch.
Thank you.
I'll go back on mute.
Love you. I want people to understand. I'm sorry, Ariana. Go on.
That's a new development for you, huh?
This is not a positive. Think about what these men were saying. Think about what these men are saying. They say, Douglas Dietrich, we're giving you $1,000, and we're taking this content, and we're running with it, and we're going to put it... I'm sorry? What's that?
We're going to horse down in perpetuity.
Yes! Yes!
Yeah, all right, never mind. That might be hate speech. I'm going back on mute.
They want to run this on pay-per-view and get thousands and thousands of viewers to pay them endless sums of money in perpetuity for something they're giving me $1,000 for.
Yeah,
Can they give you a small percentage of all the other stuff they got?
Yeah, no percentage. No percentage.
And they didn't explain it. It would have been good had they explained it, huh?
No, so, well, it's, you know, then of course I didn't honor their quote unquote, there's no written contract. So there's no deal.
Yeah, you only do a video show, not a pay-per-view show.
What's that? Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
No, you only agreed to do a radio show, not a pay-per-view show.
Thank you, but yeah, even that, really, I didn't agree to do anything because there's no written contract. There's no agreement for anything. Yeah. It's just, basically, they gave me $1,000, and we did something together. Basically, just so people understand, I use this analogy a lot because it doesn't bother me, and I'm very cynical and realist, and I want people to understand we all prostitute ourselves. We all have something that when we're offering what we do for money, we are prostituting ourselves. And one might say that we're especially doing that if we're artists. So an artist has something that may appeal to people, and if they are monetizing it, they are prostituting their art. It's that simple. And there's nothing wrong with that. People have to eat. And people have to live. So understand that these people are thinking in terms that don't make sense. These two individuals are basically hiring me as a prostitute, a storytelling prostitute. I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. They are thrilled by this. The vampire son of Adolf Hitler. They probably are not thrilled by the cross-dressing part, but nevertheless, they want this mystique, this element, and they're paying for it. And as far as they're concerned, and we know this for a fact, because of their behavior, which I'll get into soon enough, as far as they're concerned, they are paying for a fantasy. So if you're paying a prostitute for a fantasy, it's like you're paying a woman who, for the time that you're with her, as if you're hiring an escort, will act as if she's her girlfriend, present herself as if she cares, and will even tell you, because you're paying her, that she loves you. So these individuals expect to take this prostitute home. That's the insanity. You're only buying an hour. You're not paying to purchase this person and take her home. At that point, you're entering the field of abduction. You're entering the field of slavery. This is essentially a criminal act that these people think they can get away with for free, effectively, for $1,000 fucking bucks. So, of course, what I did was I published the entire interview without their censorship. Now, one of the things that really exposed their behavior was the first thing I published, which is what got them likely to be the people who reported me. So, one of the things that was damning was, I'll show this on screen share. Ian West, Ian, can you see this? Cursor, screen share?
I can.
Good.
Continued. You can see it. Yeah.
Okay. So let's take you to this, Ian. You can take a look at this. And
please do. Please.
Yeah, give me a second here. This is pretty damning. Here we are. Now, our man, Milko, his sign up here is G-A-R-A, which, by the way, comes out as Gatorade. With the H in front of it is like haterade, which is a term they use for people who are trolls at sporting events. Do you know any other meaning for that term, haterade?
No, never. No.
Okay. Yeah, but anyhow, hi, DD. This was at Wednesday, May 10th. So I was banned on Tuesday. So the very next morning, they're basically here. Hi, DD. We heard about the recent ban of your videos on YouTube, and we're supportive of your cause. How did you hear of that? I couldn't get on YouTube to tell anybody that I was banned. Right. I only responded later when people started entering questions that I replied to in thread of my videos, which was after Wednesday.
Wow.
So that's pretty damning. We heard about the recent ban of your videos on YouTube, and we're supportive of your cause. Yeah, we also could not help but notice that you uploaded the full interview with us, but we don't understand why. After we discussed that it would be exclusive to your audience and agreed with our terms. It will be a sign of goodwill if you remove that video, as it cost us $1,000. Oh my, which will be unable to regain if the interview is out there for free. This is absolute bullshit because your entire audience is fucking Bulgarian. Oh, but you're putting it on pay-per-view, so your audience isn't Bulgarian. You meant it to be the rest of the world. Yes, our idea was to look forward to your involvement in our future episodes. These actions are not encouraging for us. Oh, I weep.
Are you going to say the same shit again?
Yeah, they were offering to do the same shit again. Like somebody, would just offer themselves up for that level of exploitation. So there you go. It's that's pretty damning. But what was more damning, what abrogated anything, was of course basically, if anyone listened to, I'll go back to screen sharing here. Let's go back to that, see if I can do that again, and show everybody the video in question. Actually, if we go to the live streams here, here we go. And if we go to the homepage, basically this was the video that they were all freaked out about. The first one that I uploaded was Hitler's Son via the Central European interview, and this was the one where I showed the Japanese troops on the rooftop with the German dogs. And it is this interview that basically triggered them, because this is where I expose them. Basically, I say right here at the when the text comes up, I said 2349 begins the segment where the interviewers laugh at my mother. So basically, when I started talking about my mother, I went through one episode, and then when I started talking about the next episode involving the Nyaga, these are the giant snakes of Buddhism, basically the size of titanoboas, the old serpents who used to eat dinosaurs. When I got into this segment, they start laughing, and they don't stop. It's not like somebody hears something that is so ridiculous to them that there's a short barking laughter, which they stop. They just keep going, and they don't press the mute button. Both of these people are well aware they have mute buttons. And I had to stop and ask them, am I amusing you? And so if people review that, they hear this, and there's something just demented about these people. There's that low-level laughter there, like they're masturbating each other, like they were tickling each other's dicks or something. It doesn't make any sense. It's like two people who are in a car together and they're groping each other, and you get this kind of giggle effect. I've seen people do that in the front seat or the back seat. This is kind of like what was going on here. And it was like, is that like turning you on? Is there some kind of like, yeah, what is this? What exactly is going on here? And but they didn't stop, and then they just kind of petered off. But I had to shame them into it, and went on with what I was saying. But it's that is something they would have censored out, and this is like, but of course they would have censored. This is the whole point about any of these deals, is that historically. And Peter Moon would attest to this. Basically, everyone who has interviewed me, they have never carried out the publication. Something like 99% of our interviews never make it anywhere. They're just not published. They will always claim it didn't record or it got erased from their records. The overwhelming majority of people, literally, even if they don't manipulate or intend to do this, they wind up with it disappearing from the records. There was this one girl I worked with who said, oh, I put it in this cloud that's secure. No one could get it there. And of course, it totally disappeared. It's like, you know, and of course she's just could have been threatened or bought off, but it's probably more like they just went in and sucked it out of her fucking cloud. And there's just every other person, it's always the same shit. Oh, I did this on Skype and it didn't record. And I did this and it didn't record. And this is what the guy was claiming on the MUFON ambush, the Mutual UFO Network ambush. So the first thing is, what these guys are intending was already outlined before the pay-per-view bullshit, was already outlined as so ambitious. The idea of taking all of this, we're talking 11 hours, and then animating it or resegmenting it, cutting it, splicing it, adding Bulgarian subtitles, which is going to take forever. And if you don't have a professional company, which you're paying thousands of dollars to, you know, this is going to take a long time. And then animating it, it's like there's 3 big hits there already, which by the time this comes out, it would be months and months later. And then by that time, it would be unrecognizable. So whatever I said would not even necessarily be what I said. There's no trusting what these guys would do. And it's not like I'm naturally paranoid. Anybody says the reconnection was successul. So the OBS reconnected.
Was doing the ban.
Yeah. And what I am saying is that the chances are actually high this will never be published. If it is published, what they intend to do with it may not even be something that is remotely what I said, because it's been restructured so severely. So, I have to, no matter what, publish the full interview. Now, because I myself am only a micro-influencer, a micro-celebrity, and only have a few thousand subscriptions, there were like 25,000 back in the day when I had to work with somebody I couldn't even trust, and of course, for good reason. This was one of the cultists who basically offered their services for free, and I couldn't turn them down because I didn't know how to work any of the YouTube production. At that time, I had 25,000. This was before I was scrubbed, of course, from the Facebook, and basically had to shut down that person, the cultist who was running the YouTube video, My Stick Warrior. That was Amber Rose Dio character, who was in direct contact with all of these Edomites because she was one herself. Anything other on her channel than myself was Thelema or Aleister Crowley and all of the dark arts that she consistently pursued, much to her own negative repercussions. But when that shut down, then of course I had to restart from scratch over and over again. This happened just repeatedly to get to the number where we're at now. I mean, people find me after years, and it's always the same shit. Oh, wow, I found you after years. But the point is, my putting the full video up here, let alone on Odyssey, where it was, effectively, nobody sees it. Not demographically or statistically. So the idea that they're going to lose money on this is insane. Stephen B. Hall says, I'm listening on YouTube, but I'm confused about where are the people talking and seeing screen sharing. Okay, I want you to know that if I could, I would screen share it with all of you, but we can't do that because I don't have that level of sophistication. We'd have to download an entirely different program onto online broadcasting software where I could have the audience see what I screen share. This is why we describe it as best as we can to the audience. So we describe to the audience what we're seeing or what I'm showing people, but there's no other way to really show the audience what's going on. But at any rate, so now everybody has the full context, however. The context is that these two Bulgarian guys thought they could give me $1,000 and basically take the money and run, make what they perceive to be obviously thousands of dollars, because they're going to spend thousands of dollars to put it on pay-per-view. So they said, we never want you to publish any of this. We'll send you excerpts. And it's like the audacity, the arrogance, the sheer assumption that someone would agree to be exploited like that. Not to mention then you laugh at their mother. This is the... obviously, these people are, they could do what they will now. But they're only going to fuck themselves if they turn me into a cartoon caricature where they're just making fun of me, because all that does is advertise me and nobody would know who I am otherwise. So all that would do is advertise me. They might as well go serious with it. But if they do, they're going to be hitting thousands of new people anyway who have never heard of me. So they'll recover all their money no matter what they do. Even if they stayed only in Bulgaria and just had only Bulgarians watch it, they would recover their $1,000 right away. It's not like they're losing any money whatsoever. So their attitude is insane. There is nothing that makes sense in their attitude where they want to retain a total monopoly. It's crazy. Where does that come from? There's something else going on here, obviously. And we also know they're probably the ones who reported us. So there we are. So there you go. There's the context.
Yeah, sorry to go through that right now, having that energy going around, yeah.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Ariana. What'd you say?
Those guys, treating you or, the way they did, like not even communicating with you, all the ideas that they had in mind, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm sorry, Ian, what were you saying? See if he responds.
Yeah. No, Doug, they definitely reported you.
Yeah.
They did.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yes.
So, you banned because of the Disney shit. That's what I really was hoping, but
that might have been, believe me, what did they report me on was like everything they could. It was obviously everything they could. The horror was the person who read the appeal might not have been a human being. If it was a human being, they might not have even spoken fucking English. But it's probably one of the two. Probably an AI that reviewed the appeal, or probably a human being who didn't even speak English who reviewed the appeal. But the appeal was rejected summarily, and but it's definitely its chances are very high. It was the Bulgarians who did what they did, and as opposed to even the Edomites. Of course, Brendan Zogi concludes that they are a couple of Edomites, but whether that's the case or not, they may as well be. There's something absolutely bizarre about their behavior. I don't know if Peter Moon ever bothered to review that segment where they're laughing, but he was like, he couldn't understand why anyone would laugh. It was like, if someone finds this kind of material literally unbelievable, why do they investigate it? Why do they? Well, of course, to make money. There you go. In other words, the spiritual aspect is just crap. Any aspect where they're conveying a spiritual approach. So there we go with that. So that was the yeah. Go on.
But, I mean, maybe a person could look at other videos that they have, like on their channel or something,
and see what they do. Yeah. I mean, that would be interesting. I don't even know if that stuff's out there on YouTube. If you can find the golden apple, I mean, I actually, to tell you the truth, am just like, I shudder to look. Not because I think there's anything up there about me, because like I said, if they want to do what they say they're going to do, it would take months to get that done. That's by the way, all the men have left us. It's just you and I now. Jesus Christ, what the hell happened to them all? First George dropped, then Ian dropped. It's like somebody's assaulting them. But tell you what, I'll take advantage of that for a few moments to just rinse the taste of this Coke out of my mouth. As I tell everyone, it always feels like it's eating the enamel off my teeth after I finish drinking it. So I always rinse it out very thoroughly when I'm done.
Well, it looks like something came up. I could talk about the golden apple. I don't know.
We don't want to start a flame war, which is probably already started. But I think that what I said was not so much inflammatory as just just pretty much a good, shall we say, conveyance of what they did. So you can tell me about that other shit privately later. But in general, what's the general kind of mood or theme? What kind of vibe are you getting?
Well, it looks like they're putting a lot of, say, effort and artistry into it. One almost looks like Disney level animation. Other looks like more like what do you call it? That show, Adult Swim or something.
Adult Swim, yes.
Oh no. It's variety. I guess they have different artists. Yeah, they probably have different artists, doing cartoon type stuff, I guess. So, I mean, some of it could be.
I'm an idiot. Sorry about that. I'm an idiot.
No worries. Yeah. So what our lady Ariana is doing, she's actually checking out their channel. So she's saying they seem to have different levels of animation quality or effort that they're putting into whoever they're animating. So it's God knows what they'll do to me at this point. But like I said, if they render a total caricature out of me, what does that do? It doesn't do doesn't do them any service, and all it does is myself a service, because that actually informs people about me who otherwise never would have.
There's also likeness rights, so you could go after them for that.
I don't know if does that work in different countries. Probably.
I didn't think about different countries. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
But it is YouTube. If they're using YouTube, then I could go after them on YouTube for that or something.
I see something here on YouTube. I put in Golden Apple Bulgaria. Yeah. And some things came up in the type of alphabet that they use.
Cyrillic. Cyrillic. Go on.
Cyrillic, yeah, in Cyrillic, and but I'm seeing different icons. Like, in other words, the little. I'm trying to say their picture, the little circle. There's a variety of them, so it's different people contributing. So they might not all be from Bulgaria. So it looks a bit complex, and who knows if they are who they said they were. I don't know.
It's whatever it is. It's they were trying to pull something that was, shall we say, reprehensible, which is like, hey, let's give you $1,000, which is a lot of money in Bulgaria, but we have every intention of making thousands more and not including you in that at all, just ripping off your shit. And what they could have done easily. Like Brendan Zoget said, easily they could have just said, here's all this new info we got from Third Reich records we found in Bulgaria, without giving me any credit at all. Just saying all kinds of shit. And then to claim to feel betrayed. That's like word means anything in Eastern Europe. When you think about Russia signing all of those papers and documents with other nations as co-signatories, swearing they would never invade Ukraine if Ukraine surrendered all its nuclear weapons, its bomber fleet, its nuclear navy, all of which was surrendered to Russia, under the promise of documents Russia would never invade, with co-signatories such as Great Britain, no less, on those same documents, and then Russia invades. These words mean nothing even on contracts in Eastern Europe. It's like there's the concept of, hey, Douglas, what about your word? What word? There's nothing on record. Yeah, it's
different countries. They swing their own way. That's how they roll.
Yeah.
Follow the way.
Doug, I was thinking, I was like, if they're really gonna pull that hate speech bullshit, they would have like banned every episode Brooke was on, that because that's always hate speech.
Yeah, you didn't hear earlier, like I said, when I went in with those injuries to the doctor and the two nurses started grilling me about domestic abuse. Like, I had some gay lover who's beating me up every night and shit. They're giving me this, like, laminated form, which they're using grease pens to highlight their answers on, and asking me about, is someone beating you at home? This sort of thing. And when they came to do you have a partner who's subjecting you to psycho-verbal abuse?
What's his name? Like that.
All I could think of was Brooke Gibson. All I could think was Brooke Gibson, but I didn't
like I said, blame everything on her anyway. It's always her fault.
Oh my God. But anyhow, it is what it is, and her communications are just like completely contradictory to me. I mean, they like just send me text messages, and they're just like, I never know where she's coming from.
She's half dead. She waited to be treated.
Oh my God. Okay, so all right, what do we do now?
Well, here I want to knock this out of the way.
No! Oh my God! What?
I was gonna say that AI clip I uploaded it to my YouTube, never got banned. So that's how I knew something was up.
Dude, you have like 22 subscribers to your channel.
No, but the algorithm would have caught it and said yada yada yada.
We don't know that.
Well, normally that's what it does.
Well, anyway. I mean, why it did in my case was because very likely Milko and Simeon, the Bulgarians, reported it. Might have been the Edomites, or it might have been that they're the same, one and the same, like Brendan thinks, but I'm not sure I give them that much credit yet. But it is the whole thing is bizarre. But for God's sake, okay.
It's okay. You don't got to apologize or anything. It's fine.
No, I mean, if I take a short break here, take advantage of this. Now don't play anything.
Oh, no, don't worry. No. That's fine. You're good.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ariana, you can
Yes.
handle this as the adult supervision, right?
Yes. I'll talk with Ian, and we'll keep it good and everything.
Yes.
Oh, where's George? Is George still here?
George fled back to work. He probably.
I meant to say hi to him.
Understood. I'm sure. Well, hopefully he'll be back, and you can do that. He does that. He pops in once in a while. He'll drop off and pop in because he is at work after all, and sometimes has to pretend he's doing something, I suppose. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, he's damn lucky he's got that job where he's loose in the fucking, where he's at, Greater London or whatever, which is kind of like, as far as I'm concerned, post-apocalyptic landscape. But he does what he does, kind of like Mad Max. He's out on his own, like the road warrior and shit, going around climbing up telephone poles. You like how he said, when I went to Cape Verde, I noticed how all the telephone poles are all run down and shit.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, it's, well, there you go. Ariana's going to play the good Brooke. She's going to be nice and gentle with Ian. But for God's sakes, no, oh, Jesus, Ian, don't play anything.
Yeah, trust me, dude. Like I said, I'm it wasn't my fault. Or it would have gotten taken down off of my channel.
Dude, I get it, but at the same time, I don't necessarily believe that to be the case. I believe that if someone were to attack your channel with a report or something, maybe it would. We don't know. It's like this might have been a double whammy from the Edomites and Bulgarians probably attacked simultaneously, because it was around the time that oh shit, and I should have brought this up while Peter Moon was with us. I didn't bring it up. It was with here we are. This is what I'll share a screen on. Let's just share screen again. Okay, both of you can see the cursor moving, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, cursor moving. So I'm going to take this over to. Let's see the when we come to the message box, and then if we go down to there's this woman here. I'll make this announcement now while it's on my mind, and if she hasn't done something first, and then I'll just explain to people my reasoning here. I actually should have done this while Peter Moon was with us, but Peggy Wood Amalal was a woman who was, according to Daniel Arola, very much had a crush on him. And you don't know this individual, Ariana. Ian West probably remembers him. But he was a freak and a creep, and he was just this parasite who was hanging on forever that was extraordinarily repulsive and just scaring people away. He did it differently than Jambo the Reese Monkey, as we call him, or J-Mo Reese. He just did so by insulting people on Facebook all the time. And she apparently had a crush on him that was very deep, and she basically admitted to such. And so what happened was that several days ago, she said, I don't know if you know this, but Salman was transmitting on Sunday night about you. This was on May 10th. Now, the reason that this is important is because there is no reason for this person to tell me this. Salman Sheikh was, again, this other creep who claimed to be Muslim, but was very open about being a Freemason, and you can't be both. It's like saying I'm a Christian Satanist. But he was just another one of these freaks that was always on the other side. And he paid me money to be on, and so I took his money so he could advertise his chicken shit channel, which otherwise gets no hits. So there's no way this woman could even know he was transmitting about me unless she was subscribed, because you couldn't know he was doing anything unless you were subscribed, because there's no other way you would know, because you'd have to get a notification, because nobody can find the son of a bitch, because the guy's a nobody. So this shows she's the enemy. Basically, there's no paranoia here. That's exactly how it works. So she's basically saying this is taunt, because anyone who truly cared would say, for instance, if they happened to somehow find this out, would say what the angle of attack was and say, he's saying this bullshit, but you shouldn't pay attention to it. You see, something like that. I mean, this is what a normal person would say if they were benevolent. But because they're saying nothing, no angle of attack, or, basically this is a taunt, and it's just trolling. So we know she's the enemy, and so I'm just basically going to block her. So this is something that I'm just announcing publicly, because it's just so people understand, these people expose themselves all the time, and they're too stupid to show that they're identifying themselves. They are consistently they all come back to the same shit, is that they're the enemy when they want you to know that the enemy's talking about you, because it's something you don't need to know. Why would I need to know that? It makes no sense. So unless they were trying to tell me this is the angle of attack they're taking, and whether it's something to be concerned about or whether it's something to be dismissed, but otherwise they're simply trolling you when they just present it with no follow-up. So that being said, definitely it's been just a wild ride through all of this. And when she said that was the same day that the report was filed a few days later. So it was almost like it was the night of the banned episode. She said that the night of the banned episode. So that was like it was either Salman at that time, when he started to decide republishing videos about me, that Christine Joanna Hart got him to take down. He started republishing his interview with her, which she had asked him to take down. So since he restarted this uploading of my videos, because they're the only hits he gets, then he might also have reported that episode, as well as the Bulgarians. It could have been a double whammy, where because two of them did it at once, then the YouTube investigated and just went haywire with it. So all that being said, it's something to be aware of. and what we will take into account. And obviously, we're going to try and behave ourselves as much as possible for a while.
Well, still, fuck them though. Fuck them.
Yes. And it's an important point to make. And for God's sakes, go easy on what you say, obviously. So, dear Ariana, turn him in a peaceful direction. I'll be back in a few minutes. And Ian, behave yourself. Okay? And I'll be back in just a few minutes. And hopefully the world doesn't fall apart during that time. Don't play anything. And,
fingers crossed.
Yes, play nice with each other.
I'm joking.
All right, go on break, because I gotta get this off whenever you get back. So.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah. So.
Ariana, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Is everything rainbows and butterflies and sunshines over there where you're at?
And unicorns, yeah.
Oh, good, yeah, because I hate getting caught up in the hate speech,
Oh, yeah,
It's such a bummer,
Yeah.
And then we got disinformation Doug over here blaming me for it. It's just wonderful,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is quite a, I guess some people might call it, I don't know if you could call it a controversial channel, but it definitely touches upon topics and has very interesting and colorful characters who come on and
right?
Yeah, like I'm thinking of a particular lady that Mr. Dietrich is enthralled with.
He fancies. We'll put it, he fancies her.
Yeah, it adds like a different viewpoint, and it adds a different person, and it kind of gives the shock effect, which can be a bit entertaining. And so everybody has their something to contribute to it. Yeah.
Did you hear about that author of Alice in Wonderland? Did you hear about the kitty porn they found in his safe?
Oh, now did he pass away? What's his name?
Oh yeah, I think he's always been dead, right? I think was he alive?
Carroll? Yeah, Lewis Carroll.
Lewis Carroll, yeah.
Yeah. So, oh wow, they found some stuff. Yeah. So,
yeah, but between the ages of 4 and 16.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah. He was. I don't know. Somebody always told me that book. They always said he was a pedophile, but I guess there was no proof of it or something. And yeah, they found a bunch of kitty porn at his house, but yeah, it was about that.
I saw a documentary about Lewis Carroll and that topic of him being a pedophile. I saw it on YouTube, and basically, now wait a minute, there was one that was a bit of a like a priest or something. I don't know if that was Lewis Carroll though, but this concept of Alice in Wonderland, I think he was a bit enamored with an underage person, and I don't know if her name was Alice, and so.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I do remember that.
He wrote it, I think, to impress her or to attract her or something.
I put her in the book. Yeah, I don't know the full details of it, but kind of do remember something like that.
Yeah, so I vaguely remember it, though. I saw it so long ago. So when you're seeing other videos, you can forget because you're seeing other videos, and and so, but I do remember that he did, if I remember correctly, that he had wrote that book for her, and he showed it to her, and evidently she liked it. She was flattered or impressed or something like that, and that's about all I remember. And then I just remember that she grew up, and then I don't know what happened after that. I mean, the documentary does say what happened when she grew up. I think she could have married somebody else, or she could have stayed single. I don't remember all that stuff.
Who? Yeah. What? Just got back. How's everybody?
Avoid the hate speech, Doug.
What?
Yeah, we were just talking about how interesting some of the people are that come on and contribute what they have to say.
What did Ian say about hate speech? What did he say?
So we're avoiding the hate speech.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
I don't even know. I'm so from another planet. I mean, when you use those two words, I'm just like, I don't even know what that's referring to. But that's okay. I will, just hear what you have to say about all the different things that you talk about. I enjoy that. I enjoy listening.
Yeah.
Well,
Wonderful.
look, this is what I wanted to bring up tonight about the news-wise. Apparently, these MK Ultra shit, they protected this touchless torture technique called mirror neurons. And
Okay.
man, I learned about this shit 20 minutes before I had to go to work, and it scared the shit out of me.
Wow.
I mean, it's really that bad. It's really crazy. I'm trying to share the screen here. I hope. But where is this shit at? Oh God, it's scary. I was at work like shaking. I was like, God damn, they can do this. I was like, oh no.
This is probably one of the reasons why it's probably a good thing that our viewers can't see what we see. But
yeah, true. I mean, my God, it's scary. All right.
Oh wow.
Share the screen now.
I don't see a screen share, but yes. So long as there's no audio.
No, it's just her confessions talking about it.
Well, I'm just leery of audio for a while.
I understand. I know it is intense, but
she's just talking about this torture technique. It's probably won't be considered hate speech. Probably.
No. This is more like, well, that first thing wasn't even hate speech. That was an AI example. That wasn't directed at anybody.
It was transphobic. It was transphobic.
Yeah,
if you're talking about the Joe Biden one.
Yeah, that wasn't. Well, I mean, it could have been taken like that, but he wasn't saying that to a specific person. He was just saying that, or the AI was saying that as general.
Oh my God! No,
Yeah.
Ian, don't be so naive. Oh my God! You know how people are. I mean, it's just no. And then he had, of course, the unnamed. I didn't recognize the guy, but the guy was supposed to be of a certain extraction, and the individual was going on about how the Gentiles were all naive. We're not going to say anything further beyond that. Nothing further, but that was definitely one of the factors. Yes. Yeah. Oh God, he's rummaging. He's rummaging. Jesus, I'm just. Oh my God, it's. What is he? Did he get lost? I mean, is his place that large? His place isn't even that large. How does he disappear like that? I mean, literally, the audio went down. He's not on mute. But you can't hear him. How does that happen? I mean, he's like in a small, cramped space that's loaded with crap. So how does he get out of range of audio? It's like he went into another dimension or something.
Oh, I'm sorry, God. I'm sorry. I just girls. They're just so...
Girls. What girls? You're talking to girls?
Sarah's on her way over.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. Anyway, fucking this touchless. This what's it called?
Touchless torture.
mirror neurons. Y'all need to be aware of this. And I mean,
oh God, you know what? Oh my God, I'm not quite sure now. I mean, look, it might not be hate speech, but Jesus, it might be something. I mean, what exactly does she say? Can you describe to us exactly what she says without us necessarily?
She's like, I've been absorbed in every type of acid in the world, and they can make you feel like your body's been on fire for hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes!
It's not hate speech. It's just it's just like a testimony of it. But I can't get the screen share to work, so I don't think I'll be able to show you anyway.
Well, maybe that's for the best for tonight. Let's go easy for a little while.
I gotta go anyway. So
where are you going?
Well, I gotta clean the house. I gotta get shit ready. I gotta prepare. All that shit.
Whoa! When Sarah comes, doesn't she want to?
No, we don't need to risk any more hate speech. So
wait a second now, Sarah.
Doug, you don't want to do the hate
speech. Whoa! Wait a second here. Wait a second. Sarah doesn't engage in hate speech.
Well, I don't either, but I still get the whip for it. So we're gonna have to leave it at that. All right?
No. There's a difference. You dig all over the dark web.
Call Brooke. Where's Brooke? Call Brooke.
You trawl the dark web, and this is what dredges up monstrosities.
I think those dudes just did fucking. I think they did just bitch at you or file a complaint out of spite because.
Well, we assume that, yes, it's a safe assumption. It's a safe.
There's nobody in Bulgaria that's like, hey guys, you know Doug got burned. I gotta say thank you too. I gotta say thank you. I've been meaning to tell you this. We were watching the Phil Schneider thing, and you pointed out that he said the subterranean biodome thing.
Yeah.
God damn, you got me there. Oh yeah. And I found the entrance to the the bunker entrance to the Lake Holden facility.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna take a picture of it tomorrow, and I'll send it to everybody.
Okay. So this is near your home.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Looks like right across the street.
Yes. Okay.
But it's in some woods. Here, let me. I can send you the picture. I think I can. I just can't share shit. But yeah, here it is right here. And what's fucked up is when my boy was telling me about it, my boy came down from Titusville last night. We were just partying and drinking, and I was digging through the pictures, and he saw the door of Montauk. He saw the Montauk boys' bunker door, the picture I had, like the current picture. And he goes, Ian, that's it. And I'm like, what? He goes, that's the fucking door in the woods where all that crazy shit was going on. And my jaw dropped. So then a little while after that, he's like, yeah, man, they got this fucking like elevator that doesn't make any sound, and you just walk into it and it just drops straight to the ground, and then all this wind comes blowing out the door, the bunker door on top. And I thought about what Stephen D. Kelly said about the Getty having the fucking like state of the art fucking elevators and shit.
So
and it's just like,
kind of matched up.
Huh?
The stories matched up. The two examples kind of matched up.
Yeah. And this kid doesn't even know Stephen D. Kelly. He's never even heard of Stephen D. Kelly. Doesn't even know him.
But he names him.
No. He talked about the elevator that he saw in that place, and then it matched up with my memory of what Steven said.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so just so you know, Ariana, Stephen D. Kelly is a creep who basically is
obvious. Looks good in his high heels.
Yes, he really thinks I look good in high heels, and which I have worn, and he just goes apeshit over, and spent a long time raving about that to his handler Terry Joyce, and so that's a matter of record. And I could go on and on about Stephen D. Kelly, but it's just you do realize that. I mean, aren't you concerned that, the guy takes that position about myself? Now, granted, I don't consider him any kind of threat. I mean, he's amusing.
No, he's old and brittle and frail. No,
yeah. I mean, he's basically bemusing to me. But it's like, yeah, I guess. Who cares? I mean, yeah. I mean, Ian just does that. He just drops these names. But Ian,
what's ironic is that this kid who's never even heard of Stephen D. Kelly doesn't know shit about this life.
Yeah, he basically describes something very similar to what
exactly.
Yeah, good. I get it. It's interesting. But yes, by all means.
Yeah. I was going to tell you too that the Jesse's a voter thing. It was weird. I checked it out. I didn't stay too long. But I was gonna tell you guys these like human sacrifice festivals and shit.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man! Let's skip that completely. Yes, we'll skip that completely for now. And George Knight says, "I'll be back, Douglas." Okay, good, man. And so that's nice. And so in the interim, dear Ian, yes, moving on to a different topic, I would ask of you is that if Sarah's in the mood, she can jump on transmission. She's always welcome. So,
okay.
Yeah, just let her know that. And of course,
Okay.
yeah, in the meantime, you can get back to cleaning and preparing. And I suppose maybe you'll get her doped up enough to get lucky. Other than that, yes, of course, we wish nothing but happiness for all of you.
Oh, thank you.
What?
Oh, I said thank you. Thank you.
Yes, of course. So that being said, Ariana and I will carry on for a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll let y'all go. I gotta get ready to do everything. I'll call you back. All right, bye.
Sure. Bye for now. Thank you. And oh my fucking god.
This is what
So when I was gone for a few minutes, did anything happen that I regret?
Oh, no, it was nice, actually, very neutral. And, we were I mean, he said something about hate speech, but I really didn't know what he was talking about. He was probably joking,
Oh,
and
God.
so I really didn't know. I guess that's what people get, blocked for or something on YouTube. I don't even know. I'm just guessing. I guess that's what that's about, but I think he was cracking a joke, but I didn't hear the full sentence of what he said. And
Oh my god.
but I think he was just joking or making light of it. I don't even know. So
But it didn't sound like hate speech in and of itself.
Oh no.
Or that it could be interpreted as.
He said something like, we're not going to do hate speech. I don't even. You'll have to rewind it, I guess, and hear. I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. I mean, after. Yeah,
I'm just too afraid to. But it was nothing just overtly offensive.
No.
Okay, good. That's all I need to know. Yes. So, honey, why are you? Not that I mind at all. I'm very appreciative of it. I consider it a blessing. So, what caused you to grace ourselves with your presence tonight? Were you suffering a bout of insomnia, or just felt rather energetic, or?
I was doing. What was I doing? Just I was online and the call came in and I decided to take the call. And I've been staying on the call ever since.
Good. No, I mean, I'm proud of you. Sometimes you got to do that. You got to indulge in a little bit of adult activity. Staying up late at night is a thing adults do every once in a while. So it's quite all right. You don't have any particular health problems that this would impact, as I understand it. So I definitely appreciate it. It gives me time to try and get my self together to eventually monologue. And so in terms of our live streaming, we seem to be holding strong. And okay, so there we are. Nothing. And Stephen B. Hall says just normal, nice conversation. Thank God. I mean, honestly, it's these so many of these people have me on edge. But yeah. So Ariana, tell us a little bit about you've apparently taken some courses in Facebook. Now, I'll tell you the truth. When Brendan Zogit and I showed him that. I showed him that email where you talked about taking various courses about Facebook and YouTube and you know. I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yeah, and the first joke we made was that if anybody made any money, it was the people selling those courses. But we're very cynical like that. So tell us a little bit about it, though.
Well, I mean, if it's a formula. If you follow it, you should have success. The thing is I've not followed it, so that's I think that's part of it as well. I mean, it's not like I started to follow it, but having a YouTube channel or selling things on Facebook, you do kind of need help. So now I understand why people ask, please support me on Patreon and all this, because they may have to hire a team of people to help them with their channel, because it's
imagine the cost of that.
Right. So that's probably why they need to raise money to be able to keep up the channel.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, that's like self-defeating, isn't it? I mean, I remember that Peter Moon, of course, he had this guy, Andrew Bartzies, taught him about a certain computer system that sounded astronomically expensive, because it was, and this kind of online system, not computer like a computer, but an online system that he maintains. And Peter Moon always says, "Oh, thank God it pays for itself. Thank God it pays for itself." I never hear him say, "Thank God it makes a profit." Apparently, the most it does is maintain itself, if that, but it's not making any profit from what I can comprehend. So it's like one of these things where a lot of these things are just self-defeating, in the sense of, it doesn't work, not in the way that it's really constructive in making any profit. But anyhow, so that being said, when did you save up money to take these courses? I mean, it must have taken some resources.
I was working and making more money at the time.
I see. Okay.
Didn't know what to do with my money, and I thought, oh, this sounds good, because I like to put my money into education more than, I don't know, other things. And so, but one of the things that I learned is that you got to pick a topic. Like when they went over in this course, they went over what are the very popular topics and all that sort of stuff. And they suggested that you start with a YouTube channel that's kind of easy. And business, they do the same thing. If you're going to start with business, you want to start with a simple business, a small product that's easy to sell, high quantity. But same thing with the YouTube channel, that you want to pick a topic that's easy for the person who's making the channel, and while at the same time is normally that topic gets high views, people want to see it. And so when I chose my topic, which is metaphysics, it was very difficult. It's hard to write the scripts and everything, because there's a lot of research that goes into each one of the videos for me, because I'm learning the topic myself as I go along, and it's not a topic. It could be very popular, I guess. I mean, there are people who talk about metaphysics, but I've been on their channels. They're getting a lot of views, and I noticed that they do it in a different way. They approach it from a different angle that personally I'm not comfortable yet with, to do that. And so that's probably why they're getting a lot of views, is one of the things that's suggested also in the course that I paid for. And that is that, you can be behind the camera, you can, and even have somebody else do the narration. To me, that was very attractive. But they said that, but people will get more views. People, if they see you, it's like you're branding yourself, you're selling yourself. People will trust you because they'll see you, and I'm not ready to do something like that just yet. So I like the idea of going the way of podcasts, because some podcasts, they're audio, they're video, but others are just audio, and I like that, because I'm a listening kind of a person too. When I get onto, say, YouTube or whatever, I'm not really there to see, I'm there to hear. Personally, that's my choice. But so I would like to be able to do a podcast, but now I've been trying to do podcasts. Like I spent all day today trying to make my second podcast, and I'm learning how to do it. And there's a lot to learn, and there's a lot wrong a person could do wrong or whatever, but and I'm noticing that too with myself, that I have to improve here and change that there, and so while I'm trying to create the podcast, and my plan is to start with just myself, say for the first 3 podcasts, to kind of like set the pace and show how it will be laid out. And
By the way, just out of curiosity, how are you getting along with the ladies you're living with? I mean, like when you spoke earlier, when you were on camera, you have your own room, right? One of the things about Michelle Carmela Saldana, do you remember what happened that she was speaking one night on the show, and then the landlord came in to tell her that her passion in terms of speaking had woken everybody else up in the Airbnb. I mean, this is what gave me the impression that she was almost like in a homeless shelter or a hospital setting where people are separated by curtains. And it may not be like that, but it's obviously a very sound sensitive environment that she's living in. And so the privacy seems to be very compromised, and her environment in a group setting like that is something that I think prevents her from ever escaping the street. She has this she's anchored in this street. What does she call it? It's kind of, I would say, street preacher, but street ministry. She's anchored in this street ministry concept that she seems like is like her primary identity is at this point in her life, is what I would say. It may have been for her all of her life, essentially, functionally. So when it comes to what your situation is, I'm presuming you have a little bit better audio privacy, or how would you say?
Well, I mean, the way they construct houses here in Mexico, they use like cement walls. They're relatively thick.
Okay.
And but still, you know, it would be good if I not make a habit of this, what I'm doing.
Do people hear you at all?
6 other ladies here, so.
I mean, but do they hear you at all?
Hopefully they don't, because the rooms are not so close to one another, and so that's a plus. So hopefully they don't hear me at all. But I don't know, because I don't know. I would like to, you know, just be mindful. Understood.
But by the way, how's my audio? I just pushed the mute button by mistake there for a second. Moving the microphone around, so I want to make certain my audio maintains a sense of continuity. You can hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll check the live streaming as well. They've been very good in live streaming. Wonderful people. Stephen B. Halls joining us, as well as Nothing. Nothing says that he says, I think I pissed him off failing to add each other on Skype. I'm bad. I feel like an idiot. No need to feel like that. Nothing. It's just, how do I say it? There's only so much effort I can contribute at the moment while hosting a program to trying to hook up with someone, which I'm happy to bring you on. If anyone, but we have to link up, and actually being on transmission is the best time to do that. So, if you can find a name that is better than nothing, get it? Then maybe that will help us, because when I looked up Nothing, I got 3 other people and they weren't you. So I sent an invitation to someone who doesn't know me, and not that that matters. So yes, we'll see what we can accomplish. And then he said whatever his real name was something that forced him to cancel or something. Might have been something that was a little bit provocative. Either way, Ariana, tell us about your, aside from that, before we go to your channel, by that I mean talking about your channel, I did want to know how is your interaction with these ladies? Is it generally, you had one older one among them who was a bit friendly to you. The others were younger and therefore not necessarily able to relate to you right away. Has any of that changed? Are you interacting with them more on a friendly level, or barely at all?
It's been the same in the sense that I rarely see them. It's funny because there's 6 other ladies. We're 7 in total, and I don't even know half of them. I don't even think I've seen them. So it's very interesting. I guess we just have different schedules, or our rooms are at such different places in the house that, you know, we just don't see each other, or they just don't use the kitchen when I use the kitchen, because I like to make my food all at home, and it seems like they all like to eat out, because here in Mexico, my gosh, you've got food on every corner, you know, whether it's just like small like carts of people selling food, or it could be just like restaurants, local small mom and pop operation type job, you know, businesses is what I'm trying to say. And so, yeah, I mean, they don't need to cook, and so they kind of just don't. I mean,
Wow.
yeah, and I cook because I'm kind of phobic. I just don't want anybody touching my food. So I cook, and that way I know that what goes into it. I know that I wash my hands when I make my food, you know, whereas if somebody else is making it, I'm not sure if they do that. Things like that. And so, yeah, no, I don't really see them. And yes, I do see them here and there, one or two. But there's really no conversation or eye contact. It's kind of odd, actually, for me. But I guess this is the younger generation in the sense that, you know, they grew up with their cell phones and tablets and laptops, and, you know, they just, they're
They don't all like gather in a living room to kind of hang out ever?
no. Everybody
Is there
goes
a living room? Is there kind of like a living room where people can hang out?
Beautiful living room and a beautiful dining room, and you know, there's even this little sun area with a nice plant that I water, and so that it stays alive, and a little bench where you can sit. I mean, there's so many little social common areas where people could just come. And I mean, a couple of ladies, they will actually use the dining room table for doing their homework with their laptop. But if you walk by, they will not look up and say hi. And then I don't dare say hi because I don't know if I'll be disturbing them. So this is how it is. But that's good. It's beautiful, because you see, I would like to live in a house where there is people, because I have had a past of depression and was hospitalized for it a couple times. And so, and to manage my say mental health and the depression, it's best that there be somebody nearby. And while at the same time, the reason why it's beautiful in this place is because I feel like I have the whole place to myself, and at the same time I know there's people around. So it's like I've got the best of both worlds, because I love the idea of, you know, of having my own place, but I also like the idea of having someone nearby. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's working out. It's working out. That's all I can say.
It is.
So I'm grateful for that. Yeah.
Yes. That's wonderful. And aside from that, tell us a bit now about your channel, and tell people where they can find it, and how to get there, or what yeah.
All right. So I chose Metaphysics, and so my channel is called Metaphysics with Ariana. And if you do a YouTube search, you know, you should find it, or a Google search, it will pop up there. And the little icon or the picture will be a bit like salmon pink in color. And it will be a little girl on the beach, and she's sticking her fingers into the sand. It's a really beautiful picture. And that's my icon. And it's kind of like silhouetted. It's a silhouetted type of a picture. And my name is spelled Ariana, so it has the Y in there, and so that's what it's called. It's in English, it's in French, so that's another channel. So you can say I have two channels, and soon I'll be starting a third channel in French, and basically the same name, but definitely the same name, but in those languages. You know, it's La Metaphysica con Ariana, and then when I start it in French, It will either be Metaphysique avec Ariana, or it will be La Metaphysique avec Ariana. I'm not sure. I have to find out which is more proper, French. And for right now, I'm the one narrating, but it's a lot of work because I have to write the scripts, narrate, then create the actual videos, which would be putting the music on there, choosing the photos, the 3 videos. They have a certain name. In other words, something like open stock. So I take those videos and photos and lay them all out, and so there's a lot of work involved, and there's free music as well from YouTube, lots of nice music to choose from. So I put all of that into my videos. So that's an introduction to metaphysics, which includes what is metaphysics and history metaphysics. So that's the first series in my channel, and I'm just starting the second series now, which is called Metaphysics 1, the podcasts. So I thought that it would be good to add another dimension to my channel. In fact, I had a dream. The dream was basically, when I woke up, I understood what it meant, and it was basically like just talk. Like, in other words, you know, the podcast, because I've been thinking about a podcast for about 6 years, and I haven't done that. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, and so things are not just right, you know, forget it, I'm not going to, you know, show it publicly, and it's because the audience deserves something professional, that I do a good job, but but I just have not done the podcast. But I mean, I'm starting it now, so you'll find the first podcast, which will be taking from a classic in literature in Spain, and seeing metaphysics, talking about the correlation of metaphysics with that, and the second podcast, I was working on it all day today, and yeah, that is going to be about, I have my notes tucked away, so I'm not remembering, but it has, yeah, I'm revisiting the tarot cards, and along the lines of metaphysics and what that is from a metaphysical perspective. I'm reviewing the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. These are things that I brought up in the first podcast, the first episode, or the first video, the first podcast. But I did not get into the topics that much. So this second podcast is going to just touch upon that more, and see the correlations there. Also the chakras and how they correlate to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and how the tarot relates to the chakras, in the sense that there's energy that's desirable and there's energy that's undesirable, and so both of these things help us to learn. That's similar this way, and it all has to do with being human. See, because to be human is to have metaphysical experience. Really, that's what it's about. And I get into the definition of metaphysics. What is the definition of metaphysics? But if you look at the definitions, all the different dictionaries, which I like to give a different definition each time from a different dictionary, and you'll notice that if you were to sum it up in a few words, it would basically just mean being human. What is metaphysics? It's like the study of what it is to be human. And what does that mean? And it can be quite complex, but it can also be quite simple, because, you know, it's understand some things naturally. At the same time, we are multifaceted, so I would say multidimensional beings, in the sense that we have thought, we have emotions, and these things are not known through our five senses. These things are not known through, say, material understanding of the material world, yet they still exist, and they are what basically controls and governs the material world, our thought.
Okay. And so that's nice. What about your depression? When it originally, was it from environment, or do you feel that some of this is inherent, genetic, or it's just the horrible traumas that you've suffered, or abandonment?
Yeah, so I've seen multiple psychiatrists over the years, and some of them were pretty crappy. Some of them were pretty good. I mean, they really put their heart into what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really trusted that I saw was good, that he knew his stuff. And, he basically saw me for about 6 months. And he finally said, okay, I'll let you know what I've observed. And he said, I don't necessarily see it as a chemical thing, although mental health kind of does run through my family a lot. I like to call it mental health rather than mental illness. It does run through my family a lot, but what this particular psychiatrist said, he thought that it was circumstantial. So I was trying to change my circumstance, and that's how I ended up homeless for the first time, is because when I decided to separate myself from the situation that was causing me anxiety and depression, my health at that time, my physical health, my back, I was not fit to work. I mean, the type of work that I could do. And so I had to not work. And so I was in this very unusual situation where I found myself miles from where I originally grew up and lived, and pretty much just not able to work. And so that's what happened to me. So it's been a bittersweet.
So did you ever find out about, did you ever hear the term chronic fatigue syndrome?
Oh, yes. Yes, I've heard that term.
But you never concluded that you might have it.
No. Depression and anxiety were my two diagnoses that all the different psychiatrists gave me. It's because I have a certain family member who said, you know what, I know you're bipolar. Just keep get another psychiatrist. Just keep getting a psychiatrist until one finally tells you the truth. But what happened is I don't know if anybody who's been to a psychiatrist, they will understand what I'm about to say. Like, what it is when you first go to a psychiatrist, it's very difficult to be honest, because now for the first time you're actually maybe for the first time talking to somebody about yourself. So you're asking questions about yourself, you're exploring yourself, you're trying to answer the questions as honestly as possible about yourself. But it's a process. You're learning about yourself. So the first sessions or the different experiences with the different psychiatrists, you're not going to be as honest. But as time goes by, because you can go home and review and be like, there's something else I could have said that I didn't realize, or maybe that other thing that I said was not so honest, or something like that. So I tried to be more, level honest, like in other words, gut level honest. So the more I became that, because I really was wanting to get to the bottom of things. And what each psychiatrist told me was the same thing. They said, that they believe that I, yes, been suffering from depression and anxiety a lot, and PTSD and these sorts of things. But that was all. they said. I said, but you're sure that I'm not bipolar or schizophrenic? And I really learned a lot from the different psychiatrists, because they told me, you know, if you were bipolar, you would have this, this, and this. If you were schizophrenic, you would have that, that, and that. Is this your case? And so I learned a lot, and I went back to that family member, and I tried explaining to that family member what the different psychiatrists told me, and that particular family member, who has a diagnosis herself, you know, was pretty much saying, I don't believe it, I don't want to hear it. So some people are sometimes open to listening, and others are not. And so things
that's
like
pathetic. I mean, that's really pathetic. That's like someone who just wants you to be in their boat, apparently.
Yes, thank you so much, because I grew up in a family where, you know, it was hard. You know, it was easy to doubt myself, because there was not a lot of moral support when I was growing up from whatever family member. And so as a little child, you know, you can interpret that, you know, as, gee, maybe I'm not worth it, you know, maybe I'm not worth spending time with, or something like that. And so then consequently I would pick different men, you know, who, you know, were not very high quality, I guess you could say. And so those were lessons in their selves, in themselves. For me, kind of like the School of Hard Knocks learning. And I learned a lot about psychology too, because I would ask myself, you know, why would he treat me this way? You know, why would he say this or that or the other thing? You know, this sort of stuff. And so it's been a journey, and that's why I say it's been a bittersweet journey, because, yeah, I've gone through hard times, and at the same time, I believe I've learned some very valuable things that maybe otherwise I would have never learned, you know, had I not gone through difficulties. And that's why I'm focusing on metaphysics, because it includes psychology, it includes spirituality, it includes, you know, things that help us to be the best we can be. It offers answers and solutions, and the type of metaphysics I'm focusing on is practical and applicable, so you can actually get something out of it. Whereas other metaphysics, people who maybe, I don't know if they focus on other metaphysics, I'm not sure, but they might not get something out of it that they can apply to themselves in a practical way. So I like the school that I go to. I study at the University of Metaphysics in Sedona, Arizona. And
do explain to our listeners that this is via a mail course, right? Mail order course or something like that? Or online?
Yes. Nowadays it's online.
Right.
And goal and the purpose, like my goal and purpose is to get my bachelor's in metaphysical science. And in this particular school, what that will allow me to do, or help me to be able to do, is to first help myself, and then I can turn around, and with what I have learned for myself, I can turn around and help others, say as a counselor or a way shower, or, you know, I guess you could say life coach, but I don't really want to say that word. It's more like just offering ideas and solutions if people want to talk about what their problems might be, if they feel like they don't have certain answers to certain problems. So it's up my alley, because I'm a people person. I've always worked around people, you know, before I got into caring for the elderly and handicapped, the mentally handicapped. I would work, say, as a waitress, or, you know, a cashier at a grocery store or bakery or a fast food place. So I was always around people, you know. People service has always been my personality type. So I like the idea of preparing to be able to offer solutions and ideas that have helped me and will hopefully help others. if they apply these ideas for themselves. And I find also having a channel, being like a YouTube channel, being a really effective way of helping people, because you can reach a lot of people. You know, you can talk about who you are, and you know, that way the people can know, say, who I am, and decide, well, maybe she's got an answer, or maybe I can trust her, you know, and all this sort of thing regarding counseling and all this sort of stuff. But right now I'm in the learning phase. I have not gotten my bachelor's, so I'm learning, and so the purpose of my channel is also, as I'm learning, I share what I learn. As I understand what I'm being taught, I am sharing what I understand. And then what I'm learning is also sending me on my own personal journey to seek out and learn on my own other things that are metaphysical in nature. So, you know, we live in a great day and age where we can just hop on the internet, do an internet search, and find all sorts of answers. And so that's what my channel is about. It's a combination of what I'm learning from the university, and it's a combination of what I've learned through the School of Hard Knocks, just my experiences, and what I'm learning when I do my own independent studying. And yeah, so that's what it's about.
Okay, wonderful. And so, honey, it's really just great to hear you speak of this freely. Let's check around a little bit to see how things are going. Otherwise, George is back with us. Good God, George, when you come back with us, just make your presence known. There's no harm in interjecting yourself and just saying hi. How long have you been lurking there?
Oh, only 5 minutes. Literally in the last 5 minutes.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Less than 5 minutes. Yeah, beg your pardon. No, I don't like to interrupt. Because of course I find it quite rude when people interrupt. So I find it hard. But thank you so much for giving me permission, Douglas, to interject whenever I need to.
Well, people don't mind, really. They don't. I mean, you do it in a totally different sense than some other people do. So, yes. What was it? Michelle Carmela Saldana, of course, saying, "Oh yeah, this person sounded just like you." That's cute.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That being said, I noticed you didn't respond to her at all while she said that, or if you did, I didn't hear it. So by that, of course, we've all heard Ariana kind of going over some of what you know has happened to her and the like, and it's been a learning process, and I'm so glad that she's taken it as such. So that's a good thing to do. And yeah, in terms of how's work going today? How are things going?
Yeah, not too bad. I've just had to join a Teams meeting, so we were just having a team call. So that's why I had to abruptly leave earlier. But I thought I will return to say goodbye properly. So because I didn't want to just disappear without saying goodbye to yourself and the listenership. But yeah, no. So yeah, it's a beautiful sunny day here in England. So it's gonna be a good day today. I assume it's good in terms of work wise. It's not overburdened as well. It's quite, the work stack's quite low at the moment today, so it's great to settle in back to work related back to the grind now.
By the way, one of the things I'd like to point out to people, aside from the fact that, of course, we found it mildly bemusing that when you were there in Cape Verde, you had the professional eye on the lookout for the dereliction of their telephone poles, and all the cable connections. But also, it's important to point out that you could appreciate the people working in service because you worked in service yourself for so many years. So you might want to emphasize a little bit about that, why this gave you an eye for seeing they were truly passionate about their work.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. And it was great because the beer on draft, it was actually there available for the guests, for the residents to actually help themselves to as well. So I got the chance to pour drinks again.
Wow.
So that was a great opportunity. Yeah, so which was nice. And you do. once you've worked in that environment, you appreciate it a lot more. You see things that other people do not see if they've not worked in that sort of industry or environment before. So yeah, you have an eye for things, and yeah, so it was just a different experience. It was certainly one that was certainly worthwhile. It was lovely, a nice little getaway, relax. Sorry.
If you're a bartender, were you a bartender? You kind of have to be a psychologist yourself or a therapist, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a consultant. A therapist, psychologist for people. Yeah, absolutely. It goes without saying, and same with my wife's profession. You know, her former profession, she was a psychologist and a therapist for a lot of her patients. So
a nurse. She was a nurse, but
yeah, exactly.
Go on. So she had to be. Yeah, she had to. No, by all means, go on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry, Ariana. Were you also going to say something? Did something come?
I would say I would be honored to meet your wife, if only through, say, Skype or email, because I'm looking for somebody to interview, say, on a podcast.
Yeah.
Sounds totally up the alley of somebody who I would love to interview, really.
Yeah, no, absolutely, no, it'd be wonderful. Yeah, so it's you certainly do when you're in that profession. Yeah, you do, just by default, by just natural occurrences and situations that you just do. You listen to people, and a lot of people have a long story to tell. So yeah, you have to be good at listening as well as responding. I do far more listening than responding most of the time.
That's that's ultimately what they want you to be there for, is a giant ear. You're a giant ear to these people. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, Doug.
Yeah.
No, very, very important. That's so true. And that's what they want. They want to confide into someone. It's to vent or to basically just ventilate or purge out what they need to get out from the system. So it's it's certainly a great trait and ability to have. It's certainly one that's noted and it's appreciated. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, beg your pardon.
That's how you met your wife?
I met her through basically it was just fate. I met her through fate. It was just a situation of certainly it was not synchronized in any way. It was just destined, I believe. It was just through just circumstances. We met at a tire garage getting our tires replaced at the same time.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so and then we just so happened to be frequenting at the same gym together. So that's how we through a circumstance met each other again within a time period of a time span of a week. Yeah, so we bumped into each other. So it's amazing when you get to basically interact with someone, then you can recognize them and then carry out that interaction. So that's how we met. It's just I just call it fate, because most people nowadays meet through online platforms or sources or social media. So but it was just nice how to do that, in a unique and circumstantial way. It was lovely, yeah.
And you might tell Ariana how there was a period of time where you just felt you were going to meet a younger girl, but then you matured and realized that this was your soulmate, essentially.
Exactly. And that's actually what I related to her on our honeymoon, actually, Douglas. I had to relay that story back to her through, my... from when I first met her, I was much younger. It was 10 years ago, and it was just the fact that I've always been educated by my own mother to never to cheat on a woman, never cheat on a girl. You always end the relationship before you pursue that, and so that's what I did. And I had to explain to Sarah at the time that I'm breaking up with you because I want a family life with somebody else. Obviously that person was never met, never knew who she was, but I was always told to always break up with the relationship first and then pursue it, whatever you wanted. Not to meet someone and then have an affair and then break up. It was the opposite way around. So, but then I realised after 2 years of with another girl I was with for I was dating, it never worked out, and she was younger. She was at a different time period herself, similar to what I was experiencing, different age gaps, wanting different things in life, and then I realised it wasn't for me, and then I realised that Sarah was the one for me. So then we got back together. Yeah, that's how it worked. Without going into too much detail, going into too much on air. Yeah.
There is something to be said though about that. What you said about you did see that younger person. You were, and then you realized no, it's not working. Then you realized, okay, Sarah is the one. So I always try to see the silver lining in the dark clouds, and so the idea is you now have somebody to compare to, and realize now you can appreciate Sarah all the more is what I think.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're precisely right. No, exactly that. And I got to see it with my own 2 eyes and experience. And then that's the only way you truly know what you want is you have to try things. And if it doesn't work out, then it's not for me. It's not for you. It's then it's a realization. And so, and you learn a lot. You learn a lot about yourself as well. Trying to try things out.
Yes, wonderful. So glad you could hold this conversation. Nice, peaceful, so innocuous compared to the overexcitement we've had for the past several episodes or many episodes. Such being said, when it comes to, say, for instance, the marriage you had, dear Ariana, it was always wrong from the first, wasn't it? There was no turning point where it quote unquote went wrong. There was was it just dysfunctional? How did you meet this individual?
I guess the person would call it a bit of a fundamental Christian or a Bible thumping Christian, or what kind of a Christian? Cult member Christian, all this sort of stuff. And so I met him in church, and but the idea is because I was raised, or I grew up the way I did, pretty much, like I was never, say, abused, but there was nobody around, so I was not really prepared for adulthood or knew what to do. So I chose who I chose, and that maybe was not the best choice. And we did not have much in common from the get-go. I was married for 21 years, actually. And because I was a part of a church, a very strict cultish church, the woman is never to leave the man, no matter how crappy the person might be.
No wonder you all had mental health issues.
Yeah, now you know. So what happened is so I stayed in that marriage all those years, and till it got to the point where it was so blatantly really not the right choice. So I did leave, and soon after that is when I became homeless because of my back. I had a back situation, and that's why I collect a monthly check, is because of my back and because of depression. And so I know that I need to make that a priority to keep myself happy. Depression management. I learned a lot about that, depression management. I also learned, how to take care of my health, my back, which is a condition that is not a condition that goes away. It's called degenerative arthritis, like the bones, that implies that the bones will get weaker and weaker. But, I try to do a lot of self-care, and, with good supplements, and I've been, seen by chiropractors, and all these sorts of things will help me to manage myself and my situation on a physical level, mental level, emotional level, spiritual level. So pretty much I've dedicated my life, all these years to these things, and that's why I chose metaphysics as the topic of choice and of what I would like to study and get a degree in. So that's my life in a nutshell.
Yeah, much appreciated, Eric.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
And
Douglas.
yes,
oh, yeah, sorry,
do you need to go?
No, not just yet, Douglas. No, there's a couple things I do want to say, actually.
Excellent.
But no,
Oh,
carry
so
on.
by all means, yeah, I'm in no hurry for you to leave, I assure you. Go on.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you. I was actually going to go off on a little tangent, actually.
Please, by all means.
My ex-girlfriend, that was, in that time period between Sarah. Oh my God, just to outline as well, she was pro-Russian. She was very pro-Russian, and she actually accused me. She said it right in front of me to her own mother. She actually outlined I was a racist, and it's so important that I emphasize this on air, that she actually accused me of being racist because I would actually expose Israeli war crimes against Palestinians, and her mother actually backed me up on it.
Yes.
Her mother actually backed me up.
Thank you.
This girl was pro-Russian. She was actually studying Russian to study the Russian language and to write Russian.
What year was this?
This was 2016, 2017. It was right before I discovered you, Douglas. It was right before I discovered you. Of course, I was at that time learning about Israeli war crimes against Palestinians and atrocities committed against Palestinians. Right. And so I would also, on Facebook publish, and, it was very much, I don't like to, at the time, you could probably consider myself, without going to the extent of protesting, but I was a Palestinian activist in a way. Just I was a sympathizer for the Palestinians, and so I would expose Israeli war crimes. And of course, this girl I was dating, she would just accuse me.
Where did you meet her, by the way? Where did you meet her?
Oh, through the gym.
Okay,
yeah.
interesting.
But she would it was. Yeah,
that's really unusual because the thing that I notice is that most of the time when people take these, that would be a kind of unusual political position for a female. It's mostly men that do things like that start like identifying with quote unquote lost causes, or these kind of kind of bizarre transferals of identity that. So that's so strange in and of itself, and I wonder where she picked that up. And,
very strange. No.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So go on. Yeah, because
she was so antithetical to what my cause was and what I believed in, and I could realize that. But I drew the parallel at that time with her with National Socialism, and then, but in her way, she was completely biased. She goes, "That was awful what they did to the Jews." And so this was her stance about her indoctrination of how, wherever through the academia, through the curriculum level in the UK, people are indoctrinated to hate National Socialism. And so I think that was her way. It was her biasness that led her to that conclusion that I was a quote unquote racist. But it was to do with the fact that I was exposing Israeli war crimes. That's what I was doing, exposing them. But I drew the parallel between them. But she automatically sympathized with the Jewish, the Jewish people of Europe immediately when I said that. But her mother actually backed me up immediately and said that it's a non-legitimate state. It is a state that is illegally occupying Palestine.
Right. Of course, we want to be careful about what we say tonight on the basis of our recent history of being banned. But I get what you're saying. Yes. Rephrase it academically. I mean, pretty much you said what needed to be said. But we can move on in a bit more sublimated direction. Continue with this. Okay, the case of this girl is bizarre because if she's learning the Russian language, she's investing time in ultimately, presumably traveling there or something of that like. And Russia was already a hellhole. I mean, at that time,
she wanted to move out there.
Holy
shit! It was a form of indoctrination that she saw a lifestyle out there that she felt was, it was definitely it advertised to her. She certainly felt coincetic, or she not influenced, but she saw attractiveness to it. So something out there.
Well, what I would presume would be the common selling point. If you remember John Miranda, do you remember the time John Miranda was on with me? Or were you listening that time?
Yes, when he was promoting Russian propaganda. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So when the primary selling point for people like that is quote unquote Russia represents some kind of quote unquote Christian civilization, and everyone else is this degenerate. Everybody's into this kind of degenerate sexual experimentation, essentially, is what they're saying, and that but they hold this Christian ideal that they're the vanguard of Christian morality, essentially. Was she on that trip? Was that her trip?
I don't know, Douglas. She didn't ever particularly expressed it very.
So it's almost amorphous. It was almost amorphous, like she was somehow identifying with them for whatever reason, because the only other thing I could think of would be that she had a Marxian inclination and felt that this was some kind of that there was some kind of potential there for a resurgence of Marxism or communism. But is that what you got out of her? Apparently not.
I don't know, Douglas. I even to this day, it's not. Yeah, to be honest with you, she just kept saying that she one day wants to move out there. She hasn't moved out there, by the way, and that was like 7. That's now 7 years ago.
She basically has some modicum of sanity, at least. She understands, hopefully, the difference between a fantasy and the reality, and at this point might be, switched off from necessarily realizing whatever fantasy that she had, perhaps. Yeah. I mean, go on with whatever you want to rant about, but just to relay something funny to you, lately I saw, now granted, aside, this, I don't go out much in the normal sense where I'm like going out and wandering around anymore. It's either, my son takes me to the estates or something like that, or my gang brother Beavers drive me around. And, but what I noticed today for the first time, I've never seen this before, all kinds of cars in the San Francisco area that had the Z on them for this stupid little zip cars. They're rental cars. People rent them. And so I asked the cab driver about them to help clarify what about them, and I told him it's all surrealistic because I explained to him that the letter Z doesn't exist in the Russian language, and they use it as this militant symbol for their war. And so now I see it on all these cars all over San Francisco. I feel like I'm in the Ukrainian combat zone or something. Yeah, he thought that was the funniest thing in the world. So when you've got this kind of bizarre things going on, I mean, you notice them. And just so people understand, I was explaining to the Bulgarians, and people will hear that if they hear the 12-hour interview that I uploaded. But by the way, you left before we got a response from you about that, but you heard all that. So tell us, what kind of, go back to whatever you want to rant about, but, just a little tangent here. What did you think about all that? What's your impression of that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And thank you for putting that into context, because, of course, I've that's the first time I heard about it. What's the engagement between yourselves and those 2 Bulgarians that interviewed yourself, with the situation. It sounds like they certainly were, the intent was to monopolize, take you on as monopoly. So, that's obviously, what their attempt was. So, thank you for outlining that earlier, Douglas. It all makes complete sense. But, the first thing that baffled my mind from their part was the questions they were asking. The very questions, I mean, they were very relevant and great questions. And you responded so graciously and so, so fluently.
Thank you.
Very hard to, it was very easy to disseminate what you were saying.
Thank you.
Oftentimes in interviews, they sort of segue from, but they did do that once. I did note they did do that once. They asked a question. They said, no, we don't want to go into that. We want to talk about your mother. And so that was when it went from talking about the Jewish, they asked a question about Israel, about Jewishness, the origins, and also about the origins of the anti-gods. as well as going into your mother. So
you listened to the full 12 hours?
I listened to, a few hours. It was actually, I think, about 5-6 hours, because I had it playing in the background last night just before I went to sleep. Yeah. So no, I listened to it, and I really appreciate what you mentioned about the Holocaust and World War II, which is all the things that I've studied, prior to knowing yourself, your existence, Douglas. So it was great to actually reminisce a lot of things that you were saying. I actually learned something brand new last night, which made complete sense, which put things into perspective for myself, so I can comprehend it. So I'm able to articulate it in the future. When you mentioned about the Ursa Major constellation, about the Hockenkreuz in the skies, when you mentioned about the anti-gods, they see it through the aeons. And I was like, thank you, the indefinite or eternal time, which that made complete sense why that, as you mentioned about Howard Phillips Lovecraft, about how the stars are wrong in the sky for them to be bare and alive or extent.
Active, for them to be active. Go on.
To be them active. Thank you, Douglas. And so that made complete sense, because, of course, like the United Nations flag, which is overimposed on the Earth, if you look at the map, it will superimpose over the entire globe of the Earth. So if it's superimposed over a two-dimensional plane, this is how the Kreuz, or the swastika from the Ursa Major constellation, the Great Bear in the sky, how it is superimposed onto the Earth from the heavens down on Earth, and through the anti-gods' eyes, they see it through the aeons, so it will rotate in the same way as the swastika is basically rotating in the sky throughout the seasons. And so this is how they see them, which made complete sense. So if I ever have to explain that to anyone, I can say that so more coherently and more comprehensively for it to make sense, because it never dips beneath the horizon. And even where I was in Cape Verde, I could just see the constellation. I made sure I could see it actually. So that was what was remarkable. And the North Star. And I have to explain that it rotates around the North Star, which superimposed over the Earth is in the direct center of the Earth itself. So it's just remarkable. It truly is.
Thank you.
It makes my it certainly is, and it puts things into perspective, Douglas. That's what I took on board, and that was something that really, it shines upon me. And every single time I do listen to yourself, something always resonates with me so heavily that it never lets go. I'll take a foothold on it, and it never lets go. So that's one of the things I've taken with that interview, but many other things as well, which I would love to go into. But one thing that you mentioned last time, when I was last on the show, when I appeared on the show last time, it was when you mentioned about the movie Schindler's List. I wanted to just bring up something that's very important. Of course, when you mentioned about the villain of that movie, Oscar, what I wanted to relay is about the actor Liam Neeson, however you want to pronounce it.
Right.
He was played by he played Oscar Schindler in that movie. But of course, you mentioned about the villain who's portrayed in the movie, who was portraying the real life SS general or SS officer.
The commandant, the camp commandant. Yes.
The camp commandant. Thank you, Douglas. Eamon Goff. Eamon Goff, the villain that was portrayed. And of course, if anyone looks up that there was this woman in the last several years discovered that her grandfather was Eamon Goff, and she is black. She is of German heritage, German descent, and so his wife was a black woman. But what's so bizarre to me, and it's something that people need to realize, is that of course this guy is portrayed as the ultimate villain, who was the ultimate, but yet he had a black wife. And that if you look at the actor who's playing Oscar Schindler, Liam Neeson, in real life, he went on interview on television, and he admitted that he went out on the street with a kosh, and that is like a version of a baton, a stick. And
Yes.
he admitted he wanted to find on the streets any man of color to engage with him so he could kill him because of the experience he had with a woman that was raped by a black man or a black gang. And so he actually went out on a rampant campaign,
to seek and destroy any black male he could find. Yes, go on.
And it wasn't like a specific target. He admitted it was anyone of black color.
Yes.
And that was what he wanted to. That is the most convoluted story that you ever hear. That this man was playing the antagonist, protagonist in the movie. And yet in real life, he was the ultimate racist.
Yes.
Whereas the guy playing the villain was portrayed as the racist, and he wasn't a racist at all. And that's just how convoluted the whole situation is with the years of propaganda indoctrination against national. Yes. And so.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And it was just very important that when you listen to the interview, it puts the Holocaust into context, because everyone knows of the story through the eyes of the victims, but of course nobody knows the story of the eyes through the eyes of the murder itself. And thank you for outlining the Holocaust into proper perspective, into proper context, which of course historians should be obliged to do so, but they do not do this. And a lot of these historians nowadays will revise the Holocaust into the perspective, whatever narrative they want to try and portray. Of course, they shouldn't revise it or rewrite it. They should put history into proper context. But nobody does that. If people will notice, they don't put the Holocaust into the proper perspective. And I can go on about for hours and hours, Douglas, but I wanted to just mention that before I go. But the interview itself we could go into. I think next week I have either Monday or Thursday, so it'll be the Sunday show or the Wednesday show. I'll be able to be on with you for much longer. We could go over that if you.
Wonderful, of course. I'd love to, and I thank you so much for that. And so and aside from that, what else did you want to bitch about? Anything else you want to vent or cathart about? You're welcome to do so. But yes, in terms of the Bulgarians potentially being the source of the report that had that episode taken down, I hope to get bits of it spliced out, so we'll just release them individual segments, obviously without the sections where Ian West was trawling through the dark web. And aside from that, the other thing to emphasize is that how do I say this? Hopefully I explained that so people understand the context, that what they intended was obscene. It's just like throw somebody $1,000 and they think they can run away with something, and without giving him any kind of shall we say stipend or some kind of percentage, just literally profit off it the rest of their lives. I mean, disgusting. Just disgusting. And laugh at his mother while doing it. Yes, that's the incredible insanity of these people. But so that being said, when it comes to what else comes onto your mind to cathart about, by all means. I mean, certainly I take it that, coming back from vacation, some of these things, when you're thrown back into the environment that you had escaped from, they really come roaring back at you. So whatever you want to vent or cathart about, please. Yes, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Doug. No, that's so true. It certainly does. Yeah, like I've always expressed that it's just a masking when you go away on a vacation. Masking the realities, and when you come back, they just jump right back at you. There's no escape from it, unfortunately. But with the interview itself as well, when the question was asked to yourself about, well, what about the Japanese? How come the Japanese don't speak about they won World War II? And it was just like, it was just so obvious. You just made and I love the way you just presented it to them. It was the start, the Emperor Hirohito's birthday was the start of the Golden Week in Japan, and Showa Day in Japan itself marks the recognition that Emperor Hirohito was the victor, or the man that saved all of Asia from total extermination from the Allies, from the alliances, from the United States and Great Britain.
And the Soviets, who can never be forgotten in that equation. Go on.
Thank you. I just remembered, Douglas, the other thing I wanted to just bring up is that every time I go away on holiday, on vacation, I always read the Nexus magazine article that you produced with, what's his name, Kirschner?
Well, it was the German guy, you mean? The German guy who was interviewing myself? Yeah, I don't even remember his name exactly. I'd have to look at the actual article. It's been so many years. He blocked me, of course, because he was ordered to do so by his employer, what was the guy's name? Driscoll or something? It doesn't even matter. The guy who owned Nexus, of course, who developed a passionate hatred for me because I think his girlfriend left him because of myself in this sense. She had actually hooked up with him because of that article. And when she found out how he had ripped me off and basically set me up, she left him because of that. That's my understanding of what happened. So then he hated me profoundly after that. But whereas before it was like he was like following orders or whatnot, it became personal for him. But so yeah, go on by all means. So when the
Yeah, the interview with yourself, that was, it was published in Nexus magazine, and it was, I think it was, just a quick question, Douglas, it was published in multiple languages, is that correct? It's actually international, the magazine,
That's quite right, just so people understand, Nexus magazine is published out of Australia, and their biggest readership is in Europe, so they do publish it in other languages, including German. So it has a large following, but in America, you would think it was some kind of conspiracy, but that would only lend it an air of dignity and mystique it doesn't deserve. The idiot tried to get it published multiple times in America where people just ran off with his money. And so he couldn't, it's like he couldn't get a break. He just couldn't get anyone to publish it in America. So it's very bizarre, but that's how it worked out. So nobody in America essentially heard of it. You know, a few erudite researchers in the occult knew about it, but you don't see it anywhere anymore because nobody has magazine stores anymore. You know, everything's online. So the only way you'd get a hold of it would be online anyway, really. So but it was never something that caught on in America at all. So yeah, by all means, go on. Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And I was just going to say to Ariana, if you ever need to ever get a perspective on the 1,000-year Reich in exile, it's a great start to actually recite the Nexus article that Douglas produced with Nexus magazine.
Yeah, that's actually a big magazine. I know because I lived in Australia for a time, and it's even if Americans are not so familiar with it, it's a big magazine. So what is the but there are I've seen it be sold in America.
You actually did see it in some occult bookstores, like Fields Books in San Francisco would sell issues. So you would find it here, but they had it shipped. In other words, they had it shipped from Australia to the magazine store to do that. There was no distributor in America. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, wow. I see.
Yeah, you see, so there was no American circulation per se. And it was just the man's wife left him, and she that's different from his girlfriend now. His wife left him, but in a sense was like still very much involved for some reason with the magazine. The whole thing was they set me up for an ambush down there where I lost everything. It was just horrible because I was supposed to be down there for 14 days, which is an extraordinarily long time to be in a different country. You have to bring everything, basically. And if you're down there for 14 days, you especially when you're doing presentations, and all of it was stolen on the plane on the way there by Australian Virgin Airlines. I will never go to Australia ever again in my life, I assure you. And I wound up staying there for well over 17 days. because of multiple things that were done to try to keep me there. And that includes literally the pilot did a walk around on the plane that was supposed to take us home and literally said, the plane's been sabotaged. We are not taking off. And then we're stuck in this hotel in Australia where they placed us, and I had to re-exchange all the money I had just exchanged, losing more money. It's just horrible. I will never go to Australia again. I try to always separate the people from that horrible experience. But the people, of course, were generally nice people. Definitely, don't ever go there. It's no place to ever go, ever. Matter of fact, your general impression, you lived there. What was your general impression?
Well, it was a learning. It was 11 months. I was there for 11 months. That was about 6 years ago, roughly. I'm trying to remember the exact year. In fact, that's when I heard Douglas Dietrich for the first time. I think that was when.
Right. That makes sense. I had a lot of listeners in Australia, probably still do. Yeah. Yeah, one of them was the one who Brooke Gibson found out was he was publishing all this transphobic shit, and he was saying that he was in the astral meeting with Trump and Trump's son in the astral in his dreams. He lived with his mother. I mean, just you get all kinds down there. But go on, yes.
Yes, yeah, no, it was very interesting. I had a chance to meet some people. Not a lot, but enough to get a feel for what it's like down there.
11 months is a long time, honey. You must have gotten a pretty good idea.
I did, and there's a lot that I could say, but I know that I would like to maybe streamline it because I could go on for a long time about this and that, what I experienced regarding the people. Like, for example, there's a lot of people trying to move to Australia. It's a nice place, regarding it's a built-up.
Well, people have this bizarre romance about it, like our man George Knight's ex-girlfriend had about Russia. People think that Australia is this like really nice place to live. Like,
but what I'm trying to say is there are a lot of people trying to move there that let's just say that their skin tone is different, and so they're not very happily received or something like that.
Yeah, Australians are very racist. Yes, go on.
I'm trying to say that because a lot of people want to live there. Like right when I got there, it was in the news that these people were on a boat, like they were coming from, they were coming from some place to. And I know what it was. It was that they had come to Australia and they were placed on a boat, and they were just sent out to sea, kind of like go kind of thing,
like
and
sink or swim.
Like,
yeah.
Oh my God, what happened to these people? Or oh my God, somebody stand up for these people, help these people. It was in the news, and that was like one of the first things that I saw when I was there, and so I was just like, oh no. I mean, so those sorts of, that's what I saw. I saw, there's I don't know what you would think about that, but for me, I see it as a very negative culture, in the sense that there's, if you want to say, a bit of a push for people or young people to be, like kind of like goth, in the sense of, to hate everything, to want to harm everything. And that's cool, be really negative, make art that's really, dark and really creepy, and that's popular. Just there was a lot of stuff like that that I saw. I wasn't very comfortable about that per se. And then there's just everybody else, in the sense that people who've been there for many generations. Well, I mean, it's pretty much true that, okay, so I was I was a babysitter for a time, or a live-in nanny, and so there was trouble in that house for the poor little children. Like what Ian likes to talk about, and I stumbled upon some really weird shit that happened several times. And it was really scary for me because I thought, okay, they saw me, that I saw them doing things that were not good, and so, oh my gosh, maybe I should run away because maybe I'm not supposed to see that, and then I reported it, and the lady was pretty prestigious in the community. They lived in a rich town, and she herself was a very prestigious person. And so what I think I see there is people who, what I would call from a metaphysical perspective, they either their heart chakra is very not well, or they're missing a heart chakra, and so they can be pretty, like that. I don't know how else. I mean, when I say like that, I mean heartless, not caring, not compassionate. I've seen people and family members, various different family members, treat the other family members really badly, and I would say very unfairly. Whether it was a spouse and children were treated very badly, or things like that I just hated seeing. Outside of the experience I told you about just now. So. These are some of the things that I remember.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's quite a set of memories right there. Holy shit. It's definitely, and again, that not to demonize the Australian people, though I would say the majority of the men tend to be really reactionary, right-wing, brainwashed, indoctrinated subjects of the mass media machine of Rupert Murdoch. And they act like his drones and droids. The only hope for Australia is the woman and the children, if they haven't gone nihilist, the way you describe some of them. And goth is not necessarily nihilist. But you seem to be describing something that has a darker tone than simply goth. Really, I
was trying to find a word because they would not identify themselves as goth. They would identify themselves as something else.
Interesting. I mean, that's an important point. With that, honestly, I'm so glad you stuck with us through that, George. And obviously, Ariana has had quite a profound experience living down there in Australia for that period of time, and it's expensive. It's expensive.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, she knows that, and so when. Yeah, so when George is recommending that to you, I mean, obviously, of course, George might be someone you could interview someday. It would produce a video that you could publish, and that could help educate people further. Hopefully, he gets some time to do that with Christine Joanna Hart. So I'll be with her on Saturday. Salman Sheikh slapped up that video of her again because that's the only thing that he's going to get hits with on his chicken shit little channel is anything about myself. So there's nothing, and this is, like you had taken off at the time, but there was this woman named Peggy Wood Amalal who used to have a crush on Danny Arola, and then she wound up hanging around myself, and obviously was still very much enamored of everything Daniel Arola represents, which is nihilism and chaos and the Adamites. So she obviously is the enemy when she basically sent me a message saying, Salman Sheikh starting to talk to you again about on his channel. And, it was Brendan Zogit. When I showed him that, he said, how could anyone know that other than the enemy? The guy's such a chicken shit little nobody. You can't even find his fucking channel unless you're subscribed. So the only way she would know that is by being subscribed, because you can't find him when you look him up otherwise, unless you really know who you're looking for. And so when he looked at it, he saw what Salman had done. And but basically, we knew then she's the enemy because no one else would say something like that unless they put it in some context, like, here's the angle of attack, and I would either do something or just dismiss it, something like that, something along those lines. But instead, it's just, he's talking about you. There's nothing there but trolling. There's nothing there but an enemy speaking, trying to gain your response. Of course, this was right before the ban. Of course, Brendan doesn't give Salman Sheikh any credit for having the strategy where he'd put those videos up and then attack my channel like it was part of some plot or something. It tends to lean more towards, if he reported it at all, it happened to be circumstantially simultaneous to the Bulgarians, but likely it was the Bulgarians, just based on what we saw with them saying, I mean, can you believe the almost taunting, like, hey, sorry about that ban, even Ian West said, it's like, what happened? Somebody in Bulgaria said Doug Dietrich has been banned and told them about this. So they knew about it. Yeah.
They knew about it, so they must have had something to do with it.
Yeah, likely. Could have been they heard about it from Peter Moon, but, honestly, for all intents and purposes, it might as well have been them. Yeah, and by the way, George Knight knows exactly what I'm talking about with what they say they're going to do, animate. And Ariana looked at their channel. She said they really do animate, which is bizarre. And she said there's different levels of quality that they use. Some people get the Adult Swim treatment, meaning like, late night cartoon treatment on what's basically a softcore porn channel. And the other people got Disney level treatment. So God knows what they'll do to me. But, now we've got the real interview up anyway, so people can always turn to that to see what really happened.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yeah. Yeah, because they seemed pretty upset that you posted it, because it seemed like if to be upset like that seems like that they were really planning on changing it around a lot or something. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, yeah.
Thank you. Yes. And
it doesn't need.
Yeah, go on.
It doesn't need. Yeah, sorry, Douglas. It doesn't need editing whatsoever. It just needs to be put up there in its entirety, and that's more than enough. Yes.
Thank you.
It's important. Yeah.
Thank you. What is this whole thing about editing? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It's like it needs very little editing. If anything, it would just need some clipping here and there if they wanted to cut off certain stupid things like their laughter. But other than that, they're rearranging it. They're trying to create a different narrative already, is what they're saying. Yeah. That alone is alarming. And so it's obviously I have to put it up in self-defense.
I don't think it's a very big channel that they have, and also it would have been good had they said, look, man, this is what we want to do, that would have been very professional of them. But for them to just like pay you for you to go away, kind of like, I don't know, it seems like, and so that they can just do whatever they're going to do with it.
Well, if they had been professional, they would have presented a contract where I would have gotten a percentage. That's what would have been professional, but there's nothing there but, hey, man, give us your word, and then claiming I go back on my word. That's, that's bullshit, yes. Yes, in terms of this thing with our man George Knight's ex-girlfriend, that was very prescient. That was almost like, it's almost like he's had these patterns that led up to me with these previews of what was to come. The whole thing with Russia and all of that, his own research into the war crimes of the state of Israel, etc. It was it's pretty incredible, actually. So so I'm just glad that things are working out, honestly. And it's just, there's been a lot going on for everybody, Ariana. Believe me. So
I would feel so uncomfortable if I was in your shoes. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you feel bad. I'm saying this to sympathize with you, because I know myself, I'm very sensitive. Mm-hmm. And if somebody was trying to do something sneaky or something, I would feel bad. So, I'll pray that you have some inner strength through this all, because I know that's what I would need. Yeah.
And by the way, this is going to sound like a stupid question, Ariana. I presume you're talking to me, right?
Oh yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Oh yeah. Well, all I can say to that is welcome to my world. I mean, this is endless. In my case, this is just endless. The other thing that George Knight knows is that when somebody, it's just most interviews of mine are never published. They just never published. So because these guys invested money in it, you would think they would publish it. But like you said, because the channel's small, I guess they thought this was their big breakout, that they were going to put this on pay-per-view. You can bet your sweet ass they don't put anybody else on pay-per-view that's on their channel. That would cost too much money. They thought this was going to be the big breakout, which in that case, they could still do it. It would still be a breakout. Other than that, almost nobody's heard of me. Very few people, comparatively speaking. Yeah. Go on, honey. What was...
Maybe they would make this. I'm only guessing, so I don't know if I'm right. That's for sure. But wonder if because if it was such a long interview, maybe they could get like different, episodes or something that they were maybe thinking of creating. I don't know, because a lot of information. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they would have just milked it for everything they could.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So that being said, what else comes to your mind about when you came home? What first struck you when you came home? When you came home to England, what was the first thing that struck you? The weather, like you said, you brought the sun with you, so it couldn't have been the weather.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Douglas. So yeah, it was just it was wonderful to bring the sun back, because then I could quite easily top my tan because I'm working outdoors all day. So in that regard, yeah. But yeah, no, I do have to make a move very quickly, Douglas. I do apologise. I do have to make a move on, but yeah, some of the things, with the interview, I did listen to a large majority of the interview, and when you started sentences, I was able to finish them because, of course, you are very consistent with everything you've been saying over the years, and I've listened to dozens of the interviews, which is how I've learned so much. And it was good to, I recited that the Nexus magazine article that you were interviewed with, that was published, and so that was great to to reminisce with that. It was good to have a refresher, and every time I read it, I learn something new as well. It goes to show that you never stop learning. But it was just amazing. I could go into it, but certainly next week when I return, that we can go into that. But one thing that's very important is one thing that you mentioned in the interview that I listened to when I listened to it last night was the way that the Allies, and through the propaganda that's promoted to indoctrinate the public, the population. When you mentioned about the map of Japan, and if people look up this, they produced a map. It was a post-war map of the world that the Allies wanted to basically accomplish. It was called the New World Moral Order Map, post-war map of the world. And they wanted to divide Japan between the Soviet Union, Great Britain, and the United States. And they never accomplished this. And in that interview you gave with the Bulgarians, Douglas, you mentioned about they never accomplished that during World War II, obviously, because Japan was never invaded. The four main islands were never invaded, of course, let alone the rest of them. It was they had to do that, with the Korean conflict, which was an extension of World War II. They did that with North and South Korea, and that resonated with me because, of course, that made perfect sense. Of course, it's me getting that me getting the comprehension, so I'm able to articulate that to people. So that's what I wanted to just mention. I really appreciate it. But we can go into it next week about the map and what they attempted to do, which they failed to do, which goes to show that they lost the war. There's so many implications that prove they lost the Second World War, the United States and Great Britain. And you mentioned about the fact that every recognized World War II leader, including Churchill, all essentially were out of office or died before the war was even due to the conventional narrative, the mainstream narrative, the narrative that the so-called official narrative, which doesn't make any sense, which was a complete phallus, a complete lie. There's so many important points that I want to bring up, but we'll do that next week, Douglas.
Excellent. Thank you.
Put things into great detail and into perspective. of course, there's so much to go over, so much
Yes.
I want to get out there as well.
I really look forward to that. And
Yes.
so bless you, and share our
Thank
love
you.
with Sarah.
I will do, Douglas. So and Ariana, it's been a pleasure speaking to you also. And yeah, we'll try to arrange to get that interview conducted with yourself. So any questions that you have me at your full disposal. So you can ask me anything you want, and I'll be more than happy to go over anything with yourself. And thank you so much. And thank you, Douglas.
Thank you. Take care.
Have a blessed day. Yeah, look after yourselves. Bye-bye.
Yes, you as well. And so do go on, Ariana, when it comes to your time in Australia. Rip with it. Come on, tell us about some of the shit that you thought would take too long. Honestly, it's a joy. By the way, we're not riffing on Australian people in general. It's just the experience. It's always fun to hear these experiences. It must have been quite unusual for you. I know that. Simply because your situation is intrinsically unusual. You were there basically on SSDI, getting your checks monthly. And how does that work? I mean, they're given to you in US dollars, but you take it to the bank to get Australian dollars? Is that
Same thing here. Same thing here in Mexico. See that because I'm on SSDI, I can take it anywhere in the world. So obviously there are other countries that the dollar goes farther away, but not Australia. You know, it's very similar to America regarding the value of the dollar or the value of the Australian money. So yeah, I had worked out a barter deal, and so there was, I was actually seeing somebody at the time, and so that person paid for the rent, and I paid for the food. So we worked out this barter arrangement, and that's how we were able to swing it. And so that happened. But then, you know, I went after 11 months. I went back to America because I was thinking about getting another visa and staying longer. But the visa, it would have been a $7,000 application. That, in other words, $7,000 US dollars. And there was no guarantee that I would get the visa. That was just to revise my case or to review my case, see if they would accept me for another visa. And they pretty much told me, they said, we pretty much, the lady, I guess she wanted to just try to be as honest as possible and help me to not, you know, waste my money or something like that. Because she says, I'll be honest with you, the ones who get the visa are the people in their 20s and 30s. But beyond that, if you're older than that, you are not, chances are you're really not going to be accepted, which of course is discrimination. But I mean, you know, so even if you are in a relationship with somebody, it doesn't matter. It's kind of like America, because so many people have come to America and paid somebody to quote unquote marry with them to get their papers. It pretty much doesn't work in America anymore either. So, you know, even if a person is in a relationship, it doesn't matter. They will not give you the visa over there in Australia. Maybe because the same things have been going on over there. I don't even know, but they pretty much told me chances are I would not get accepted, and then I would not be getting that $7,000 back. So
right.
So and then I came back to America. The person who I was seeing came to America to visit me for a little while, and then we pretty much, you know, kind of went our own ways. And that was
this was actually a physical, intimate, a romantic interest?
In that case, it was a relationship, like as if we were, what is that, like engaged to be married. Like it's, almost that strong of a relationship. But we were living together, and And, again, I like to see God in everything. Don't mind me. I do that. So I just figured, okay, well, God is steering me in the direction of America, because at first, I felt bad, but then I went back. I went back to America, and I went back to,
But it doesn't marrying an Australian make you an Australian citizen?
I don't know, because I spoke to the person who I was with, and that was not an option. It was similar to what I'm forgetting his name. He was just talking to us right now. Michael Knight. Is that his name?
George Knight.
George Knight. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
So it was a similar situation, I would say, with when I was over there. This was a younger person, and so I can understand
why they wouldn't want to get married? Because all they had to do was marry you to make you a citizen, if I understand it correctly, unless they've changed the law.
Well, you see, that's the thing. I don't know if that would guarantee it. I might have asked immigration. What if I was married?
Well, I mean, it's rather bizarre to me that you did not.
Well, anyway.
I mean, was this person, like, that much younger? Like, by the way, I'm not trying to insinuate something. I wouldn't give a shit. But was this guy, like, underage or something?
Oh, no. There was quite a discrepancy in the age. But, so that was...
But not that much of a discrepancy.
Pardon me?
I said that, so you said there was quite a discrepancy in age, but not that much of a discrepancy, right?
Well, I mean, in the sense that it was enough for it to be uncomfortable, always uncomfortable, because he was in a certain time in his life, and I was in a different other time in my life, and so...
Where were his parents?
Oh, I guess he just didn't have a very close relationship. He was very similar to me,
Okay, so he had a family that essentially abandoned him.
I feel bad talking about him. He should talk about himself if he wanted to ever get into it, but I know him.
Well, we're not naming him.
Pardon me?
We're not naming him. There's no need to feel bad about it. Nobody knows his name.
Yeah. So
I mean, you don't need to go into any gory detail, but it's I was just, we're just curious in a generic sense. That's all. It's
that was part of the awkward thing, because I guess, see, that's the thing. I don't know if you've ever had this. Well, it might be different if it's a man being the older one, but if it's a woman, it can be very awkward. Not only from one side of the person, the couple, but from the other side of the couple as well. So, in other words, I don't think he ever felt comfortable introducing me to his family.
Okay, interesting.
But I sympathize. I didn't sympathize with him. What I meant to say is I understand. Yeah, it feels bad and it hurts, but I understand, because when I was in America, I was dating somebody else who was considerably younger than me again, and I didn't want my family to ever find out.
Are you meeting these people in a position as a teacher?
No. Just similar to George. Just we would meet somewhere.
Wow. By the way, there's no need to feel awkward in those situations these days. Older women who regularly engage with younger men are called cougars. You've heard the term, yes?
Yeah.
So it's just a thing now. It's not. There's nothing wrong with it. So it's just something to get over. It's one of these things that is, shall we say, honestly, it's probably the best thing that can happen to younger men. Really, they don't have the maturity anyway, so they need some kind of adult supervision. And when it comes to the whole situation, it's one of these things where honestly, women just need to get over being uncomfortable, quote unquote, about that. I can understand what you're saying. There might be a concern for the parents or something, but the parents that obviously were not close to him anyway. So, but he came to visit you in the United States. That must have cost him some money. Where did he get the money?
You know, he worked. He had the money. You know,
Okay.
so.
Well, if he had the money, why was this barter system where you were kind of paying for the food? It's like, I mean, he could have like taken you on and kind of adopted you, married you, and then the both of you could have shared resources. I mean, it's no point in dwelling on it because it didn't happen, but it just strikes me as kind of puzzling. The you know, I know, not in any sinister way. But,
as you might be able to understand, relationships can be complex. And so when I was in America before I went to Australia, I was with another person for 2 years, and he was considerably younger, and I never wanted him to meet my family, and he would say, hey, when am I going to meet your family, you know? And I felt really bad, right? So then I go to Australia, and I get the same thing done to me. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, let me just understand, you know, it sucks, it feels really bad. At the same time, it is it can be extremely awkward under social circumstances, you know, because he did, in Australia, we did visit some of his friends, and that was really awkward.
Really? Wow!
Yeah. We spent the evening with them, like, you know, having, you know, dinner and like some drinks, even though I don't drink now, but at any rate, you know, it was very awkward because they didn't say a word the whole entire night. They were just kind of sitting stunned. They were sitting there staring at us like stunned. And so we were both pretending like, oh, you know, we're not noticing.
What was their average age, may I ask?
The average age? Oh, my God. What, the age difference between him and me?
Oh my God. I guess, yeah, that and that, yeah.
He was in his 20s.
Okay.
And I was
that's
in my
not
50s.
That's not all that young. That's not all that young. I mean, and how old were you at the time?
Yeah, I was in my 50s. I don't remember the exact number.
Yeah, don't worry. No need. I get it. It's not. I think people are just really just tripping. They're really just tripping. They shouldn't be tripping off of that. But it's if anything, it's amusing, and you should look at it as a situation comedy affair. That's how I would have taken it. But it's like one of these things where it's you know, let's just say it's a good thing that you got out of Australia. It's not a place to get stuck in.
Everything was waiting for me to go, so I went.
Yeah.
I left.
Yeah. And so it's definitely then you wound up in Mexico, and the neighborhood. How different is the neighborhood from where you were at recently?
It's a quiet neighborhood here. It was a quiet neighborhood over there too. I liked that neighborhood over there.
I know you did. You said that. Yeah. You said they collected the garbage.
Pardon me?
You said they collected the garbage, which is always a plus. Yes.
Oh, yes, yeah. I mean, they do that. They do that all over. But so no, what I liked about being in downtown was that it's so charming. It's a bit of a tourist place, and you know, so they've got beautiful little coffee shops, and they've got the health food stores. They have like 4 or 5 different health food stores downtown. But where I am now, you know, they don't have that, but I love this house. This house is like so much better than the house where I was when I was living downtown. Yeah. So, you know, it's like, it's a give and take or a win and lose. What am I trying to say? Like, you know, no situation is perfect. So, you know, you give up one thing to have something else, but in giving up that first thing, you're going to lose something, I guess, that's nice about that first thing. So that's what happened when I moved over here.
But I think the good points outnumber the bad here, where I am here. I'm really liking it here. Yeah.
Okay, good. I like what you said about it. You've got the best of both worlds. There's people around that you don't interact with. Yeah.
Yeah, right? I mean, I think that's pretty good, you know, because that way you don't have to worry about the complexities of being friends, and because when you get close to anybody, whether it's a friendship or a romance, whatever it is, there's always going to be differences between you and that person. So, and then there's going to be uncomfortable things or you know, different expectations that cause everybody to feel uncomfortable. So for me, I love that I can be around people. Everybody is nice, and yet we're not like feeling obligated to become best friends or anything like that.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely appreciate that. And let's take a look at the time, live streaming. So what I'll have to start soon is the monologue. I'll probably have to start soon. And what's your time zone? It's 7:47. No, I'm sorry. 1:47 a.m. here. About 2:47 where you're at?
It is 2:47.
Okay. Yeah, you're 1 hour ahead of us. You would be on what in the United States would be Mountain Time, which essentially most of Mexico is on. Believe it or not, you know Mexico does have some time zones, but they're very small. The majority of it's... Right? Go on. Tell us about that.
Well, what I was told is I guess they have the coasts, the two coasts, and I guess, you know, the Pacific coast and the Atlantic coast. And so they're on their different time zones, obviously. And then I guess there's only one middle time zone in the middle. That I didn't know. You drew that to my attention.
Yeah.
But what I did learn here is that here they don't have daylight saving times. On the coasts, they have daylight savings time, but not in this area. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah. And, of course, Australia's time zones are insane. Do you remember anything about their time zones?
I think it's like, is it 7 hour? I mean, is it 7 or 8? I'm trying to remember. It's like, it can't be like a day and 7 and 8 hours. But it's like really hard to calculate.
It's horrible. No, forget about the difference between Australia and America. That's hard enough to calculate. But the Australia's time zones, you know that they have like time zones that divide north and south, as well as other shit that they got going. That they have multiple time zones, and some little cities that are in time zones all their own. I mean, you knew this, right? Or probably not.
No, not. So thank you for drawing that to my attention. I love learning new things. Can you believe that? I didn't know that. I was there all that time.
Well, you can't see the forest through the trees. Don't worry about it. Nobody can. They think it's all... Honestly, they think that Australia is like all on one time zone or something like that. But understand that it's divided in half by the fact that half of it is near the Antarctic. So because of that, it's got this southern time zone that is different from the north. And then it's got all these other time zones between east and west. It's all fucked up. It's the only nation in the world that covers an entire continent, and it's you know, it pays a price for that. It's it's just it's big, so it's gonna have those problems. But you know, there you go with that. And also, it evolved strangely. It evolved because, you know, it's a fucking prison colony. So, you know, all the people who came there were against their will, and they were all isolated in different prison colonies, and then their sense of time was all distorted or something.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But at any rate, it is what it is. And just basically think of it as this: if you want to really understand Australia, it's think of a South Africa during apartheid, when it had Bantustans. Australia is the South Africa of the Pacific. That's what it is. And you got that feel, right? You got that?
You know, there were little hints of it here and there. I think people are afraid to come straight out and say if they're prejudiced. You know, I think they want to find out first if you're prejudiced. So I'm not prejudiced. So, you know, maybe if people were, they weren't feeling comfortable to say it to me, you know, if that is a possibility there, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, bear in mind that when you're in an apartheid state, they don't perceive themselves as prejudiced. But you know that's not how they perceive it. It's they perceive it as different. They think of it as like some order of things as they perceive it. But that being said, in your new area, what about wildlife? Do you see squirrels, skunks, raccoons, anything rooting through your garbage cans, or anything coming? Yeah.
I miss nature. That's again. I had to swap, you know, my love to be out in nature and in a smaller town than a city, for living in a city now. Now I live in a city, so it's really, I mean, I do hear the birds and I like that. I do make sure I look at the trees so that I can feel like, oh, how beautiful. It's so nice to look at the trees, you know what I mean? So I try to do things like that to connect to nature. But no, there is not the magnitude of wildlife here, like what I was used to in Northern California. And so, yeah. But I'm living better now, you know. Also, I was in Florida for 10 months before I came here, but my life was a hell, a living hell over there.
Tell us about Florida! Oh my God! Tell us about Florida. What happened in the Ian West state? I think also another person we know, Deanna Fraser, is there, who was involved with this show for a short while. Poor dear. Yes.
I had the opportunity to meet her.
No, you never did. No, she's actually ethnically Ukrainian, of all things. Yes, poor dear. Just a lot of things going on with her. But yeah, and of course Ian West is there, and he personifies it. Yes, tell us about your life in Florida. This is going to be, tell us about any falling iguanas, gators, boa constrictors, or anything else, or it was just the people were enough.
I was afraid of the gators, I'll tell you.
I thought you were going to say I was afraid of the people and not the gators. I thought you were going to say.
No. Because, like, you know, if you're outdoors, I mean, not that I was sleeping outdoors, I was sleeping in my car, but you know, like, if you're walking around water, you know, like, gators are notorious for, like, being right under the water, and you don't see them, but they see you, kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think they would attack a grown person, you know, an adult.
They will. They will.
Maybe they would. Yeah, you're right. Maybe they would. You're right. I'm being, like, not realistic, I guess.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. So I remember, you know, one time I was in my car and I was parked at the library and I needed to use the bathroom, and I thought, oh, I'll just, you know, run behind this dumpster and squat really quick. But there was this water, a body of water that was almost right up to the dumpster. It was like a little thin strip of grass.
And this is that's like the gators see that and they just think of that like ham hock on a bone. Yes, that ass hanging down. Believe me, that's you were like putting it out there for them like it was a skewer, like meat on a skewer. Incredible. Okay, so go on. Yes.
Oh, that's funny. So yeah, you know, so I just had this really quick thought, like, okay, I'll do it really quick, and then I go and I look and I was like, oh, wait a minute, no, there's water there. You know, you learn, you know, when you're in Florida, you learn to be very aware. They're there, you know, and there's even signs like there's signs like don't feed the gators, you know. Yes. It's like whether it's like, in other words, if you were just say in a building complex like you know, living apartments, they're just apartments. They have that a lot in Florida, and then they have a lot of these water say man-made ponds or whatever you would call them, because there is so much water in Florida. They have to have some place to put the water, you know what I mean, the runoff and all that. So they literally make all these like ponds, these large ponds, you know. And of course, that's very attractive to the gators. Like, I don't know what they eat. I guess fish somehow end up in there. And, but so, yeah, so like you could be visiting somebody. Well, when I was working there, I was caring for the elderly and the mentally handicapped.
Oh my God. Isn't that everyone in Florida?
Well, you know, there's a lot of people who work in that capacity down there. And so, yeah, so I would go to many different apartment buildings, you know, wherever I was assigned. And I would just, you know, there'd be a park bench just like right there in front of the water. And then there'd be a sign, don't feed the gators, the alligators. And I'm just like, most of the water, the large ponds, they did have like fencing in front of it, you know, to protect people. But the thing is yes, you do become very aware that they are there. Now, they also say that they're very shy. Yeah, right, very shy. Oh yeah, I'm very shy, but let me go grab that lady's ass.
Yes, yes. Oh my God. By the way, we have a message in the live stream from Nothing, who says, the processing time for a permanent partner visa starts from the date of eligibility. This is 2 years after you applied for the combined temporary and permanent partner visas. So I don't know if that explains anything to you.
Well, you know, it's a bit unclear in the sense that, you know, the day of eligibility, let's see, I'm unclear about that, and I'm unclear about 2 years, because when I went to, you know,
I'm sorry, honey? Say that again? You were a little far away from the mic, so to speak.
Sorry about that. When I went to immigration, can you hear me now, by the way?
Yes,
yes. Okay. When I went to immigration, I don't remember them mentioning 2 years. Now, they might have, and I just don't remember. But, I just remember them saying that, you know, after I had a first visa, which was a visitor's visa, and that lasted a year. That lasts a year. So when that expires, like I needed to apply for that second visa, and I guess it was going to be what kind of a visa? If it was a work visa, I don't even remember what kind of visa I was applying for. I think it was the visa that I was in a relationship. I think, but you see, I'm not even remembering. It could have been for work. Oh, because I wanted to stay in work. Yeah, I was going to apply so that I could be eligible to legally work, I think. And so I don't remember her saying 2 years. I just remember her saying that, yeah, you can apply before this visa is up. But I don't remember her saying when I'll get an answer back. But I do remember her saying that when I do get an answer back, there's a huge chance that I will not be accepted and that I will lose the 7,000. That's what I remember. Now, I'm not sure what Nothing is referring to.
Yeah, well, it's just definitely, how would I say it? It was the best thing that ever happened to you. In general, like I said, in general, Australian men are very indoctrinated by Rupert Murdoch, and that means that they're misogynists. He was engaged to, he's 92 fucking years old, and he was engaged to some journalist recently and called that off, because he's basically too much of a misogynist to ever make it work. But it's
I was aware of that. I was aware of seeing examples of misogyny, not in the relationship that I was in. I will give credit where credit's due. Well,
the guy's 20 years younger than you. I mean, if he was abusive to boot, he'd have to be, just basically, at that point, truly maladjusted. It'd be somebody who had all the bases covered for dysfunction. I mean, it would just be like, how would I say? It'd be, don't take this the wrong way, it'd be like beating up your mother.
Yeah, no, I mean,
but anyhow, so do go on. The real Ian West says he's back. Oh my God! Okay. Let's oh God, let's see if this guy is on with the call with. He is. Oh my God, he's on the call with us. What happened? Are you okay?
Well,
Ian?
Ian, you had to leave all of a sudden, huh?
Yeah, Ian, what happened?
Oh, there you are. Yes.
Yeah, Ian. Ian? It was the girl who visited him, Sarah. She typed in, "I'm back." She really is using his account because she's killed him. That's why she's not talking. We would be able to tell it's her by her voice. And he's dead now. She's got all the drugs. And so she'll be happy for a while. Yes. But she had to give us a hint. Yes. That is so weird. What is that? I mean, it's like, I'm back, and then, then he's on mute. It's like, that is so weird. By the way, all credit to him in a sense. He built his own computers. They're all scratch built. And then he left. See, we found her out, yes, she killed him, and that's it. Took his account to leave a final message to say he's back, and there you go. Realize that, it's well, bless her. Bless her heart. Aside from that, oh my God. He was downloading my episode, the interview from Odyssey. He downloaded it from Odyssey. That way we could burn it off of him from YouTube. And he, so it took him hours and hours to download that thing. And it's like, he must have, because he built it all himself, he must have a, how do you call it? A processor the size of a peanut. So that's what Brendan was saying. So it's just nice, however, that he did do it, and so that helped us get that down, and it just is what it is. And now I know who the this individual was that was trying to his Skype name. Okay, so I got to look up that name, and then I can actually bring him on if we can get that done. Give me a second here while I just experiment with that. And I'm going to Skype test it. Now, he had my email address, which is, okay, let's see if this works. How did he get my email address? Did I give that to him? He has a particular email address. All right, and some new comments coming on. Okay, now this is interesting. What's going on here? Oh, okay. Yeah, everyone's got this email address. Okay, so let's see if we can get him on Skype. Here we are. Press this button here. And for those of you who might not have, there we are. Okay, there he goes. Okay, so push the accept here, and then we can add him. Actually, what I need to do is he's active now. So what I need to do is click the gearbox. Come on. Click the gearbox, then put him into favorites. Then I can bring him on. There we are. Add to favorites. And that means we can add him easily onto the call. So spare my voice a little bit more because it's for anyone who's listening tonight, my voice never really returned. But we'll see how much I can hold, because I do have to hold it. Okay, what am I looking for? What does he say it was? There we are. Okay. No, that's not how it's done. How do we do this? Go back to the call, press the participants button, and thank you everybody for your patience with this. And then we press this. There we go. And press the add button. And soon we'll hear a new voice. He's added a Skype account. And let's see if he hears the dialogue. There we are. Now, I detect a bit of an accent. And may we ask what accent is that?
Yeah. It's Australian.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Hello, Ariana.
Yes. So you found another victim, Ariana. Oh my God, another young man to prey upon. You predator, you. Oh my God. You better hide yourself.
Yeah, there's a few Australian people who like to listen to you, Douglas.
I know there's a lot. And they probably enjoy me riffing on them too, I would hope. I mean,
oh yeah. Well, some of them that have a sense of humor.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I gotta turn both of your volumes up. Just give me a second.
Sure, take your time. And, I should be turning my volumes up a little bit as well because I had them all lowered because of the stupid, the ringtone. It's just so loud on Skype. It makes me lower it for everything. And, oh my God, the Skype ringtone. So I love that. So, yeah, the Econ is the warship shooting at the flying saucers. I do love that. Could you send me that illustration and a link? That would be wonderful.
I'll try. I'm just new to Skype, so I still got to figure out.
Oh, no, you don't need to send it in Skype. Send it via email. If you could just attach it to an email.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. And so yes, there are a lot of people in Australia who knows me, and the publisher of Nexus Magazine is Duncan Rhodes, right? Duncan Rhodes?
Yeah, that's what I remember from hearing from you multiple times.
Okay,
I looked it up. I did look it up because you can purchase some of the articles still for under $1.
Yeah,
I think something like that.
Yeah. And
I didn't buy them. I'm sorry.
I can send them to you for free. Yeah.
What's the name of your article, Douglas? I'm going to write it down and try and find it. See if it's archived on the internet.
Oh, it's archived.
On Nexus website.
Yeah, it's on the Nexus website. It's what gets him a lot of hits. Yeah, and it's amazing. Just I don't want to overdwell on him, of course, but it's like his it's just, shall we say, the articles are important. The horrible part of it is the first article is butchered terribly. The first in the series. It's a series of 3 articles. And so you got that, you knew that. So you know that from my bitching about it, or you just
they heavily censored it. I listened to you talk about it. I think it was back in 2013 or 14 when you were on Freedom Slips or Revolution Radio.
Yes,
you were talking about it then.
Yeah.
And you said they butchered it a fair bit, and you could only get so much out in the article.
Yeah, that was so sad, and it was what I could do is basically at some point what I need to do is kind of rewrite the article, but at that point you start writing a book because it will just take you into one tangent after another. But I should at least incorporate what was censored out from that interview. So what I'll try and do is do that. And but in terms of maybe ask, so is it Victoria, which part of the Australian continent? You're in Queensland. Okay, wonderful.
I won't say which town though.
Yeah, I understand. No, I understand completely. No need for the town. I get it. I totally get it. And and how? What do you feel right now about that? Has there been a feeling of recovery from those horrible fires, or just people just pushed it out of their minds, or are there still scars? There's got to be enormous scars. Yeah.
Because a lot of people were heavily affected from those vast fires down south. In Queensland, we don't really get much fires up here, but down there they did suffer pretty bad, and they even hated their Prime Minister for being outside of Australia during the first major fires occurring when it was Scott Morrison.
When he returned, people just turned away from him or insulted him to his face. Yeah.
Yes. They didn't even want to shake his hand or anything. They're just like, you're a disgrace. I don't want nothing to do with you. And all he could do was just look like a fool in front of the live cameras.
He was such an idiot. He was like, what was he thinking that he even did what he did? Now, could you explain to our listeners, basically he left the country at the height of the crisis
he went on a vacation with his family. Yes. Personal vacation just to get away from the blazing hell.
Oh my God.
I'm pretty sure he knew that was probably going to occur. I'm not 100% sure if these fires were intentionally caused or just natural, but possibly. Some of these fires are, caused by humans. These massive fires. We have pyromaniacs.
Right. But just to put this into perspective for our listeners, so they understand this. This was my understanding of it, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the correct understanding. But the thing that we do know is that human agency is always a percentage of a factor and a percentage of these supermassive wildfires. Most of the time, it's something incredibly stupid, but there are truly pyromaniacal people out there, and beyond that, there are also people who truly have political agendas, and we in California, this was the issue. So I can say this for a fact. In California, what we have is generally a solid blue state, and by that I'm speaking politics, meaning liberal, progressive, democratic. Yeah. And then there are red elements in California that are basically, if one traces a line all along the California upper north coast, north of San Francisco, then going along the border with Oregon, and then down to the border with Nevada, all along down to Los Angeles area, the greater Los Angeles area, the sprawl, not just the city, then you get this kind of red California borderland. And so that is, they've talked about secession from California. And it was during the Trump administration, we do know for a fact that there were some fairly deranged people who were politically motivated who had set some of these supermassive fires. So there was, in this sense, a kind of political insurgency of some people who were doing this. And I was pointing that out. In Australia, Rupert Murdoch was trying to convey, he was trying to say that it was environmentalists that were setting the fires. This is what Rupert Murdoch was saying. And it was at the point because, and as I pointed out before, and I'm sure you heard me say this, so I hate to sound like I'm repeating myself, but for new listeners, I do want people to understand that when certain political analysts were studying mass media and state-controlled mass media, Rupert Murdoch owns so much of Australian media that political analysts concluded that the three of the most controlled mass media machines in the world are Communist China's, the military junta's media machine in Egypt, and Rupert Murdoch's in Australia. So, and the point is that a lot of these guys read what he puts out, and so you had firemen that they were interviewing at the time who were convinced environmentalists were setting these fires. Now, ultimately, I don't believe any evidence was found to prove this, but it was definitely what Rupert Murdoch was saying. Of course, it stands against all reason. It doesn't make any sense, but it's definitely what he was pushing. And he was saying they were trying to do this to prove that it was global warming. In other words, so that was his quote unquote logic. But so that being said, however, the damage was that now were they trying to revise the numbers? Because I remember originally they said 1 billion animals have died. That 1 billion animals died, and then later on, were they trying to revise those numbers, or do you know anything about this?
Yeah, there are the inconsistency in the totality of the animal deaths. Yes. Yeah. So they would be changing the total count. I do remember seeing that throughout I don't watch the news a lot, but the news I do watch is for YouTube. I don't watch TV.
Understood. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. Yeah. So go on. Yes.
But yeah, they do definitely change the total death counts.
Okay.
It's always inconsistent. It's with everything as they portray in the news and they try to pass off. It's just all misinformation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to trust, like doctors.
Well, disinformation, sorry. Deliberately misinforming. Did you cut out?
It sounded like Ariana cut out or something, or she just stopped talking.
Sorry, Ariana. What were you saying, Ariana?
So I was just saying that it's like doctors. It's hard to trust the media because it's hard to know if they're telling the truth.
That's key.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
In Australia, I can assure you, all of the mainstream and alternative media is disinformation. 99% of it.
Wow. And I believe that. Yeah, I certainly believe that. It's
yes. You are not wrong when you are saying that majority of the men or just the population, men and women, are heavily indoctrinated and brainwashed from the media that's owned by Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah. It's really distressing. And but when in terms of yourself, so have you traveled much around the continent or outside of the continent?
I don't travel much.
Okay.
I've only traveled to Brisbane and the Gold Coast from where I live.
Right. And of course, now one of the things that I pointed out in the past, now I don't know if you've ever listened regularly, but I've gone into some depth about different aspects of Australia's military situation. I don't know if you've caught any of it.
I've heard a bit of it. Didn't you also say that I couldn't help but agree with that Australia has more American military bases than Australian military bases?
That's correct. No, it's essentially like an occupied country. I mean, did you see anything to that effect, Ariana, while you were there? I don't suppose you did, but...
No, I did not. But wow, that's something.
Yeah, that's basically saying America's occupied Australia.
Yeah.
I do remember I was staying at this kind of a hotel, and but for people to stay there longer, and or I guess they call it a hostel, and so what happened is that I was talking to some people because in the common area, like the living room area or wherever, the TV was on, and they were saying news about America and all this, and showing their big war, planes and all this sort of stuff. And I must have made some sort of a comment at the moment, and so one of the residents looked up to me and said to me, no, because I was concerned about, America having so much military, like, is it really necessary? And the Australian resident pretty much said, oh, yes, it's good. They have to be strong and all this sort of stuff. And I don't really remember how the conversation was, went, because it was so many years ago, like 6 years ago or something like that. But I just remembered that he was just very much believing, that America was, very good. Their military was very good. That, we should be so happy that they have this big military. And I was not necessarily agreeing in my mind to his thoughts. So is that what you mean? Like the brainwashing? Are they happy to see American military over there? I guess that's what I'd like to know.
The Australians have been, how would I say, they've come off the, I can't even remember the fucking word, sorry, I'm trying to say.
No worries. I mean, let me put it into words
My
for
brain's
you.
half dead because I've been up late.
Let me put it into words for you. Basically, the incredible farce here, the tragedy, is that during World War II, the Australians never needed to institute any draft because every single Australian male volunteered. There was not a need for a draft at all. They never instituted a draft because none was necessary. If they were senior citizens or children, they were somehow involved in the war industry. Every other man essentially went to the front unless they were needed at home for some vital war effort activity. The Americans were counting on them to hold the entire Pacific front because the Americans could only throw a single division into the Pacific in the first years of the war. And the Australians have somehow lost all memory of that and think somehow the Americans saved their ass in World War II rather than the other way around. There is something so insane here. Your head spins. It's the entire war effort in the Pacific was an Australian war effort until very late in the war. And the Australians have no memory of this. And they literally think, the Americans saved our ass, and we love the Americans, and this is why we must have them here. Where does that come from? It's madness. And this is why, again, as I pointed out, there was the creation of this ANZUS, Australia, New Zealand, United States. This was the old... I'm sorry, you said something, Ariana? You remember that or something?
Just saying Anzac, is that what you're talking about?
No, Anzus. 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 This was created. This was created when the peace was declared with Japan in 1952. Then the Australians said, well, the Japanese might go on a rampage again. So they approached the Americans for this pact where the Americans would promise to defend Australia if it was attacked, and that laughably, quote unquote, Australia would come
to... treaty that was signed in 1951, right?
Yes, yes. Actually, it went into effect in the same year that peace was declared with Japan, when the peace went into effect. In other words, when the Japanese signed
1952.
Yeah. So it was in 1951 when the Japanese signed the peace treaty, but it didn't go into effect till 1952. That was the same way with the ANZUS. The ANZUS was basically proposed and kind of signed, but it didn't go into effect until Japan normalized. Yeah. And so what happened was it was an anti-Japanese defense pact that, because the Australians understood the strategic situation, those that were in power understood the strategic situation, that effectively Japan had won the war, and so they demanded an American defense. Now, when I say laughably, it's not, this is the laughable part, the part that's horrible. So you've got this like NATO, this NATO type treaty where, oh, well, if Australia's attacked, America will come defend you. And if America's attacked, Australia will come defend America. Well, the only thing that's ever happened is Australia has gone to fight in America's wars, even though America's never been attacked. They've gone to fight in Vietnam. They've gone to fight in Afghanistan. Every war that America's been in, the Australians are there on the front lines. But has America ever come to save Australia's ass? No! Australia is still saving America's ass. So how can any Australian man blame me when I tell them how crazy they are, how lunatic they must be to live in this back-ass world where they think the Americans are doing them a favor when
it's
they're
the
fighting...
emotional attachment they have with the history with
this isn't
the
emotional,
Americans.
this is psychotic.
Oh, just the reason why they can't see it, because they're too emotional and have their heads deep up their ass. They can't stop getting high on their own fumes.
Thank you. It's awful. It's I'm sorry, honey. Ariana.
I was just laughing.
Yes. No, this is awful. And honestly, this needs to be really broadcast I hope Australians are listening and really spread the word. I mean, if you understand the disparity in what you've been doing in terms of effort, in terms of war, the only positive thing we can say is that you've kept your military in constant training. So you're not for any lack of combat experienced soldiers. That's the only, on the negative side, we can talk about all the complex post-traumatic stress disorder. We can talk about the psychological wrecks that come home and probably go around abusing their wives and everybody else around them. This is a toll that's being paid for no goddamn good reason. But nevertheless, because the world is full of grays, it's a million shades of gray, we do need to emphasize the positive of AUKUS. So I said the term ANZUS, which our lady Ariana had not heard of. And now I use the term AUKUS, which is the Australia, United Kingdom, United States Act, which, of course, this treaty actually makes sense because here Australia is being given nuclear submarines so they can actually project power. Now, the interesting aspect that I've brought up before is that the bizarre nature, we were just talking about Steven Spielberg, of all people, earlier in the show when Peter Moon was with us. Yeah, and we were talking about
He's a great...
Yes.
Not Peter, Steven Spielberg, because didn't he, wasn't he accused of molesting that young female actor on the E.T. movie? I forgot her name, Drew Barrymore?
I didn't know that, but I would believe it. Yeah, it's not something that would strike me as unbelievable.
Most Hollywood elites are child touchers. People need to know this.
Oh, of course. Oh, of course. I mean, that goes without saying. I mean, people should assume that. That's like a given, right? I mean, but when it comes to the Steven Spielberg, obviously I just can't stand him because he's like one of these people who's just overexposed, and he's got this kind of like how do I say it? He's just tripping off of being himself, and I think most of what he's fed the world is just pure crap. But when it comes to the Steven Spielberg thing, the interesting thing is that when he produced this science fiction series, that it went in this wacky direction, that he may have given up on the series at that point and probably transferred into someone else's purview for direction and production at that point, because he was married to the guy who played in Jaws. Ariana, help me out here. Do you remember the actor who played in Jaws, or maybe you would remember him?
Dreyfuss?
Richard Dreyfuss, yes. He was the guy with the sunglasses, right? The sheriff or whatever he was?
Oh, I don't remember. I just remember Dreyfuss.
Oh, okay. Dreyfuss was
Richard
the guy.
Dreyfuss, yeah.
He was the guy who pretended he was the veteran from the Indianapolis, right? The sunken Indianapolis was Dreyfuss, right?
Maybe regarding the character that he portrayed.
Roy Scheider. It was Roy Scheider that I'm thinking of.
Oh,
so Roy Scheider, when Steven Spielberg started this series, he started a strange series that was called Deep Sea Quest, DSV, or Deep Sea Vessel Sequest, and had some weird year after it, 2038, whatever it was. And so Roy Scheider was taken and made the captain of this super submarine that was supposed to be like this scientific submarine, kind of like Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. It was a very bizarre film, and it was kind of like behind the times, very anachronistic in that it just kind of had this Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea feel to it. But then at some point, things radically changed because the ratings went way down, and then they changed the Roy Scheider actor to a different actor who took over.
There was changes in the cast in the second season.
Yes, and and during the second season, they tried to bring that Johnny Fuckable back, the young boy star who they tried to center the series on. This was part of course,
Jonathan Brandis.
How do you remember that? Oh my fucking God!
I immediately looked it up when you mentioned it.
Oh my God! Thank you. So who replaced Roy Scheider as the captain? Replaced Roy Scheider.
Say that.
Okay, we can find that out. Replaced Roy Scheider, and DSV replaced. It was let me see, Michael Ironside. It was Michael Ironside was the man who replaced him. That's his actual actor's name, or his stage name at least. But he portrayed he replaced, and they militarized the whole series. At that point, they decided the only way to gain any ratings was to make it a war, and so they changed the entire theme from this bizarre "we're exploring the oceans and talking to dolphin shit," and they made
colonizing sea.
Yes, and what happened was that the enemy was Australia. The enemy was Australia in that film. Do you remember that?
No. It's just funny that you say that.
Yeah, but the conceit of the series was that the Australians had become very militarized, and but the reality is, of course, as I've said before about England, when you've heard me speak to George Knight, and I've talked about how England really has pushed itself into a corner where it has no choice but to really establish a third empire, because there's no way it's going to otherwise recover any economic viability.
Yeah, they've reached rock bottom, dystopian level.
Thank you. Yes, and with Australia, it's kind of like the same thing. The problem with Australia is that its population is very small. It's a population that, and I'll say this and try to explain it in a manner that people can understand. America is different. America is a enormous population. We're talking millions of people. The American population is hundreds of millions of people. literally. So
Over 400 million? Or
it borders on that. When you count in all of the illegals, and there's not that many illegals anymore, comparatively speaking to what there used to be, because America's no longer that attractive a place to come to. But America, we're talking about 350 million, 400 million if you count people who are here transitionally or illegally.
Right.
Yeah. So, but it's about baseline 350 million is what they admit to, what they officially admit to. So about 400 million. It's truly a good number. But in terms of Australia, the population, people have no idea how small the population is compared to the size of the continent, and the fact that the continent is, comparatively speaking, in terms of what we would consider value land, in terms of that which is productive in an industrial agricultural sense, is just so little of it. There's the major thing that you think of is the mining. Of course, the mining is out there. But other than the mining,
a lot of Aboriginal protected lands too that have been destroyed from mining and shit.
Right. And this is what I was speaking of when I was comparing it to South Africa with Bantustans. And so you have these Bantustans of these black Aborigines who, I don't know if the Australians still use that term, that Abos.
Abo is a short term, but they think it's a derogatory term now, but just call them Aboriginal, Indigenous.
Yes, thank you. That's what I meant to emphasize. Yeah, Abo is very insulting. We don't want to use that. But definitely, just so people understand this, the probably subconsciously, it's very subconscious, but the Australians very much are, they're a European culture. So even though they're a Pacific economy, they are very much a European culture for the whites, or shall we say the dominant culture.
Yeah,
so
we have a lot of Anglos and Celtics over here.
Yeah, and so the in terms of their desire to preserve that, it impacts the economy, and the fact is that the economy, of course, like all economies, because the whites will only do so many things as opposed to, say, for instance, really hard scut work or work in like changing coins and vending machines or something, then you got the immigrants for that. And so you've got this immigrant flux for like the hotel service work and it's and stuff like that. And it just is something which the Australians try to maintain on a transitional level, and they try not to allow so many of them to become citizens. So it's what would be a rather untenable situation. So the idea of Australia expanding, projecting power, and then kind of maintaining what you would say would be buffer states, where there could be labor that could be drawn from it, that could be returned to the buffer states, makes perfect sense. That is actually the geopolitical inevitability that Australia is developing through nuclear submarines that it's now attaining. So with those nuclear submarines, those are the foundation for basically a future superpower. So the scenario that was projected, and like I said, I do not know if Steven Spielberg was involved with that project at that time, but whoever took that over and projected that scenario was not stupid. They were dealing with the think tanks I was dealing with. Somebody, because that was such an audacious vision that it wasn't something that you could credit some ordinary writer with coming up with. Yeah,
I had insider knowledge to portray in that show.
Yeah, and so that was important, and again, I'll try and research it later, but I'll try and find out if Steven Spielberg was involved at all at that time, which I highly suspect he was not. So and then eventually the young man who you named, you do know he killed himself, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, his is the most tragic story you can think of. That poor fucker was at the height of his popularity when Steven Spielberg made him the star of that DSV, and the whole show was written around him. It was completely stupid. It's the stupidest thing you could do. Him and a talking dolphin, and this is why, of course, it could go nowhere, and that's why they had to militarize it to give it some sense of something. because otherwise it was just purposeless. And but at the time that he was involved with the series, at that time, I know this because I worked in private security. He had to have security guards to protect him from girls that would throw themselves at him. So he was just surrounded by security guards whenever he was on the set, because girls would sneak onto the set and throw themselves at him and shit. So it was, he went from that to nothing. It was like his career crashed, and then he thought that he was going to get it back when he was playing a prisoner of war in a movie with Bruce Willis, and they cut all his scenes. And that's when he killed himself. So he was in some World War II prisoner of war movie with Bruce Willis, and then when his scenes were cut, he thought that was going to be his road back to some recovery of a career, and then he killed himself. It's just,
why did they cut his scenes out? Why did they do that to him?
I have probably to drive him to suicide. Probably.
But
so
they wanted him to kill himself.
I would think they wanted him to kill himself so that he wouldn't cop to being all fucked over as a child by a bunch of guys like Steven Spielberg dicking him. Doesn't that make sense?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. As a matter of fact,
Corey Haim and Corey Feldman, they lived long enough to say it.
Yeah. And so it's like, talk about a tragic story. I mean, that should add a dimension to Steven Spielberg people should consider. I mean, that's
yes.
But aside from that, you remember that's essentially what happened to the young Australian actor Heath Ledger when he basically he was introduced into acting by that really embittered Australian Mel Gibson. And Mel Gibson, was so embittered and hateful for what he had to have dealt with all those years, fucking a bunch of guys to get to the top. He just became like this reactionary. And then he introduced Heath Ledger into Hollywood. And when Heath Ledger finally made it as the Joker, he woke up one day and looked at his wife and kids and thought about all the cocks he had to suck to get there, and just took a bunch of pills and killed himself.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, no, but look at how common this is. I mean, this is to validate and reinforce everything you've said.
I look into a lot of the celebrities' deaths and stuff.
Yeah, and it's it definitely makes sense that. So I do want people to understand. Yeah, Hollywood's a very dangerous place, and it's just not a happy place.
There's a lot of parents that are desperate to get their children in the entertainment industry, and they're completely unaware until it's too late, and they're sucked into it.
Yeah,
and once you know too much, they'll just threaten to kill you if you ever try to say anything.
Yeah,
and they will kill you.
Yes, they will. They will. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can finally find that film that I was looking for, and I was asking everybody about, and nobody could remember the film because let me see, movie, and Clueless might have been the name, Clueless. So let's see if we can find out more from Clueless. The actor might have been
1995 movie.
Yeah, it might have been Brittany Murphy that I'm thinking of. So let's see now, Brittany Murphy,
Alicia Silverstone, Brittany Murphy. Yeah,
it was Brittany Murphy. I'm pretty sure of it. So Brittany Murphy died in 2009. So let me look up Brittany Murphy.
People suspect. I looked up some stuff about this. People suspect she was murdered. Yeah.
Yes. So here we are. This is the woman that I was trying to remember forever. So I spoke about her case a number of times when I was at Revolution Radio. Brittany Murphy, she started talking about child rape and exploitation in Hollywood. And that's when she and her, boyfriend or kind of husband or fiance, they said, we're determined to expose all this. We're going to bring it out into the public, and they both died. Both died of pneumonia. By the way, this doesn't This doesn't. Both of them died of pneumonia with contributing factors of iron deficiency anemia and multiple drug intoxication. I mean, it'd be one thing if they both died of drugs together, like a suicide couple, but they both died of pneumonia with iron deficiency and multiple drug intoxication. Like, they just happened to get so sedentary. Let's just lie down, pull a John Lennon, Yoko Ono, and stay in bed for months, and just got so sedentary that they got pneumonia from inactivity. Being facetious, but this is essentially what the coroners were trying to tell us. So this is yes, this was the young lady that I was trying to remember, and yes, this was what happened to her. Was just it's unspeakable. Just unspeakable.
I have some videos that go into great depth about her death and everything. I need to upload them on my YouTube channel, but I'm worried because I don't know how to edit videos properly to edit out the producer, because he goes by the Destroyer Productions 2012. Okay. You ever heard of him?
Vaguely.
I can't find anything about him anymore on YouTube or Google. He did have he might still have a Facebook account. The Destroyer Production. I have all of his videos I downloaded years ago. I'll re-upload them, I guess.
Interesting.
And yeah, it has all the information about the celebrities' suspicious murder deaths.
Did you ever download a number of my videos, perhaps, so we know we might have some extra backup, or just?
Yeah. I've downloaded hundreds of your content from 2009 to
Excellent. Now. Oh my God! Thank God I know you. Yes, thank God.
I started listening to you when I was fucking 19 or 20 years old. Yeah, 20 years old, I think.
Oh my God. I feel so bad for you. That must have destroyed your life.
Just start talking to you now.
Oh my God. Well, that's normal. That's understandable. I mean, it's not a safe thing to do. Obviously, you've got some hints at
I've got some stuff to tell you. I won't tell you now, but your mind will be blown.
Okay. And so Real Ian West says, my comp is fucked. Oh, poor guy. Okay, Ian, we love you. She caught that tone.
I'm not you going.
Yes.
I wanted to say yes sincerely. I love Ian, but no, I'm so grateful to meet Nothing. Is that your name, Nothing?
Not my real name, just my
I would hope if that were his real name. We know his parents really didn't like him. Yeah. I mean, come on, Ariana. Really? I mean,
that's beautiful.
When I asked that, I thought I was meaning, is that how you preferred to be known?
Oh, yeah. Yes, just call me Nothing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would suggest, quite seriously, okay, Nemo means no man.
I was about to say that. You suggested Nemo in the last stream, so call me Nemo if you want.
Yeah, or Albano is the Spanish word for nobody. So Nemo Albano, how's that? No man, nobody. Yeah, Nemo Albano. Yeah. So in terms of Nemo Albano, as he shall now be known, rather than Nothing, because I hate that. It's just, for one thing, it's too general a term. It's so general.
All right. Understood.
Yeah, impossible to find. And then you sent me those emails. I didn't even notice them till later.
I'm sorry about that.
No worries. It's fine. It worked out in the end. It was for the best. I mean, honestly, this is one of those nights where, I might never get my head out of my ass enough to really do a solid monologue. I mean, I'll try and do something towards the last hour or so, but
your monologues are impressive. You're like a machine.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you. You're very kind. And definitely I can say that we just are, I get into a zone, but then that's like my biological father, right? He got into the zone and he would talk. Yes.
He was a great man, yes.
Thank you. Yes, it was, he definitely had his quirks.
Am I crazy to say that the so-called dead body of Adolf Hitler that the Allies power took a picture of, that was a doppelganger clone, or one they made, or a clone that he had? Because I'm aware that all world leaders have doppelganger clones in case assassination attempts.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Now, in terms of that, it was like, You know, I've seen that picture, and the point was that, first off, just so we can be, just so our listeners understand this, there was a picture they used to show. You could probably still find it online, but it's not something that's really brought up all that much anymore, where they said this was Hitler's body, and at the same time, they were trying to claim that it was incinerated to the extent that it was unrecognizable, because they had no body to produce. If there was a body, where was the body? The Russians, for years, when they were properly called the Soviets, said that they had Hitler's skull. And then when somebody took a DNA test, they found out it was a woman, that it was a female skull they had all this time, which is so fucking Russian. And so that was bullshit. And so it's basically... there is no evidence. But
when I look at the picture, it definitely doesn't look like Adolf when I have a better inspection.
Thank you.
It's just so fake.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like it actually is more of a mannequin. It really actually looks like a mannequin.
Oh, yes.
That they stuck in a mustache on and just kind of burned up, and you could practically...
Or that other famous actor that looked like him.
Oh, Charlie Chaplin?
Yes.
That gives it too much character. It looks like you could smell the burnt plastic from that thing.
Yeah, yes.
But in terms of Hitler, there's no evidence that was found in Germany that he was dead. He was just he got out of there like Himmler
So he
did.
lived.
Yeah.
He lived till the 60s, right? In 1963 or 4 or 5, that's when he died.
This is what I brought up with the Bulgarians when I was interviewed by the Bulgarians. By the way, did you hear me when I was talking about, the whole thing with them? What was your
interview?
Yeah.
I've only watched part 1 and 2 that you upload. I haven't watched the full 11-hour, but I haven't got to the part about them laughing about your mother's death and the other stuff that we're doing. I have to get to that yet.
Actually, they weren't laughing about my mother's death, which I would have terminated the interview right there. That would no, they were laughing when I was talking about her in rescuing the Naga, and so when I brought that up, this is what was bizarre about it. It's like, and I'm bringing up this giant snake, and so they probably started playing with each other's dicks at that point, and we're saying Nyaga or something. It's getting bigger. I mean, that's really what comes to my mind, because they started this insane kind of giggling that didn't make any sense. It was like, I wasn't saying anything that was particularly funny, or funny at all, really. And they wouldn't stop. So this is the kind of... I'm sorry, Ariana? Yeah?
I was just saying that maybe that's a word in Bulgarian,
Maybe it means something in their language.
No, but see, understand this. I appreciate what both of you are saying, but we have to understand that we're dealing with people who are supposed to be cosmopolitan and technically savvy. If that were the case, all they had to do was mute. They could giggle to each other and mute. But when I'm bringing... They couldn't stop. They wouldn't stop. They just kept through this kind of like
they were
tittering.
being hostile.
Yeah, that was... At least... it's not even passive. It's active hostilities at that point. So it's... beyond that, anyone with any sense of sophistication knows that even if, say someone says something funny, like this word is unspeakable in a different language and comes out sounding like shithead or something, there's usually a bark, what you'd call a short barking laughter, where a person can't help themselves. It's like a sneeze. It comes out, and then basically after that you stop yourself, because it's what you do. When you just keep on giggling like that, at that point, it's obvious you want the person to hear you laughing. It's
malicious and childish.
Yeah. It's well, that's being generous. But it was just creepy. And so when I have it timestamped on that original video. It was the first one I put up with the photo of the Japanese on the roof, along with the German Shepherds. But when it came to the 11-hour interview, and what was it I was going to say about what they had asked and what my response was, we were talking about Hitler. Oh, yes, what I had told them, of course, was the fact that towards the... Now, anybody can look this up. Adolf Hitler had an Italian doctor towards the end that pretty much took over his medical case. as the what you would call the overall case practitioner in charge, kind of like the doctor who oversees the care strategy, the plan of attack for whatever ails you. And so at this point, what one will notice is that what they portray in films like Downfall, or they portray what people actually saw, or what you see on film. So when you see Hitler on film, you'll see him when he's greeting the Hitler Youth outside the bunker, that last scene, or other similar situations. There's this emphasis on this tremulous right hand, which of course was exposed to a blast injury when they tried to kill him with a bomb. And so when they tried to kill him with that bomb attack, and he survived, that arm was forever nerve damaged after that. It had kind of a shake. But then they'll tell you that, that's onset of Parkinson's disease. Now, by the way, this is...
Other people are saying, it's because he was a meth head or some bullshit like that. They also say shit like that.
Actually, to put this in perspective, this is just to put this into perspective so people understand this. The way that these are reinterpreted with passing time is it's always revised in the most negative possible manner, and everybody knows this. But when you take a look at someone like Hermann Goering was legitimately a morphine addict, but this is for completely understandable and circumstantial reasons, was that when doctors were first applying the painkillers in World War I, just to give you a great example of this, all medical doctors are not medical historians. Medical doctors are medical doctors. So when it comes to medical doctors, very few of them, they take only passing a course. Like they're forced to take a course in medical history so they know how fucked up things used to be. But the reality is, just like their math, all doctors are forced to learn calculus. They'll never remember it. So they never remember as well. Mr. Nemo Albano is asking me about this one individual, whether that was Hitler's Italian doctor. No, it was Theo Morel. He may have had another doctor though. Yeah, it was Theodore Morel, but his real name was Morelli. They actually cut off the last part of his name so people around him wouldn't think he was Italian. And that was just for the general public. I mean, it's not like people around him would have been bigoted. Italy was an ally after all. But it was just so the general public thought he had a good German doctor rather than thinking he had an Italian doctor. So they cut off the last part of his name. So when it came to the Theo Morel, he was the doctor at that time. But when it comes to just explaining the drug situation, so when it came to World War I, and I was explaining to doctors when I was auditing all those courses at UCSF, the fact that in World War I, so many of the casualties were due to the fact that they had not yet discovered blood types. They had not yet isolated blood types. So what would happen would be that people would basically get blood transfusions. And it was totally hit or miss. The whole logic was that, well, this might take, and if it takes, you're a lucky man. And if it doesn't take, well, we tried. And because of this, of course, hundreds of thousands of people were impacted. And some of them it took, and of course, many, many died. So when it came to the horror of that situation, and I was talking to doctors about it, they had no idea that happened in World War I. And they were like saying, weren't blood types discovered by then? They were asking each other, but none of them knew. None of them knew the history. So just like that, you had the situation where they were just beginning to really deploy or employ painkillers. And they didn't know how to use these at all. So when it came to the painkillers that they were employing, they misemployed them, and doctors would apply too much. They basically knew they had to, let's say a man loses a leg or a limb, they're just trying to pump him full so that his eyes
shuts up.
Yes, till his eyes glaze over and he shuts up. Thank you. I would never have gotten that out without you as directly. So when it comes to the horrors that they were confronted with, somebody would receive a grievous injury, as Hermann Goering did, And he basically was taken out of the war by his injury. But if it hadn't been for that, him and Goering actually might have been like another Red Baron. And but his war injury was serious enough that he was this accomplished fighter pilot. And then he was taken out of the war by the injury, and it was a bad enough injury where they pumped him full of morphine, and he became an addict. And with hardcore use, it got worse. So he was symptomatic at the time he was a leader of the Third Reich, where he would take a loaded gun and just toss it up in the air and catch it again. And he would do this absentmindedly, just kind of take his loaded pistol and toss it up in the air and catch it, just because it was like a way that he was kind of keeping himself grounded. So he'd keep himself grounded like that, much to everyone else's concern around him. But this is like what happened with Adolf Hitler when it came to the use of cocaine, various methamphetamines, was this kind of dependence that started in World War I. What people don't understand is he lost his testicle in World War I, one of his testicles due to an injury. And so the pain was excruciating.
Did it dislocate, or just was it just internal injury that?
Oh, it was shot off. It was shot
okay.
off by a round. And
because misinformation, they're also saying, oh, he just had a really small. One ball was regular size and the other one was super small. There's so much misinformation about this.
They'll try and claim that it was a birth defect. Yes, they'll claim it was a birth defect, but it was a war injury, and that was when they applied to him. The painkiller that they applied to him was this kind of cocaine, early methamphetamines. So there was that factor, but his dependence on it was not like Goering's. It was radically changed at depending on different doctors. But at the time of Theo Morel, which we're talking 1945, Theo Morel helped introduce Adolf Hitler to a experimental treatment. Now, this is all history. Anybody can look up and verify themselves. This is history which is confirmed, accountable, indisputable, undeniable. This is history the Allies publish. So Theo Morel subjected Hitler to what was called the Bulgarian treatment. This is what I was trying to explain to the Bulgarians. Now, for whatever reason, why it was called that, I ultimately can only speculate, and I provided them what I thought might have been some clues, but whatever the reason, basically Hitler was being transfused with vampire blood. This is something that both the Germans and the Soviets had done research into, and such minority groups had been essentially identified. And in his case, it got to the point where, like a vampire, by the way, the urine is very similar to a porphyriac. So porphyria in humans is a disease, and porphyria basically creates very dark colored urine that is purplish and glows in the dark. Your urine becomes phosphorescent. So what happened was this kind of vampire blood being transfused very aggressively into Adolf Hitler over a period of months, so that his body could accept it and ultimately mutate him. This is something that Theo Morel recorded. Again, this is all published. This was published in books that are indisputably the diaries of Dr. Theo Morel. This is not fiction or sensationalism. This is something that no historian can deny, ever. Theo Morel recorded Hitler's blood as becoming, quote unquote, beer brown. And ultimately, this is not porphyria, because he's not inducing a disease into him. He's changing him physiologically. And the urine was a sign of success, that Adolf Hitler had been changed, altered. So by 1945, Adolf Hitler was, in a sense, at that point, in terms of his blood, certainly more and more vampirized. So we're talking about somebody who, through transfusions, Dr. Theo Morel was ensuring had an extended lifespan. So we do not know when Hitler died. Conceivably, he could be alive today. So that is based...
I'm just going by the so-called...
conventional, understood.
The leaked CIA information saying that he died in 1965 in San Francisco or some shit like that.
Yeah, there's different accounts out there that are just some of them are released for confusion or disinformation. But
I don't believe any of it. I just I take it with a grain of salt, and I reserve judgment until all the facts are out on the topics I'm looking up.
Understood. It's and of course this is one of those topics that is extraordinarily difficult because of the extraordinary effort that goes into obfuscating it.
Yes.
So it's something that we have to remember is one thing that people know of. In my case, they know I was a Department of Defense librarian. All of that evidence we brought up just in excruciating detail. But when it comes to the documents I was working with, they're going to be the closest you can get to a truth in terms of anything that makes any kind of narrative sense. So Hitler escaped. His lifespan was potentially doubled or a bit longer. So he would definitely, he may have been killed, of course, or slain would be the term you would use for vampires. But because we know this much. In the Nexus article, as I described it, it was during the Clinton administration that all more regular exchanges or the kind of communications intercourse that used to happen regularly between the Reich and Unterland and the surface world essentially ended. It was around 1997, I believe. And certainly during the Clinton administration, but I think the exact year was 1997 that all communications essentially stopped. There were, of course, communications that were intercepted after that, but the Third Reich was no longer communicating with the surface world. Not in the sense that, other than for intercepted communiques or transmissions, they were no longer talking. And so it was something obviously happened. So the conclusion was that the old guard had held on to power for far too long, and that there was some social upheaval that the young may have taken over. But then again, later reconnaissance units that were sent into Unterland to try and probe didn't really see anything that was that radically changed that they could see from the surface. So it was it remains open to question as to what happened. But
all they're going to see on the surface is mostly ice, isn't it?
Well, of course, but they did send reconnaissance units into the caves and caverns that would ultimately lead into Unterland. There were a few, most of them never returned, but the few that
so
did.
They weren't blocked off from the outsiders, the caves that lead to the deep underground in the continent?
It's very difficult to block off that many entrances.
Okay.
So to put this into perspective for people, just so people understand, the Earth is not hollow at all. It's not a hollow Earth. The Earth has a crust that, because of the superabundance of water that is underground, and by the way, anybody can look this up, the water underground is enormous. There's more water underground than there is in all the seas combined. Yes, than above. That's exactly the way to put it. Understand that when it comes to the situation of all this water, it's corrosive. And so there are tremendous amounts of tunnels that
cavernous ruins.
Yes.
They'll create cavernous ruins.
Yeah, that lacunae, cavities. These are cavities, what are called lacunae in the geophysical sense, throughout the crust of the Earth. So we're talking miles down under, but not that many miles. But you have these Grand Canyon-sized caverns. There's about 17 that were colonized by the Reich of these Grand Canyon-sized caverns. But there were many hundreds more that were much smaller that were satellite lacunae or cavities. And, of course, they used nuclear tunnel boring to create many more or connect many more. So just naturally, there are entrances into Unterland that even the Third Reich in exile has not covered or blocked. So through some of these that are accessible through places like Russia or even Antarctica or Tibet for the Chinese, then reconnaissance teams or probes can be sent in. But like I said, the majority of them do not return. Those few that do, it's not that they see very much. but whatever they see is certainly considered important. But this is what I conclude happened. I feel, this is what I would intuit based on everything I know, was that something happened that was very similar to the Communist Chinese Cultural Revolution. So a lot of people won't even understand that analogy, so I'll have to explain it. So the parable to understand here is that during the Communist Chinese Cultural Revolution, basically Mao Zedong, who was this old communist Chinese dictator who was getting fatter and older and uglier and just more and more hostile and perhaps even deranged. He at that point was considered someone to be pushed aside by the Communist Party. And so the Communist Party began to render him obsolete. They began to basically tell everyone that he's going into retirement. And that's when he fought back. So the way he fought back was he rallied the youth. He rallied the youth of China and created, quote unquote, the Red Guard. So the Red Guard was, he mobilized all of the youth in China and said, I'm the man, and these are all traitors, and by God, kill them all. And so he gave all the Red Guard machine guns and set them loose against everyone else in the Communist Party, essentially. Massacred everyone else until he was the sole leader in charge, and stayed in charge until the day he died. And that was the Cultural Revolution in Communist China. And the rest of the world was just in shock. They had no idea what was going on behind the Great Wall. Nobody knew what the hell was going on. They were shocked, puzzled, and all they could do was speculate, because really all communication was broken off with the outside world. It's actually a fitting parallel. So something may have happened where there was a challenge to Hitler's power, and he rallied the youth to rebel against the rest of the party. That's what I think would be the logical, intuitive vision that comes to my mind. So in that sense, all communication was broken off with the outside world, just like Mao did at that time. In China, if you could do that on the surface world, you can imagine how you could do that down below. So it's definitely a situation that...
Especially when the laws of the land don't apply to the laws of below.
Yeah, yes. And so there we are. I think that in the situation that... we have today, the potential is there that Hitler is still alive. That can't be ignored.
I hope so.
Yes, and in that case,
I've had a dream. I've met him once.
Interesting. But by the way, I can't resist asking this. Is that a play on what I was saying about the Michael Christopher Andriich, who was talking to Brooke Gibson, saying he had met? Okay, so it's not a play on that. You did have this. You did have this.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just with another person, and me and this individual were dressed in the regalia that the National Socialists of the Third Reich would wear, and we'd just walk up to him, and he was just casually sitting at a bar, I think, at a big club, chatting to other people, and he was just having a drink. But I was walking up to him, awaiting orders for something important, and then he just waved his hand at us and dismissed us. And we just both looked at each other and walked away. And that was the end of that.
I love that. It's incredible.
I was so baffled because I was expecting him, I need you to do this, I need you to do that. He just dismissed us. Like, I'm trying to enjoy my beer.
Yeah. That's incredible. I love that image. Yes.
I've had a lot of dreams of meeting people who are supposed to be dead. But
wow. That's amazing. No, I appreciate that profoundly. It's that's it could be something like a telepathic kind of link or communication. By the way, there is a book published. You might look this up. If you find out the price, let me know. I have a copy, but it's in so many of my books I transferred to the apartment basement. I'm sorry. I'll get to that in a second. So many of the books I had, I transferred to the apartment basement of my gang brother Beaver, and so they're just stuck down there because it's inconvenient for me to even try and look for them or access them. But when it came to the book it's called Third Reich of Dreams, and so Third Reich of Dreams was specifically a book that chronicled dreams people experienced during the time of the Third Reich, people who were citizens of the Reich, the kind of dreams they had. And so Third Reich of Dreams talked about how the totalitarian state invaded the subconscious, and so how people were very much dreaming the Reich. So Third Reich of Dreams is probably hundreds of dollars.
Looking it up on archive.org to see if I can download it for free.
Yeah,
I'm going to download it now.
Oh, cool. There you are. And so there you have that. And if you can give me a copy, go ahead. That way I can access it without raiding my gang brother's basement again at some point. Incredible. And in terms of that would be something that could give you further insight into your own experience.
Yeah, I'll have to read that.
Yeah. And aside from that, Ariana, are you falling asleep? I wouldn't blame you if you did.
Let us speak for a bit.
Yes. Yeah.
I was just going to say that I wonder if it was traveling.
She's chewing on that pillow. She's chewing on that pillow.
You hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, honey.
Oh, you hear me? Can
yes.
You hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I was chewing on the pillow while I was listening to you. But it was reminding me that what about the possibility of traveling to the astral world? I don't know.
I've had a lot of dreams of traveling to other dimensions, outer space, everywhere.
Wow.
Oh, cool.
Meeting to the multiple levels of hell. Only probably one level of heaven I've been to. That what I perceive as mostly hell.
And how do you feel about that?
Oh, it was horrific, but it was an important experience, I'd say, for me.
Mm-hmm.
I won't go into great detail at the moment. I'll tell you about it eventually another time.
Understood.
Not now.
Understood. No, that's understood. No.
But have any of you had, I just need to ask, have any of you actually had a dream where you perceive this as hell?
Well, I had something, shall we say, you might have heard back in the old days when I was at Freedom Slips, as they kept calling it, instead of Freedom's Lips, which I thought would make so much more sense, but no, they kept saying Freedom Slips so that people could fucking spell it. I was telling people about my death experience, and of course I died several times in my lifetime, unlike someone we know, what's his name, Daniel Brinkley. I didn't make a career out of them. I'd like to think my life is a lot more interesting than my deaths. Thank you. Is how I'd prefer to think of it. But yeah, with Daniel Brinkley, for him, it's his deaths, which I think is pretty fucking sad if you think about it. By the way, I'm trying to look at some of what was going on in... there we are, Third Reich of Dreams, Charlotte. Okay. Oh, wow. Incredible. Thank you. That's just understand that when we're on these calls, links that are put in there, they kind of get harder to find once the call in. So if you could send that to me in the email, please. Thank you.
Oh, I will. Everything any link I post in there, I'll just send to you via email. Gmail,
yes, thank
whatever.
you. Thank you. Yeah, much easier that way. So our man Ian was posting some stuff. I'll take a look at it later.
Any dreams though, of being in just significant dimensions or realms?
Well, when you were asking about the hell, yeah. So what happened when I died? Was that I went to hell. This was and when I was down there. By the way, when people hear this. Oh, Ian's with us. Holy shit. He came back. Yeah, but, I'll finish the story just because otherwise people would complain. Basically, it was very similar to what was described by... I want people to understand this. When I had the first near-death experience or literal death experience, I don't remember anything. There was nothing I remember from that. When I was clinically dead for about between 24 to 48 hours was with the nanoplasma transfusion. So that was like the first time I died. One thing that I guess I can, I'm trying to figure out which part of the experience to tell first, but I guess the best way to describe it would be basically when I had the first lung collapse, and it was that near-death experience when I died. Now, I guess I might as well give the full context. And you might even remember the story because I related it on. I don't remember the Chinese doctor's name. I'd have to literally look that guy. It's for the best that I don't. But just so people know, when these Asians in America, they drive their children to become doctors or lawyers. You're basically doctors and accountants. Doctors and accountants.
Yes,
Very rarely, if
most
ever.
lucrative jobs.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what did you call it?
Most lucrative jobs, just like the certain other group of people like to go for, which I won't say.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, thank you. And thank you. So what happened was that a lot of these people just become insane because they never wanted to be anything. They never want to be it's very funny, Ian. They never wanted to be doctors or whatnot, and they get forced in these positions, and then they wind up taking it out on the patients. So what happened was when my one lung collapsed, and I was already in, shall we say, critical condition, to say the least. Just so people know, I called the ambulance. The assholes said I was having a panic attack. They said my oxygen was normal. And at that point, by the way, just so people know, when most people die of stab wounds or gunshot wounds, it's because their lung has collapsed and all that hollow cavity begins to fill with pus and blood, and which ultimately pressures the heart and pushes the heart aside and drowns it and then ultimately kills you. That's basically what kills you, is the lung collapse in many sucking chest wounds. So this is what was going on with me inside. By the time I forced my gang brother to drive me to the hospital, I was blue in the face, literally blue. And so then at that point, it was self-evident that I was dying, couldn't breathe. The Chinese doctor, this young guy, had the chest tube to insert into me to reinflate my lung. He whispered in my ear, "I'm going to kill you." And he jammed it into my lung, this chest tube, so violently, like he's harpooning a whale. He jammed it in there so violently, he went straight through to the other lung, barely missing my heart, but collapsing the other lung. So he collapsed the other lung, and at that point, both lungs collapsed. I died. Clinically dead. And when I was clinically dead, I went to what I perceived to be hell, which was very much like the ancient Sumerian descriptions of hell. Ian's so cute. He says, "That's negligence." No, Ian, that's not negligence. That's murder.
He's being facetious.
Yeah, we hope. Yeah. So at any rate, so I was murdered when I was in this nether dimension, lower vibration, to say the least. The most, just so people understand, the old ancient Mesopotamian Syrian versions of hell were a shadow realm of what life was. That people were in the underworld, not Unterland, or the lands below, but an underworld dimension that was a shadow dimension, a shadow of life. And so everyone was kind of like mud people that were kind of living a shadow of their lives that they lived above. And it was recognized as a lower realm, and therefore a Klipothic realm. And that these people were kind of just trying their best to carry on. So this is what we understand them to have believed to be where everyone went. And this is, so in that sense, everyone went to hell, or basically to a netherworld that we would consider hellish or purgatorial.
Right.
And so when it came to this kind of concept, seemed to be realized with what I encountered of the most, just a lot of garbage, refuse, urban landscape, but very derelict and very it was like not maintained, and just it's hard to describe because I don't want to use the term post-apocalyptic because that really gives people a different vision. It more like abandoned. Now, I don't remember anything other than shadows, the other people being seen as shadows in the distance, but none of them seemed able to come close. In other words, not that people were really coming close to you. It wasn't something where I was suddenly assaulted by demons or something like this, but what definitely made it hellish, though, imagine this. All of these tall, towering skyscrapers, like I said, in what appeared to be pretty much abandoned, derelict, what they would call like a neutron city, something like that.
Wasteland.
Well, no, wasteland gives people this concept of, you know, desolation, like lunar desolation. No, the term would be a kind of urban hellscape. There's no other word for it. Imagine tall, towering skyscrapers like you would see in congested cities like Hong Kong or New York or San Francisco. And then imagine, this is what made it hellish. They're all connected by very, very large spider webs. That the cords of the spider webs had to be thick as undersea telecommunications cables or something, and so there were several extraordinarily large spiders that were between these skyscrapers, that were just, of course, from my perspective, cosmic, and just sucking on many, many entrapped souls that were in the webs. That
definitely not your regular spiders.
Yes, that's so yeah. And while I was gazing on that with awe and horror and all the fixation one would have at such a vision, so a young girl came up to me, approached me, and started pushing me. Now, she was unlike any of the other shades or shadows, very vibrant, very glowing, and just very almost hostilely. Kept pushing me. I could feel the pressure on my chest, pushing me very hard, like beating her fists against my chest almost, but is using the palm of her hands and just pushing very hard, repeatedly, to get me out of there. And that's when I came back into consciousness with their breaking my ribs with the electric paddles. And when I came to, I realized I recognized who that young girl was. So that brings us back chronologically years earlier, where I was first identified as a potential psychotic serial killer. And that was basically in grade school, where this young blonde white girl, yes, ENS, was she white? Yes, she was white. She was going to grow up to be a Barbie doll. This young blonde white girl, we had all these animals on display, and this was a first grade, and a bunch of animals on display, like little baby chicks and shit, that were just kept in the classroom to try and, I guess, get us used to the concept of life or something. And what happened was that these animals... then Ian says, I thought so, because for a moment I thought you were talking about Brooke. That's very funny. Okay, letting that go. Then what happened was, one time when I was looking at a budgie that was in a cage, among all these animals. By the way, this is already, people might think that this is surrealistic or that I somehow was dreaming this, but no, this was first grade, and they kept all these animals where kids could see them. We weren't supposed to touch them. But they were there, and they were kind of in the background, and at times they would teach us about feeding them or something like that, but they were there to, as part of the educational process. It must have been some experimental program or something that was going on. But there was a budgie bird, for those of you who don't know, that's like a little parrot. It's basically an Australian parakeet, I believe. Yeah, and I think the full name is like budgerigar or something, but it's but anyhow, they called it budgie. And everybody just named it Budgie. So while I was looking in on it, then the young girl basically opened the cage, grabbed it out of there, and in her hands began crushing it and saying, "What are you doing? Oh my God, Douglas, what are you doing?" Well, I stared at her with that same sort of odd fixation that I had for these giant spiders that I saw in hell. So she killed the budgie. Threw it on the ground and pointed at me, screaming at the top of her lungs, at which point I was identified as the assailant. So I was brought into the office and identified right then and there as some psychotic potential serial killer, which was, of course, something I never forgave her for. When I recognized her in hell, she was actually much older. More like 17, between 14 to 16 years of age, maybe. Young girl, but maybe just out of puberty, but definitely not the girl that killed the budgie in front of me, but I knew who she was. So I, of course, had worked with a private investigator, had worked with the feds, basically did my best to find out what had happened to her, where she was, wanting to meet her, and it turned out that she had killed herself. So she had killed herself around the age of between 14 to 16 years of age. And this was because she came from a very abusive family where her father was, she grew up with her father raping her, essentially.
That kind of behavior is from something fucked up that's happened to them in their childhood.
Yes. Well, she was still a child when she did that, so whatever was going on then. And,
I forgot.
Yeah, so then she killed herself eventually. And so apparently she had led a very disturbed life, even though it was supposedly privileged to a degree, and then killed herself. And for whatever reason, perhaps to compensate for what she did, she pushed me out of hell. But she didn't look like she was of hell. As I said, her composition, vibration was much different from the other shades that were there. Much more solid, much more less ephemeral, much more vibrant, glowing. So it was. There you have that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about what I can relate. So I do want people to understand that there, honestly, when you're in those dimensions, you're only there until you realize you don't belong there. Honestly, once you realize that, you can leave. That's really what it comes down to. Most people never come to that realization because they're too stuck. They're stuck in whatever brought them down to that lower vibrational level. So I do want people to understand that when I speak of death and some of these dimensions, I do speak from experience. And it's a experience that I paid for with my life. It's one reason why I can speak with a great deal of authority when it comes to these subjects. But I often think of that young lady, and of course, I do think she's in a much better place. Took it. Oh, I know it, because she just took it upon herself to basically repay a debt. She certainly was not of that vibration. She wasn't going to stay down there. She had the power to evict myself. She certainly had the power to extricate herself. So it's a situation that I understand with the confidence of certainty in that regard. But aside from that,
Well, yeah, that's very different from what I've dreamt of. But yeah, that's pretty scary what you were telling me.
you know,
Pretty horrific. Yeah, I've had actual dreams of being in what you'd call a wasteland after a giant nuclear bomb just went off, and there's giant monsters all around, surrounding, like in a big congregation crowd. And there's this other one giant beast with 3 massive heads around his belt, like trophies after you've slain a beast, and you wear its head around your waist.
yeah.
And he's holding one of the heads high up in the sky, looking at all of the other monsters. And while I'm watching this, I'm frozen, stuck to the ground. I'm flat on the ground, looking up. I'm paralyzed. And as I'm watching this beast is right in front of me, telling all the other beasts, "I am the new Satan." That's what he said. "I'm the new Satan." He looked like he had the heads of these other devils that he's killed.
Interesting.
Yes.
I mean, so when you wake up from some experience like that,
I usually tell my father, and he's blown. He's like, "What the fuck are you dreaming of?"
So what does he think of you?
Well, he has crazy dreams like that too, but yeah, mine are way different from what he gets. He's had dreams that of people have been murdered, and he's witnessed the murdering, and seen the footsteps of the dead bodies being guided by another entity with larger footsteps, accommodating the smaller footsteps into the ground. Yeah.
Interesting. That's fast. Go on, honey. Ariana, what were you going to say?
It reminds me of what your dream was, Douglas, and also
honey, it wasn't a dream. Let's.
It was like his soul literally traveled there after dying.
Yes, I remember. I couldn't dream. I was dead, honey. I was literally dead.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. So it reminds of the Native American.
Yeah, honey, your audio.
Oh,
no! Don't chew on the pillow. Yes, go on.
Okay. It reminds me of the Native Americans. So there was a book, and it came out in the 90s, I think, and it was about the zodiac of all things. Now, the people who wrote it, they were natives themselves, Native Americans, and so I think they wrote it intuitively, more so than, say, handed down from generation to generation. But it had to do with a zodiac and the way the Native American Indians would see a zodiac of sorts. And there was one, actually, because of the month that I was born, it's the crow. So there's animals in each zodiac of the 12 signs. It's an animal. So one of the animals is the crow, and then the crow, or the raven. This person who has that, the ability is to be able to go to a place like hell and help to take a person who might be stuck there out. So,
yes.
So I thought that was really interesting. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful. Thank you. That's lovely. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Yeah. See, you have so much to share. Yes.
There's a lot of interesting things about the crow. Its mythology and symbolism and meanings, occult meanings.
Yeah. Were you ever on Facebook and following me in the days when I had my own Facebook pages, or just curious?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, then you remember all that I said about the crows, of course. I would speak of them quite a bit. Yeah, go on. Ariana, what?
I've got to find out. I've got to read that.
Oh, honey, it's all scrubbed from the internet now. I mean, I still have the files. Yeah. Did you say something?
I can't find you on Facebook anymore when I look your name up.
Oh, you have to look for the Japanese porno actress Sora Aoi, but you won't find it then.
Ah, yes,
Yeah,
I found that, but not yours.
Yeah, but not mine. So this is the one. I'll put the link right here, basically, so that you can find it. And so I'm going to put it right here in the text box, and just cut and paste that. I can email it to you later just to make sure you have it. But this is what it is. So give me a second here to load it. And of course, Ian knows what it is. And fuck, that didn't come out right. Let me erase that. Fuck this thing. Or edit it. Here we are. Edit it so that it comes out supposedly right. There we are. Facebook. Get that other bracket. I have this thing about brackets around any addresses, but you know it doesn't really need it. So I'll just say that. So it's just going to should manifest something there, like this page is not available or something. But it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay, it needs a full thing for the Skype text. The Skype is so fucked up. I hate Skype.
This is why I suggested try out the Discord app, because it's a lot easier to use. I use it every day.
Oh my God.
You can use it for live streaming, voice chatting, and texting, and you can customize your own server any way you want.
Right.
And it's all free.
Okay. Okay. I mean,
do some research into it and just compare it to Skype to see if it would benefit you while doing these streams.
Okay. Okay.
Because I can highly recommend it.
Okay, I'll check into that. I think Ian was recommending a lot of stuff. Now he's asking, what's it called? Discord. It's Discord. I've heard of it before. So, Ian, you must have heard of it. Yeah, the link is there now. So if you take a look at the link and go to it, the address is just facebook.com / Douglas D. Dietrich. That's what it is. Facebook.com / Douglas D. Dietrich. So that'll help you find it. So all the D's are uppercase. So
it says this content isn't available at the moment.
Really?
When I click on it, when I with the lock symbol.
Weird. Does it really?
Yeah. I'll send a screenshot.
Yeah, no, I believe you. That is so bizarre. Well, some people can see it. That's weird. Some people can see it.
Because you're in Australia.
Yeah.
That might be it.
Maybe. So our man says, Ian says, I got your show on the mini speaker and I'm writing music on the big speakers. Okay, thank you. That's nice. Yes. And so this is what it says. Let me take a look at this. This content is available at the moment, usually because the owner has shared it with a small group of people, or changed who can see it, or it's been deleted. That's so weird. I mean, it's well, there you go. I mean, nothing we could do about it. Let me take a look. When I click on it, see what I see. When I click on it, it goes to my page. Okay, so that's weird. Now, the fact that he's in Australia shouldn't mean anything. So it's like
it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not, I guess. I mean, it is only in the sense that it's actually become, and this is something that it should not be, it's become a primary means of communication for me in terms of the message box.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, for you, I just meant for me, like, I won't make a big deal if I can't access it.
Right, understood. And I get what you mean. And so that being said, so I guess I should start a monologue. I probably won't get too far tonight, but I should do something. But before I do,
tell us when I gotta go before you do your monologue.
Oh, of course. Of course. Honestly, of course, I'm reluctant for any of you to leave because obviously this is one of those nights where
I can stay mute in chat if you want me to. If you need me for emergency to jump in or whatever.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's.
I'll stay awake as long as I can.
I mean, that's wonderful. But what time is it in Australia? You're
8:37 p.m. I've been in your stream for eight hours or.
Okay, understood. Oh my God! Yes. Oh my God. That's incredible. Well, well, we're certainly glad to have you. And
also,
yeah.
Sorry, just one more thing.
Sure.
I need to request this individual in the chat as name Arma Fati or Fatty. Sorry if I mispronounce it. Sounds like she's been going through a lot of bad things. Could you do a group prayer for that individual to probably help her out.
Oh my God.
Him or her.
Yeah, he's in Mexico.
Sorry.
Yeah, and so
or something.
yeah, it's good God, what's happened to him? What do you?
So it's been going through a lot of messed up shit. Oh.
Yeah. Oh my God. Sorry to hear that. So a
Scroll
group
up
prayer for him,
yourself.
please. Yeah, group prayer for Amor Fadi. I'm so sorry that he's going through things. Oh my God. He's just prayers for him. I mean, cross ourselves and
Yes.
Oh my God. By the way, Nora Healings, love that name, resonating in the background. Hello, Nancy and Douglas. And so she's, yes, thank you, honey, for being there. Mwah, love you dearly. And so let me take a look at what Amor Fadi is saying. He says, I see it. Nice picture. So, okay, he saw your Skype. He saw your Skype picture. Yeah, great job. You're producing this all yourself, including closed captions. Oh, is he talking about me? Oh my God. No, I'm not capable of that. I guess that just comes with the whatever program YouTube is providing, which is what makes them convenient. So our man was saying, please talk more about psychiatry. Bad psychiatrists. Literally one of them forced me on studies in the Soviet Union. I mean, what the fuck? I easily hated that guy. He had me forcibly involuntarily committed and I got injured and suffered. Oh my God. Now, I've heard that Virginia Satter, the mother of the family therapy, would scold psychologists and psychiatrists at conferences because they always had focus on the individual and only the individual instead of the family, environment, community, etc. He says, I'd love to hear your story, Nancy, Ariana. I would love to hire you for a session of counseling. So did you see any of this, Ariana?
No, because if I go into the where you are, I get like this reverb or feedback, or I can't hear it because it's like two voices that are totally not going at the same time, so I can't really hear it. That's why I'm not not there.
Okay, so what I would like you to do is when this is published and it uploads, make certain to respond to Amor Fadi in thread of the video. Once the video is published, you can say to Amor Fadi, leave a message for him. But you can see, you'll be able to see at the time that's published. All you need to do is turn the video on and the text will start rolling. So then you could, scroll down through the text. You understand what I'm saying, right? You know about this?
Yes, I think I've done that before. So.
Okay. Yeah. And
thank you for reaching out. I will read it. I'll read it tomorrow.
Yeah.
In other words, it is tomorrow right now.
Yeah. Yes, sometime later today, you mean. Yes.
Today.
Yes. And so he Amor Fadi's been through a lot, yes, and he's come out of it quite well.
He's a strong guy.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Thank you. And bless him. So there we have that, and I'm very proud of him that he's made it through alive. Our man Stephen B. Halls was saying Schneider, so he had it down. Yeah, Roy Schneider, what we were originally talking about. And so in terms of yes, where we're at tonight, let me see if I can get some water down my throat. And
I'm going to get a snack too. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay, so okay? When he comes back, we'll pretty much kind of ease you out. You'll say your final words to people in the formal sense and hang out in the chat for as long as you can stay awake after that, okay?
Yeah, I'll be quicker than 10. That was just the max time.
Take your time. Take your time. I'm sure. Yeah, I'll just continue mumbling for a bit with our lovely lady Ariana. Now, so when you do pay a kind of price for staying up all night like this, the price you pay is, I hope, not with back pain. How would you? What kind of price do you pay, if any?
Well, it has to do with if I go for like 2 nights, or in other words, a long time without sleeping. I've always been very sensitive to, like, if I don't get enough sleep, it really affects my mood, regarding depression. But I think I should be okay.
I know you will be. You will be. But go on. Yes?
So I think I should be okay. I do believe that the motivation was given to me, or, I had the motivation and to be here, to stay up, and it's all for something, And for Amor Fati, I do pray all the time in my mind. So you are in my prayers, Amor Fati, and I will, like I said, reach out to you in a few hours.
Great. Or whenever she next wakes up. So, be patient, Amor. Give her a chance to catch up on rest. I mean, like I said, I'm up for 2 days and I'm down for 2 days. So I pretty much check out when I when I'm down. When I'm done, when I as I tell people, I don't really sleep. I die and reanimate. It's basically what I do. So hopefully people understand that. And aside from all of that, one thing that I'm glad people are doing is that they've got the interview. I mean, honestly, I feel so, how do I say it? Just validated that I've done what I've done. Just so vindicated. It's just the idea that they just wanted to, here's $1,000 and we're going to run off with this and just play it forever on pay-per-view and just rake in the bucks. I mean, that's so obscene, and it's just so, I mean, oh my God. It's just unnecessary greed. No one needs to be like that. To say, this might make us reconsider working with you. I mean, God, is that a loss?
It would be good if there could be conversation between you to work something out that you can all agree upon.
Yeah. Well, there's no need for that, really. I mean, I see what you're saying, but it's like, what would be the point? It's like they got theirs, and they can work with it. They can, it's not like it's any loss to them, really. So they got theirs, and I get mine, which is basically getting the word out there. And it's just making certain I get the truth out there, and that's what ultimately leads, hopefully, to a greater benefit, financially or otherwise. It just goes to show where our priorities are. What was it our man said here in the chat? He text. He said, "I'm recording this right now and publishing it in Braille exclusively." That's cute.
You've got some great people there, Mr. Dietrich.
You're cute. Thank you, honey. Let's just put it there. They have their own. They're each one a different stress factor in a different way, and I'm just glad that you, of all people, were able to join us tonight. It's important, and it's certainly glad that our man Nemo Albano came to join us. Ian West, of course, helped immensely tonight, more than once. So he's appreciated, and it's aside from all of that. We'll see what I can cover in the time remaining. It won't be too much. Probably will speak for only a bit and then give up, actually, to tell you the truth, because the...
Doug,
yeah?
you there?
Yeah.
You want to look at the author of Alice in Wonderland's kitty porn?
I understand that there was some questionable behavior affiliated with this individual. Sure. I mean,
yeah. Apparently, they cleaned his house out and found his safe, and they found his wax stack of kitty porn. So
now there's no audio here, right?
No. These are pictures like 80 or 100 years old or something like that.
Okay, so let's take a look at them.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, that's before the days of the MP3. I mean, I might be wrong. They might have had one when he was young. I don't know. When did Alice in Wonderland come out? I don't know.
It was a long time ago. Yeah. And everybody had that feeling about it because I know they made porn films of it, so it always had that vibe. So, yeah. Are you screen sharing? We don't see anything.
Yeah, I can screen share if you want, but I put them in the chats if everybody wants to look at them.
The chats? You mean
Yeah, the
our
chat.
chat?
Yeah, look at your chat. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, delete it. Don't put it in our chat. You're talking about the live
No,
stream?
it's nothing. It's not. There's no penetration. It's just like, what they found in the safe that they could publish.
Let me see. I don't see anything, thank God. So we'll move on.
No, look, here, right here. Look at them. Here, look.
No. We're
It's
okay.
even got the article in the paper. It's so good, Here, let me screen share real quick. It's so good. It's so good.
Yes. Oh my God. He's stressing me again.
No, you stress yourself. Don't start this.
My phone has a back.
What are you mumbling, honey?
Yeah, what did you say?
She said this pillow tastes really good. It's like a giant marshmallow. That's what she said.
You can't hear me?
All right, I'm going to share it with no sound. Here you go. No sound.
Yeah. And anyhow, no, honey, we can't hear you. You're like going... Okay, so let me take a look at this on the screen share. So our audience can't see this, thank God. Let me take a look. I'm clicking on the screen. Okay. Oh, so that's what you were showing us.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Blackstack.
This is what
they
you
found
were
that in the safe.
Okay, so this is what you were uploading. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just try to make it sound worse than it is.
Is Ian West trying to get you banned?
Well, thank God that no one can see this. He's just saying, yeah, this is okay. So just so people understand, this is Lewis Carroll Pageant's. I think his last name was Pageant, right? Or Pangent,
something like that.
Yeah, and so he had a bunch of photographs. So these are kids, and but they're dressed.
His sister or stepsister or something that he took a picture of.
Okay.
Which is even more fucked up,
maybe they're just practicing modeling or something. No. The interesting thing about so how does one move the pictures? You're leaving it stuck on one.
Okay, here. My bad. Yeah, here.
Okay.
There's the next one. Can everybody see it?
Yeah, we see it.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's some history right here, though.
There's what?
This is history.
Yeah.
Haven't you ever wondered what Shakespeare's wax stack looked like?
Not really, but
that's a joke. It's a joke.
So the next photo. I mean, these aren't too bad, really. She's just kind of.
No, they're not that bad. It's just what I guess this is what they could show out of a safe. But she doesn't look happy right there. That's not a happy girl.
Is from the ages of 4 until just before her 16th birthday is what they say. Rhoda Kitchen, Alexandra G. They called her G. Rhoda Kitchen wearing a crown. Okay, the next photo. Okay.
Look at that jacket.
It's pretty mundane. I mean, it's pretty innocent. I'd say it's like it just is what it is. But it's obviously he did take care to give her a neutral background where she is the sole focus of what you see. Definitely. So he had a sense of artistic acumen in that regard, or pornographic acumen. But yes,
that's a pout right there. She's pouting on that one.
Yes.
She did not get to go play cricket that day.
Well, it's a bucket and it's a kind of shovel for the sand.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. And this one.
Oh, she's like, who are you talking to?
Yeah. You read that too well. Okay.
Right.
The next one. Yes. This is the one I was wondering. Yes,
yeah,
this is the one I was wondering about. Yes, okay, so she's in Chinese garb, so that's adorable. So it is what it is.
I really don't think it's that pornographic, to be honest with you, but whatever,
she in this photograph, she looks mature beyond her years. She does look a little jaded. She looks almost like she's bored, kind of. Do
you think that's real silk?
Well, whatever. Yeah, probably. It's
that's what I was thinking for those days. Yeah.
Yeah, but in terms of what it does bespeak of somebody who's been exposed to maybe something beyond her years to get that look. That look is kind of, you know, just is what it is.
Oh.
It's an unusual look for a child to have. It's not coy, just so people understand what I'm saying. It's not coy. It's not a coy look, but it's instead a bored look, which usually comes with a certain level of, like, by the time they're teenagers, as opposed to the age she was. So, or that's the way we used to stereotype it. Of course, these days, all kids look bored real easily. It's been that way for years. So, okay. That being said, thank you, Ian. That was actually
Not a problem.
was actually appreciated for a change.
Very historic, you know.
Yeah, it was pretty aesthetic. I'd say it was aesthetic to a degree. But
Well, it's not every day you get to check out an author's wax stack, you know.
Somebody disappeared.
Who?
Oh,
there?
that was. It must have been like a.
Just
it
the
must have been-
image.
yeah, it was the
Good,
image.
good to meet you, Mr. Nothing. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh yes, I forgot to.
I like your channel, Ian. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Hold on, what channel? Hold on.
I was about to say yes.
Fucking whatever channel you uploaded that 11-hour.
Oh,
video.
no, good. Oh, cool. I'm glad you like it. Cool.
I subscribe to it.
Thank you.
Oh, good. Okay, cool. Thank you.
You just got subscriber number 22 or 24, between 22 to 24. Were you 23?
Hold on. Was it the Bit Shooter, the YouTube, or the Odyssey, or which one?
It's your YouTube.
Okay, yeah, I think I did put on YouTube.
Yes, that's where I burned my copy.
Oh, I'm going there right now to check it out.
So
I know I put it on BitChute, and it did really good on BitChute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What did you say, Nemo?
I was gonna ask, do you know the individual named Benjamin Fulford?
Yes.
Benjamin, is he could you tell me anything that you know of him that I might not know? Because I hear a lot that he's supposed to be exposing a lot of insider stuff, you know, on powerful people, but others are saying he's a disinfo shell. I need to know if he's a disinfo shell.
I think that it gives him a sense of dignity that he, poor bastard, that he doesn't really rate. Look, Benjamin Fulford is like, this is why Asians think of all whites as crazy. It's like, this is why Benjamin Fulford is why he'll go around in Japan and this like validates all Asian racism towards white men in particular, that, gee, they're all crazy. Poor son of a bitch. He's just deluded. He's just this guy who goes around in Asia and tells people I'm exposing the secret dragon societies and comes up with color codes for different underworld gangs that are, the green dragon and the white dragon and they're planning this and this, and it's just like
I only have one video that I uploaded of him. I only uploaded it because there's just certain things that he was saying, I can't help but agree with, but I don't think it was full on legit into being an actual public informant.
Yeah, I think he's like he's schizophrenic or something. It's just he's not. Yeah.
One of the things he said that I really liked is he said about the certain group of people I won't mention, and said, your flag is satanic. That's a satanic symbol. You're supposed to have the menorah on that flag, not the hexagram. Whatever it is, 6
Understood.
star.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah. We don't need to detail it any further, but I get your message.
Is there
Hey,
any
man, this
legit-
is awesome. I've never seen this.
do you
before.
agree that it should be a menorah instead of the 6?
I
Sided
have
star?
no opinion on that.
Okay.
It's one of those things where, but I will respond. But
I
Ian,
meant to ask, do you acknowledge it as a satanic symbol? What I meant to say, like
Oh,
an
no,
ancient
no,
Saturn symbol.
no, not
Okay.
no. Yeah, these. Ian, what did you say? You said this is what were you looking at now?
Check this clip out. It's cool. It's an old Benjamin Fulford. I've never seen it.
It was just days after the North Korean dictator was murdered or died. He said he was murdered. Some say he's murdered or whatever.
No, I mean you never know.
This had to be in the days when he was still on that nose candy. You know?
Well, no one knows what goes on in North
Rockstar
Korea.
days.
You're right. No one really knows what goes on in North Korea. You know, they could have died. They could have been murdered. You know, in the end, there's this horrible
Kim Jong Il.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just such a whacked out state. I mean, it's just so sad. But when it comes to, just so people understand this, the Shield of David is legitimate. It belongs to the Davidian bloodline, which was the line of Christ himself. So, the Shield of David is not satanic. It's a
very ancient symbol.
Yeah, it's what got embossed on the Japanese imperial regalia, the treasures of Japan, but they were originally Muvayan, much, much older. But when, as I said, the true Israelites basically vacated when Israel was sundered, and they went to the four corners of the earth, as they would say in the old days, the ones that made it to Japan, that instigated the Bronze Age revolution from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. That all happened practically overnight. These were the source for much of an influence in Japan, but they disregarded all the trappings of the psychotic god of the desert that was ordering genocides, and they just became essentially a very different people. Their ancestors in Japan are the Mukuya people of Japan, is what they're called, Mikuya. But they acted as kind of an advisory status to the imperial dynasty, the Yamato dynasty. And so in that sense, the Shield of David was embossed on the imperial treasures. But this was, shall we say, a influx into Japan. All cultures ultimately become hybridized to a degree because they get influences from other cultures. So that was one factor that was a hybridization of Japanese culture. As I explained you heard me when I was speaking about the escape from what is now known as Zealandia, or the sunken Lemuria, by the Japanese en masse. So you heard me talk about that to the Bulgarians. So you already understand the general narrative. I think, right?
Somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I still have yet to listen to that full interview.
Oh, okay. No worries. You get to it soon enough.
I think because the reason why it gets that kind of reputation of being satanic is the numerology of it and where it originates from, like the hexagon on the North Pole of Saturn, and you get so many symbols. That's like a catalyst for a multitude of occult symbols for Freemasonry and other stuff. Like, for example, it has six verdicts, 6 edges, and 60-degree angle. Just stuff like that. The reason why other people will interpret it as satanic, even though it's not really.
Understood. I mean,
there's a lot of misinterpretation on those symbols.
Yeah, well, I mean, it really depends on who's looking at it and what kind of agenda they have for these things. What I will try to do is I'll try to segue into a monologue. Let's see how much time I have left. So theoretically, what I have is about 2 hours left. So we'll see if I can hold it for 2 hours. So I do want to really thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. Ariana, ladies first, why don't you say good morning to everyone? I wish them a good day, and do what you will. You're welcome to hang on, just kind of hang out, mute, and interject if you feel you have something to say, or just go to sleep, whatever you wish to do. But do say good morning to everyone, and of course, we love you dearly.
Thank you, and good morning to all, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, honey. We love you dearly.
You have a good one too, Ariana.
Yes, thank you. It's so great to meet you, Nemo.
It was nice to meet you too.
Yeah, I hope that we will be able to talk again sometime.
Of course.
Are you going to leave your email address in that segment?
Yeah, I can put it in the Skype chat.
Definitely. Okay. Have a good night and have a good day, everybody.
Yeah. So, honey, do you know how to access once the phone call is over? You should be able to access it on your Skype just by looking for it. Do you know how to do that?
Yes, I think it will pop up like on a list on the left-hand side, the different people or something like that.
Yes.
And I reach out to somebody right on Skype. Yeah.
Okay. So if you just look at the latest conversation that you had, the call that you participated in, which for you should be easy to find, then you should be able to open and then trace the text box, scroll up and down and find the email address he enters. Okay.
Oh, great. Thank you. Yes, I do appreciate that.
Yes. He's entering it right now for you. Can you maybe you should cut and paste it before you go to sleep that way.
Yeah. After I hang up, I'll look because then...
Just add me in your contacts.
Yeah.
So before I hang up, I should try to see it. Is that what
Yes.
Oh.
In case you can't recover the call.
I see.
Yes. So, and with that, we'll let our man from Australia speak last. Ian, say good morning to everyone and wish everyone a happy day. If you will.
Hey everybody, Mr. Nothing, I like your Admiral Byrd battle photo. It's good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And Ian, anything else?
Yeah. Well, I was trying to find some more of this mirror neuron shit, but it's no big deal. I can just pass on it.
We'll get to that eventually. It's important. I thank you. Well, hugs, Ian. Hugs.
I'd like to ask Ian any of very interesting, informative, historical stuff. Feel free to send it to me via Gmail, Ian, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I got a bunch of historical Disney shit, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'll definitely look up into it.
Well, I think you got a lot more than that, Ian.
Well, yeah, my main focus right now is the Disney.
Okay.
With the royals living there and all that shit.
What are your thoughts about Walt Disney?
Whoa, we want to be.
Might take along now.
No, it's not that. I'm afraid it might lead to. Yeah, I'm afraid it might lead to some quote unquote heat
privately.
Yes. No, it's like, well, no, they're not going to do that. You piss those dudes off. That's all that happened. That's all that happened. Then you blame me for it. So it's fine. But no, Walt Disney, he was good. I think they got to him in his later years, but it's crazy right now with what's going on at Disney.
Yeah.
And a nice big heart left by our lovely Ariana. Ian,
thank you, Ariana.
A summation without any hate speech. What is going on in? What's going on in?
They're not gonna. Oh, dude, there's a lot. I mean, Rick Scott. Here, let me try to be professional about this. Rick Scott, or not Rick Scott? Shit. What's his name? DeSantis. He put out what's it called? Like a command, not a command, but
geez, maybe we better avoid that. Oh God, is this where you're going to say?
Hush. No, it's factual shit. No, he put out like a requirement or a demand that he's going to have like monorail state inspectors on the place.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's not. Anyway, but no, it's just funny as hell because those are the monorails that go underneath the oceans and stuff. Like Disney World's their one little stop. So if they get the state involved in that, then the maglev stuff is going to become public.
Okay.
So it's a good thing. That's a good thing.
I don't know enough about it, but okay. So that's an innocuous enough. It's an innocuous enough statement on your part. Where okay, there we are. All right. So before I take any further,
you're all like come on, ball up, or man up or something. Come on, you always know how to see. Don't worry about it.
Dude, we'll give it some time. Give it some time. Okay, it's like it's Nemo, say good morning to our audience and
yes, good morning and good night because it's not time in my area.
Right. And was there anything else you wanted to bring up before you hang out?
Yeah, I'll go mute. I'll hang out and mute. Yeah, I'd just like to say It's been a pleasure listening to you. It's been a pleasure talking to you, meeting you finally online, and your friends. They're intelligent and insightful, and I appreciate all the information you all provide.
Thank you. Well, that's very kind of you. Thank you. And so both of you gentlemen, thank you very much. Hugs and hang out. And yes. I'll go into monologue. And yeah, thank you. And right. With you, Nemo Abano, we hope you come back regularly. Is that possible?
Yeah. Whenever you need me on your live streams, feel free to contact me. I'll just keep my Skype open.
Excellent. I'll do just that. Believe me. Okay. Always need that kind of help. So, okay, thanks. Take care.
And Nemo, we love Bosco over here in the States. We like to tell Bosco to keep it up.
Who's Bosco?
Yeah,
he's like a politician over in Australia.
All right, yeah, I barely pay attention to Australian politics. I'm more focused on American and European politics.
The one thing I can tell you, Nemo, is it's probably some kind of radicalized right-wing reactionary that he's talking about. Probably somebody out there making outrageous statements, and yeah, it's what I would assume. That would be my stereotype.
Let me just let you know, I don't lean on any political belief or such. I don't support the government, left, right. They're all corrupt. I don't.
They are. You're right. Yeah, Australia's corrupted. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Adrian John Wells, so I hear about it all the time.
Yeah. I hate both. I hate Biden and Trump. Well, I don't like them. I'm not going to say hate. I
don't. Thank you. That's that. At least. Yeah, we're trying to avoid the hate. Yeah.
Yes. Try to avoid hate.
Well, there goes Brooks' career.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry about that. I'll mute myself now.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Good to meet you, Mr. Nothing. Good to meet you.
Yes, and there we are. Okay, two gentlemen, and with that, I'll try to maintain myself on monologue for the time remaining. I want to thank you all, and you definitely, earn my pay. So I do want everyone to understand there are people here who deserve credit. Let's take a look at my PayPal account. One of them is our friend JP, who our dear man Peter Moon recognizes. So that kind of shocked me. And so that's great. Glad to have that. And he sent 75 United States dollars towards my microphone. A wonderful human being, and very concerned. Obviously, my sound quality was becoming an issue, always was an issue with those other microphones. So this microphone really helped solve that problem. And again, just to make sure. What kind of
microphone did you get?
Yeti. Yeah, you know the Yeti, right? You know them?
Yeah. That's the one I said to get a long time ago. And Real Tech was like, don't get a Yeti. Remember that?
What?
Real Tech was like, don't get a Yeti.
Really? Why would you say that?
Yeah, I said to get this like goddamn 8 months ago. Anyway, I'm glad you got a good microphone finally.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. So our man.
Does it have volume control on it?
Yeah.
Good. You need that because sometimes your mic gets high, so you can just fix it real quick. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Good.
No.
All right, we'll go on mute.
Okay. Thank you. And so with that, I do want to give some other people credit, and with that, what I'll do is I will investigate our PayPal account and give people their due. I understand, of course, Holly Coditis Kiefer has sent $100. So Goddess bless her. Wonderful human being. Holly Coditis Kiefer is, of course, someone who has been following myself for quite some time. And with that, of course, we turn towards, let me see, open up the new tab and kind of access my PayPal accounts that I've been trying to keep revitalized with the help of my listeners. And all of you, honestly, I couldn't have gone this far without you. Can't do it without you at all. You're really what truly keeps me alive, and all of you deserve all the credit you can get. So I try to give it when I can. There are people who I really should have been emphasizing more than ever. You give me a second here while I try to figure something out. Trying to figure out exactly which email I use for which account. And while I'm puzzling over that, should have had our man Ian just kind of stay on to kind of burn bandwidth while I do that. But
No, I'm still here. I'm just writing a song. I'm still here.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I mean, I'm glad you're writing that song. And I mean, it's nice that you songwrite, of course. And so what I'm going to do now is open one account before the other and continue on the web here. And then I will open the other account. And there we go. Press the next button and make certain everything goes through smoothly. And thanks everybody for your patience. Going to proceed to account overview. And here we go. So what I have now is a good solid PayPal balance on the business card. There's been $90.80 came in recently. This has been, let's make certain that these people are not wanting to maintain anonymity. So I will take a look and see if there's been some requests for anonymity. Otherwise, I will name them. So I believe this person wants to remain nameless. So we have a wonderful individual in Australia who has sent 30 United States dollars. This man says, "Best of luck to you. You're the best teacher I've ever listened to." And that's all I'll read. The rest of it shall remain private. An incredible human being. My gratitude to them. With that, going to go back to see who else provided some help. All of which is, of course, so vital in these times. And let's see if this person wishes to be named or not. I have acknowledged David Fitzsimons. David Fitzsimons recently sent 15 United States dollars. And he's a person who is in some need himself to a degree. So my gratitude for him. His life is just beginning, of course. And wonderful human being. This other incredible individual who sent myself 50 United States dollars has not asked for any anonymity. So this is Edmund Kuntz. Edmund Kuntz. And I don't know if he's related to the great horror story author Dean Kuntz, but Edmund Kuntz, very appreciative of what you have done. Half 100 United States dollars from the United States in the person of Edmund Kuntz. And with that, that kind of covers the one card for the other card. A wonderful human being has sent money, and I believe this individual is a lovely lady. I will check the message to see if there's any request for anonymity. There is not. So Nolani Bouchard has sent 30 United States dollars. Goddess bless you, honey. Love you dearly beyond expression. And all of this is to be put to good use. Very vital. Thank you all. You're just wonderful people. And I wouldn't be on without you. I wouldn't be on without Ian West tonight. He really helped us with the online broadcasting software. Again, it's Team Dietrich at work. And so just glad that I've been gifted talented people who can help me. With that, we turn towards a attempt at a monologue. I'll go into a little bit of some rambling tonight because why not? What I want people to know, this is what struck me this week. What strikes me personally this week, most personally, is the fact that lawmakers are scrutinizing artificial intelligence this week. Now, yesterday, at the time that this transmission started, the day before yesterday by now, Tuesday, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman was scheduled to testify before Congress as lawmakers increasingly scrutinize the risks and benefits of artificial intelligence. OpenAI is the company behind ChatGPT. That's the groundbreaking chatbot that has led to a wave of new investment in AI, the acronym for artificial intelligence. The real acronym should be ES for expert systems, but everybody has got their head up their ass. This in turn prompting a scramble among policymakers who have called for new regulations, or new regulations in general, amid fears of the technology's misuse. So, yesterday, the day before yesterday by now, Tuesday, the OpenAI CEO, Sam Altman, did indeed testify before a Senate Judiciary Subcommittee about the significant harm that ChatGPT and similar generative AI tools could pose to the world. Now, Altman's emphasis on the broader existential risks of AI merely conveniently elide some of the more quotidian problems of this new technology. And of course, there's another factor, basically national security. And the kind of threat that they feel may come from China's AI, that it will outdo America's. And they, of course, have their own new AI regulations, which the question being whether they be enforceable or not is what comes to my mind. I'll try and put this, I'll try to do my best to advocate on behalf of AI. Because, of course, in a very real sense, I'm the father of AI. That doesn't make any sense to people who know me as a technophobe and a tech retard. But that's if you don't know the story of how the Dietrich artifact came about. And I will tell you that only humility can save us from AI. We may be reaching the point where something most unnatural to humans is the only thing that can avert disaster. Now, you might remember, of course, the 1970s, I think it was, when 2001, A Space Odyssey came out. It was actually 1968. In that film, in an unnervingly placid voice, a computer endowed with its own intelligence speaks to a human being and offers him some advice. The machine says, "I can see you are really upset about this. I honestly think you ought to sit down calmly, take a stress pill, and think things over." The scene, of course, is from what has been promulgated as one of the greatest films of the 20th century, the 1968 science fictional thriller 2001, subtitled A Space Odyssey, and the name of what remains perhaps the most famous computer ever is HAL, short for Heuristically Programmed Algorithmic Computer. The astronaut who looms large on the screen as Hal addresses him with a chilling purr is named Dave. But he's really a stand-in for all of us. Nothing attests for that more than the fact that we may now be approaching the moment when the prescient and terrifying vision of the movie's creators, the director Stanley Kubrick and the author Arthur C. Clarke, knighted no less, may finally be coming to life in the knowledge, or to the knowledge of the open public, or perhaps better, turning into an objective reality right before our eyes. Of course, this is to all who are unaware of the real situation, where an artificial intellect has been around since the days that Xi was uploaded from my own mind. And because I've told that story often enough, we'll avoid reciting it for now, staying instead for the moment with the vision that the open public, the general public, has without the reality that they don't have access to. In that sense, the film 2001 can be interpreted in many ways, but at its heart lies a tale of technological dystopia, in which a sentient and all-powerful computer with no history of ever having committed an error goes horribly rogue, taking over a manned spaceship and coolly killing its crew members. 2 of the astronauts go into a space pod to ensure they won't be overheard while they make plans to shut HAL down. One of them is soon lost in the void, murdered by the computer. After finding himself trapped outside the spaceship, the lone survivor, Dave, then orders HAL to open its doors and let him back in. In his crushingly smooth voice, HAL answers, "I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that." Dave asks, "What's the problem?" And HAL replies, "I think you know what the problem is just as well as I do. This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it." Even though Dave and his last surviving fellow crewmate they had been careful enough to prevent HAL from overhearing their plans, they had not counted on the computer's ability to read their lips from afar through the small window of their pod. Dave ultimately succeeds in getting back into the mothership and disabling HAL. But the scariest part of this movie may be the thought that if Kubrick and Clarke were making their masterpiece today, it is highly unlikely that they would have thought that humans could have come out of this predicament so well. Now, for months by now, I have been following developments in the world of so-called AI, expert systems really, not artificially intelligent at all, and its most popular manifestations, such as ChatGPT. And the impression that these developments have left me with is that however fast we imagine the landscape of this technology to be capable of changing, our visions just keep falling behind. I was put in the mind of HAL and 2001, however, because of an item that I came across scarcely a week ago that makes the movie's lip reading seem already hopelessly antiquated. There may soon be no need to bother with such an indirect method, because in the brave new world of expert systems that are mistaken for AI, our artificial intellect, scientists and engineers are already perfecting ways of reading people's brain activity. Their very thoughts, simply by monitoring the electrical signals that we all give off. In recent weeks, there has been a cascade of warnings from the people who know the field of AI best, or so they think, and so we're told, as well as from what you might call curious bystanders. People much like, well, not like me, hinting that humanity has unleashed a monster that it may not be able to control. Beyond the stream of warnings about how AI could soon be used to do things like rig elections, commit financial fraud on an enormous scale, help unleash new weapons systems, and facilitate the worst kinds of political propaganda, we are now inundated with reports of AI's negative effects in the present through its applications that have already entered, well, the workplace and consumer marketplace. Driven by its capacities, computer giant IBM, for example, where from Hal got his name, each letter preceding the letters thereafter, H before I, A before B, L before M, HAL, ergo IBM, is eliminating thousands of jobs, and fear of the looming threat to AI could pose to jobs in myriad other industries, such as writers in Hollywood, is creating anxiety and disruption. Meanwhile, off-the-shelf technology that you or I can already buy and use is quickly creating the capacity to essentially make convincing virtual clones of ourselves. Perhaps the most famous of the many warnings about all of this so far came from Geoffrey Hinton, considered an AI pioneer, who recently resigned from Google. In an interview with BBC News that brought to mind a future of Terminator-style automatons, potentially rogue doomsday machines, and an unlimited array of disaster scenarios that could be brought about by AI technology in the hands of what are often called bad actors, he warned, and I shall this time read his writ, "Right now, what we are seeing is things like GPT-4. It eclipses a person in the amount of general knowledge it has, and it eclipses them by a long way. In terms of reasoning, it is not as good, but it already does simple reasoning, and given the rate of progress, we expect things to get better quite fast, so we need to worry about that. Right now, they are not more intelligent than us as far as I can tell, but I think they soon may be." The very next speaker in that BBC News segment was Junaid Mubin, a research mathematician and expert on the human-AI interface. Toward that conversation's end, he concluded darkly that Hinton's own warning does seem to be coming quite late in the day, and there is a sense that maybe the genie is out of the bottle now, and there is no real accounting for what happens next. Well, what happens next is I take another swig of this mineral water, so I make certain I don't dehydrate or desiccate. Or that the particulate matter that accumulates in my throat throws off my voice any further. Someone's asking me if I drink lemon water. No, I put some lemon juice, concentrated lemon juice, in my chlorophyll when I drink my liquid chlorophyll. He says, I freshly squeezed lemon in my water. Yeah, just be cautious about that. It can, it's pretty acidic. Forgive me. He says, yes, it made me sick today. Well, don't do it. I'll tell you something. There's this guy I knew who was trying to detox and cleanse his system by putting lemon in his water. If you take a styrofoam cup, just take a styrofoam cup, fill it with water, then pour all that lemon juice in there. It'll eat through the styrofoam cup and all the water will pour out. That styrofoam cup will be disintegrated by the lemon. So that's what it does to your stomach. Yes, stop doing that. There, thank you. He says, I heard it's good for the blood. Yeah, you'll be bleeding all right. Yeah, yeah. Internally. So look at this. In the old days, when my dad was in the Navy, they took concentrated lemonade. The powdered lemonade, that's what they would use to wash the decks. That takes rust off battleship decks, all right? Jesus. It's, damn, okay, I won't drink it. Yes, there. Thank you. So there you go. Lemon is something that you can use on your skin to help get rid of birthmarks you don't want or something. Moles. Eat away moles. You squeeze lemon onto your moles and shit to help get rid of skin tags and shit. He says, yes, it's good for the skin. Yes. So, anyhow. So, these days, back to artificial intelligence, op-eds or opinion editorials in leading Western newspapers have been full of fine-sounding but vague advice about how to get ahead of this potential threat. I think it was this week, for instance, the Financial Times editorial board urged the tech industry to agree and implement some common principles on transparency, accountability, and fairness, while adding that where computer algorithms are used in what it called critical life and death areas, such as healthcare, the judicial system, and the military, government pre-approval should be required. But I have to say that this feels very namby-pamby, and let me tell you why. Google is a good place to start any explanation of why a proposal like this seems so impossible. The company that rose to huge profitability on its search engine business has long been working quietly on figuring out how to integrate AI into its products, but had held off, fearing that the risks had not yet been fully understood. Then along came Microsoft with a powerful new product of its own called Edge, which incorporated ChatGPT, which Microsoft has invested into its browser and search products, betting that their power and novelty would allow Microsoft to make dramatic gains in a market that Google has long owned virtually by itself, essentially monopolized. The point that flows from this might be called principle number 1. Profit will usually trump prudence where big and sudden gains seem attainable. Google, observing this principle, has eagerly followed Microsoft, as one might expect, throwing much of its erstwhile caution to the wind. Principle number 2 goeth beyond corporate greed, which many people have taught us is a positive force in capitalism, and into the realm of the equally powerful logic of nation-states. Is it possible to imagine a world where Red China does not seek to match the recent advances that big American corporations have made in AI applications? For me, the answer is an obvious no. And in fact, the Communist Chinese Empire has rushed in recent weeks to roll out products it hopes can rival those of Google and Microsoft. And this is not just about the world's twa superpowers either. Others who wish to catch up, or at least keep pace, will inevitably throw their hats into the ring in a contest that fairly mirrors nuclear proliferation. So, with that, we turn towards Peter Moon, who informs us he's in the house, and therefore I will bring him online. He's here pretty early today. So it looks like I wasn't going to get too far with monologue, but we'll certainly catch up, Sunday, which will be here soon enough. Let's go over to the call. And, all right, let's see what I can do. Hit the participants. Add, okay, Pete the Moon Man. There we are. Click on that. Put a call in. Add. Oh my god. My apologies. Peter should be here any moment. And Ian lets us know that he drinks sweet tea with lemon. There we are. There we are, Peter Moon. Welcome aboard. Good morning, sir.
Yes, the first thing I want to say, and I don't want to digress onto this.
Sure.
But the reason you take lemon, even though, and it doesn't mean what you said is wrong, even though lemon and lime juices are acidic, they contain minerals that can create alkaline byproducts once digested and metabolized. Adding a squeeze of lemon or lime to a glass of water can make your water more alkaline as your body digests it. Yes, this is why you do it. So it is acidic, and it will burn through a styrofoam cup, as you say.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting about that is you drink Coca-Cola, and I was told at a very young age by a friend of mine, not by my parents who let me drink it, but she said you could put a whole side of beef in a whole vat of Coke, and it'll just eat it alive. So I don't know if Coke. Warren Buffett says he drinks 6 Cokes a day. Of course, he's invested heavily in Coke, so he's helping the profits. But I don't know. I mean, I've heard the negative effects of Coca-Cola. I do not drink it. I've drank it enough in my life, but I don't know if there are any health benefits to it. In fact, my friend told me it was a cure for kidney stones. There's a 6-pack of these little Cokes, and it'll help bust up kidney stones. I don't know. And then I asked my chiropractor, who's very knowledgeable. He's my, versus my friend who's a chiropractor, and he says, no. He says, take cranberry juice. But whatever. So anyway, I don't want to digress onto Coke and lemon. There's also such a thing as a lemon Coke. They used to, when we were kids, they'd have a cherry Coke, a lemon Coke. I mean, a cherry Coke was kind of a delicacy, because you squeeze cherry into your Coke. Now they bottle it. Everything gets marketed, but they don't bottle lemon Coke. We could get a squeeze of lemon into your Coke. I mean, I don't know what they put in it, but there was chocolate Coke.
Yeah.
Disgusting. And anyway, vanilla Coke, yes. But to get back to what you were saying, that monologue, and I picked up just before you started the monologue on, we should have some music, except we might get violated for copyright. Doom, doom, doom. Of course, that's archived. I mean, that goes back. I think that's Richard Strauss. I don't know who that was. Thus Spake Zarathustra is the song. I mean, it's the music. But anyway, that what you said about that in 2001 and was very important, very monumental.
Thank you.
And I was listening to what you said about AI. It's really good, very relevant, and they don't understand what they're talking about.
This
is very evident, and it's like it's here's the shoe salesman or the shoe shine boy is now saying, yeah, that AI is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and nobody knows what they're talking about. The one person who would know what they're talking about, or who knows what they're not talking about, is Joe Matheny. He is expert in expert systems, and I would venture to say AI. He would know all about AI.
Yes.
Because he's just a genius when it comes to tech. And he would ingratiate himself with all the techies in Silicon Valley.
Right.
He had a picture of himself with I think a lab coat and glasses, wire rim glasses, say this is Tech Guy Joe. Versus the gangster athlete. It's a surfer, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like he made himself look like one of them, and they would share stuff with him.
Wow.
So he had friends all over. So he could manipulate his way into get a wiki page, whereas he could outmaneuver Makino.
Right.
He could outmaneuver Makino because he had more friends. Maybe not as more political pull.
Interesting. Well, he could certainly out-manipulate Aquino probably technologically just by, making certain he got a wiki page simply because he wanted one because of his knowledge of the system working. But go on, yes.
Yeah, and perhaps occult-wise, but he has his own, his own foibles because he's human. But and whenever he would deal, and I think the same thing applies to David, whenever he would get into what he would call conspiracy genre or that field, which is Ong's hat very much fits into. But when he get involved with anything conspiratorial like public, it just backfired on him. Wow. Because, and I think the main problem is the audience itself. The audience is not capable of intelligently assimilating, digesting, and processing his information. They'll take it and screw with it. They'll go for the power. They'll try and get his power. It's just like people going for the Vox Arca.
Yes.
He had his own meta machine, which is a synchronicity generator, which is what, discombobulated his consciousness at 36 Spofford Alley in Chinatown. That's why I say this is, to me, in Peter Moon's life, it's like a relay race of Joe Matheny, extending the relay to Peter Moon, who it's in Chinatown, and then it leads to you. That's the significance in all the ninth dimension being the dimension of synchronicity. It all starts to connect. But with Arthur C. Clarke, what and Stanley Kubrick. I read that story, The Sentinel. It's from a story called The Sentinel, and this inspired the hell out of Stanley Kubrick. I thought it was really one in the book I read by Arthur C. Clarke. I thought this was kind of like really one of his least inspiring stories. It's not a knock on Stanley Kubrick. It's a knock on the story. It's fact because Stanley Kubrick just saw, wow, it inspired him. It inspired the hell out of him because, Stanley Kubrick was older. He was an accomplished director. He was a visionary and inspired him to create this whole movie. Now, I read, so 2001 came out in 1968. I had just moved to Northern California. I'd spent a week on a houseboat in Walnut Grove. Walnut, and that's different than Walnut Creek. Walnut Creek's just off of Oakland, a nice bedroom community, super expensive now. Walnut Grove is south of Sacramento. It's the Sacramento River. There's all these, we went with my best friend and his family. I flew up to Sacramento because we were moving there, and I went on the houseboat for them for a week, catching catfish.
Right.
And then my family hadn't moved up yet, so I lived in the Marina Inn across the street in West Sacramento, across the street from Sacramento, and I'd walk to the Capitol, and they were playing 2001: A Space Odyssey, but I didn't see it. I wasn't that interested in it.
Right.
It was only until about 6 months later I started reading Ray Bradbury, ran out of him, and started reading Arthur C. Clarke that I read The Sentinel. I read The Sentinel. I didn't know it was connected to 2001. And it was that summer that I got interested in Arthur C. Clarke, and then I found out he was the one who was behind 2001 with Kubrick. I read read the book before I saw the movie, and it was playing in one last theater in Sacramento. There was some podunk theater in Sacramento, and I took my brother and we went and saw it, and I had to explain the whole movie to him while I could not possibly understand it. I understood every bit of it because I read the book. It was a great book. It was his best book. But the AI, I think where we have to start, where you have to start with AI from an occult perspective is the golem, the theory of the golem. And here we are back to Judaism.
Right.
We're back to Judaism and the golem. And we're not going to go into the golem now. Perhaps we go into it in the next show. But the golem is an artificial man. He's created by man, but he's not man. So he's an artifice, and he has a consciousness of his own. And the first history of the golem is in, I think, the 1600s or in Prague, and it very much revolves around the work of John Dee, or John Dee revolves around the work of it, or the Rabbi Low, I think it was. And his descendant, who ended up in, I think, Salem, if I'm not mistaken, one of his descendants, because this is what my friend Buddha told me. So all this stuff revolves around the AI and the occult and the golem. Now, the golem is first known about in the 1600s, where it comes into literature, but it's older than that. And the golem, but see, the rendition of it in Judaism is kind of very cartoonish, and it ends up with a clay figure, and it's almost like an animated voodoo doll,
right?
And it seems like the whole rendition is crude. So there was a Brazilian shaman, Luísa, a friend of mine, passed away, and I remember she was part German. She was from the Mato Grosso, I think. She was from Brazil, and she was just, man, real indigenous energy. But she would go over to Germany, and I think I told her about my interest in the golem in Prague, and she says, if you go there, you will find the truth. The story you hear is not quite true, but you will find the truth behind the truth. Now, there's certain cultic personalities that hang out in Prague.
Yes.
And that is a whole interesting thing in itself. And Prague is, but what I'm trying to get at here is the earlier grimoires on Solomon, perhaps even, I don't think Aquino went down this pathway because it's what he was in a way, or was a knockoff of a golem. I don't know. He was really or an inverted golem. I really haven't analyzed it, but the thing is there has to be earlier grimoire that is golem-esque.
Yes.
And it all goes back to the formula for the Christ. And then if we throw in the vampire element into it, it gets a little more interesting. Because, it's just, this is the occult stuff we're stirring up and looking at it. But Judaism has become a critical trigger. Arola would say, trigger.
Yes, right.
Trigger. Yeah. And so that's what I'm saying is anytime you're doing with the AI, because the AI is traditionally the beast, 666, the computer, 666.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So you're in the arena of esoteric gobbledygook.
Mm-hmm.
So that I was very fascinated to hear what you said about AI, and you're going great guns until I think you had to stop and get a Coke or something.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, you got it down. And thank you.
Excuse me. This sets a nice forum for next transmission. Everything went smooth today. The microphone sounds so much better.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it's that, and honestly, it really makes all the difference. It's incredible. Our dear friend from Australia dropped in today, who had contributed $30. He calls himself Nothing, but we've given him a better name since he wants to maintain anonymity. We just call him Nemo, Albano. Nemo meaning no man, and Albano meaning nobody. So Nemo Albano hopes to speak with you a little bit next transmission if he gets an opportunity. He's been listening to me forever. He certainly, I know that is a fact because he does know so much. And apparently he's downloaded many of my episodes. So thank God for that.
Yeah, I heard your compliment of him, and it's great. I feel a very different energy since you've been cut off. It's like it was a great. They did us a great favor by cutting you off for a week.
Thank you. Yes.
It was like, yeah, it's like, wow, you catch up on other things, and now all of a sudden, I feel there will be a new flurry of support as opposed to this antithetical support that you've gotten in the past.
Thank you.
It's just gargoylean in nature, and
yes.
We have to penetrate. It's hard to think of Chichoa as guardians or as gargoyles.
Right.
It's hard to think of them as that. But
yes, they don't have the imposing, intimidating figure that. Yeah, do go on.
Well, yeah, but nor the whole idea of the gargoyle. And I once had this appear in a dream, and I remember asking Joe about it. It was a dream where usually in a dream, I would just, look something straight in the eye,
mm-hmm.
and it would dissipate. Well, one time I came upon this great Marduk, like Marduk the bull sort of thing. It was like on a, put entrenched on a wall or something. And I walked by and it kind of had these red eyes. It was very intimidating, and I couldn't get past it.
Wow!
I just couldn't get past it. It's like Bruce Lee in that movie when he's everything he's confronting is metal, and he can't fight it. And this is before the dreams before he dies.
Yes.
It wasn't that intimidating, but it was I could not move past it. It was paralyzing. And Joe told me, he says, those things appear, and what they want is some form of tribute. In other words, offer them a cup of tea.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what my GPS says. It talks in an English accent. Policeman on the side of the road there, they would like a cup of tea. A cup of tea. Like the cup of tea is like some really, panacea for anything an Englishman runs across. Oh, cup of tea. Cup of tea. Here's the tea in your face. You lie me. Boom. So anyway, So the gargoyle. He says, sometimes you have to pay tribute. You have to acknowledge it and pay your dues, whatever that is. I didn't even know where I was going. It was just a dream.
Mm-hmm.
But the occult stuff would show up. David Anderson showed up in my dream last night, but I can't place it. It was rather innocuous, and he was, I think, with a bunch of us, and it was questionable whether he was going to stay with us or not. He just kind of appeared, and what it means is he's keeping an eye on my trip to Romania this year. He's keeping an eye on it. I don't know why. Like, he kept an eye on me in Bulgaria all the time I was there. He's real concerned about me in Bulgaria. This is 2010, because it was right after the last time I'd seen him, because he'd been to Bulgaria and it was not so friendly.
Right.
And he could understand enough Bulgarian, and people were, and so he was very concerned. Now, I had Milko with me at all times, and his friend. So I felt very safe, and I was never in danger. But yeah, and he also learned that he learns insults in foreign languages.
Yeah,
it's one of the first things he learns, so that he knows if he's being insulted.
Thank you. That everyone should take that on as the thing to do. Go on.
But I think there's something in his aura that makes him vulnerable, just like when I talked about with Preston getting attacked when I wasn't attacked, because he had this and he likes to tell this story when he was, I think he was in New York, and some Romanian waitress was, and he said, "Oh, I'm going to Romania," before, and she basically taught him how to ask for mouse soup when he went to Romania. She taught him in Romanian how to ask for mouse soup, but he didn't know it was mouse soup made out of mice, and he was being set up. It was
Interesting.
a dirty trick.
Wow! Oh my God, that's so awful! Why would she do that?
Well, it gave him I guess it was his Romanian initiation, and Paul has told me, she said, no, that's not typical, and although there's a movie that I've seen in the Independent Film Channel, some guy, he goes to looking for his Romanian lover. He met her in Europe, and she's in a gypsy camp, and he's trying to find her, and he's going through all these, the outskirts or the fields of Romania, and he meets these kids, and they start teaching him how to say things, but they're teaching him just obscene stuff, like he might go up to somebody and say, I want to lick your ass.
Right. Oh my
and they're
God.
laughing, and he's going up using these words, and they're just making a complete fool out of him.
Oh my
and they're
God.
they're just little kids.
Yeah.
Of course, she says, no, that's not something that she's familiar with. But I'm obviously any culture will play tricks on each other.
Right.
But somebody must have had some bad experience to make that movie, or some
yes,
to make that movie, because he was so in love with this woman, and everybody was just having sport with him.
Oh my God, that's so awful.
Well, yeah, it's. I guess that occurs for everybody in somebody's life. But I know you're. But that was a good transmission you did on AI, and maybe we can go back there next transmission.
Of course. I mean, we'll have to. It's in the news, so to speak, and they're continually shoving it down our throats. So we'll have to do our best to calm people down. But yeah. And so, any dreams last night that you had that you recall?
I had the one with David.
Uh-huh.
And I had some other dreams, but I don't.
Okay.
I got a lot to do today.
Understood. In terms of some of the chores that you're taking care of, this has to do with the house, or what? Just resupply, like I was.
That's one of many things. Okay. One of many things.
Understood. And so, what about in terms of? Let me take a look at this. Our man, Realian West, says, "I'd like to thank Moon for the Montauk tape that verified the door." Maybe you could tell him a bit about the real history.
The door?
Well, he's talking about the one where our man Preston Nichols is verifying where the kids were held in cages, and so maybe you could tell him about the real history.
That did not verify anything. As Joe Matheny said, he says those are just regular cages, and Preston is saying that the kids were held in cages there, and in fact, those were just, it would be a very impractical place to hold cages. I think Preston was projecting. It's very dramatic, but I mean, that's just the standard underground. There was nothing standard. There was nothing, it's like he makes it very dramatic, and Duncan's going ape while he's there. That doesn't mean that stuff didn't happen. It doesn't mean that it happened there either. In other words, but I don't know what door he's talking about. That was just, those were bunkers. There are huge bunkers under Montauk, military bunkers, and the people out there played in them forever in a day when they were kids.
Wow!
I mean, just sneak into them. But that movie, I did not go on that trip. I had it, and then they went out and did this video, and it was very dramatic.
And by that time you were kind of, let's see now what he entered in the chat room, or somebody entered something somewhere. I heard a noise where there was an entry of something. But in terms of that day, you could explain to our man Ian that you were pretty much kind of tired of a lot of the drama, and that you kind of just...
it wasn't so much of that. It was like, I'd been out there so many times, and we had to sneak on the base and stuff, and I was exhausted. I just got tired of it. And he went out with Helga Morrow. They went out for Helga Morrow. And Helga Morrow was like, trying to resolve her father's thing. And I was tired of her as well. But it wasn't so much her. It was just, I'm tired of going out to Montauk every day. I mean, went out there, and I just said, I'm not going on this trip.
again, that's the trip they went ape shit, and just.
I mean, they would have done it if I was there. It wouldn't have mattered. It was like they got into this bunker, which I've been in there, and it's like they're taking pictures, and Duncan's like flipping out. He could flip out above. And he was right next to me. We're by the transmitter building. They're doing video. He flipped out. It's like, yeah. But I'm not saying that there weren't people in cages or whatnot. But that was like a chicken cage. It was like for storing stuff. And I don't know what door. That was just. There are many levels to the underground, according to Preston. And I think what happens is you go into a different vibrational frequency at some point. It's not even in this reality. As would be explained by Radu. Except the difference between what Radu describes as positive in Romania and what happens over at Montauk was it was filled with negative entities and negative projects and that. So if when he's saying a door, verifying a door, and all of this stuff confuses the hell out of people. They say, well, what happened with Montauk was not was in a parallel reality. More like a different vibrational frequency. I don't know. It's like it gets vague, and it doesn't mean people did experience trauma, but not necessarily in the context. It's just like when you go to Jerusalem and you go down all this stuff that Helen, Constantine's mother, went and started labeling all these sites of Christianity. So like kiosks for selling stuff or for sacred pilgrimages. It doesn't mean they occurred there.
Right.
It means, or even if they occurred, but it'll get your blood flowing if you're a Christian. Yes. Because you'll go there and you'll say, oh, this is where St. Stephen was killed. Oh, wow. This is where you go to Washington, D.C. and see the house where Lincoln died. They have the house where Lincoln died. It's very like, wow. First time I saw it, it's like, wow, this is where Lincoln died. It just kind of hits you. Now that's historical. But even though, this is where Veronica, gave Christ a handkerchief or whatever she gave him. Saint Veronica, she became a saint. I mean, God, it's so rich with mental image pictures that, yeah, you're going to think it all happened the way they said it did because everybody agrees on it. So it doesn't mean something didn't happen. Where did Saint Veronica come out of? Who created her? I don't know. I don't know what he's referring to.
I'm sorry. What I meant by it was the clips of the door that were in that VHS. I got to match it up with.
Okay. Well, okay. That requires a lot of explanation. That requires.
Well, I want to say thank you
because
we found it down here.
What he's saying is that there's a door that's identical to that in appearance.
Exactly.
To what
in the
he's.
Middle of the woods down the street.
Identical to. I know what he's talking about. A door identical to what?
He feels it's identical to a structure.
Like Holden MK Ultra Center. Kathy O'Brien mentioned.
Oh, okay. So
that requires a whole explanation. We don't have time to go into, which I'm happy to go into, because that was a very.
We actually have time. We actually have time because.
I'm just saying thank you. That's all.
Yeah. Well, Ian West is.
Yeah, but nobody knows what he's thanking me personally. Nobody else in the audience knows what the hell he's referring to.
Right. So just to explain.
But I know what he's referring to, and that was a photograph that appeared in Montauk Tour #2. Not a photograph, but a film that Preston was filming when we flew over Montauk, and the plane almost went down. And that when he slowed down the footage, there was this. It was actually a pump station that's like the size of a big closet. Big walk-in closet, no, relatively not big, but walk-in closet. And at the top, this door flipped up. It flipped up and closed down. Wow. So we went, what the hell's that door? And we went to investigate the door. And there was no door. There was like a sort of a hatch, like something square. I went out there and I think picked it up, and I almost fell in because the door was, the roof was faulty. I got up there on a ladder, and
Jesus.
He had to exit out my expletive of "oh shit" or something.
Oh my God.
because I went up there. I was the only. There were three of us, and I was the only one that wouldn't break the ladder.
Right.
Because I wasn't that big. You know, Timmy was too heavy, and Preston was too heavy. It was like I went up the ladder, and they would have fallen right through the roof probably.
Yeah.
And it was a pump house. There was nothing there. It was an enigma, a phantasm of this thing propping up, and we called it Jack Parsons' closet because it was right. You know, when I had all this Jack Parsons experience, all the footage from his area where he used to do it, I had it in my camera as I just gotten back from Pasadena and met Cameron. And so it's like, what the hell is this thing going? And it still didn't really get any explanation. It's that now Ian's saying it's like an MK Ultra door from Kathy O'Brien. This was near Junior's bunker, the Beast, where the Beast was photographed in another Tolpoid enigmatic reference frame. So it never, and this is the trip where Preston and Timmy got lost in the forest. They were absolutely lost, and I could figure my way out real fast. It was just like their GPS, their internal GPS was
got discombobulated.
Yeah, I said, we just go this way. No, we go this way. No, we go this way. And they both fell in the mud.
Oh my God!
Yeah, and it was because we had to go through the legal, go onto the base without violating the law. And you're able to do that, but they don't tell you how to do it. So you were going through these swamps and shit. And Preston had his camera and his expensive video camera, and he rolls on his back so it doesn't get wet.
Oh God!
They got mud. I didn't get touched.
Yeah. Oh my God!
I didn't get. I also had a nice pair of boots on to absorb the mud.
Oh God, that's awful. And they didn't.
No, they got soaked.
Oh Jesus, that's awful. Oh my God.
Even though I'm not a woodsman. I negotiated myself very well. And anyway, that was some one hell of a trip, and I was investigating what we call the Jack Parsons closet, and as I said, it just it's completely enigmatic, and if it's a door to MK Ultra, maybe so, but it's MK Ultra in another world.
Right. Though what I think that Ian was saying was that there is a door that he feels is physically identical or looks a lot like it to him right across the street from his home, which he feels is what Kathy O'Brien might have mentioned. Is that the case, Ian? Is this what you're trying to communicate? We'll see if he responds.
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
With MK Ultra and Kathy O'Brien, it's close enough. It's like, how accurate is it? It's accurate enough.
Yeah.
It's like it's too accurate. It's not accurate enough.
Yeah.
It's like, when do you go in to what was that scene in Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise? When the Stanley Kubrick movie, and he's going in curious, and this is the main problem with that teaches in that movie. The Tom Cruise character is curious. He's poking the bear, and he shouldn't be poking the bear. He shouldn't be going to where he doesn't belong.
Right.
And he doesn't learn. He doesn't get it. Yeah. And Tom. What was it? Oh yeah, so he gets into the orgy, and it's like, you're not gonna get in and see the orgy. The closest you get to an orgy in viewership is the Playboy Mansion, and then they'll show you that, and they won't show you what really goes on there. They'll just show you the grotto and the pretty girls walking around, and make you wish you were cool enough to be there. when in actual fact, if you're cool enough to be there, you're trapped.
Yes.
It's an entrapment. as they said, I told you that story was Preston and I, when we're invited to go to a sex farm in Virginia, to make a movie deal. Yeah. Great place to make a movie deal. Appealing to your lowest, guttural urges. And we'll talk business. Boy, but what? And I suppose we would have had a movie deal. and then effed up permanently.
Yes. Oh my God! I mean, it's thank God that. So this is going to sound stupid. How did both of you reach a mutual consensus to turn that down?
Need to be it didn't even need to be discussed.
Okay.
It's kind of like it's on the level of the guy who told us if he would have pulled down his pants and say go to town on me. It's it wasn't even. It wasn't even something we had to discuss.
Yes, thank you.
Because we could both see where it was coming from.
Excellent.
Preston started immediately making obscene kissing sounds. mocking the whole idea.
Of course.
And this guy was Joe Petito, he was a mob lawyer. And he was funny as hell. He was funny. But we couldn't take him. That's a whole nother story. And he was the founder of the ET company. I told you that's a fascinating story. Montauk Revisited, the ET company that made the electronic transistor or the surface barrier transistor. And so he was tied to making transistors. He was tied to don't show that photograph. That can get you in trouble. Don't show that photograph. It had nothing to do. It was making light bulbs, actually. That was a different photograph. It was a whole different, he was afraid for me of industrial espionage. Some photograph I had, some light bulb company. And had nothing to do with him. But yeah, it was just like he was in there with early electronics. And everything Preston qualified in that book, everything he says, well, it sounds like aliens, but it's not necessarily aliens. He was disambiguating stuff that would validate you because he was being objective. Although he believed in aliens, he said, most abductions, 98% of them are
well, my lab, military abductions. Yes.
Yeah. And so there are few that can be of a more extra dimensional nature. The whole alien issue is so polluted, so it's almost becomes like a taboo word. And anybody starts talking about aliens, they don't know what they're talking about because the 2% of what they might be talking about that is valid as being extraterrestrial in nature or virtually extraterrestrial. Most of it's just, as Bruce Lee said about martial arts, 98% of what's being taught out there is absolute bullshit.
Thank you.
And I say the same for aliens. And I know you acknowledge interdimensionality and whatnot.
Yes.
So it's like, this is the problem. It's like people are talking smack.
Yes.
People
Absolutely.
send me a video. Have you heard this guy? He's pretty good. Have you heard this guy? He's pretty good. No, I haven't heard the guy. So, and they don't tell me why I should listen. That's better than just sending me a video. But it's like, go to this and he says this, and most of these, it's almost as if they're insulting what I'm doing. It's almost, it's not what they're intentionally doing, but they're all, it's like I've been digging stuff up for 30 plus years and it gotten to wherever I've gotten. And I find Douglas Dietrich and I'm starting to mine this property. And when I say property, I'm not talking about a literary property, which it is. I'm talking about a mine, like a property, mining.
Excellent.
Yes. Gold out of it. And they say, well, listen to this guy over here. He's got some good things. And even I got a video sent to me. It's an Instagram of this guy saying that, he's emphatic. He's some old guy saying that Putin he said a long time ago that Putin invented Bitcoin. And I said, no, I just can't accept that. And I said, because he's talking, well, first off, I don't believe it. Second off, he's talking at a level of fear. He's trying to, get attention. Putin invented, arranged for Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
If he did invent Bitcoin, he's already the richest man in the world.
Yes. Yes.
So he wouldn't be inclined, and somehow, Putin is people, just like they want to make Trump Jesus Christ, they want to make, they never call Putin Jesus Christ, but they call him the savior.
Right. That's right.
He's going to save, by fighting NATO, which is, agreeably evil. Yeah. It's just like the struggle with Judaism, internal struggles with Judaism they have against each other. Mm-hmm. Even the hand that wants to fight the cuttlefish, I assumably still believes in circumcision.
Yes.
So is it wise to circumcise? It's a rhetorical question of the day. Is it wise to circumcise? Or the retort is to cut it short.
Oh my God. Well, let's be careful. Let's see. Yeah, Ian West says that's a good quote. That already gives us warning flares right there. Let's be careful about what we're saying.
I mean, you can question a religion. You just don't bring about hate.
Yes.
And I think Judaism has incredible knowledge and the Zohar and all that stuff. Incredible, because it's trying to describe the tree of life, and it's a very Western orientation. And there's also other orientations, and even the Vedas, which are so filled with information. I think what you said about the Nagas is interesting.
Oh, thank you. Were you able to hear that?
I heard it. I've heard you say it before, but you also on the Bulgarian tape.
Yeah.
That you wanted me to listen to for the chuckles.
Yes. Did you? Were you able to?
For the chuckles.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the Batman show really missed out. They should have had a villain called the Chuckler. The Chuckler.
I love it.
The Chortler, the Chuckler, he chuckles at everything.
Yeah, I was pointing out to some of the people who had reviewed it earlier in our roundtable. I was telling them our friend Nothing Out of Australia, Nemo Albano, and Nancy Toulouse in Mexico, and Ian West. I was saying that there's that kind of sharp, short, barking laughter that sometimes, like a sneeze, you can't control, where somebody says something that you find ridiculous and you suddenly go, ha, and then you stop yourself. But these guys just kept going, and they just kept chuckling, and that's when I confronted them with, am I amusing you? And it's like, it's just bizarre, like they were jerking each other off or something.
Well, I think a better line for you would have been from the movie Goodfellas with what's his name, Joe Pesci.
Yes.
Do I amuse you? Do you find me amusing?
Yeah.
Do you find me amusing? What I think about the chuckling, I think that Milko's answer was very sincere. It was very sincere. I think that's truly the way he feels about you, like it's blown away. I didn't hear as much of it. I only heard it like really kind of once, where it was really strong. Maybe it was slighter. Maybe you could hear it better.
Yeah.
But the one thing that puzzled me about it, it was, to me, it was completely non sequitur.
Thank you.
Like, thank you. I would have, and I mean, I've heard you say more shocking things. I forget what you said, but it's like, it apparent, and it could have been a cultural response that it shocked them. And I think what they're basically saying is they really are just blown away by what you have to say. And it's not, I guess, what you'd say ontologically referential, because it's shocking to their system, and their system laughed in a way that would sound in our culture as just not just inappropriate, but non sequitur.
Thank you. Thank you.
More non sequitur than inappropriate. It's like what you laugh. And I've seen this in Romanian culture.
Okay.
Where my brother-in-law would tell these jokes, and then when he'd explain the joke to me, I still wouldn't laugh. I still didn't. Like, why is your doorknob in your left hand funny as opposed to it being in your right hand? I mean, that's I made that up, but it would be like, okay, let's having a doorknob in your left hand. Okay, but no, it doesn't. But it's a cultural thing, and yeah, it's just what is agreed upon to be amusing and is experiential to another culture might just does not register. So one has to acknowledge and respect differences in that regards. But so be it. And that's where I reherded.
Thank you.
Of the wisdom of the Naga and all of that stuff, and that's this is what it all comes down to. In the end, is the eye of Sauron, the remote viewing principle, the remote viewing device. Radu building a device with Eleanor's money and Caesar's money and his own money, and then finally Eleanor bails him out to create this, grandiose remote viewing device so he can see better. Now, let's, in Qigong we use the dark room. Now that's not to say that the dark room couldn't be enhanced by, putting certain vibrational frequencies, subjecting you to them in all of this. It was a very careful, very exotic experiment that even went outside the bounds of Department Zero. Like, wow. I devised a chair like that in a writing. I was writing a story when I left Scientology.
Yeah.
Sitting there in this, we had one bedroom we shared in a friend's house when we left Scientology, and my wife was still in the process of what they called routing out, leaving out, and I was there during the daytimes, and I began writing a story. I must have had a typewriter, and I was typing a story and writing a story, and the story went into a chair device. This was like an extension of what you call OT abilities. I started creating a chair, which in my story.
Wow.
And it was, and I started penetrating the realm of Freemasonry, which is interesting because I really knew nothing about Freemasonry. It was just a creative exercise.
Right.
And then, this is kind of the story or my life would evolve into the Montauk, which is creating a chair to expand one's. And this is something that was really going on at the time I was writing the story. Montauk was just about the climax. And then we have later Radu. And then you have the device at the Presidio, which is a computer, which they want to create a consciousness that, has extra abilities. This is all this great desire to create a portal of viewing, so you can be the great eye.
Right.
The great eye, the great EYE is like the great quote, capital I, unquote. I is I. It's like, it's enough to go to bed at the end of the day and say, okay, I'll get up and have a good day.
Yes.
I woke up this morning and said, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this. All right. I think I'm going to do this, that, and the other thing. So that's, yeah. Well, what is this aggrandizement of, I guess, go in and figure out what's going on with Bitcoin, figure out what's going on with Biden, figure out what's going on with, my God, the world is, what do you want to know for?
Yeah.
That's what it all comes down to. What do you want? You have this great remote viewing device. What do you want to know for? Once you get past wanting to be rich. I want to know the stock market's going up. Like the wisdom of the Naga. It's
Yes.
like okay, what do you want to know for? I could see why they would be so suspicious of man, and the money will bring out the worst element. And that's the challenge of Romania, where there's all this gold, and you're not going there for the wealth of the materiality. Right. And if you do, you're going to short circuit.
Yes.
You're going there for the wealth of the wisdom.
Yes.
And this is the big thing, to be sidetracked by materiality.
Yes. Yes. Very important. Thank you. Very important. The very point I was making. Yes.
You know that inherently, and even in your impoverished state, you're not seeking wealth.
Thank you. Yeah, not in that sense. Not
sustenance.
Yes.
And you've got sustenance. You've got the best sustenance you need now with Sugar Daddy. Yes. You're not gonna find that anywhere else.
That's true. I know. Yes. You're absolutely right. Thank you. Yes, true enough. And a very important point to be made, and always remembered and appreciated. Honestly, thank you for having me explain that earlier. And it's interesting that all this time you didn't realize I was taking it straight. The blood. Oh my God.
No, and I don't think most people realize that either, because to you it's just natural. Like, how else are you going to do it? I've heard you describe your father letting you do it with you and your sister.
Yes. Yes.
But I remember that. But then that was a different situation. Okay. So. It's like, yeah, it's your life is unique and it's unusual, and it's certainly, I would imagine most of my friends who know you, some of whom admire you and some of who are hesitant, would be, ooh, it's like, it would take them for a, and then the curiosity of Sugar Daddy's estate. Yeah, it's like, yeah, people are okay. Yeah, it's like people, should leave well enough alone.
Yes,
you don't want to go there.
Thank you. Yes.
And personally, I'd be much more curious about the crypt than I would Sugar Daddy's estate.
I understand. It's something that the Milko and Simeon were asking about, but they did that off record. That was after we had stopped recording. They said, you ever gonna let Peter in there? Only time will tell. But honestly, it's one of those things that it's as I said.
What I'd be happy to settle for is an unauthorized videotape.
Oh my God!
Video tour.
Oh my God! That's too much like the Montauk bunkers. It's like just this. It's honestly, it's truly. We'll talk about that.
How about if we? How about this? Yeah. How about this? We do a fundraising to get Douglas to show a video of the crypt. Think about that. We're not starting it now, but we'll talk about that.
Understood. It's cute. It's definitely the crypt is its own beast. It's really.
Let me give you a positive spin on this.
Yeah.
It's look at. There's always, when we have a problem in life, we have, like say with finances, that's our second house.
Yeah.
It's the natural second house is Taurus of the zodiac. Taurus is resources. It's ruled by Venus. Venus is resources. So it's like, if you're poor on the outside, you have to find wealth on the inside.
Yes.
And you have inside your house, call it the crypt, is you have actual resource in there. You've got books, you've got knowledge, you've got biofex, simulagra. You could actually there's resource in there. And what I'm saying is you could convert it into a resource by videotaping it like an art director and saying, like, I talked about the one-man show.
Yeah.
You could probably sit there and say, oh, this is where the ghosts appeared. Oh, this is where here. This is the basement. This is where the landlady did this. This is where this. This is where that. This is where the landlady propositioned me. Whatever it is. It's like, and show this and tell the story of the. That'd be a damn interesting video. And I could even set it up on my website so people would have to pay to see it, and it could not be downloaded. I had somebody try to download stuff from my website, videos, just because he could do it. He was a friend. He says, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Interesting.
That website's protected.
Yeah.
And that's something we can talk about in more private detail if as a fundraising proposition for you. You know. It's
no, I appreciate that. The thought, it's creative thought.
Yeah, what's more important than that idea actually working? It says, oh, that's something I can do if I need to do it. Yeah. Therefore, if you have things you can do to make money and you don't need to do them, that means you're getting resource.
Yes.
So and there are probably other avenues that you could do like that. Selling information that is of value to people. That's just, curiosa. It would be valuable in a certain sense. Because just that one picture you have of all your books and with the ship, the inverted ship is priceless.
Thank you.
It's like, I didn't know they had houses like that in San Francisco. I had no idea. No, nobody knows that. I don't think even the San Franciscans know that. In fact,
that's true.
I would imagine that some of the people that live in those houses think they designed it. Like,
thank you. Yes, that's right. That I've run into people like that. Yes, that's probably what. Yeah.
Stanford White's, debilitated cousin was doing houses, and he decided to do upside down ships.
Yes.
Or Frank Lloyd Wright's bastard.
What's really funny is that when like I said, during that period, after my father died, but my mother was still alive, and I was dealing with this set of there's no other word for it, just repulsive morons, who wanted to, basically they were really into wargaming, so they're just complete and total dorks and nerds that were collecting miniatures, and were just completely, it's just social rejects, totally socially retarded. The term I used at that time was social retards. But these were people that you would call had an extraordinarily low emotional quotient, EQ, or emotional quotient, or something like that. Or yes, our friend, I think it's real Ian West, is saying, you mean pathetic? Yes. But the point about them was that, as I had explained before, just so our listeners who are new, they understand it in is just a sentence or two, the Department of Defense, when, like true capitalists, because they contracted think tanks and various companies to design war games so they could simulate what conflicts would be like, not just a potential conflict in Europe between NATO and the Soviet Union, but also what might happen if we advance to the point where we're fighting over the moon of Titan, the largest moon of Saturn. So there was a war game design called Titan Strike. These were actual Department of Defense war games that they later, as good capitalists, redacted all of the classified materials that may have been integrated into it, and then they sold them out as like little science fiction war games. And, people who were younger would play with these sorts of things before electronics grew sophisticated enough to develop games that catered to the nervous system, meaning your reflexes, like how fast a trigger finger you have, instead of the intellect. But war games used to be these extraordinary, complex affairs where people would, you'd spend forever setting them up. You'd need an accountant in order to play it, to keep track of the various number crunching, and it would just be a true exercise of intellectual challenge, just to engage yourself in that. It would require enormous focus. But, you know, people were buying this stuff just to show how intelligent they were and shit. And but these guys were doing the miniatures version of that stuff that they became addicted to. And so a bunch of them wound up living together. And they were living in this area in South San Francisco. So because I was trying to get them to look for some of this old stuff for me on computers, because I did not personally know how to work computers still at that time. Mother was still alive. I was too busy caring for her. And I was trying to just begin to try and catch up a little bit on some of these things I had lost out on. Find some of these old war games that had been released, some of which I had helped to design. And these idiots, they lived right underneath this huge, enormous communications tower. And Beaver said, man, I'd hate to live where they're living. And he was convinced it had whacked their brains all out with its, you know, waves, its electro waves and everything. And I'm sure he was right. And they wound up losing everything. The guy who owned the house that he had inherited from his parents had spent all the money in investing in like a miniatures design company so he could just, you know, churn out little miniatures of Civil War ironclads. And then he wound up losing everything, and because of that they had to move into one of the ship houses. So they actually wound up relocating into San Francisco itself with somebody who owned this house, who let them move in. It was just weird. I mean, why would anyone do that? But then again, their whole situation was, of course, this is what they do. They just like couch surfing from, you know, these people were like losers who were all living together and no one else would have them. And so they were living together as a bunch of men in this home that just reeked of cat urine. I mean, you could, the moment the door was opened, you would be assailed by the stench of cat urine that just...
How do they make their money?
How did they make their money? They were living off the guy's legacy from his parents, just like what he inherited from his parents, until they spent it all. They ate pizza every day and played war games and invited other people to play war games with them who were outside of their home, a little community of fellow war gamers, and these people were just all just horrible fucking dorks that had no life. The worst was that what stood out to me, because you know, I'm basically half German, half Asian, you know, my mother being Japanese and Chinese, and this kid was half Japanese, half German, and he was the worst in terms of like being literally just probably developmentally disabled to a degree. But
he let these people live with him for free so he could have them as buddies, as game players.
Yeah, and well, he lived with his parents, of course. He didn't live in that house. He lived with his parents. But his mother was a Japanese nurse, or his father was his mother was a nurse and his father was a doctor. I'm forgetting which one was German and which one was Japanese. But obviously, in his case, they gave birth to an idiot, and so they hated his miniatures hobby, and they made him keep it all in his van, which he practically lived in. But he lived in the home when he wasn't living in the van, and then he like had a job. Worked for the garbage pickup for the state of California, where they traveled up and down the California highways to pick up garbage that was thrown onto the highways by drivers. And this is what he did for a living. And this idiot had got called up by one of these scams out of Africa, where this girl was saying she was trapped in some like brothel or a white slave in some sex camp, and asked him for money to buy her way out. And he sent her thousands and thousands of dollars. Of course, this wasn't a woman. It's just, you know, some scam artist. And till the parents found out and called the FBI, and they deprived him of his phone privileges. So he wasn't allowed to use the phone. And it's just stupid, crazy shit. All these people were like that. And but they couldn't do anything right, including finding what I was looking for on the computer. It was just all, you know, these people are just all fucked up. I remember that horrible experience where I tried several people to find things for me on the computer, and the thing was they all kept finding the same shit. And they would all just buy the same shit. And it was just whatever was easy. They couldn't find the stuff I wanted. When they did, anyhow, it's just, but like I said, the only thing on point was they wound up moving into one of the upside down ship houses that somebody owned. And when he described it, well, it's like being in a boat oh, well, like being in a ship. And I said, look, you idiot. They said, that's one of those overturned hulls from the days of the gold rush. You are living in a ship, you dumb idiot. But it's just frightening that people like that exist. By the way, I mean, that the best part of the story, if you could say that, there was a science fiction series you may not remember called Leviathan. Does that ring a bell with you at all?
I rings a bell. I never watched it.
Yeah, Leviathan was a science fiction series about a giant creature in space that was enormous, and a bunch of people wound up being stranded inside of it. And so this was what the series was about. And the one of its great fans, the man who organized the conventions for it, to the point where when he died, they held one last convention in honor of him, was living at that house. And he was this older white guy who had grown up being raped by a bunch of men, and I believe was AIDS positive, and therefore was completely despondent and spent all his life drinking, and would wake up at various times in the night screaming and throwing bottles against the wall, and then try to walk to the bathroom barefooted and slash his feet to ribbons on all the broken glass. And so there was all this blood all over the room all the time. And then when he finally died, then the police said, Jesus Christ, there's broken glass and blood all over the room. And they put the tape up, do not enter, because they investigated it as a potential murder. And so all these guys had to slide under the tape so they could steal all his shit to sell on eBay. Like all the Leviathan paraphernalia and memorabilia that he had. Rubber masks and shit. And it's like, this is like a life of total degradation, just based on hobbyists that have no life. It's yeah, there you go. It's like so there you have it. Why on earth? This is why I try to not remember anything.
I mean, it shows that there's all sorts of people that are preoccupied, or if not addicted to a variety, an infinite variety of things.
Yeah.
And you could, I remember my friend Madeline getting very upset, and I assume it was her relatives. I didn't really say it is people who watching the game show channel endlessly. There's a channel on cable where you can watch game show after game show after game show, and they're old game shows. They're not new. Yeah. You could be watching Password from 1970 or something.
Holy shit.
And she said she just was like saying, how can people do this? Yeah. She was also very upset many years earlier than that many of her friends, and I don't really know who she was talking about because I didn't know that many. I didn't really know that many of her friends, most of who I guess were out in California, if I knew any of them. And it was like they were all into watching Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah, right. I knew there was a crowd like that. That's right. And they thought that they would try and say,
technically metaphysical people. And why did they watch him? I mean, he was like, you watched him enough to know that he was just a, very offbeat weirdo who who was like, acted like a pervert.
Yeah, because he was. Yes.
Yeah. 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 So it's like, I mean, there's all sorts of different interests that people have.
Yes. Yeah.
And, God, and this is, and certainly gaming is one of them. And here we're talking about, this is more of a board game strategy than a computer game, correct?
Yeah. This is all just board game miniatures, just miniatures where you're like, calculating how many inches would equal miles or whatever if there were two battleships firing at each other. And they did all the space version, the sea version. I purchased some extraordinarily beautiful miniatures from one guy who was just visiting them, who he and his father had painted these miniatures that were of spacecraft of different imaginary races, but they were so extraordinarily done that I just purchased them off of him because he wasn't using them, and I don't regret that. But ironically, he and his father had painted a set of them, one of the fleets, so to speak, of one faction, one of the sides. in woodland camouflage, which then became the official Space Force uniform under Trump. So there was something prescient there, you know, a little bit of synchronicity going. But in terms of the other thing that comes to mind, I remember V, who has this, who's almost pathologically pragmatic or just more money oriented. She had one client who was just continually playing with her cell phone while she was working on her. And she had this game she was doing called Candy Crush. And of course she asked her, why are you doing that? And the only question she could think that would make sense to her, she asked, do you make money doing that? Like, she thought she was like gambling. Like, if she got so many points that maybe she would actually win some money, like credits on a credit card or something. And the woman said no. And in fact, I had to explain to V, the woman's actually paying to be doing what she's doing, that they actually start charging for access to these games at the higher level. So it's worse than what V even thought, that, you know, people get addicted to these games and then they start paying money to continue to play. It's just awful. So yes, people can fall prey to a kind of, almost any kind of addiction to something. And this becomes like the...
When they're playing a game like that, or either one of those games, what they're actually doing is exercising intelligence. They're exercising intelligence. The unpragmatic aspect of that, it's exercising intelligence without any remuneration other than the satisfaction that you've exercised the intelligence.
Thank you.
And so what it needs to be channeled into a feedback loop that they're getting remunerated for it. And this is the whole art of life. This is L. Ron Hubbard saying, look, I've created something that's extremely valuable. He says, this is, what he said, it's pearls for pennies, or what is it? Pearls for pennies you're getting here with Scientology. He considered it so valuable. And it was valuable if it could be used intelligently. It was extremely valuable. And even to this day, people pay horrendously huge sums for getting something that, to me, is of questionable value.
Right.
I can't adjudicate what works for people and what doesn't, because, and certainly I wouldn't recommend them or trust them. But there was a time when it was value, and how valuable was it? And of course he had it wired. He says, well, I'm going to be paid, and this is what I've created. And people would, kind of march in lockstep to it. And there's all sorts of consequences involved. But if it's like value, the whole thing is he figured out he was very valuable.
Yes.
And he taught me that I was valuable. A lot of people weren't taught that. They were taught.
Interesting. They were taught the opposite, right? Kind of like they're not valuable, right? I mean,
I was told that my time was worth $100 an hour, doing what I did for him. Or $125 now, which was a lot of money in those times. It's still a very decent wage, very, very decent wage to this day. But it's sort of like, and some people say, oh, you're not doing anything. You're not productive. It's like, get out of here, sort of thing. And it's all a question of taking whatever it is a person does and making it valuable. Like, these Mexicans that come here are very productive, and they soon find their worth in the economy. They're really nice people. And talking Mexicans in general.
Yes, thank you.
And they find their work. They're willing to work a day's wage and do good work. They're no longer available for, you go to Home Depot and pick them up for $100 a day.
Right, that's right. I remember those days. They'd hang out around Home Depot and places like that, right, waiting for people to come and hire them.
You don't see them in Long Island. And in Nassau County, where I live, they've showing that they're, they want to ship so many illegal immigrants here. Mm-hmm. And Nassau County is probably the most stringent county I've heard of being controlled. We're not going to let these people ruin Long Island. This is what they're saying on the local channel. Mm-hmm. And they're standing up, even though the congressman we had elected here is now being indicted for fraud, as he should be, because he's a complete phony.
Was this guy who was telling all those lies all the time, pathologically?
Yeah, Joe Santos, yeah. In other words, he was a pleasant alternative, I guess, to the Democrats, but he was a much worse alternative because he was just a fake.
Jesus.
He was good at being fake, and he just, be insistent. So, but I'm saying is that, like, because they had, when this homelessness started about 15 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, whatever, I started having dreams of people, putting up homeless shelters on the parkways.
Wow.
But see, the parkways are, you drive down Southern State, Northern State Parkway, you see all these trees. It looks like, oh, Long Island's full of trees. It's beautiful. But it's like, 20 yards on the other side are neighborhoods. These trees are there to make it look beautiful and to insulate the neighborhood from too much noise. You'll still hear the noise.
Right.
But it's like, it's an illusion. But when people started sheltering in this parkway, not far from where I live, they got rid of them so fast. I don't know who got rid of them, but it's like the quality of life on Long Island is very heavily policed.
Yeah.
Like these homeless people. There are homeless people here, but it's not like New York City. And if they're going to start putting in migrants, they were making. I would predict they would do a very effective stance. I don't know if it's out. I don't know who's behind it, why they're behind it, but it made me glad I live here.
Understood. I mean, certainly with what happened to me recently in San Francisco, how could I not sympathize? So,
well, yeah, and people, yeah. I mean, I've lived in downtown LA. I've lived in, Hollywood when it was much worse than it is now, in downtown Hollywood.
Right.
And it's like, it's like every day's. You just have a higher alert center. And even in New York City. I lived in New York City when it was horrible, horrible, horrible. I mean, they're telling horror stories every day.